Dragon Emperor Martial God Chapter 495 to Chapter 553. Luckily, this was a 5-star hotel and the soundproofing of the rooms was excellent. Otherwise, her voice would have been heard by the entire floor. Longwu couldn't be blamed for her high-pitched exclamation. Ling Yun and Bai Xian'er's posture was too intimate and unbearable. This was after Ling Yun pulled down the hem of Bai Xian'er's dress that had fallen to her waist. Otherwise, those two dazzling legs would be completely exposed. Who knew what Longwu would think of, seeing that Longwu had discovered her? Bai Xian'er's beautiful face turned even redder. However, she didn't make any movements to hide. Instead, she maintained the same ambiguous position and even deliberately turned her head to look at the embarrassed and angry Longwu. A hint of provocation flashed through her long and narrow eyes. What are you doing? Longwu's body trembled in anger as she pointed at Ling Yun's palm. Ling Yun's palm still hadn't moved from Bai Xian'er's buttocks. No matter what, Longwu was Ling Yun's future wife who had given him a betrothal gift. She was the future wife of Ling Yun, and she considered herself to be Ling Yun's legal wife. Now that she was being provoked by a vixen, how could she accept it? No matter how calm he was, he couldn't help but blush when he saw this scene. However, his composure was incomparably strong. He cleared his throat and said, Xian'er's back was a little itchy just now, so I was tickling her. It had to be said that Ling Yun's reason was really weird and shameless. It was purely a lie with his eyes wide open, and he even made it sound as if it was the truth. Are you done scratching now? Longwu stomped her feet in anger after hearing Ling Yun's shameless excuse. I'm done. Ling Yun made up a story. What? Big brother Yun, Xian'er's back is still itchy. Can you move your hand up a little more? Bai Xian'er rolled her eyes. Her voice was so sweet that it was almost sickening. At the same time, her slender waist twisted like a snake, like an enchanting red snake. Even a woman's heart would ripple and they would not be able to control themselves. Xian'er, where are you itching? Let me scratch it for you. Longwu was angry, embarrassed, and anxious. She didn't call Bai Xian'er big sister anymore. In a few steps, she rushed in front of the two and stretched out her beautiful hands to grab Bai Xian'er's back. Whoosh! Longwu only saw a red shadow flash in front of her, and Bai Xian'er's figure had already disappeared from Ling Yun's legs. In an instant, she stood beside her. Both of them were barefooted, and Bai Xian'er wasn't much shorter than Longwu. There's no need, I'll just let big brother Yun scratch it for me. Bai Xian'er raised her slender, fair neck slightly, and the corners of her lips curled into a charming smile. Ah! Another high-pitched scream rang out. Longwu was still bending over to grab Bai Xian'er's back. Her body was leaning forward, and her center of gravity was on her upper body. Longwu didn't expect Bai Xian'er to dodge so quickly. She didn't expect Bai Xian'er to dodge so quickly. Her eyes were filled with embarrassment and shock, and she slipped. Just as Longwu was about to cry out in shock, her body suddenly lost its center of gravity and fell forward. Plop! Longwu knelt between Ling Yun's legs. No one had expected such a coincidence, and no one had expected such a scene to occur. The three of them were all stunned. However, Ling Yun's heart was filled with joy. This was really a super bargain that came knocking on his door. It was really satisfying. Xian'er was really good at dodging. Bai Xian'er's face turned bright red, all the way to her ears. She felt her body heat up, and she flew back to the sofa, turning her head away, not daring to look again. What did it mean to be embarrassed to death? There was nothing more embarrassing than this. How could there be such a coincidence? Longwu didn't even dare to think about it. She was about to go crazy. Unfortunately, her body was weak now, and the electric current was running all over her body. Her skin was numb, and she couldn't stop trembling. Although Longwu grew up in the open United States and had a free personality, she had seen strippers in some of the bars and casinos in America. It could be said that she was enlightened at an early age and had seen strippers. However, she was still a virgin. She hadn't even had her first kiss. Originally, if Bai Xian'er wasn't present tonight, Longwu would have given her first kiss to Ling Yun. Moreover, even if Ling Yun touched her, it wouldn't matter. After all, Ling Yun had given her a betrothal gift, and she had personally accepted it. Although she didn't agree to it verbally, she was very willing in her heart. Who would have thought that Ling Yun would bring Bai Xian'er here? Naturally, all of Long Wu's plans went up in smoke. However, Long Wu never expected that her first intimate contact with Ling Yun would be in such an ambiguous and awkward manner. Moreover, what made Long Wu even angrier was that the entire process was witnessed by Xian'er. Moreover, she was the main culprit. In the huge private room of the hotel, a strange fragrance filled the air. For a long time, no one spoke. Xian'er was curled up on the sofa, breathing rapidly. Her face was flushed, and her fair breasts rose and fell violently. She was worried. Xian'er was also afraid that Ling Yun would be angry because of this. This little vixen, she was full of wicked ideas. Long Wu, on the other hand, lay on the bed, allowing her wet, black hair to cover her bright red face. Her delicate body moved up and down from her heavy breathing. She didn't move at all. Of course, the one who felt the most was Ling Yun. At this moment, he was holding on to the edge of the bed with both hands, trying hard to recall that wonderful moment. He had never felt this way before. This feeling must be deeply imprinted in his mind. He definitely couldn't forget it. Long Wu seemed to have wrapped herself forcefully just now. Ling Yun had a naughty smile on his face. At the same time, he felt that the feeling that Long Wu gave him was even better than that of Zhuang Meifeng and Chao Shanshan. This must be developed in the future. Long Wu's mouth is very sexy. After a while, Ling Yun suddenly heard a soft sobbing sound. Long Wu had actually started to cry. This made Ling Yun panic. He couldn't help but turn his head to glare at Xian'er, who didn't dare to look at him. Then, he leaned over and fell beside Long Wu. Wu-er. Ling Yun used his hand to touch Long Wu's back gently. It was so smooth. Bad guy, I don't want you to care about me. Long Wu didn't even lift her head. She just kept crying. This was too embarrassing, too embarrassing. How could she do this? Ling Yun smacked his lips. I didn't move at all. You fell on your own. How is it that I'm the bad guy? However, Ling Yun knew that he definitely couldn't say this. It was purely looking for trouble. Wu-er's figure is so beautiful. Wu-er's body smells so good. Bad guy, if Wu-er cries again, her eyes won't be pretty anymore. I'm going to cry. Sob sob. I waited for you for so many days, and you bullied me the moment you came back. I'm going to tell my dad. Sob sob. Long Wu felt wronged. She finally remembered that her dad was the boss of Green Dragon. It's all because of you. Ling Yun couldn't stop Long Wu, so he turned to look at Xian'er and pretended to scold her fiercely. Xian'er recovered at this time. She was still blushing, but she pouted her lips and made a face at Ling Yun. She didn't care at all. Come here, see if I don't spank your butt. Ling Yun continued to scold Xian'er, but his eyes glanced at the crying Long Wu. Don't you dare hit her again. This move was indeed effective. Long Wu propped herself up and sat up on the bed in an instant. Tears glistened in her beautiful eyes. She was truly a pear blossom in the rain. I'm the dividing line of happiness. Edit requesting monthly votes. To be continued. Hit Xian'er? Of course, Ling Yun couldn't bear to do that. He was just trying to divert the enemy's attention. However, the more Long Wu tried to stop him, the more Ling Yun scolded Xian'er. Xian'er, what are you waiting for? Look at how angry you are. If I don't teach you a lesson today, won't you go against the heavens in the future? Ling Yun pretended to be serious. He stood up as he spoke, as if he was really going to beat Xian'er up. Xian'er pouted and curled up on the sofa timidly. Her foxy eyes blinked, making her look pitiful. When Long Wu saw that Ling Yun was willing to sacrifice his own family for her sake, she was actually elated. Furthermore, when she cried just now, she was actually more embarrassed than angry. She knew that she couldn't blame the two of them. It was because she had just showered, and her feet were too slippery. That was why the awkward situation just now had occurred. She was worried that Ling Yun would think that she was an open woman if she didn't cry in front of Ling Yun. It was all a woman's thoughts. Long Wu grabbed Ling Yun and glanced at Xian'er tearfully. Then, she bit her sexy lips and said, Ling Yun, it's not Sister Xian'er's fault. I wasn't careful just now. That's why I fell. Ling Yun had been waiting for Long Wu to say this. Feeling proud of himself, he took the opportunity to hug Long Wu's slender waist. At the same time, he raised his hand to gently wipe away the tears on Long Wu's cheeks. With a heartache, he said, "Don't be so careless in the future. Luckily, I was here. It hurts my heart to fall on you." Long Wu knew that Ling Yan was coaxing her with sweet words, but her heart was filled with sweetness. This was the first time Ling Yan had taken the initiative to hug her, and she was both shy and happy at the same time. With tears in her eyes, she smiled and leaned her head on Ling Yan's shoulder. Ling Yan hugged Bai Xian'er's waist even tighter. He secretly winked at Bai Xian'er and couldn't help but praise himself in his heart. My flirting skills seem to have improved again. Ling Yan had already turned black into white. How could he not improve? Long Wu held back her tears and smiled sweetly as she leaned on his shoulder. However, she sighed in her heart. She hated herself for being soft-hearted at the most crucial moment. No matter what method she used, she couldn't win against this bad guy who was hugging her. She had waited bitterly for him for such a long time. Not only did he bring back a seductive vixen, but the funny thing was that she seemed to have accepted this seductive vixen who could even move a woman's heart. What could he do if he didn't accept it? Looking at Ling Yan and Bai Xian'er's behavior just now, if she really dared to ask Ling Yan to chase Bai Xian'er away, the one who would be chased away would be Long Wu. Long Wu was well aware of this. Sigh. Dad is right. Ling Yan is too outstanding. Ordinary people can't even compare to him. With so many exquisite women surrounding him, I'm going to have a hard time in the future. Fortunately, she was the one who was snuggling up to Ling Yan now. Her long wait wasn't in vain. Nothing was more important than the return of this bad guy who had caused her to worry about him day and night. Thinking of this, Long Wu couldn't help but hug Ling Yan's arm even tighter. Next, Ling Yan asked Long Wu what she had been doing for the past few days. He also told her about his experiences in the East Sea. When he talked about the dangerous parts, Long Wu's face turned pale and she couldn't stop worrying about Ling Yan. An hour and a half later, Ling Yan received a call from Tang Meng saying that he and Tai Xiaohu had arrived at Wenzhou City's Dragon Bay district. Ling Yan immediately told Tang Meng the hotel's name and address and asked him to come over quickly. Xian'er, help Long Wu pack her things. Let's go back to Xianxia. There were still many things to do in Xianxia City. Ling Yan didn't want to spend the night in Wenzhou City. He had to rush back before daybreak. Long Wu didn't have many things. For a girl like her, she only needed a wallet when she went out. Anyway, the money in her bank account couldn't be used up even after 8 to 10 years. After putting away her personal toiletries and the clothes that she had bought these few days into a suitcase, Long Wu said that she was done packing. The three of them left room 1758 and immediately went downstairs to check out. It was already late at night, and Ling Yan didn't ask Bai Xian'er to hide her appearance. Even though the cashier was a pure and beautiful girl, she couldn't help but be stunned when she saw the beautiful Bai Xian'er beside Ling Yan. It wasn't until Ling Yan, Bai Xian'er paid the bill that the cashier suddenly remembered that Ling Yan was also a super handsome guy. She couldn't help but secretly regret that she only looked at Bai Xian'er. Why didn't she look at Ling Yan more? That girl is really beautiful. Such a girl is a real seductive vixen. Sigh, that boy is really super handsome. If I can catch a boy like him, it'll be worth it even if I die. Looking at the backs of the three of them, the cashier blushed and muttered to herself. A white luxurious Land Rover sped towards the entrance of the hotel. It was Ling Yan's Land Rover. Big Brother Yun. Before the car even came to a complete stop, Tang Meng opened the door impatiently and rushed out of the car. He ran in front of Ling Yan and gave him a big bear hug. You came pretty fast. Your hair has grown so long again. Tang Meng was tall and burly. His momentum was so strong that a normal person would have been knocked down by him. However, Ling Yun was different. He stood his ground and looked at Tang Meng's hair, which was an inch long, and chuckled. When Ling Yun went out to sea, Tang Meng was bald and had just grown a layer of stubble on his head. Hee, I finally managed to grow it out. I'm not going to shave it this time. Big Brother Yun, didn't you say you would be back in 2 days? Why were you gone for so long? Having not seen each other for a long time, Tang Meng was so engrossed in exchanging pleasantries with his boss that he did not notice the two beauties standing beside him. Ling Yan smiled and patted Tang Meng's shoulder. There are too many people here. Let's get in the car first. We can talk on the way. Big Brother Yun. Tai Xiaohu got out of the car after parking the Land Rover. However, he didn't walk forward. Instead, he stood beside the car door and greeted Ling Yun excitedly. Tai Xiaohu naturally saw Long Wu and Bai Xianer, but he only glanced at them lightly. When he saw Bai Xianer, his heart skipped a beat. He almost couldn't shift his gaze away, but he still managed to do so. Tai Xiaohu knew that no matter who this woman was, she was Ling Yun's woman. He didn't dare to be disrespectful. Mid-stage of Hotian Realm Level 4, 4th minor realm of the stellar condensation technique. Not bad, not bad. Ling Yan's gaze swept across Tai Xiaohu, and he couldn't help but smile and nod. Tai Xiaohu's cultivation was advancing at a godly speed. Let's get in the car. We'll return to Xianxia City now. Ling Yan smiled at everyone. Big Brother Yun, we followed your instructions and drove a car to avoid detection. Luckily, this is a 5-door Land Rover, so we can definitely sit in it. Where's Little White? Tang Meng finally left Ling Yan's body. He lowered his head to look for Little White out of habit, but he couldn't find it. Pfft. 2 giggles came from Ling Yan's side. Ling Yan frowned and knocked Tang Meng on the head. Where are you looking? Little White is right in front of you. Look over here. Tang Meng looked up abruptly. Then, he was completely stunned. His mouth formed an O shape. Tang Meng's jaw was about to drop to the ground. After a long while, Tang Meng finally smacked his lips. His Adam's apple trembled violently as he swallowed his saliva furiously. He was trying his best to control himself from having any evil thoughts. It couldn't be helped. Bai Xianer was simply too beautiful and enchanting. Anyone who didn't see her for the first time would have to be blind to not be stunned. After a full 2 minutes, Tang Meng finally moved his eyes away from Bai Xianer's face. This was the result of Ling Yun coughing twice with the mystical dragon hell. Big Brother Yun. She's Little White? Ling Yun had already prepared Tang Meng before they set sail. Tang Meng knew that Bai Xianer would definitely transform into a human. Subconsciously, he had already accepted it, so he wasn't afraid. The reason why he was shocked was because of Bai Xianer's stunning beauty and alluring demeanor. That was enough to catch anyone's attention. Ling Yan smiled and nodded. He hugged Bai Xianer and Long Wu on each side and walked towards the Land Rover. At the same time, he said to Tang Meng, she'll be called Bai Xianer from now on. Tang Meng was stunned. He quickly ran through Bai Xianer's name in his mind before opening the door for Ling Yun. The 5 of them got into the car. Tai Xiaohu was still driving, while Tang Meng sat in the front passenger seat. Ling Yan sat in the middle of the back seat. On his left was the enchanting Bai Xianer, and on his right was the alluring Long Wu. The Land Rover started up and left the hotel quickly. It sped towards the outskirts of Wenzhou City along the road they came from. Tang Meng, how's the ID for Xian'er coming along? If Xian'er wanted to live in the city, getting an ID was a big deal. Of course, Ling Yan would make it a priority. Don't worry, Big Brother Yun. Everything is ready. All that's left is a photo. Ling Yan was reassured by Tang Meng's work. He nodded his head in satisfaction and continued, when we get back, find me a good place and buy it for Xian'er to live in. No problem, Big Brother Yun. Leave it to me. Tang Meng patted his chest and promised. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Amidst their laughter, the Land Rover drove out of Wenzhou City and onto the highway. The moment they got on the highway, Tai Xiaohu accelerated the Land Rover to a speed of more than 180 miles per hour. In the car, Tang Meng began to explain to Ling Yun what had happened over the past few days. The former director of Xianxia City's Public Security Bureau, Luo Zhong, was done for. The evidence of his crimes piled up like a mountain, and he was now awaiting a life sentence. The person who replaced him was Tang Meng's father, Tang Tianhao, who had taken over the position of the director of Xianxia City's Public Security Bureau. Luo Zhong was done for, and Tian Buetao, who led the charge to raise Ling Yan's house, didn't fare any better. Not only did he lose all his money, but he was also investigated by the newly appointed director of the Public Security Bureau, Tang Tianhao, who found out that he was involved in many cases of corruption and bribery. He was immediately locked up and handed over to the judicial department. As for the other person, Go Lianshan, he was still locked up in the Public Security Bureau. Even though Go Lianqing had used many of his connections to bail his younger brother out, it was a pity that the director of the Public Security Bureau had already been replaced. Furthermore, Go Lianqing had already been exposed by Luo Zhong. He couldn't even protect himself, much less his younger brother. The villa that Ling Yun had asked Tang Meng to buy for Yao Rou had already been bought before Ling Yun went out to sea. The renovations had already been completed, and Yao Rou had already moved in. However, Tang Meng was guarding Long Wu, so he couldn't be so direct. He used a secret code to communicate with Ling Yun. Fortunately, the two of them had telepathy, and Ling Yun understood what he was saying. Lu Li's family had also moved into the newly bought villa. Because Ling Yun had taken special care of them, Tang Meng decided to be a good person to the end. Not only did he give them all the furniture and appliances, but he also bought them a 200,000 yuan car for them to use. We'll give them another $1,000,000 when we get back. They might be able to afford a villa and a car, but they might not be able to afford the property fees. That would be our negligence, Ling Yun reminded Tang Meng. Tang Meng nodded his head in agreement. Big brother Yun was really too nice to Lu Li's family. Could it be that he had really fallen for that woman? Furthermore, while Ling Yun was out at sea, Lu Li had secretly asked Tang Meng about Ling Yun's whereabouts behind her husband and mother-in-law's back. Every time she asked, her expression became more and more anxious. This made Tang Meng wonder about their relationship. Ling Yun's ordinary people's clinic was completely renovated this time. Everything was ready and waiting for Ling Yun to choose an auspicious day for the grand opening ceremony. As for the clothing store for the Xianxia people, the front had already been set up by Tang Meng. Now, under Wang Hongyuan's management, the business was flourishing day by day and was starting to turn a profit. Wang Hongyuan was the man from Shandong who gave the ordinary people's clinic to Ling Yun. After the incident with the Xianxia man, he had already sold all his assets in Qingshui City. He was originally prepared to return to his hometown in Shandong, but Tang Meng asked him to stay and help Ling Yun with his business. Ling Yun was Wang Hongyuan's savior. Wang Hongyuan regarded Ling Yun as a celestial being. Once he saw that he could do business with Ling Yun, he nodded his head vigorously. He didn't even mention the salary to Tang Meng and went to the clothing store to take care of everything. Tang Meng definitely had the ability to recognize and use people. Wang Hongyuan was in a clothing business and was competing with Xianxi's old rival. Yet, he was able to force Wang Hongyuan to hire a venomous master to use such a despicable method to deal with him. Tang Meng was in need of people, who else could he hire if not him? Before Ling Yun went out to sea, he had asked Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu to fork out 10 million yuan each to purchase medicinal herbs worth 20 million yuan according to the list he had provided. Now, Tang Meng had also completed the purchase. Those medicinal herbs were all placed in mansion number 1 in the Qingxi Villa district to absorb spiritual energy. Speaking of the 20 million worth of medicinal herbs, Tang Meng also told Ling Yun that the loan of 200 million yuan had been completed. He had already set up a pharmaceutical company and a real estate company. All the procedures had been completed, and all the necessary licenses had been obtained. All that was left was to start operations. These were all good things. Of course, there were also some troublesome matters. Tang Meng wasn't the kind of person who only reported the good news. There was no need for that between him and Ling Yun. Because of one sentence from Long Wu, Ling Yun asked Tai Xiaohu to bring some men to destroy Qingyun Productions. As a result, the head office of Qingyun Productions in Beijing was enraged. They had already reported the case to the Qingshui City Public Security Bureau and requested for the Qingshui City Public Security Bureau to investigate this matter thoroughly and arrest the people who destroyed their company. What happened after that? Ling Yun was a little amused. The mastermind was him, and the person who led the group to destroy Qingshui Productions was now leisurely driving for him. My dad treated it as a fart and immediately suppressed the case. He said that he would investigate the situation first. Tang Meng chuckled. Ling Yun nodded his head. Yes, not bad. Let's do that. When they open for business again, Tai Xiaohu will bring some men to destroy them again. Tai Xiaohu nodded his head heavily. With these words from Ling Yun, the uncrowned king of Xianxia City, Qingyun Productions could forget about opening for business in Xianxia City ever again. Big brother Yun, I want to start my own film company. This is a cultural industry. If it's done well, I can earn a lot of money. Tang Meng was still brooding over the fact that Tai Xiaohu had destroyed his Qingyun Productions. He originally had a way to get this ready-made film company over, but he didn't expect Tai Xiaohu to destroy it. However, this was an order from Ling Yun himself. Tang Meng could only blame his bad luck. Actually, he was just worried about the money. If not for the fact that he had the opportunity to take over the company, he would definitely be the first to destroy Qingyun Productions. Alright. As long as you think you can make money, go ahead and do it so that you can expand your Heaven and Earth group as soon as possible. Ling Yin was happy to do so. He had completely handed over the power to Tang Meng. I need to hire a lot of people. Sigh, it's going to cost a lot of money. Tang Meng's eyes were filled with excitement and anticipation at the thought of his Heaven and Earth group. Pfft. Long Wu giggled. She couldn't help but say, you want to start so many companies, but you don't want to spend money to hire people. You guys are all so shameless. Sister Long Wu is a law graduate from Harvard in America. Can you be the chief legal consultant of our Heaven and Earth group? Tang Meng seized the opportunity. He didn't want to let go of such a good opportunity. No way. I'm not free. Long Wu rejected him without hesitation. Gosh, she and Ling Yin had just started their relationship. They were in the middle of a romantic relationship. How could she be a burden to Tang Meng? Tang Meng lost his face and looked embarrassed. Ling Yun, Bai Xianer, and Tai Xiaohu burst into laughter. Big brother Yun, there are many new faces in Xianxia City recently. Also, I heard from my dad that all of them have powerful backgrounds. He wants us to be more cautious in the future and not be too reckless. Tang Meng mumbled to himself for a long time before changing the topic to something serious. Ling Yun pondered for a moment before nodding his head. He didn't say anything else. Big brother Yun, many people are looking for you. Tang Meng continued. Ling Yun smiled and asked, oh? Who's looking for me? Tell me about it. Tang Meng chuckled. He turned around and looked at Long Wu carefully. He didn't look at Bai Xianer, who was on Ling Yun's left. He really didn't dare to look at her. Morong Feishui came to look for you twice. The second time, she came with an old man. I heard that was her grandfather, Morong Wenshur. Long Wu's heart was in her throat again. She turned to look at Ling Yun, her eyes full of questions. Ling Yun nodded calmly. Oh, she probably came to thank me. I saved her grandfather's life once. It was because of this incident that Ling Yan extorted a Maserati and 1 million yuan from Morong Feishui. At that time, Ling Yan didn't know how to drive. The scene of him pushing the Maserati into school shocked countless people. There were also 2 cute little girls who followed their parents to Qingshui High. They were also looking for you, little girls? Ling Yan thought hard. It should be the 2 little girls that he and Ning Er saved at the scene of the car accident. He had forgotten about it. He didn't expect them to remember and look for him to thank him. Zhang Ling's auntie had once looked for me to ask about you. Liang Fingyi and Ling Yan couldn't help but smile. Anything else? Yes. But it was your classmate, Zhang Dong, who told me. He said that the lady boss of the internet cafe that you used to frequent has been looking for you. Ling Yan scratched his head. Why was this woman so stubborn? Didn't I ask Zhang Dong to accept the money for me? Also, Ling Yan was about to be discouraged. He asked impatiently, who else? And Zhuang Meina. She's been looking for you like crazy. I heard that she went to Qingshui Wharf Mansion number 9 alone. Tang Meng looked at Long Wu carefully. In his heart, he was thinking about Zhuang Meina's sister, Zhuang Meifeng. Yes, Ling Yan nodded his head heavily. His expression did not look good. Obviously, he had also thought of Zhuang Meifeng. This time, Ling Yan's strength had increased greatly. Moreover, he had Bai Xianer, whose realm was much higher than his. Ling Yan had already decided that he would ask Miracle Dr. Shui, Dugu Mo, Qin Dongxue, or even Dongfang Ting. No matter what, he had to find out the address of the Tranquil sect. He couldn't let Zhuang Meifeng suffer in that nunnery anymore. Tang Meng and Ling Yun didn't speak for a long time. There was dead silence in the car. Suddenly, the speed of the Land Rover slowed down. Tai Xiaohu, who was focused on driving, rolled down the window and roared. "How the F***ck do you drive?" Tang Meng sensed that something was wrong. He turned around immediately. Ling Yun released his divine sense and projected the scene within 20 meters of him into his mind. After a short scan, Ling Yun's sharp eyes narrowed. The Land Rover, which was running at a high speed, was surrounded by more than 10 cars in an instant. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. The Land Rover was still moving forward, but its speed had decreased significantly. It wasn't even at 90 miles per hour. Tang Meng, who was sitting in the front passenger seat, couldn't help but look in front and to the sides. He only took 2 glances before he couldn't help but gasp in shock. BMW X5. Mercedes-Benz. Audi R8, Porsche 911. What's going on? Is this a car show in the middle of the night? Even though the brands of the cars surrounding Ling Yun's Land Rover were different, they were all luxury cars. The BMW X5 couldn't even be compared to these luxury cars. F***ckmi, Spiker C8. Tang Meng suddenly pointed at a white luxury sports car at the very front. He was so shocked that his throat almost broke from shouting. Spiker was a world-class luxury car brand from the Netherlands. The C8 was an advanced 2-seater sports car with a 4.0-liter naturally aspirated V8 engine. It could accelerate 100 kilometers in less than 4.5 seconds and reach a maximum speed of more than 300 kilometers per hour. Tang Meng was shocked by the luxury cars that suddenly appeared around him. He was completely unaware that they were in a huge crisis. Ling Yun had just used his divine sense to scan the surrounding cars. He could clearly see that there was at least one Xianxia realm master in each car. Among them, there were 3 cars blocking in front of Ling Yun's Land Rover. They were lined up in a row and occupied the entire highway. It was impossible for the Land Rover to rush through them. On the left and right side of the Land Rover, there was a sedan car that maintained the same speed as Ling Yun's Land Rover. It was impossible for the Land Rover to move sideways. Behind Ling Yun's Land Rover, there were more cars. There were at least 6 to 7 sedan cars that were divided into 2 or 3 rows. They followed Ling Yun's car at an unhurried pace. As for the Spiker C8 that Tang Meng mentioned, it was at the very front of the entire fleet. Its speed was neither fast nor slow. It maintained a distance of about 100 meters from the 3 sedan cars blocking in front of Ling Yun's Land Rover. Tang Meng only managed to make out that it was a Spiker with the help of the dazzling lights of the 3 cars in front of him. This kid was extremely fond of cars. If not for the fact that there were so many luxury cars around him, he would have been able to tell that it was a Spiker just by listening to the sound of the engine. The distance was too far for Ling Yun's divine sense to detect the Spiker C8. He turned his head slightly and looked in the direction that Tang Meng was pointing. He realized that the person driving the Spiker C8 was actually a long-haired woman wearing a pure black chiffon dress. The woman's hair was black and thick, and it danced in the wind. It was close to a meter long. Even with Long Wu's height, if she had such long hair, it would definitely cover her butt. Of course, Ling Yun could see everything clearly from a distance of more than 100 meters. However, he only managed to take a quick glance before his line of sight was blocked by a car in front of him. Hence, he retracted his gaze. The corner of Ling Yun's mouth curled up slightly, revealing an inexplicably charming smile. The dimples on his face trembled slightly as he secretly praised the woman's exquisite figure in his heart. Even though it was only her back view, it was already unforgettable for Ling Yun. That woman's figure was even sexier than Long Wu's. In terms of maturity and allure, she was almost better than Bai Xianer. They don't come with good intentions. Ling Yun looked left and right again before speaking to the people in the car. With so many luxury cars and experts surrounding him without warning, Ling Yun naturally didn't think that they were here to show off their good cars. "Big brother Yun, what do we do now?" Tai Xiaohu asked in a low voice as he focused on driving. "Don't worry, just focus on driving." Ling Yun chuckled as he reassured Tai Xiaohu. Just based on the experts in the surrounding cars, Ling Yun didn't take them seriously. None of them were above Xiantian Realm Level 3. Xian'er, let's switch places. You come over here. No matter what happens later, don't worry about me. Just protect the three of them. Ling Yun smiled and switched positions with Bai Xian'er. With the enemy in front of him, he even had the leisure to grab her round, but when Bai Xian'er shifted over his leg, Bai Xian'er couldn't help but twist her slender waist when Ling Yun touched her. She glared at Ling Yun coquettishly, but Ling Yun sent her a telepathic message. Xian'er, when we fight later, you have to use your most powerful illusion to hide our car, understand? Xian'er nodded shyly, indicating that she didn't feel any pressure. As Ling Yun spoke, he once again released his divine sense to observe the people in the 7 or 8 cars around him, observing their every move. At this time, the 3 cars in front slowed down even more. This forced Tai Xiaohu to slow down again. The cars on both sides also gradually changed directions and squeezed towards the Land Rover. Ling Yun used his divine sense to observe that some people on both sides and in the cars following closely behind the Land Rover had actually pulled out their guns. Using guns? Courting death. Ling Yun's eyes flashed instantly. His gaze became incomparably sharp, and his body exuded a chilling murderous intent. Xian'er, do it. Ling Yun didn't wait any longer and directly sent a telepathic message to Bai Xian'er. At the same time, he raised his hand to open the car door and used the dragonfish phantom ability to float in the air. Then, with a somersault, he stood firmly on the roof of the Land Rover. Ling Yun's hands were already full of iron nails. Without waiting for his body to stabilize, he directly raised both hands and shot at the 3 luxury cars following closely behind the Land Rover. Needless to say, he was shooting at the tires. With Ling Yun's current eyesight, arm strength, and accuracy, how could he miss at such a close distance? The 6 tires of the 3 cars were almost instantly turned into sieves by Ling Yun's iron nails. The sound of air leaking could be heard incessantly. Another 2 nails followed. This time, Ling Yun was aiming at the 2 luxury cars that were squeezing in from both sides of the Land Rover. Another 4 tires were punctured by the nails, and the air began to leak. This is what it means to shoot the horse before shooting the rider. To capture the bandits, first capture the ringleader. Ling Yun had succeeded in one fell swoop. He laughed proudly as he watched his Land Rover shake off the cars on both sides and behind him in an instant. This was the benefit of having divine sense. Every move of these people was under Ling Yun's observation. They had already begun to raise their guns. If Ling Yun didn't make the first move, he would really be a fool. His speed was really too fast. In just a blink of an eye, 5 luxury cars could no longer move. The 5 drivers could only helplessly stop after a moment of confusion. At this time, Ling Yun had already turned around from the roof of the car. He used his eyesight to look at the spiker C8 more than 100 meters in front of him. Indeed a good figure. I wonder what her face looks like. The woman's back view was enchanting and sexy to the extreme. Her thick black hair danced in the wind. She was wrapped in a translucent black gauze dress. Between her fluttering black hair, her fair and slender neck would occasionally be revealed. It was so delicate that it seemed as if it could be broken by the wind, adding to her mystery. Ling Yun had the upper hand. In just a few seconds, he had already left the wrecked cars on both sides and behind a few hundred meters in the dust. At this time, the 3 cars in front didn't seem to have time to react. However, Ling Yun could see that they were using an exquisite communication device to communicate with each other. So it's the people from the Assassins organization. I was wondering who had the power to follow my car without a sound. They even sent out so many experts at once. Ling Yun recognized the communication device in their hands. It was exactly the same as the one used by Deepa. The only difference was that these people's realms were different, so the communication device in their hands was more exquisite. Screech! 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 The 3 cars in front stopped at the same time. If it wasn't for Tai Xiaohu's quick reflexes, he would have crashed into the Porsche in the middle. The doors of the 7 or 8 cars behind were already open. More than 10 Xiantian realm experts dressed in black instantly used their qinggong and chased after him. For some reason, they didn't seem to be afraid of Ling Yun's strength. Tai Xiaohu, get ready to accelerate. Ling Yun shouted with a smile. His body flew into the air and appeared behind the Porsche in front of him in an instant. Then, he lifted his leg. Bang! Ling Yan used all his strength to kick the Porsche, which had just come to a stop, more than 10 meters away. He almost flipped the Porsche over. Tai Xiaohu seized the opportunity. He chuckled and stepped on the accelerator. The Land Rover sped up in an instant and directly rushed through the middle of the other two cars. The other cars were all good cars, but Ling Yan's Land Rover wasn't bad either. In less than 6 seconds, it reached a speed of 100 miles per hour. Like a bullet, it directly rushed to the front of the 3 cars. Tai Xiaohu had reached Hotian Realm Level 4. At this moment, his reflexes were far beyond that of an ordinary person. When he reached the back of the Porsche, Tai Xiaohu did a cool drift and rushed past the body of the Porsche. Pu. Ling Yan once again rewarded the 2 cars with 2 handfuls of nails, causing their tires to be scrapped. At the same time, he used the Dragonfish Phantom ability. His body shot out like a bolt of lightning. He jumped more than 200 meters and caught up to his Land Rover in the blink of an eye. As for the Xianxia realm experts that were chasing after him, Ling Yan couldn't be bothered with them. It wouldn't be too late to deal with them when they caught up to him. Tai Xiaohu, drive slower. The trash behind us isn't scary. The scary one is the female driver of the car in front. Ling Yan had long realized that the female driver of the Spiker C8 in front of him had unfathomable strength. Even he couldn't see through her. Damn, she pretended to be the king of the Assassins organization so many times. Could it be that the real king of the Assassins organization is here this time? Ling Yan thought to himself. He felt that the boss of the Assassins organization shouldn't be a stunning beauty, right? At this moment, a melodious laughter that sounded like silver bells rang out in front of him. It was filled with an indescribable charm that could captivate one's soul and make one's heart tremble. Ling Yan is indeed Ling Yun. Such handsome skills. Take this. Murderous intent filled the air. A black ribbon that was at least 30 meters long swept towards Ling Yun's speeding figure like a poisonous snake. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Your kung fu isn't bad either. Ling Yan stuck close to the Land Rover as he watched the translucent black ribbon spiral towards his body. He couldn't help but smile charmingly as he complimented it. This mysterious woman had such powerful true qi. Even if it was a well rope that was more than 10 meters long, it would be extremely difficult for an ordinary person to lift the entire well rope off the ground by holding on to one end, not to mention such a thin, light, and long piece of translucent silk. The mysterious woman's snow-white wrist trembled slightly, and the black ribbon seemed to have come to life. It was like a black dragon dancing in the air, or like a wisp of green smoke. It was as if she was controlling it with her own hands. Ling Yan knew that this black ribbon was imbued with powerful true qi by the mysterious woman. To be able to imbue her true qi into such a soft piece of silk and still be able to move it as nimbly as a finger from tens of meters away, this woman's realm must have reached an unfathomable level. As he spoke, the black ribbon was already in front of him. Ling Yan didn't dare to delay. With a clear whistle, he swung his palm at the black ribbon. From Ling Yan's point of view, even though the black ribbon was very long and the mysterious lady's control over it was superb, his stellar condensation technique had already reached the pinnacle of the second major realm. His palms were sharper than an ordinary blade. With just a few moves, he would be able to slice the black ribbon into several pieces. This lady's weapon would then be destroyed by him. However, reality wasn't as simple as Ling Yan had imagined. Not only that, but it was also out of Ling Yan's expectations. Ling Yan struck out with his palm, and his palm cut through the countless shadows. However, he realized that the black ribbons were too light, or perhaps they were too flexible. The ribbons floated along with the wind from Ling Yan's palm, and they didn't seem to have any strength at all. Interesting. Ling Yan was slightly stunned. He thought to himself that this woman had actually cultivated the martial arts of using softness to overcome toughness to such a terrifying level. His fighting spirit instantly soared. Suddenly, Ling Yan heard Bai Xian'er's shout. He scanned with his divine sense and saw that Bai Xian'er had already flown out of the car. She turned into an enchanting and graceful red shadow and stood on the roof of the Land Rover with a flip. As the Land Rover sped up, Bai Xian'er stood on the roof of the speeding car. Her perfect body remained motionless, only her red dress flapping in the wind. She looked like a red fairy in the sky. Boom. Xianxia's face was cold. She turned her back to the car and drew a mysterious trajectory with her palms. 2 balls of crimson flames appeared on her palms at the same time. Firefox flame technique. Xianxia shouted again and flicked her hands, shooting several palm-sized flames at the ribbons that were sweeping towards the tiger on the road. Ling Yan was shocked. It turned out that this mysterious woman didn't have just one black ribbon. Instead, she had one wrapped around each of her arms, and each ribbon was 30 to 40 meters long. While she was attacking Ling Yan, she also wanted to use a black ribbon to stop the Land Rover that was running at full speed, multitasking. Impressive, let's see if my Xianxia burns you to death. Ling Yan thought to himself. Even if my palms are useless, Xianxia's Firefox flame technique should be able to burn your ribbon, right? Hee hee. What a beautiful woman, even I am tempted. The mysterious woman smiled seductively and shook her right hand again. The black ribbon wrapped around the fireballs. With just a shake of the ribbon, the fireballs were sent flying away. The black ribbon wasn't afraid of the flames. It was a long story, but only a blink of an eye had passed since the mysterious woman leaped from her Spiker C8. Up until now, the unpiloted Spiker C8 hadn't stopped moving forward. Fortunately, this stretch of highway was a straight road. There was no possibility of the Spiker C8 crashing into anything. Moreover, the mysterious woman had obviously stopped the engine. The Spiker was only moving forward due to inertia. Tai Xiaohu didn't slow down. The Land Rover was still speeding forward, and Ling Yan was also speeding forward. The mysterious woman's figure was like a wisp of green smoke. She didn't make any movements, but she was able to keep up with the accelerating Land Rover. Moreover, her figure was incomparably graceful. I'm in big trouble. Ling Yan thought to himself. He seemed to have met his match this time. He took out a level 2 fire talisman and threw it at the ribbon in the mysterious woman's hand. He opened his mouth and shouted, "Come." The scarlet flame with a tinge of blue instantly smashed into the mysterious woman's black ribbon. Unfortunately, the level 2 fire talisman couldn't damage it at all. Ling Yan, no wonder the people we sent were all killed by you. You really have a lot of tricks up your sleeve. Even though the mysterious woman was killing people, her voice was extremely flirtatious and charming. It sounded like a lover whispering sweet nothings into one's ear. Ling Yan was secretly shocked. This woman's true qi and qinggong weren't inferior to his. Now that they had traveled 100 meters, this woman not only seemed to be taking a leisurely stroll, but she even had the mood to chat. Swoosh! With the Devil's Underworld Essence blade in his hand, Ling Yan didn't hesitate to use the Celestial Destroyer technique. He used the triple layer wave and slashed at the woman's black ribbon. This woman relied on the 2 ribbons in her hand to maintain a distance of more than 20 meters from Ling Yan. Ling Yan wasn't afraid of her now, but she was a huge threat to the Land Rover. Of course, Xianxia wouldn't be a problem. However, the people in the Land Rover were his brother and woman. Ling Yan didn't dare to be careless. Didn't the mysterious woman want to use softness to overcome hardness? Ling Yan wanted to defeat the enemy with brute force. He gave up on using the Dragon Vein sword and took out the Devil's Underworld Essence blade. Ling Yan didn't believe that his invincible Devil's Underworld Essence blade couldn't cut through this thin, transparent ribbon. However, the next scene made Ling Yan even more shocked. This time, the Devil's blade slashed out 3 times in a row. Every slash landed on the black ribbon. However, the Devil's blade, which had always been invincible, couldn't cut through the black ribbon. F***CK. What's the background of this mysterious woman? Ling Yan's expression finally became unprecedentedly serious. The Assassin's organization actually had such a strong person. In the past, as long as the Devil's Underworld Essence blade and the Dragon Vein sword were in his hands, Ling Yan wouldn't care about any of the enemy's weapons. He would always cut them in half. This also made Ling Yan look down on the ancient martial artists of Xianxia. However, this time, Ling Yan realized that he couldn't. This woman's black ribbon wasn't afraid of fire, nor was it afraid of the Devil's Underworld Essence blade. Moreover, Ling Yan also noticed the peculiarity of this mysterious woman's true qi when he slashed out 3 times. This was because his 3 slashes were all dispelled by the mysterious woman's strange qi that was infused into the ribbon. Ling Yan only felt that his blade had struck a strange true qi cyclone. his body couldn't help but fall forward. That feeling was so unbearable that he wanted to vomit blood. This definitely isn't orthodox martial arts. This is demonic martial arts. Ling Yan was shocked. This is. From afar, the mysterious woman saw Ling Yan take out the devil's underworld essence blade. Her mesmerizing eyes flashed instantly. Her figure floated directly to a distance of about 5 meters from Ling Yan and carefully observed the black devil's underworld essence blade. The mysterious woman flew to a distance of about 5 meters from Ling Yan. While she was observing the devil's underworld essence blade, Ling Yan naturally used his Xianxia to see through the black veil on her face. Unfortunately, Ling Yan failed again. The veil on the mysterious woman's face wasn't thick. It was at most 2 thin layers, and it was almost translucent. Unfortunately, Ling Yan couldn't see through it even though he used his Xianxia to the extreme. F***ck, I don't believe this. This was the first time Ling Yan had suffered so many setbacks. Furthermore, he had just completed his tribulation on Turtle Island. Wasn't this a blow to Ling Yan's head when he was about to go on a killing spree? Even the Xianxia was useless. Ling Yan decisively used his divine sense to guard against the mysterious woman's attack. He used his powerful and condensed divine sense to the extreme and shrouded the mysterious woman. Then, Ling Yan was completely discouraged. This woman's true qi was not only terrifyingly strong, but it was also extremely strange. When she circulated her true qi, it had already leaked out, forming a terrifying whirlpool of true qi within a 2-meter radius around her. It spun rapidly and formed a single entity. Even Ling Yan's divine sense couldn't see through it. F***ck, what kind of strength is this? Ling Yan was secretly shocked. He made a prompt decision and sent a telepathic message to Xianxia without hesitation. Xianxia, this woman isn't ordinary. I'll stop her. Get Tai Xiaohu to drive away. Don't worry about me. Ling Yan heard the mysterious woman murmur, the devil's blade, it's actually the devil's blade. Oh my god, how is this possible? How did it appear in his hands? Brat, tell me where you got this black blade from. Tell me and leave the blade behind, and I'll spare your life today. Ling Yan laughed and suddenly let out a long roar. His figure suddenly burst into the sky and rushed towards the mysterious woman. He raised the blade and used Raging Skykiller without hesitation. Bull***T. Let Big Brother slash first. This woman's demonic arts were extremely terrifying. Her true qi was strange, and her qigong was unparalleled. Her 2 black ribbons were unaffected by fire and the devil's blade. She was definitely a true master that Ling Yan had met since he came to Earth. However, Ling Yan absolutely didn't believe that this woman could beat him in strength. He wanted to fight the mysterious woman in close combat, seeing Ling Yan flying over, the devil's underworld essence blade in his hand turned into a jet black blade light. It slashed down violently and aggressively, looking incomparably fierce. The mysterious woman let out a delicate cry and raised both of her hands. The 2 black ribbons turned into shadows that filled the sky. They were like countless rapidly swimming black snakes, directly sealing off Ling Yan's ferocious blade aura. Ling Yan slashed at the ribbon dozens of times in the sky. Every slash landed on the ribbon, but it was a pity that they were all dissolved by the strange true qi on the black ribbon. His efforts were futile. Bang! After countless clashes, the 2 figures crossed each other. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. The 2 of them separated, and Ling Yan immediately jumped out of the circle. He steadied himself and stared at the demoness with a solemn expression. He was secretly shocked. Amazing. Really amazing. I wonder what kind of kung fu this is. Just now, Ling Yan had infused the Yin-Yang Qi into the devil's blade. The Yin-Yang Qi was constantly changing, forming a blade that was either hot or cold. He slashed at the demoness 2 ribbons dozens of times, but all of them were dissolved by her. At this time, the mysterious woman also stood still. Her 2 pink lotus-like arms trembled slightly, and the 2 ribbons instantly rolled back and wrapped around her 2 pink arms. It was unknown how many layers were wrapped around her, but one could still see through the layers of black gauze to see her 2 pink lotus-like arms, adding to the hazy and mysterious feeling. The mysterious woman's mesmerizing eyes first glanced at Ling Yan, then turned to look at the Land Rover that was speeding away. She didn't get up to give chase as she watched the Land Rover disappear into the night sky. She retracted her gaze and turned to look at Ling Yun in front of her. Her delicate body trembled slightly, and she couldn't help but let out a bell-like laugh. She said coquettishly, "Rascal, no wonder you've been so arrogant recently. You really do have some skills." Ling Yun chuckled, and the devil's blade in his hand vibrated slightly. He stared at the mysterious woman's mesmerizing eyes and said in a mischievous voice, "Little demoness, what's the point of hiding? If you have the guts, take off the black gauze on your face and let me see if you're ugly." Due to the delay, not only did the Land Rover disappear into the distance, but the dozen or so Xianxia realm masters who hadn't caught up all this well had also caught up to them. The dozen or so Xianxia realm masters instantly sealed off all of Ling Yun's escape routes. Their faces were full of anger, as if they wanted to skin Ling Yun alive. However, the mysterious woman was obviously the leader of these people. None of the Xianxia realm masters dared to say a word without her saying anything. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Ling Yun wasn't afraid at all. Other than this mysterious lady, none of the other experts were at Xianxia realm level 3. If he wanted to break out of the encirclement, he could just kill anyone and leave. Now that the Land Rover was out of sight, Ling Yun no longer had anything to worry about. Naturally, he began to be unscrupulous. His pair of handsome eyes stared at the mysterious woman's beautiful body. He looked up and down dozens of times, but he couldn't find a single flaw. He couldn't help but be secretly tempted. Because this woman's body was too hot, too perfect. This mysterious woman was a little taller than Long Wu, and her figure was graceful and enchanting. She had the devilish figure of a devilish figure. Just by looking at her figure, she was even better than by Xian'er. Due to the circulation of her true qi, her long black hair, which had just covered her round and perky buttocks, fluttered without any wind, making her figure even more graceful and incomparably beautiful. Anyone who looked at her would salivate. Not to mention Ling Yun, even an old monk who had been meditating for decades would probably renounce asceticism without hesitation if he saw such a peerless beauty standing in front of him. The clothes of this mysterious demoness seemed to be made of the same material. The black muslin clothes were the same as the ribbon in her hands, tightly wrapped around her dreamy peerless body. It was hazy, forming a strong contrast with her delicate and translucent snow-white skin. It made people want to tear off her clothes to take a look, and then touch again, to see how smooth her skin was. Of course, the most captivating thing about her was her pair of eyes that were so beautiful that others couldn't look at them directly. Her pupils were pitch black, and her eyes were large and bright. As her eyes moved, they were filled with a myriad of emotions that shook one's soul. She was extremely charming and captivating. Feeling Ling Yun's brazen gaze, the mysterious demoness twisted her waist slightly and lifted her proud breast slightly. Giggling, she said, "Rascal, since you know I'm ugly, why do you still want to see what I look like? Do you know that all the men who have seen my face are dead now?" Ling Yun didn't seem to care at all. He smirked and said, "Then I want to try even more. Let's see if I'll die after seeing your face. Since you want to die so badly, then don't bother. Anyway, I'm here to kill you today. You will die here whether you look or not." The mysterious woman snorted. "Little demoness, I suggest that you don't speak so confidently. People who speak too confidently often end up getting slapped in the face." Ling Yun said disdainfully. "Then let's see whose face will be slapped more swollen." The mysterious woman chuckled. She didn't change her smile as she waved her right hand lightly and ordered the Xiantian realm masters beside her to attack Ling Yun. Ling Yun stood with his blade in hand, smiling calmly as he watched the dozen Xiantian realm masters surround him. He wanted to see who would be the first to die under his blade. Back on Turtle Island, Ling Yun was able to kill 100 people with his mid-stage physique tempering stage 6 cultivation. His current strength was more than 2 or 3 times stronger. Other than the mysterious woman, none of the masters in front of him could last more than 2 moves against him. The 2 Xiantian realm masters moved, one holding a knife and the other a long sword. They rushed towards Ling Yun and arrived in front of him in no time. Ling Yun's expression didn't change. He waited until their moves were over before using his footwork to cut between them. He didn't even need to use any blade techniques, he just slashed to his left and right. There was nothing that couldn't be broken, only speed couldn't be broken. Ling Yun's blade was too fast, With a flash of black light, the blade had already pierced through the bodies of the two masters. Only two inhuman screams could be heard. Thump. Thump. The first two Xiantian realm masters who got close to Ling Yun were killed on the spot. Clap clap clap, two of her underlings died on the spot. The mysterious woman actually took the lead to applaud. Her beautiful eyes sparkled as if Ling Yun had slaughtered two chickens. She treated human lives like child's play. Furthermore, the two who died were her underlings. Ling Yun couldn't help but be moved by her ruthlessness. After the symbolic applause, the mysterious woman waved her hand again coldly. This time, 6 people came forward. The mysterious woman didn't care about the lives of her underlings. Of course, Ling Yun didn't care either. He used the dragon-fish phantom ability and instantly rushed into the midst of the 6 masters. With one slash, he ended their lives without staining his clothes. The mysterious woman waved her hand again coldly. Even though the last 6 Xiantian realm masters were scared out of their wits by Ling Yun's power, they still bit the bullet and rushed forward. They knew that they would definitely die if they rushed forward, but they would only die a worse death if they didn't fight. Ling Yun frowned secretly. What's wrong with this mysterious woman? Why didn't he attack but let these Xiantian realm masters die for nothing? Could it be that she wanted to exhaust his true qi and then wait for him to exhaust himself? Ling Yun thought to himself that if this was what the mysterious woman was thinking, then she was gravely mistaken. If Ling Yun hadn't reached the later stages of physique tempering, it would still be possible. However, now that he was at physique tempering stage 7, the yin-yang qi in his body was like a vast river. Even though he could kill these Xiantian realm masters in an instant, he didn't expend much true qi. This was equivalent to a person who could kill an ant with a stomp or a chick with a kick. There was not much difference between the two. Even though Ling Yun was secretly afraid of the mysterious woman's coldness, he didn't show any mercy. He once again killed the remaining 6 Xiantian realm masters. Then, he said calmly, "You don't have any more underlings to use now, right? Shall we fight to the death?" The mysterious woman clapped again and giggled at the same time. Impressive, impressive, indeed impressive. Ling Yun is indeed as described in the dossier. His attacks are ruthless and ruthless. I've finally learned something new today. Ling Yun said calmly, "It seems like you're the ruthless one. You're the one who sent these people to their deaths. Please don't blame it on me." As Ling Yun spoke, he quietly put away the devil's blade and stood there with his bare fists. He was as still as a deity, not moving a single inch. The mysterious woman twisted her body and smiled. "You're the one who killed them. Of course, I have to blame it on you. Don't tell me that they won't die if I attack you with them?" Ling Yun didn't say anything. He thought to himself that this woman was really strange. She could predict everything. Indeed, if this mysterious woman attacked together with these experts, Ling Yun could still use the dragon-fish phantom ability to kill them one by one. They would only die faster. "Rascal, where did you hide your devil's blade?" Up until now, the only thing that surprised the mysterious woman was his devil's blade. It came and went without a trace. Ling Yan's heart was filled with pride. He chuckled and said, "This is my secret. If you are willing to take off the black veil on your face and let me see your beautiful face, not only will I spare your life, I will also tell you my secret." The yin-yang eye and divine sense didn't work. Ling Yun was very curious about what this beautiful demoness looked like. Unexpectedly, the mysterious woman's body trembled again. She laughed softly and charmingly. "You still want to negotiate with me? How about I tell you a piece of information in exchange?" Ling Yun asked in a low voice. "What information?" The mysterious woman gave Ling Yun a suggestive look. Her delicate body floated forward as she said seductively, "Information about Xiaomimi." "What?" Ling Yan's handsome face changed when he heard Xiaomimi. His gaze was as sharp as a knife as he stared at the mysterious woman. He said coldly, word by word, "Speak, where did you take Xiaomimi? How's she now?" Xiaomimi had indeed been captured by the assassin's organization when she came out to look for him at night. "Oh. No wonder you have so many women around you. You're actually so protective of women?" The mysterious woman's eyes were fixed on Ling Yun's expression. She knew that she had found Ling Yun's weakness when she saw Ling Yun's expression change. She smiled delightedly. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Ling Yan had killed 14 experts and all the subordinates that the mysterious woman had brought along. He didn't expect that this didn't affect the mysterious woman in the slightest. She was still talking and laughing. If it weren't for the fact that the two of them were several feet apart and that there were more than a dozen badly mutilated corpses between them, in the eyes of others, they would look like a match made in heaven, strolling on the road in the middle of the night. After listening to the mysterious woman's words, Ling Yun was secretly unhappy. He felt that he had no secrets in front of this beautiful woman. She had investigated him thoroughly. I have to think of a way to take her down. Ling Yun thought to himself. This woman was definitely a core member of the Assassin's organization. If he captured her, the entire organization would definitely collapse, otherwise, Ling Yun wouldn't be able to protect all of them if they took revenge on the people around him after he killed so many heaven-ranked assassins from the Assassin's organization. Thinking of this, Ling Yun's handsome face revealed an extremely charming smile. The dimple on his left cheek trembled slightly. Why, are you jealous? The mysterious woman actually had a shy look in her eyes. She played along with Ling Yan's words and said in a charming voice, yeah, seeing how you treat such a weak female assassin so well, of course I'm jealous. Even though Ling Yan could only see the mysterious woman's figure and eyes, and even though he knew that she was lying, he was still deeply attracted by the woman's charm. He couldn't help but praise her in his heart. What a powerful charm technique. Ling Yan silently recited the heart-calming technique and held his breath. In an instant, he dispelled the charm. Since you're jealous, then take off the veil on your face and let me have a good look. If you're not bad looking, I'll treat you the same way in the future, the mysterious woman pouted coquettishly. She looked at Ling Yan coquettishly and giggled. Coward, since you want to see so much, why don't you take it off yourself? I won't stop you. All right. Ling Yan let out a long roar. His figure flew in an instant and came directly in front of the mysterious woman. He stretched out his arm and grabbed the veil on the mysterious woman's face. The mysterious woman giggled, and with a slight twist of her delicate body, she instantly floated 7 to 8 feet away like a wisp of green smoke. At the same time, she pouted coquettishly, bad guy, how dare you sneak attack me? He didn't know how this woman trained her qigong. Just now, he had already used the dragonfish phantom ability to its limit. Moreover, he had already accumulated his power and was ready to move at any moment. However, the mysterious woman still managed to dodge it. His sneak attack had failed. Ling Yan stood still again and smiled. Didn't you say you wouldn't stop me? Why did you run away? The mysterious woman giggled and said, I only said that I wouldn't stop you. I didn't say that I wouldn't dodge. If you have the ability, come and catch me. Ling Yan wasn't afraid of provocation. He chuckled. Alright, I'll catch you then. I want to see where you can run to. Without waiting for him to finish speaking, the yin and yang qi in Ling Yan's body circulated, and the dragonfish phantom ability was once again pushed to its limits. He left a clear and realistic afterimage on the spot, and his body had already arrived in front of the mysterious woman. The mysterious woman twisted her waist slightly, and at the same time, she let out a soul-stirring laugh. Her graceful body instantly moved horizontally, and she threw herself into the dense forest outside the highway. In order to obtain news of Xiao Mimi, Ling Yun was willing to go through mountains of daggers and seas of fire. This mysterious woman's actions were extremely strange. She used Ling Yan's hands to kill all her subordinates, but she never mentioned killing Ling Yun again. He had to find out what this woman was up to. The two of them, one in front and one behind, used their qigong to its limit. Their toes didn't even touch the ground. After a few leaps, they were already far away from the highway, all the way to the east. Of course, the speed of Ling Yan's dragonfish phantom ability was shocking. However, the mysterious woman's movement technique wasn't slow either. She similarly traversed more than 200 meters in a flash, and her figure was extremely graceful, just like a fairy taking a stroll. A few minutes later, the two of them had already rushed more than 10 kilometers to the east, and they came to a low-lying forest. The mysterious woman's figure suddenly stopped. Rascal, I didn't expect you to be so good at running. I'm not running anymore, I'm going to die of exhaustion if I keep running. The mysterious woman stopped abruptly, and at the same time, she turned around and stared at Ling Yun with her big eyes. Meeting such an enemy was enough to make Ling Yun vomit blood. She was clearly an enemy, but she made it seem like she wasn't. Her tone was even charming and coquettish at times, making it difficult for one to have the intention to kill her. After the race just now, Ling Yun secretly calculated that it would be difficult for him to defeat this mysterious woman with his current strength. However, if it was a competition of true qi, Ling Yun definitely wouldn't lose to her. After reaching the late stages of the physique tempering stage, Ling Yun's yin-yang harmony balance had long formed a cycle of true qi. It was endless, almost inexhaustible. Moreover, Ling Yun still had a trump card. This woman's true qi, martial arts, and qigong were indeed unparalleled, but Ling Yun at least had two aspects that were stronger than her, strength and physical strength. If it was purely a competition of strength, Ling Yun, who had reached the pinnacle of the second major realm of the stellar condensation technique, had absolute confidence. Similarly, after Ling Yun had passed the tribulation of the golden god of lightning, his body was already impervious to fire and water. Ordinary swords and spears wouldn't be able to penetrate his body. He didn't even need to deliberately use the stellar condensation technique. As long as it wasn't a treasured blade like the Devil's Underworld Essence blade, it would be very difficult to hurt him. The mysterious woman's black satin belt couldn't be destroyed by fire or cut by a blade. Ling Yun thought to himself, if I use my hands to grab her black satin belt, we can compare our strength and see who's at a disadvantage in a hand-to-hand fight. This was the reason why he decisively kept the Devil's Underworld Essence blade after killing those Xiantian realm masters. Try fighting another one. The mysterious woman didn't run, so Ling Yun also stopped in his tracks. He smiled and stood 10 meters away from the mysterious woman. He said lightly, now can you tell me where Xiaomimi is? The mysterious woman glared at Ling Yun and said coquettishly, I was just praising you for having tender feelings for the fairer sex. Can't you just let me rest after running for so long? She said that she wanted to rest, but her face wasn't red, and she wasn't out of breath. Her eyes were clear and charming. Where was the slightest hint of fatigue, Ling Yun immediately shut up. Reasoning with such a woman was simply digging a pit for himself. There was no end to it. As expected, the mysterious woman saw that Ling Yun didn't speak. She rolled her eyes and said, first, you have to tell me how you conjured the Devil's Underworld Essence blade and where you hid it. Otherwise, don't even think about getting a single bit of information about Xiaomimi from me. Ling Yun smiled slightly. Impossible, you first. The mysterious woman's expression froze. She snorted heavily and said, if I don't tell you, don't even think about hearing about Xiaomimi's whereabouts in this lifetime. Aren't you afraid? Ling Yun laughed coldly. If anything happens to Xiaomimi, I will bury the entire Assassin's organization. Even if I have to chase you to the ends of the earth, I won't let a single one of you go. If you don't believe me, you can try. The mysterious woman's pretty face turned cold. A trace of disdain flashed across her beautiful eyes. She snorted heavily and said, aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue? You don't even know where the Assassin's organization is, and you want to bury the entire Assassin's organization? Ling Yun scratched his head. You really have a lot of nonsense. Just tell me, are you going to tell me or not? If you don't, we can fight again right now. I have a lot of things to do, and I don't have the time to waste with you. At this point, Ling Yun had already vaguely guessed that even though this mysterious woman was aggressive, she wasn't here to kill him. She was probably here to test him. Let's fight then. Do you think I'm afraid of you? The mysterious woman lightly stomped her feet and raised her delicate arms. Two ribbons flew out once again and actually turned into two black poisonous dragons that rapidly entangled Ling Yun. Ling Yun chuckled lightly. He didn't dodge this time. When the two ribbons were in front of him, he reached out with both hands and instantly grabbed both ribbons in his hands. Little devil, you want to fight with me? Let's see where you can run this time. Ling Yun could already see that this mysterious woman didn't have two ribbons. Instead, she only had one. It was just that it was nearly 100 meters long and so thin that it was almost transparent. It was as light as a feather and wrapped around her delicate neck and arms. It could also be used as a life-threatening weapon to attack the enemy. Ling Yan grabbed the two ribbons in his hands and let out a long roar. Yin and Yang Qi majestically flowed along his arms, one hot and one cold. Through the ribbons, they attacked the mysterious woman violently. At the same time, Ling Yan used the dragonfish phantom ability. His figure suddenly flew back tens of meters and instantly pulled the two circling black ribbons straight. A competition of true qi, a competition of strength. This was a true barbaric way of fighting. If it was an ordinary Xiantian realm expert, even if they grabbed these two ribbons, they would have been shocked to death by the mysterious woman's strange true qi. However, Ling Yan's yin and yang qi could dispel any true qi. Even the power of lightning could be used for his own use. Needless to say, the mysterious woman's demonic technique, Ling Yan's move, was indeed effective. Even though his yin-yang qi couldn't break through the mysterious woman's true qi vortex, his strength was still there. Under the full force of his pull, the mysterious woman staggered, and her delicate body almost flew towards Ling Yun. Ling Yun, you're rotten to the core. The mysterious woman's beautiful eyes finally flashed with a trace of unconcealable nervousness. Her voice was no longer as calm as before. Because she used too much strength, her pretty face behind the black veil was already incomparably bright red. This black ribbon is not bad. Ling Yan laughed heartily. With the stellar condensation technique protecting his body, the moonlight on his body intensified. Both of his hands violently pulled again and wrapped the remaining black ribbons around his waist. Then, Ling Yan's figure began to spin rapidly as he wrapped the two black ribbons around his body. It was as if he had spun a cocoon around himself. Even though the mysterious woman's cultivation was much higher than Ling Yan's, her strength was still incomparable to Ling Yan's. She could only watch helplessly as she lost control of her body and was dragged towards Ling Yun, now, unless the mysterious woman was willing to abandon her. Two ribbons, she would be pulled into Ling Yan's arms sooner or later. However, this was the devil sect's supreme treasure, and the mysterious woman was the current holy virgin of the devil sect. How could she abandon her own treasure? Ling Yun, you're shameless. The holy virgin of the devil sect couldn't help but curse angrily. You only know now? It's too late. Ling Yan's lips curled into a smug smile as he watched the holy virgin about to enter his arms. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Ling Yan had turned into a spinning top. In order to prevent a sneak attack from the devil sect's holy virgin, he channeled the stellar condensation technique at full force. The essence of the moon turned into a bright yellow waterfall that landed on Ling Yan's body, turning him into a bright yellow shadow. The holy virgin had no choice but to get closer to Ling Yun with every spin. Soon, she was within 10 meters of Ling Yun. Ling Yun, don't force me to kill you. The holy virgin's face turned cold, and her eyes turned sharp. She channeled the heavenly demon True Qi into her arms, stopping her in her tracks. Ling Yun naturally stopped spinning as well. Come at me if you can. He smirked at the furious holy virgin. Ling Yun had finally caught the holy virgin. Even if he couldn't kill her, he would at least pull her into his arms and take a look at her veil. At the same time, he would grope her slender waist and voluptuous breasts. Humph. You asked for it. You don't have to pull me, I'll go over myself. The holy virgin of the devil sect leaped into the air and flew towards Ling Yun with her arms wide open. Heavenly demon double slash. Ling Yun was shocked to see that the holy virgin of the devil sect had a crescent blade in her hands the moment she was in the air. Powered by her sky devil True Qi, the blade spun rapidly and turned into two balls of dazzling white light. F***ck, she still has a trump card. The holy virgin wouldn't just rely on the heavenly demon belt to attack from afar. Ling Yun wasn't dumb. Ling Yun wasn't stupid. Since the holy virgin's black ribbon was a treasure, the devil's double slash in her hands wouldn't be any worse. He didn't dare to be careless and took out the devil's blade. Take this. The holy virgin of the devil sect wasn't any slower than Ling Yun. She appeared in front of Ling Yun in an instant and used the double slash of the sky demon to slash Ling Yun's body. At the same time, Ling Yun's devil's blade turned into a ball of black light and slashed at the devil sect's holy virgin. Dang 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 dang, the sound of weapons clashing rang out. One of the two people's moves was fierce and domineering, while the other was strange and cunning. They were locked in a stalemate, with no clear winner or loser. At the same time, the Holy Virgin of the Devil sect used the Sky Devil step and turned into a black shadow. She circled Ling Yun's body more than 10 times. The Holy Virgin spun in the same direction as Ling Yun did just now. That was the only way to loosen the heavenly demon belt on Ling Yun. In an instant, the two figures intertwined and separated once again. Tisk, tsk, tisk, the Holy Virgin of the Devil sect snorted and waved her arms gracefully. The Sky Demon True Chi in her body flowed continuously into the Sky Demon belt. The Sky Demon belt that had wrapped around Ling Yun's body shook violently at the same time and left Ling Yun's waist. Like countless black snakes, it spun rapidly around Ling Yun's body. The Holy Virgin of the Devil sect's control of the Sky Demon belt had reached the acme of perfection. Not good. Ling Yun was just about to succeed when the Holy Virgin of the Devil sect stopped it. He roared and reached for the Devil's belt. Ling Yun's silhouette might have been covered by the spinning black muslin, but his movements couldn't escape the eyes of the Holy Virgin. Before his hand could even touch the heavenly demon belt, it was as slippery as a mudfish and dodged his hand. Brat, you're dreaming if you think you can take advantage of me with brute force. The Holy Virgin of the Devil sect roared, and her body flew into the air once again. At the same time, she raised her arms, and the black ribbon wrapped around Ling Yun's body spiraled into the sky. Ling Yun couldn't catch it anymore. The Holy Lady from the Devil sect shook her arms again, and the demonic belt wrapped around her arms. At the same time, she waved her hands at Ling Yun. The Devil's double slash left the palms of the Devil sect's Holy Virgin at the same time and slashed at Ling Yun's neck and legs. The realm of the Devil sect's Holy Virgin was much higher than Ling Yun's. The Devil's double slash was able to withstand the Devil's blade for so many times without sustaining any damage. Ling Yun knew that this was a peerless blade. He didn't dare to take it head-on. Instead, he leaped into the air and dodged the blade below him. At the same time, he swung his blade at the blade in front of him. Unexpectedly, the Devil's double slash seemed to have eyes of its own. It didn't clash head-on with Ling Yun's Devil's blade. Instead, the spinning blade made a strange arc, bypassed the Devil's blade, and went straight for Ling Yun's neck. The other blade was 7 to 8 meters behind Ling Yun after Ling Yun dodged it. However, it flew back again because of the spinning force and slashed at Ling Yun's calf. Are you trying to murder your husband? Ling Yun roared in anger. He took a deep breath and rose into the air again. At the same time, he aimed the Devil's blade at the blade and slashed at it. Clang! This time, Ling Yun finally managed to hit the target. With a loud clang, the sharp blade was sent flying out of the room. The Holy Virgin of the Devil sect used the Sky Demon steps and turned into two shadows. She caught the Sky Demon double slash almost at the same time and landed on the ground steadily. Humph! Humph! Both of them snorted angrily at the same time when their eyes met. None of them was willing to give in to the other. It's all for naught. Ling Yun couldn't help but feel a little regretful that his brilliant plan was nullified by the Holy Virgin. The Holy Virgin had used almost all her strength to free herself. She couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. The Holy Virgin of the Devil sect would never have dreamed that Ling Yun would be so strong. It was beyond her imagination. Ling Yun stared at the two identical blades in the Holy Virgin's hands. He was speechless when he realized that they weren't damaged at all. The godly weapons on this little devil's body weren't inferior to his devil's blade at all. Little devil, you almost cried just now, didn't you? Ling Yun smirked at the Holy Virgin of the Devil sect. A man can't be considered a hero just because he's strong. Shameless. The Holy Virgin gritted her teeth in anger. She had specially read through Ling Yun's files. She only decided to investigate him personally because his surname was Ling and he looked a little cute. However, he didn't expect the fellow before him to be so powerful. Furthermore, his way of doing things was so shameless. It seemed like it would be very difficult for him to take him down alone. Boom! The Holy Virgin of the Devil sect used some kind of cultivation technique. The vortex formed by her Sky Demon True Chi suddenly expanded several times. Everything within the range of the True Chi vortex was uprooted and spun rapidly around her. Even though he was still outside of the True Chi whirlpool, he could already feel the strong suction force. He couldn't help but lean over to the Holy Virgin. F***ck, I think you're really trying to murder your husband. Ling Yun channeled his energy into his entire body as he stomped on the ground with both feet. His feet crushed the rocks beneath his feet until he lost his ankles. At the same time, he stabbed the devil's blade into the ground to stop his body from leaning forward. Brat, you're too naive. It's not that simple. The Holy Virgin of the Devil sect snorted and moved in front of Ling Yun. The sky demon dual slashes in her hands drew two strange and mysterious paths as they slashed towards Ling Yun. The moment the Holy Virgin got close to him, Ling Yun instantly felt the power of her true qi. It was filled with a suction force that made him feel like he was in the middle of a tornado. He couldn't stand still at all, and the feeling was so unbearable that he wanted to vomit blood. Ling Yun knew that he was far from the Holy Virgin of the Devil sect in terms of true qi. He didn't know how many realms they were apart. However, Ling Yun wasn't afraid at all. "Little witch, it won't be that easy for you to kill me either," he said with a smile. A cold light flashed in Ling Yun's left hand. He had already taken out the dragon vein sword and used the 9th killing technique. Shadowless kill. The dragon vein sword disappeared as soon as it appeared. The sword light disappeared into thin air, and even the shadow of the sword could not be seen. With two swishes, it tangled with the Holy Virgin's Sky Devil double slash. The two of them were fighting again. This was the first time Ling Yun couldn't gain the upper hand in terms of weapons. Both of them used their strongest techniques to fight head-on against each other. The sound of weapons clashing reverberated through the clouds. Swish! After the two of them exchanged dozens of blows, the Holy Virgin of the Devil sect leaped out of the circle again. Her pair of beautiful eyes flickered, and she panted slightly. "Brat, I didn't expect you to have so many trump cards." "Hee, same here." Ling Yun was also panting. Ling Yun couldn't stop panting. The Holy Virgin's true qi was stronger than his, so he was at a disadvantage fighting her in her true qi whirlpool. "Big brother Ling Yun, let me help you." At this moment, a delicate voice came from afar. Ling Yun turned his head and saw a graceful figure in red leaping towards them. Each leap was more than 200 meters. Her speed was incomparably fast. Xianxia was back. "Humph, that vixen is back. I still have something to do tonight. I'll deal with you later." The Holy Virgin of the Devil sect knew that she wouldn't be able to take advantage of Xianxia. She glared at Ling Yun and disappeared into the dense forest. "Her figure is even better than Xianxia's, what a pity." Ling Yun couldn't help but sigh in his heart when he saw the Devil sect's Holy Virgin leaving just like that. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. The Sky Devil double slash. It should be someone from the Devil sect. Ling Yun stood there quietly, his eyes gleaming as he looked in the direction where the Holy Virgin had disappeared. Does the Assassins organization belong to the Devil sect, or did they join the organization? Ling Yun had a certain understanding of the Assassins organization after fighting them several times. The Assassins organization was a terrifying and mysterious international assassin organization with 3 main divisions. They were the most powerful among all the underground organizations in the world. However, Ling Yun didn't know much about the Devil sect or how powerful they were. That was why he couldn't make a judgment. The Holy Virgin of the Devil sect had left. Ling Yun's biggest regret was that he hadn't gotten Xiao Mimi's whereabouts from her. However, from her tone, Xiao Mimi was definitely in the hands of the Assassins organization. Furthermore, she didn't seem to be in any danger for the time being. That was a relief to Ling Yun. Xianxia came to Ling Yun's side in a flash, but she didn't stop. She rushed past Ling Yun and into the dense forest. She only leaped back to Ling Yun after confirming that the Holy Virgin was gone. "Big brother Yun, are you alright?" Xianxia's beautiful eyes were filled with worry and anger. Ling Yun was Xianxia's sore spot. She would definitely be angry if anyone dared to harm Ling Yun. "She's gone, I'm fine." Ling Yun reached out and pulled Xianxia into his arms, grabbing her firm buttocks. He didn't get to touch the Holy Virgin, but Xianxia was his. It wouldn't be a problem even if he touched her 1,000 times. Master is bullying Xianxia again. Xianxia was worried about Ling Yun. She didn't even blush or pant after running dozens of kilometers. She blushed when Ling Yun grabbed her buttocks. "Hee, how are Tang Meng and the rest?" Ling Yun's hand climbed onto Xianxia's perky breasts. Xianxia trembled anxiously and blushed. "I used an illusion. They are safe now. That's good, let's go. Ling Yan retracted his claws and let go of Bai Xian'er's delicate body, bringing her back the way they came. A few minutes later, the two returned to the highway where they were intercepted. The luxurious cars were still there, including the Spiker C8 of the Devil Sex Holy Virgin. Ling Yan looked around with a mischievous smile. The Assassins organization is really generous. They sent me so many luxury cars at once, saving me the trouble of buying them all. If I bring them all back, it should be enough to hold a car show, right? Ling Yan muttered to himself, secretly rejoicing that he had only punctured the tires of 7 cars. Ling Yan took out his phone and gave Tang Meng a call. He asked him and Tai Xiaohu to find a way to transport all the cars back to Xianxia City. He even dared to accept the goddamn Ling Yan. His guts were really fat. Ling Yan searched the corpses of the Xiantian realm masters one by one and switched off their communication devices. Then, he stored all of them in his spatial ring. These people were the top assassins in the Assassins organization. Their communication devices were useful to Ling Yan. Then, he kicked all the corpses into a pile and got Xian'er to practice the Fire Fox Flame technique to burn the corpses into ashes. The night wind blew and the ashes disappeared. Tai Xiaohu drove the Land Rover back to Xianxia City after destroying all the corpses. He turned around on the highway and drove in the opposite direction. Without waiting for the Land Rover to come to a complete stop, Tang Meng jumped out of the car excitedly and rushed to the front of the Porsche. He patted and touched the ownerless Porsche as if he could not bear to part with it. All right, stop touching. You can pick whatever you want after we get these cars back. Ling Yan couldn't help but chide Tang Meng when he saw how eager he was. Tai Xiaohu came to Ling Yan's side and said respectfully, Big Brother Yan, I have already called the brothers from Green Dragon. They will be here soon. They were less than 80 kilometers away from Xianxia City. With Green Dragon's efficiency, it wouldn't be difficult to get all these cars back. That's weird. It's been so long, but not a single car has passed this highway. Tang Meng couldn't help but wonder. What's so weird about that? The Assassins organization is so powerful. Wouldn't it be child's play to lock down a highway at night? Ling Yan smiled. The people from Green Dragon arrived half an hour later. There were 40 to 50 of them in one go. Things were easier with more people. At this time, Ling Yan, Bai Xian'er, and Long Wu were already in the Land Rover. Long Wu looked at the excited and shocked Green Dragon members through the window. She couldn't help but ask Ling Yan worriedly, aren't you afraid that you'll attract their revenge by bringing back so many good cars from the Assassins organization? I killed all the owners of these cars. Do you think I'll be afraid of their revenge? Ling Yan smiled nonchalantly. Ling Yan had killed the top assassins of the Assassins organization right in front of the Holy Virgin of the Devil sect. He and the Assassins organization were already in a deadlock, so there was no need to worry about revenge. The 6 undamaged cars had already been driven away. Only the 7 cars with damaged tires were left. Ling Yan was finally relieved when he didn't see anyone from the Assassins organization. He called Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu back to the Land Rover. Let's leave the rest of the cars and let them think of a solution. We'll return to Xianxia now. It was almost 4 in the morning. Ling Yan didn't want to waste any more time here. He didn't feel at ease leaving Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu here. If the people from the Assassins organization really came back, Ling Yan wouldn't be willing to sacrifice 2 of his brothers' lives for a few cars. As for the brothers from Green Dragon, Ling Yan believed that even if the people from the Assassins organization came, they wouldn't be so bored as to kill ordinary people to vent their anger. Big Brother Yun, those 7 cars aren't bad. Tang Meng was a little reluctant. If you're not afraid of death, you can stay here and go back with those cars. Ling Yan glared at him and said in a low voice. Upon hearing this, Tang Meng obediently sat in the front passenger seat. Tai Xiaohu had already briefed the brothers from Green Dragon. He didn't waste any time and drove away. It was already summer, and the sun rose early. Ling Yan finally returned to Xianxia City when the sun rose. The Land Rover slowed down after entering Xianxia City. Ling Yan couldn't help but worry as he looked at the familiar roads of Xianxia City. Even though he was back, Ling Yan had a big problem as to how to settle Xian'er temporarily. She patted Ling Yan's shoulder and smiled sweetly. Ling Yan, look, big sister Xianxia doesn't have a place to stay at the moment. Let her stay with me for the time being. I'm bored alone anyway. Ling Yan's heart skipped a beat. He turned to look at Bai Xian'er. Bai Xian'er furrowed her brows and pouted her lips. She was extremely unwilling. The word no was written on her face. Xian'er isn't used to staying with others. I'll think of another way. It wasn't just Long Wu's place. Ling Yan had many other choices. He could let Bai Xian'er stay with Yao Rou or Ning Er for a few days. Of course, Lin Minghan's place was out of the question. If Ling Yan brought Bai Xian'er back, Lin Minghan would definitely flip out. Seeing that Bai Xian'er wasn't willing to stay with her, Long Wu didn't say much and just smiled faintly. Long Wu, Uncle Long must be worried sick after you've been out for more than a month. Let's send you home first. Ling Yan thought about it and decided to send Long Wu home first. What about you? Long Wu and Ling Yan had only met for less than 8 hours. Of course, she couldn't bear to part with him. Ling Yan pointed in the direction of Qingshui Wharf and smiled. I'm going home in a while. My aunt and sister are waiting anxiously at home. Long Wu naturally wouldn't object to Ling Yan going home. She gently reminded Ling Yan to be careful in case of revenge from the assassin's organization. Then, she got out of the car alone. Tai Xiaohu, you get out too. Send Long Wu home. Even though they were back in Qingshui City, Ling Yan still had to be careful. He had to ensure that Long Wu reached home safely. Tai Xiaohu nodded and got out of the car. He hailed a taxi and escorted Long Wu away. Tang Meng sat in the driver's seat and turned back to look at Ling Yan. Big brother Yun, what do we do next? Xian'er, smile. Ling Yan was busy taking pictures of Bai Xian'er for identification purposes. With Tang Meng around, Ling Yan naturally wouldn't let Bai Xian'er go through the boring procedures at the Public Security Bureau. Bai Xian'er smiled shyly, and Ling Yan captured her most beautiful moment perfectly. With a click, he captured it. In the entire world, Ling Yan was the only one who could capture a photo of Bai Xian'er. No one else could even dream about it. Let's go to the rental house. Ling Yan thought about it and decided to let Bai Xian'er stay there temporarily. She had stayed there for a period of time and was very familiar with everything. Moreover, there were almost no outsiders to disturb her. It was very suitable for Bai Xian'er. The Land Rover stopped in front of the rental house, and the three of them entered the courtyard. Because Zhuang Meifeng and Xiao Mimi disappeared at the same time, Ling Yan felt a sense of loss every time he came here. That was why he rarely came here ever since he came out from the crater. Ling Yan's expression wasn't good. Tang Meng could guess what was on Ling Yan's mind. Big brother Yun, we've rented this place for 3 months. It's almost up. Tang Meng said deliberately. The scene of them renting the house was still vivid in his mind. Everything had changed. Yeah, it's almost the end of May. There's only 1 month left. Time really flies. Ling Yan said faintly. As he spoke, he had already entered the house. He looked around the place and saw everything that Zhuang Meifeng and Xiao Mimi had prepared. Zhuang Meifeng and Xiao Mimi's voices, smiles, and expressions appeared in his mind instantly. Ling Yan really missed them. Big brother Yun, are we still renting after the college entrance exams? Not anymore. No matter how much it costs, let's just buy this place. Recommending a book, The Miracle Doctor, by Big Pot Stew, book number 2787431. The god of Big Pot Stew declared, behind every successful woman is a great man. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Big brother Yun, let's say big sister Meifeng and big sister Xiao. Bai Xian'er was very straightforward. Before she transformed, she had spent the most time with Zhuang Meifeng and Xiao Mimi. Although she couldn't speak in the past, these two beauties didn't discriminate against her even though they knew she was a vixen. Bai Xian'er knew this better than anyone else. Furthermore, on the night of the Qingming festival, Ling Yan had fought against the 4 masters of the Sun family and the 3 heaven-ranked assassins of the Assassins Organization in order to save Zhuang Meifeng. He had almost died on the spot. They had fought side by side and gone through thick and thin together. Ling Yan's eyes turned from clear to cold. He pursed his lips and nodded. Xian'er, you can stay here for a few days. In these few days, I will get your identification done as soon as possible and buy you a house. Big brother Yun, Xian'er is fine living here. There's no need to buy a house. Bai Xian'er smiled and shook her head. To Bai Xian'er, a house was nothing more than a place to live. She and Ling Yun lived in the cave on Turtle Island and were as carefree and happy as ever. Ling Yun left the rental house with Tang Meng after settling Bai Xian'er down in the Land Rover. Tang Meng, bring Xian'er food every day from now on. Ling Yun was worried that he wouldn't be able to take care of Xian'er's food when he got busy, so he gave Tang Meng an honorable but difficult task. Unexpectedly, Tang Meng, who had always been obedient to Ling Yun, was shaking his head like a rattle drum. What? Ling Yun frowned and was about to hit Tang Meng's head. Don't hit me, big brother Yun, it's not that I don't want to do this, it's just too difficult. Tang Meng raised his right hand to block. Isn't it just delivering food? What's so difficult about it? Ling Yun asked in confusion. Tang Meng said awkwardly, Big brother Yun, didn't you notice? I don't even have the courage to look at Xian'er. How would I dare to bring her food? Ling Yun frowned again. Why? Do you dislike Xian'er because she's a vixen? Or are you afraid of her? Tang Meng hurriedly shook his head. Big brother Yun, it's not that I despise her or fear her. It's just that she's too beautiful. I don't even dare to look at her. Bai Xian'er was simply too beautiful. Whether it was Tang Meng or Tai Xiaohu, they couldn't help but stare at her for a long time. Ling Yun was speechless. That was indeed the case. He scratched his head and felt that he should leave this task to Long Wu or Yao Rou. Alright, I'll find someone else to do it. You're so busy right now, I don't feel at ease leaving it to you. Ling Yun knew that Tang Meng wasn't interested in Bai Xian'er, but Bai Xian'er's beauty was beyond the comprehension of mortals. Even Ling Yun himself couldn't resist it, let alone ordinary people. Thank you, big brother Yun, for your understanding. Tang Meng wiped the sweat off his forehead. He felt that he had escaped death. You didn't rest last night. Go back and get some sleep. If there's anything, we'll talk tomorrow. Ling Yun asked Tang Meng to stop at a crossroads so that he could go back and rest. Tang Meng had not slept a wink the entire night. Indeed, he could not take it anymore. Both of them got off the car at the same time. Big brother Yun, then you, I'll return to Qingshui Wharf Villa District in a while. Ling Yu must be anxiously waiting for me. Ling Yun chuckled. It was only 6 in the morning, so Ling Yun didn't want to go home immediately. He wanted to go to the luxurious Hot Springs Manor and meet Lin Menghan first. Ling Yun got into the driver's seat. Tang Meng was about to leave when he suddenly remembered something. Big brother Yun, there's something I forgot to tell you. He said to Ling Yun impatiently. Ling Yun was in a hurry. He said impatiently, didn't we talk about it on the way here? Don't tell me about those trivial matters. Just do as you see fit. It's not trivial matters. Tang Meng scratched his head and stammered. What is it? Ling Yun asked. Big brother Yun, you said that you would only need 2 to 3 days at sea, but you went out for more than a month. Ling Yu and your aunt were worried sick about you, so they came to find me. Tang Meng gritted his teeth. Ling Yun cursed in his heart. Based on Qin Dongshua's strength, Tang Meng wouldn't be able to last a round against her. What did they say? Ling Yun felt a chill run down his spine as he asked Tang Meng. Hee hee. Tang Meng suddenly let out an awkward laugh. He shrugged his shoulders and spread his arms out. I've told you everything, he said. Ling Yun knew that it was all over with one look at Tang Meng. He couldn't help but curse Tang Meng as a traitor and look down on him. I didn't betray the enemy. Big brother Yun, you should know better than me how fierce our aunt is, right? If I didn't say anything or lied, she would let me have a taste of my meridians flowing in reverse. Do you think I should have confessed? Ling Yun felt that something was amiss. Aunt should be furious if she knew that he lied to them. Why was she so gentle on the phone? Alright, I understand now. Is there anything else? If it was a blessing, it wouldn't be a calamity. If it was a calamity, it couldn't be avoided. Ling Yan had no choice but to bite the bullet and pretend to be an obedient cat. Yes, Uncle Li Feng and my dad are waiting to see you, got it. Tell them that I'll pay them a visit in 2 days. I'm leaving. Ling Yan stepped on the accelerator, and the Land Rover disappeared into the dawn. On the way to the luxurious manor, Ling Yan gave Long Wu a call and asked her to take care of Bai Xianer. Long Wu agreed readily. After hanging up the phone, he found a place that sold breakfast and bought 2 sets of breakfast. Then, he drove towards Lin Minghan's place. Ling Yan sent a group message to Lin Minghan last night, announcing his return. Therefore, he guessed that Lin Minghan must have been so excited that she didn't sleep the whole night just to wait for his return. Ling Yan didn't call Lin Minghan. He wanted to suddenly appear in front of her and give her a big surprise. Since it was a surprise, Lin Minghan couldn't detect it. She was already at Ho Tian Realm level 9, and her 5 senses were far superior to ordinary people. She would definitely hear Ling Yan driving near the villa. Therefore, Ling Yan parked the Land Rover in a public parking lot the moment he entered the luxurious manor. Then, he locked the door and strolled leisurely to the last row of villas with breakfast in hand. Should we eat breakfast first, or should we eat Minghan first? Ling Yan had broken Lin Minghan's virginity and gone out to sea for more than a month. After Bai Xianer's transformation, she was extremely alluring and seductive. Ling Yan couldn't even imagine how hard it was to tease her. Since Bai Xianer had truly transformed into a human, it wasn't that he couldn't eat her now. Moreover, after dual cultivation with Bai Xianer, his power would definitely increase greatly. It was even possible for him to reach the Qi cultivation stage instantly. However, Ling Yan would definitely be at a disadvantage because Bai Xianer wasn't an ordinary person. She could grow. Currently, she only had 3 tails. If Ling Yan were to dual cultivate with her now, the increase in his skills would be immeasurable compared to physique tempering stage 7. However, compared to Ling Yan's future, the difference would be like the clouds and mud. According to Ling Yan's estimation, he would definitely have completed the foundation establishment stage by then if Bai Xianer had all 9 tails. Regardless of whether he was in the solitary spirit stage, golden core stage, or nascent soul stage, he would definitely be able to advance a whole realm if he started dual cultivation with Bai Xianer. This was not money, nor was it anything else. This was cultivation, it was strength, on this planet that lacked spiritual energy. As long as it was beneficial to Ling Yan's cultivation and advancement, he could endure it, wait, and endure it. Therefore, even though Bai Xianer was seductive and at Ling Yan's mercy, he could still endure it. He could use this opportunity to train his heart Dao and his willpower. Eating Bai Xianer wasn't impressive. Being able to resist her strong temptation and focus on cultivation in front of her was truly impressive. However, Ling Yan knew better than anyone how uncomfortable it was to hold it in. Fortunately, he didn't lack women. Ling Yan arrived at the last row of villas in the luxurious manor without making a sound. With his current strength, as long as he didn't want to be discovered, he could even come up behind a Xiantian realm level 1 master without being noticed. However, when Ling Yan turned the corner and glanced at the entrance of Lin Minghan's villa, his expression was no longer calm. That was because there was a very luxurious sports car parked in front of Lin Minghan's villa. Ling Yan had seen Shui Mining's Ferrari, Chao Shanshan's Lamborghini, and he had just seen the Devil Sex Holy Virgin Spiker C8. Even though he didn't know much about cars, he could tell that this luxury sports car was very expensive. This couldn't be Lin Minghan's car. It wasn't even 7 in the morning yet. Ling Yan's face darkened instantly. His eyes were as cold as a blade that had been tempered by ice and snow. With a slight shake of his body, he leaped over 100 meters and arrived in front of Lin Minghan's villa. Without hesitation, Ling Yan released his divine sense and probed the villa that Lin Minghan lived in. He didn't even need to search because Ling Yan could already hear the sounds of argument coming from inside. Are you leaving or not? I'm warning you, if you don't leave, I'll call the police right now. Lin Minghan's enraged voice could be heard from the villa. Minghan, we're already engaged. We'll get married during the Mid-Autumn Festival this year. I just happened to be in Jiangnan province for a mission, so I wanted to come and talk to you. Another man's voice came from inside the villa. This voice was very familiar to Ling Yan because he heard it last night. It was Long Tianjiao's voice. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Ling Yan scanned with his divine sense and found a man in his mid-twenties sitting on the sofa in the living room of Lin Minghan's villa. He was tall and straight, with fair skin and an imposing appearance. His eyes carried a natural arrogance and disdain. It was Long Tianjiao. Wasn't Long Tianjiao the deputy team leader of the Huaxia Condor team? Why was he in Lin Minghan's villa? Wait, they're already engaged. They're getting married on the Mid-Autumn Festival? F***ck, Long Tianjiao is Lin Minghan's fiancé. Ling Yan felt a gush of hot blood gushing out from his dantian and rushing directly to the top of his head. He was so angry that he almost kicked the door open and rushed in. Suddenly, he felt that there was a green light above his head. But on second thought, that wasn't right. Lin Minghan's first time was completely given to him. Long Tianjiao should be the one glowing with green light. Thinking of this, Ling Yan couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. He suddenly understood why Lin Minghan had suddenly returned and offered herself to him. So this was the reason. I knew it. According to Lin Minghan's character, she should have waited for me to propose marriage to her. She would only offer herself to me after there was progress between the two of us. Ling Yan was secretly amused, but at the same time, he was extremely proud of himself. This was such a huge advantage that he could even wake up from his dreams with a smile. Hee, your fiancé? Stop dreaming. How dare you snatch Big Brother Yan's woman? I'll cut off your toy to carry on the family line. Ling Yan calmed down. He wasn't in a hurry to go in. He wanted to see what Long Tianjiao had to say. Lin Minghan didn't sit down at all. She stood far away from Long Tianjiao, close to the dining room. The two of them were at least 10 meters apart. Her beautiful face was filled with shame and anger as she said angrily, "That's right, the Lin family and the Long family have an engagement. Don't worry, as long as the Mid-Autumn Festival is here, I, Lin Minghan, will definitely fulfill the engagement and marry you. However, we are only engaged now, not married yet. Aren't you going too far by barging into my house so early in the morning?" Lin Minghan's fairy-like face turned red as her chest heaved up and down. Her eyebrows were furrowed and her eyes were wide open. It was obvious that she was furious. Ling Yan thought to himself, what a silly woman. How many times have you been under my body? You're still thinking about fulfilling the engagement and letting this bullshit T Long Tianjiao wear a green hat. Dream on. However, from the looks of it, Lin Minghan's performance was still very good. Ling Yan was very satisfied and cheered for his woman in his heart. Long Tianjiao sat calmly on the sofa, looking at Lin Minghan from afar. His heart was filled with excitement and shock. Long Tianjiao was excited because Lin Minghan was too beautiful. She was like the incarnation of a goddess. Even though she was wearing loose casual clothes, her perky breasts still stretched the loose casual clothes tightly. They were tall and perky, making one drool with desire. However, other than excitement, Long Tianjiao was even more shocked that Lin Minghan was now at Hotian Realm Level 9. That was because he had met Lin Minghan before and knew that she had never practiced Huaxia ancient martial arts. Her body was only very healthy because she was in the special forces. What kind of miracle pill did Lin Minghan take to reach Hotian Realm Level 9 in one go in such a short period of time? Even Long Tianjiao from the #1 secular family in Huaxia, the Long family, had never seen or heard of such a terrifying transformation from Lin Minghan. What other miracle pill could it be? Dual cultivation, of course, Ling Yan's yin-yang harmony balance, the strong yin qi in his body, and Lin Minghan's pure yin physique. It was very normal for her to reach Hotian Realm Level 9 in one night. However, Long Tianjiao didn't think too much about it. He couldn't tell that Lin Minghan was no longer a virgin. Long Tianjiao felt that he had gotten a great bargain. Minghan must have had a miraculous encounter. This way, my position in the Long family will rise to another level. Heaven is on my side. Long Tianjiao didn't care about Lin Minghan's anger and threats at all. Minghan, you're wrong to say that. Actually, you should know that in Huaxia, an engagement is basically a marriage. Moreover, both the Long family and the Lin family are real nobles in Huaxia. As long as you marry me, the Lin family's position in Huaxia will be even more stable. Therefore, even though we're engaged, it's no different from marriage. Isn't it just a few days later? Long Tianjiao was proud. The position of the Long family in Huaxia meant that he wouldn't compromise on anything. Of course, he had selectively forgotten the scene of him being suppressed by Ling Yun last night. Lin Minghan's body trembled with anger. Ling Yan hadn't returned from the sea for a long time, and she had been worried about him day and night. Every day felt like a year. She had finally waited for Ling Yun to come back. She had thought that the two of them would make love to each other after Ling Yun returned. She didn't expect Long Tianjiao to come looking for her at this time and refuse to leave. If this was discovered by Ling Yun, wouldn't she be unable to explain herself? She wouldn't be able to clear her name even if she jumped into the Yellow River. An engagement is an engagement, and a marriage is a marriage. Before we get married, I hope you can respect my privacy and freedom. Now, please leave my house immediately. Lin Menghan saw that the sun was already out. She didn't want to waste any more time with Long Tianjiao, so she directly asked him to leave. Long Tianjiao knew that his engagement with Lin Menghan was actually because he fancied Lin Menghan's beauty. Coincidentally, the Long family needed the support of the Lin family's military. That was why the upper echelons of the Long family agreed to his proposal to marry Lin Menghan. This engagement was more than 90% political. Long Tianjiao was naturally willing, but Lin Menghan didn't have any feelings for him. Long Tianjiao was born in the Long family, so he had seen too many political marriages. It didn't matter to him whether a couple had feelings for each other or not. He, Long Tianjiao, had whatever he wanted. He was considered to have a high status in the younger generation of the Long family. He was the nouveau riche of the nouveau riche in Beijing. Of course, he didn't lack women, so, what did Long Tianjiao want? Of course, it wasn't just a beautiful Lin Menghan. He wanted status in the family. The Lin family had 3 generals and was one of the most powerful forces in the Huaxia military. The Lin family supported the Long family in their marriage, but they would definitely support Long Tianjiao first. That was because he was Lin Menghan's husband. He was the son-in-law of the Lin family. Without feelings, Long Tianjiao would cultivate feelings. He was extremely confident that with his family background, his Xiantian realm level 1, his dignified appearance, and his identity as the deputy leader of the Huaxia Condor team, wouldn't he be able to make Lin Menghan fall in love with him? Menghan, don't be in such a hurry to chase me away. Do you know that I'm already the deputy team leader of the Huaxia Condor team? I came to Jiangnan this time to carry out a mission. I can only stay in Xianxia City for 3 days at most. I used a lot of my connections to find you here. You should understand my feelings for you. Long Tianjiao was also very good with women. He started to lower his stance and launched a gentle attack on Lin Menghan. Ling Yan sneered in his heart after hearing Long Tianjiao's words. How could his woman be coaxed so easily? However, Long Tianjiao was able to express his extraordinary status, his painstaking efforts to find Lin Menghan, and his feelings for Lin Menghan with just a few words. He could be considered a very capable person. Please save these words for later. I don't want to hear a single word from you now. Indeed, Lin Menghan was still cold and distant. She wasn't moved by Long Tianjiao's words at all. Her heart was filled with Ling Yun now. How could she be in the mood to listen to Long Tianjiao's sweet words? Long Tianjiao was very narcissistic. He instinctively thought that Lin Menghan was pretending. All her indifference was to elevate her position in his heart in the future. Menghan, don't treat our marriage as a political marriage. I admit that the younger generation of big families like us can't make our own decisions about our marriages. There are more or less political factors involved. However, you must believe that I, Long Tianjiao, love you, really. Long Tianjiao continued to confess. Long Tianjiao looked very affectionate. His tone was extremely gentle. However, Lin Menghan was so angry that she covered her ears with her hands. She didn't wait for Long Tianjiao to finish his sentence before she interrupted him. Stop talking. Are you leaving or not? If you don't leave, I'll call the police right now. No matter how good Long Tianjiao's temper was, he couldn't help but furrow his brows. He changed his gentleness and took out the manliness of a man. Menghan, isn't it wrong of you to be so heartless? I can tell you clearly that even if we don't talk about the Long family, just based on my identity as the deputy team leader of the Huaxia Condor team, who in the entire Xianxia city would dare to criticize me? Long Tianjiao smiled proudly and lay back on the sofa leisurely. The more you act like this, the more I won't leave today. It just so happens that I don't have any important tasks today. You can call the police if you want. I'll let you see who would dare to touch the whiskers of the tiger when I'm flirting with my fiancé. You. Lin Menghan was even more furious when she saw that Long Tianjiao was acting shamelessly. Humph. Alright, you're not leaving? I'll leave if you're not leaving. Lin Menghan knew how powerful the Long family was. She couldn't do anything to Long Tianjiao. There was no use in being angry. She didn't care about anything else and was about to rush out of the door. Long Tianjiao chuckled and stood up from the sofa. I'll accompany you today. I'll follow you wherever you go, he said calmly. Long Tianjiao realized that normal methods wouldn't work, so he started to pester Lin Menghan. Just as Lin Menghan was about to burst into tears, she heard a lazy voice coming from outside the courtyard. Oh? You'll follow me wherever I go? It's not good to pester my woman like that, right? Lin Menghan and Long Tianjiao's expressions changed at the same time. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Plop. Lin Menghan's brain buzzed when she heard Ling Yan's voice. Her blood rushed to her head, and her face turned pale. Her delicate body tensed up like a bow before collapsing to the ground. Lin Menghan desperately chased Long Tianjiao away because she was worried that Ling Yan would suddenly return. If Ling Yan saw a handsome man in her house so early in the morning, then, what would Ling Yan think? What would he think of Lin Menghan? That was only one of the reasons. What was worse was that the other man in the room was Long Tianjiao. He was the fiancé who had given her family a betrothal gift and was engaged to Lin Menghan. One was the man whom she had given her virginity to, and the other was the fiancé whom she was about to marry. These two men actually bumped into each other at such a critical moment. From Ling Yan's point of view, Lin Menghan was naturally his woman. However, he had been out for more than a month, and the first thing he saw was her and her fiancé in the house. This was no different from catching them in bed, but from Long Tianjiao's point of view. Long Tianjiao was Lin Menghan's fiancé, the hedonistic young master of the Long family in Beijing. He had worked so hard to find his girlfriend, only to find out that his future wife had already become someone else's woman. That must not be a good feeling. There was only one voice echoing in Lin Menghan's mind. It's over, it's all over. Lin Menghan knew that she had screwed everything up, but she didn't care about her reputation. The most important thing in her mind was Ling Yan's safety, who was Long Tianjiao. He was the pride of the Long family in Beijing and the deputy leader of the Huaxia Condor team. Any one of these two identities would be enough to crush Ling Yan. In the end, he found out that his fiancée had been taken advantage of by someone else, and the hat on his head had turned green. He might even kill Ling Yan on the spot. What about Ling Yan? Didn't she kill the man she loved? Lin Menghan fell to the ground, her face pale. The thoughts in her mind changed in an instant, and she even had the thought of dying. Long Tianjiao's expression changed as well. His face turned ashen, and his eyes turned red. He gritted his teeth and glared at Lin Menghan with a contorted face. It was all because of the words, "Pester my woman like this" outside the courtyard. Lin Menghan, someone else's woman? This? It didn't matter if this sentence was true or not. As long as someone dared to say such a thing, Long Tianjiao wouldn't be able to take it. His fiancée had actually become someone else's woman? This was a great humiliation to Long Tianjiao. This was the hatred of stealing his wife. No wonder Lin Menghan chased him away no matter what he said. She snuck out of her house, saying that she was going to relax, but she was actually going to Qingshui City to have a private date with a man. Long Tianjiao felt the blood rushing to his head, and he clenched his fists so hard that his knuckles cracked. He swore that no matter who it was, he would make that person regret saying those words and regretting coming to this world. The door was unlatched. Ling Yan pushed it lightly and walked into the courtyard. He wasn't in a hurry. He put one hand in his pocket and the other carried 2 sets of breakfast. Ling Yan's divine sense enveloped the entire living room. He could see everything that happened after he said those words. He couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Lin Menghan's reaction was too much. Ling Yan thought to himself. Since you stood your ground and vowed to be loyal to me, I won't hit you. At most, I'll punish you a little. Ling Yan walked slowly into the living room. He didn't display any of his strength. He frowned and glanced at Long Tianjiao before turning to look at Lin Menghan, who was sitting on the floor. Old Ling. Ling Yun. Why you're back? Lin Minghan's back was drenched in cold sweat. Her beautiful face was a little green, and her lips trembled. She wanted to call Ling Yun hubby, but she couldn't bring herself to do so with Long Tianjiao in the living room. She swallowed the word old back into her stomach. Ling Yun finally frowned slightly. He glared at Lin Minghan and roared, "What did you call me?" Ling. Lin Minghan trembled in fear. Her heart was in her throat as she said nervously, Ling, Ling Yun snorted and walked past the dumbfounded Long Tianjiao. Ling Yun didn't care about him at all. How did you call me before? Ling Yun came to Lin Minghan's side, but he didn't help her up. Instead, he stood there and asked. Old. Hubby. This was probably the most difficult and shameful Lin Minghan had ever called him hubby since she gave her body to Ling Yun. She called another man hubby in front of her fiancé. Even though this man did possess her body, Lin Minghan was too ashamed to show her face. If there was a hole in the ground beside Lin Minghan, she would definitely jump into it without hesitation. That's more like it. Come, why are you sitting on the ground when it's so cold? Get up. Ling Yun was proud. He knew that Long Tianjiao was already trembling with anger, but he didn't care. He bent over and stretched out his right arm to pull Lin Minghan up. Seeing Ling Yun's hand pass through her back and purposely press on her right breast, Lin Minghan's body trembled as a strange feeling of extreme shame spread throughout her body. She couldn't help but let out a soft moan as her body fell into Ling Yun's embrace. Lin Minghan's beautiful black hair cascaded down like a waterfall, covering her flushed face. She lowered her head and didn't dare to look at the two men in the room. Forget it, I'll leave it to fate. If Long Tianjiao really wants to harm Ling Yun, I'll die to prove my sincerity. I'll do anything as long as he lets Ling Yun off. Lin Minghan's entire body was numb. She couldn't help it. Ling Yun's hand on her right breast wasn't obedient at all. Even though it wasn't noticeable, it was very rhythmic. His technique was very familiar, and he knew exactly where Lin Minghan's most sensitive spot was. Lin Minghan couldn't take it at all. What a wonderful moment it would have been if Long Tianjiao hadn't come today. However, the current situation only made Lin Minghan feel ashamed and unable to show her face. Long Tianjiao was enraged by Ling Yun's actions and arrogant expression. He was on the verge of going berserk. If not for the fact that he was a member of the Condor team, he wouldn't have been able to do anything to ordinary people. Long Tianjiao should have been able to notice Ling Yun's sudden appearance outside the courtyard with his Xiantian realm level 1 cultivation. Unfortunately, he didn't. Long Tianjiao thought that Ling Yun was a top-notch expert, but he realized that he was wrong after Ling Yun took 2 steps in. Ling Yun was just an ordinary person who didn't know martial arts. Given Ling Yun's current strength, it was impossible for an ordinary Xiantian realm expert to see through his cultivation if he didn't want others to. Long Tianjiao thought that he might have been so focused on confessing to Lin Minghan that he neglected the situation outside the courtyard. That was why he didn't notice Ling Yun's arrival. Long Tianjiao's face had already turned purple. Brat, do you know who you're hugging? He asked with narrowed eyes. Brat, do you know who you're hugging? Ling Yun raised his head and looked at Long Tianjiao as though he was looking at an idiot. Of course I know, I'm hugging my woman. How many times have I told you? Didn't you hear her calling me hubby just now? Ling Yun lowered his head and smiled. Am I right, wifey? At the same time, he exerted strength in his right hand and pinched Lin Minghan's right breast hard. Lin Minghan's upper body instantly went numb. She couldn't help but moan as she clamped her arms together. Did you see that? I called her wifey, and she agreed. Ling Yun laughed at the furious Long Tianjiao. Brat, you've got guts. However, do you know the consequences of your actions? Long Tianjiao looked at his fiancée, who had chased him away coldly just a moment ago. Now that this man was here, she was so scared that she sat on the ground and snuggled into Ling Yun's arms, allowing him to do whatever he wanted. He had long been blinded by anger and jealousy. Rules and regulations were all thrown out the window. He was prepared to cripple Ling Yun first. Right in front of him, Ling Yun was grabbing the edge of the green hat with both hands and firmly putting it on his head. Oh? I'm in my woman's house, hugging my own woman, and you, an outsider, barged in for no reason. Not only are you pestering my wife, but you're also showing off in front of me. Do you know the consequences of your actions? Ling Yan retorted with a cold smile. Humph. Sharp-tongued, twisting logic. How dare a gigolo like you talk nonsense in front of me, Long Tianjiao? Long Tianjiao snorted and appeared in front of Ling Yan. He raised his palm and slapped Ling Yan's face. Ling Yan was already a dead man in Long Tianjiao's eyes. However, he didn't want Ling Yan to die so easily. He wanted to torture Ling Yan to death with all his methods. Lin Menghan didn't expect Long Tianjiao to hit her so suddenly. She screamed in fear. Get out! Ling Yan sneered as he raised his left hand and swung it at Long Tianjiao's face. Even though he started later, he arrived first. Pa! The slap landed squarely on Long Tianjiao's face, sending him flying towards the door like a kite with a broken string. Gotcha! Long Tianjiao broke a door frame and fell heavily into the courtyard. He didn't know what he hit, but there was a loud clang. F***ck, I broke a door frame and 2 flower pots. You have to compensate me tenfold. Ling Yan shook his wrist. The slap was quite heavy, and he almost shook his wrist. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. The temperature in the living room dropped by more than 10 degrees. It turned out that Lin Menghan screamed in fear when Long Tianjiao attacked Ling Yan. However, she was worried that Ling Yan would get hurt, so she activated the Arctic ice technique subconsciously. At the same time, Lin Menghan jumped out from Ling Yan's arms and raised her slender hands to block Long Tianjiao's palm. Of course, she missed because Long Tianjiao had already been slapped away by Ling Yan. What a good wife who knows how to dote on someone. Ling Yan was extremely satisfied with Lin Menghan's performance and couldn't help but praise her in his heart. From Ling Yan's point of view, Lin Menghan might be silly sometimes, but she was so silly that she was cute. Lin Menghan was the kind of woman who was extremely principled and stubborn. She was like that even when she was doing a small undercover mission, not to mention that she had already given her body to Ling Yan. Now that Long Tianjiao hit her man, she naturally had to side with Ling Yan. Hubby, why did you hit him? Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Lin Menghan watched as Long Tianjiao flew towards her, only to be slapped away in the blink of an eye. She couldn't help but stare at Ling Yan in disbelief. Long Tianjiao was flying towards her, only to be slapped away in the blink of an eye. Yes, I hit him. Is he the only one who can hit me and I can't hit him? Why, do you feel sorry for him? Ling Yan knew that Lin Menghan was 100% on his side, but he still put on a cold and angry face and said with a straight face. Ling Yan felt that there was something wrong with Lin Menghan's way of doing things. She didn't know how to think, and they were far from reaching the level of a husband and wife following each other. He had to brainwash Lin Menghan and educate her properly. Since when did I feel sorry for him? How can you say that about me? Lin Menghan was indeed a straightforward person. She didn't notice the mischievous look in Ling Yan's eyes and the smirk at the corner of his mouth. Lin Menghan was shocked by Ling Yan's strength. She never imagined that Ling Yan could send Long Tianjiao flying with a single slap. Secondly, of course, he was worried for Ling Yan. Ling Yan was fearless and domineering. He didn't even ask who the other party was before beating them up. If the Long family decided to take revenge on him in the future, there would be no place for Ling Yan in this world. As for how the relationship between the Long family and her Lin family would develop after this incident, Lin Menghan did not have the mood to think about it at the moment. Since you don't feel heartache, then shut up. Ling Yan said coldly without batting an eyelid. Hubby, don't be angry, it's not what you think. Lin Menghan's heart trembled when she saw the expression on Ling Yan's face. She knew that Ling Yan must have misunderstood. Ling Yan hadn't returned for a month. The moment he returned, he trapped her and Long Tianjiao at home. A man and a woman were alone in a room early in the morning. Lin Menghan knew that Long Tianjiao had just arrived in the morning, but what if Ling Yan thought that he hadn't left the entire night? To Lin Menghan, this was a grave injustice. She felt that she wouldn't be able to clear her name even if she jumped into the Yellow River now. Of course, she didn't know that Ling Yan had already met Long Tianjiao in the East Sea last night. She also didn't know that Ling Yan had been standing outside the villa for half a day and heard everything clearly. Even Long Tianjiao didn't notice Ling Yan appearing outside the villa, let alone Lin Menghan. Humph. I'll give you a chance to explain yourself, but not now. There are outsiders here. As the saying goes, teach your son in front of you, but lecture your wife behind your back. Ling Yan wanted to take the opportunity to teach Lin Menghan a lesson, but he had to get Long Tianjiao out of here first. Lin Menghan thought that Ling Yan had really misunderstood. She was flustered and aggrieved. She hated Long Tianjiao even more. She could only bite her lips and nod timidly. However, Ling Yan called Long Tianjiao an outsider. It was obvious that he still treated her as family. That gave Lin Menghan some hope. Let's go out and take a look. Ling Yan loved to see Lin Menghan's pitiful and aggrieved look. She looked like a little wife who had done something wrong. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold back his laughter, so he pulled Lin Menghan out of the courtyard. Long Tianjiao was stunned. Ling Yan didn't use his full strength in that slap, but it was at least 70%. Long Tianjiao didn't expect an ordinary person like Ling Yan to have such strength. He was caught off guard and was hit so hard that he couldn't think straight. Long Tianjiao was indeed one of the best of his generation in the Long family. He had the demeanor of a noble family in terms of martial arts, knowledge, etiquette, and demeanor. His life had been smooth sailing for the past 20 years. He had just become the deputy team leader of the Huaxia Condor team and was engaged to Lin Menghan. It was the proudest moment of his life. However, he didn't expect to meet an arrogant and mysterious master on his first mission in the East Sea. Not only could he not bring the mysterious master back to the Condor team for questioning, but he was also slapped into the sea by the third young mistress of the Qin family. He was so intimidated by the other party that he didn't even dare to breathe. His mission was a complete failure. Right now, the third miss of the Qin family, Qin Jianrou, was still recuperating in a hospital in Wenzhou. He had also received a new mission from the Long family. He was asked to come to Xianxia City to investigate why Sun Tianbiao and his men were completely wiped out. Lei Sheng, the leader of the Condor team, was already used to seeing members of the Condor team receiving secret orders from their families. He couldn't afford to offend these nouveau riches, so he could only turn a blind eye and pretend not to know anything, letting nature take its course. Long Tianjiao took a helicopter from the surveillance ship and landed in Xianxia City. He didn't investigate the Sun family immediately. Instead, he used his authority to look for his fiancée, Lin Menghan. Therefore, he came to Lin Menghan happily, hoping to improve the relationship between the two of them. He never imagined that his fiancée, Lin Menghan, had already become someone else's woman. Furthermore, it was obvious that the two of them had already consummated their marriage. He was already very angry because he failed his mission. Now that his fiancée had slept with an ordinary person, he, the nouveau riche of the Long family, had become a cuckold in the blink of an eye. He couldn't wait to tear Ling Yan apart. If Long Tianjiao knew that the person who caused him to fail his mission and stole his wife was Ling Yan, it wouldn't be as simple as tearing Ling Yan apart. But what made him completely dumbfounded was that although he, a Xiantian master, had made the first move, his palm hadn't even touched the other person's hair when he was slapped by this ordinary person. It would be strange if he wasn't stunned. His first mission was a complete failure. His fiancée, who had just gotten engaged, was taken advantage of by someone else. Now, he was slapped by his rival in love. Misfortune never came singly for Long Tianjiao. Long Tianjiao was still sitting on the floor when Ling Yan walked out of the living room with Lin Menghan in his arms. He was seeing stars. Listen up, I don't know who you are, and I don't care who you are. You trespassed on my house, harassed my wife, and even hit me. So I'm going to teach you a lesson today. Also, Lin Menghan is already my woman, my wife. If you dare to pester her again, I'll take your life. Ling Yan stood on the steps of the villa with Lin Menghan in his arms. He didn't walk down. That was an absolute overbearing warning. What was the Long family? What was the Condor team? What was the engagement? Ling Yan ignored all of them. His woman was his. There was no room for discussion. What was the point of training if he couldn't even protect his own woman? Wouldn't that be a waste of time? Long Tianjiao only felt that his entire face was swollen. He couldn't feel the pain anymore. His face and scalp were numb. He shook his head violently and stood up like a carp doing a carp flip. I'll kill you. Long Tianjiao roared and rushed towards Ling Yan like a mad tiger. Just you? Scram! Ling Yan sneered in disdain. He waited for Long Tianjiao to come in front of him before sending him flying with a kick. Woo! Long Tianjiao was sent flying out of the courtyard by Ling Yan's kick. He broke countless leaves and branches before finally landing on a large tree branch. Hubby! Lin Menghan couldn't help but want to console Ling Yan. She didn't know how the future would be resolved. Even though it was a political marriage and the Long family was threatening the Lin family, the marriage between the two families was set. It was true that she did it for love, but it was indeed wrong. Shut up. I haven't settled the score with you yet. Ling Yan reprimanded Lin Menghan in a low voice and left the courtyard in a flash, arriving under the tree. Stop pretending to be dead, come down, Ling Yan smiled and raised his head. He was very clear about his own strength. The Long family was different from the Sun family and the Chen family. Although Ling Yan's strength had increased greatly, he did not want to be at odds with the Long family. Long Tianjiao was at Xiantian realm level 1. His conception and governing meridians had long been opened. He wasn't dead because Ling Yun didn't kill him. He was just angry and humiliated. Long Tianjiao had suffered a slap and a kick. He had long understood that his love rival wasn't an ordinary person, but an expert among experts. He didn't even have a chance to retaliate in front of him. What else could he do if he wasn't strong enough? He could only bear with it. Long Tianjiao gritted his teeth and flew down from the tree with a face full of humiliation. Do you dare to tell me your name? Long Tianjiao's eyes were spewing fire, but he didn't go forward to fight Ling Yun. He would remember this slap and kick in his heart. Actually, Lin Menghan had said Ling Yan's name once in the living room. However, Lin Menghan's teeth were chattering, and Long Tianjiao was too enraged to pay attention to what Lin Menghan said. He didn't care to know the name of an ordinary person. Ordinary people were no different from ants in the eyes of Long Tianjiao. Didn't you hear me clearly? I'm Ling Yun. Ling Yun smiled faintly. What? Long Tianjiao heard it clearly this time. He fell to the ground with a thud. Long Tianjiao was sent to Qingshui City by the Long family not only to investigate Sun Tianbiao but also to receive another secret order from the Long family. If you meet Ling Yun, try your best to be on his good side. Do not offend him. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Ling Yun. Which Ling Yun? Long Tianjiao fell to the ground. The side of his face that wasn't swollen from Ling Yun's slap was pale as a sheet. He raised his head with difficulty and asked in disbelief. Ling Yan was surprised to see Long Tianjiao so frightened after hearing his name. Was his current name really that scary? Ling Yan thought to himself, is my current name really that scary? Long Tianjiao must have heard of his name somewhere. A name popped up in Ling Yan's mind, Long Tianyu. On the night of Shui Mining's birthday, Ling Yan had pretended to be a pig to eat the tiger. He had trampled on Li Yumin from the Li family, Long Tianyu from the Long family, and Hu Xiaobai from the Miracle Physician Valley. His heaven-defying performance had shocked everyone, including the three nouveau riches. It was impossible for Long Tianyu not to report this matter to the elders in his family. That should be the reason. Ling Yan thought to himself. In fact, Ling Yan was really wrong. The Long family was huge and had a deep foundation. Even though it was known as the first secular family in Huaxia, its foundation was even more profound than many ancient families and hidden sects. Because the Long family was so huge, there were many direct descendants and collateral descendants. Even though they were all of the same seniority, there were still those who were born of the first wife and those who were born of the second wife. The various branches within the clan were also divided into many factions. Between the factions, for the sake of their own interests and resources, there had always been open and veiled strife, mutual strife, and disputes between the factions had never ceased. Even though Long Tianyu and Long Tianjiao were both from the Tian generation and were cousins, Long Tianyu was the son of a concubine while Long Tianjiao was the son of a legitimate wife. Even though they both belonged to the Long family, they belonged to different factions. It could be seen from this point that Long Tianyu wanted to propose marriage to Shui Mining more than a month ago, but Long Tianjiao asked his family to set a marriage agreement with Shui Mining. The difference was as clear as the lice on the monk's head. Miracle Dr. Shui might have been the #1 miracle doctor in Huaxia and an expert at Xiantian realm level 1, but he was no longer a caretaker. He lived in seclusion in Qingshui City for the rest of his life. His only son, Xianxia, inherited his legacy, but he was only doing business with his medical skills and Miracle Dr. Shui's connections. When it came to Shui Mining's generation, Shui Mining was the only girl left. As long as Shui Mining got married in the future, all of the Shui family's assets would naturally fall into the hands of others. But what about Lin Menghan? Although the Lin family didn't have a single ancient martial artist, they had 3 generals. Lin Menghan's grandfather was a famous general in the Huaxia army and was once the commander-in-chief of the military. Lin Menghan's father was the commander of a certain army in China. As for her uncle, he was 1 rank higher than her father. The Lin family's status in China was obvious. It could be said that Lin Menghan was the real 3rd generation of the military. If Long Tianjiao could marry Lin Menghan, the Long family would definitely receive the support of the Lin family. That would be like adding wings to a tiger. The Long family's position in the Huaxia world would be impregnable. The Long family was good at planning and balance. That was why they could stand tall in the forest of all the big families in Huaxia. They controlled the center of Huaxia for thousands of years without falling. Miracle Dr. Shui might be able to use his magical medical skills to cure hundreds or thousands of people, but there were tens of thousands of tigers and wolves in an army. The influence of the Shui family couldn't be compared to the Lin family. Similarly, Long Tianyu's position in the Long family couldn't be compared to Long Tianjiao's. Within the Long family, Long Tianyu and Long Tianjiao belonged to different factions. Even within the same faction, there was competition between brothers, let alone different factions. After Long Tianyu returned to the Long family in Beijing, he reported to the elders above him. However, he reported to the elders of his own faction. Given his status, he couldn't come into contact with the core members of the Long family. On the other hand, the secret order that Long Tianjiao received was from the core members of the Long family. It had nothing to do with Long Tianyu. If you meet Ling Yun, try your best to be on good terms with him. Don't offend him. Of course, there was a deeper reason behind it, but Long Tianjiao had no right to ask. He only had to follow the family's secret order. Ling Yun didn't understand the Long family. Of course, he didn't know the complicated relationship within. He couldn't help but laugh when he saw Long Tianjiao's stunned expression. Which Ling Yun could it be? It's me, Ling Yun. There might be many people named Ling Yun in Huaxia, but there aren't many who could beat you up so badly in just 2 moves, right? Long Tianjiao was defeated by Ling Yun in both the battlefield and in love. Ling Yun wouldn't be courteous to him and would say whatever he wanted to say. Indeed, there weren't many of them. Even if there were, they probably wouldn't dare to touch Long Tianjiao after knowing his identity. Long Tianjiao was tongue-tied. He looked at Ling Yun with a pale face for a long time. Suddenly, his face turned ashen, and he hung his head dejectedly. The Long family told Long Tianjiao to be on good terms with them and not to offend them. Of course, this person couldn't be an ordinary person. There were even fewer people who could beat a Xiantian realm level 1 expert like him to the point where he couldn't even retaliate. If this Ling Yun in front of him wasn't the person in the family's secret order to be on good terms with him, who could it be? Long Tianjiao hung his head low. His heart was filled with hope, but his mind was alive again. Ling Yun had a grudge against Long Tianjiao for stealing his wife and humiliating him. Did Long Tianjiao hate Ling Yun? Of course, he hated Ling Yun to the core. He wanted nothing more than to peel off Ling Yun's skin, pull out his tendons, and kick his head off like a ball. However, he couldn't beat Ling Yun. He had no other choice but to swallow his anger. Originally, he had asked for Ling Yun's name because he was prepared to swallow his anger and find his brothers and friends after leaving. He might even ask for the help of the Dragon Team and Heavenly Team to tear Ling Yun into 1,000 pieces and regain his face. Lin Menghan had long become Ling Yun's woman. Long Tianjiao's pride wouldn't allow him to marry her even if she couldn't marry Ling Yun. He, Long Tianjiao, had plenty of women. However, Long Tianjiao had to get his revenge no matter what, but now, after hearing Ling Yun's name and confirming Ling Yun's identity, Long Tianjiao didn't want to think that way anymore. This was the first time Long Tianjiao had heard of someone who could make the core members of the Long family issue such a secret order. The Long family could use half negotiation and half coercion to get Long Tianjiao and Lin Menghan engaged. But what about Ling Yun? They could only try their best to befriend him and not offend him. Long Tianjiao might not be able to defeat Ling Yun, but that was because Ling Yun's strength was too terrifying. That didn't mean that Long Tianjiao was an ignorant and incompetent person. He was different from Sun Xing from the Sun family. On the contrary, he was undoubtedly one of the best among the younger generation of the Long family. Otherwise, he wouldn't be qualified to be the deputy team leader of the Huaxia Condor team. One was the Lin family, and the other was Ling Yun. Long Tianjiao knew which was more important even with his but. What was the Lin family compared to a Xiantian realm master who could beat him up? What was Lin Menghan compared to his future position in the Long family? Women. Long Tianjiao had played with many beauties before. He, Long Tianjiao, had slept with countless virgins. Long Tianjiao made a prompt decision to give up Lin Menghan and please Ling Yun. Since Lin Menghan and Ling Yun were in love, and he had to befriend Ling Yun, why not do him a favor? Long Tianjiao suddenly realized that the slap and kick from Ling Yun were really worth it. That was the education of the Long family for the younger generation. Family first, interests first. In front of the interests of the family, everything could be ignored. Long Tianjiao suddenly floated up from the ground. He lifted his hand gently and pretended to pat the dust off his body as if nothing had happened. He tidied up his clothes in an elegant manner. Then, Long Tianjiao raised his head and looked at Ling Yun with a fawning smile on his face. The way he looked at Ling Yun was as if he was looking at his own blood brother. Ling Yun was bewildered by Long Tianjiao's sudden change. What was with Long Tianjiao's gaze? Was he mad? Long Tianjiao wiped the blood off the corner of his mouth and cupped his fists at Ling Yun. I'm Long Tianjiao from the Long family in Beijing. I've heard a lot about you, Ling Yun. I didn't expect to meet you here today. It's really a pleasure to meet you. Long Tianjiao's tone and eyes were extremely sincere. It was as if they had known each other for a long time and had nothing to do with what happened just now. It could be said that Long Tianjiao's move was extremely powerful. The speed at which he changed his expression, especially after experiencing the rage and humiliation just now, made him forget everything in an instant. Even the other nouveau riches of the Long family wouldn't be able to do this. To put it nicely, a man knew when to bow and submit. To put it bluntly, he was unscrupulous to achieve his own goals. Not only was he ruthless to his enemies, but he was even more ruthless to himself. Only when one had reached the pinnacle of honey-tongued would one be able to do what Long Tianjiao did. Ling Yun was a little puzzled by Long Tianjiao's words. However, Ling Yun had seen many more unbelievable scenes than this. He remained calm and smiled faintly. Oh? So you're from the Long family in Beijing. Let's skip the pleasantries. What's the matter? Ling Yun wanted to see what Long Tianjiao had up his sleeves. Long Tianjiao turned his head slightly to look at Lin Menghan, who had already walked out of the villa. Since Brother Ling has heard of the Long family, I won't beat around the bush. Everything that happened today was just a beautiful misunderstanding. Long Tianjiao said sincerely. Ling Yun sneered in his heart. Long Tianjiao continued, I, Long Tianjiao, am a direct descendant of the Long family. I'm 25 years old this year. Some things are beyond my control in a large family. I'm at the age of marriage, and my family has arranged a marriage for me. I have no right to resist. I believe Brother Ling can understand this. Ling Yin only smiled slightly. Long Tianjiao continued, but now that I'm here, I know that the daughter of the Lin family already has someone in her heart. She won't marry anyone else. Long Tianjiao might not be talented, but I know that a melon that is forcefully picked won't be sweet. Long Tianjiao suddenly broke into a smile and said to Ling Yun and Lin Menghan, who was standing next to him, you're a good person. Therefore, I hereby officially announce that the engagement between Miss Lin and me is cancelled immediately. I wish the two of you a blissful and happy marriage for 100 years, to a ripe old age. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Thump, 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 thump. The sound of her heartbeat was getting faster and faster. In the end, it was as if there were thousands of horses galloping, trampling on her heart. Lin Minghan's heart was thumping wildly. She was too agitated that she clenched her fists so tightly that her nails dug into the soft flesh of her palms. The pain made her believe that what she heard was real and that she wasn't dreaming. Annulled the engagement? How? How is this possible? Why would Long Tianjiao annul the engagement so easily? Could it be that a slap and a kick from Ling Yun could scare the young master of the Long family, the deputy leader of the Huaxia Condor team, into such a state? Lin Menghan still felt the pain in her palms. She was excited, but at the same time, she was relieved and afraid. Initially, Lin Menghan looked at Long Tianjiao with a tinge of guilt and pity in her eyes. Now, however, those expressions were all gone. Instead, they were replaced with disdain and disgust. TSK, the young master of the Long family, the pride of the heavens, was actually such a person. Just a moment ago, he was still swearing how much he liked her, and those words were still ringing in her ears. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he was going to cancel the engagement and give her away. How cold-hearted and ruthless was he? If it weren't for today's coincidence, she would have left Ling Yun in a few months' time to marry a two-faced man who treated marriage and love as a stepping stone to his status. How miserable would her life be then? Lin Menghan was excited and relieved at the same time, but Ling Yun was sneering in his heart. However, Ling Yun was also secretly shocked. He felt that the Long family in Beijing couldn't be underestimated. Long Tianyu and Long Tianjia's performance in martial arts aside, just their patience and ability to adapt to the situation was enough to leave the younger generations of the other families in the dust. That idiot Sun Xing of the Sun family, when compared to the younger generation of the Long family, didn't even have the qualifications to carry the shoes of the Long family's younger generation. Of course, age and personality played a part. Long Tianyu was still much younger than Long Tianjiao. At least, Long Tianyu was more sincere than Long Tianjiao. Ling Yun could feel that clearly. Long Tianjiao said it so well. It was simply flawless. From his words, the engagement with Lin Menghan became a mission assigned to him by his family. He had no choice but to complete it. He knew that Lin Menghan already had Ling Yun in her heart, but he said that a forced marriage wouldn't be sweet. He cancelled the engagement on the spot and wished the two of them to grow old together. All in all, the engagement was forced, and he cancelled the engagement to fulfill Ling Yun and Long Tianjiao's wishes. Long Tianjiao became a righteous and magnanimous gentleman. The Long family, the people from the Long family are not ordinary, they are really powerful. From then on, Ling Yun's heart was filled with alarm bells. Long Tianjiao's performance could be said to be flawless, but it depended on who he was facing. If it was another person standing in front of Long Tianjiao, that person would have stepped forward and grasped his hand with all kinds of gratitude. The person standing in front of Long Tianjiao was none other than Ling Yun. Ling Yun had slept with Long Tianjiao's fiancée and sent him flying with a slap and a kick. That was the ultimate humiliation. However, Long Tianjiao's face was still swollen like a bun, yet he could still call off the engagement as if nothing had happened. It would be strange if Ling Yun didn't take precautions against such a person. The logic was simple. Even if Long Tianjiao didn't cancel the engagement, could he stop Ling Yun and Lin Menghan from being together? Ling Yun didn't need his fake favor or blessings. That would only fool fools, not Ling Yun. Long Tianjiao was a little dumbfounded to see that neither of them expressed their gratitude after hearing that he had taken the initiative to call off the engagement. In fact, there wasn't even a hint of gratitude. Long Tianjiao was a little dumbfounded. In order to cover up his embarrassment, he suddenly raised his hand and pointed at the luxury sports car he had driven here, and said to the two of them, "That's right. Brother Ling, Miss Lin, this Bentley Continental GTC was given to me by a local friend after I came to Qingshui. This sports car is brand new, and no one has driven it before. If you two don't mind, I'll give it to you. How about that?" Since the engagement had been annulled, Long Tianjiao didn't address Lin Menghan as Menghan. Instead, he addressed her as Miss Lin. The Bentley Continental GTC convertible sports car used all-wheel drive technology. All the wheels were equipped with air suspension. It was powered by a new 6-liter, 12-cylinder, twin-turbocharged engine. Its 100 km acceleration time was only 4.8 seconds, and its top speed could reach 318 km per hour. It was the fastest two-door 4-seater sports car in the world. It was the king of speed without a doubt. Ling Yun didn't know much about cars, but that didn't mean that Lin Menghan didn't. Her first reaction was to reject him. She almost blurted out that she didn't want to, but she suddenly remembered Ling Yun's style and shut her mouth immediately. She turned her head and looked at Ling Yun nervously. Lin Menghan really didn't want to have anything to do with Long Tianjiao from the Long family. Ling Yun, who had been smiling calmly, finally spoke without turning his head. It's fine, I have plenty of sports cars. I don't need one. Ling Yun really didn't lack sports cars. He had gotten 14 of them last night, and at least 4 of them weren't inferior to this Bentley. Although it wasn't Ling Yun's style not to take advantage of others, Ling Yun seemed to be shamelessly taking advantage of others. However, he had his own bottom line. Ling Yun didn't lack sports cars. According to his character, he wouldn't feel indebted to Long Tianjiao if he accepted the sports car. Ling Yun rejected Long Tianjiao for the sake of Lin Menghan. He understood Lin Menghan and knew that Long Tianjiao would forever be a thorn in Lin Menghan's heart if he took the sports car. Even if this thorn would make Lin Menghan hate Long Tianjiao even more, Ling Yun didn't want it to exist. Ling Yun's woman was Ling Yun's woman. He would take care of his own woman. She couldn't think about other men or even hate other men. Lin Menghan couldn't hold back her joy when Ling Yun rejected her without a second thought. She snuggled into Ling Yun's arms in front of Long Tianjiao. Long Tianjiao's smile froze on his face, and he couldn't smile anymore. Long Tianjiao had never seen someone like Ling Yun. No matter how many good words were said, it was as if he didn't hear them at all. He would do whatever he wanted to do. Long Tianjiao couldn't compare to Ling Yun in terms of a heart of stone. This. Long Tianjiao didn't know what to say. Just now, you broke the door frame and 2 flower pots. As I said, you want 10 times the compensation. You just have to find someone to pass the money to, a person called Tang Meng. I still have things to do, you can leave now. Ling Yun replied calmly. Ling Yun didn't want the sports car. He didn't even want the cash from Long Tianjiao. Don't worry, brother Ling. That won't be a problem. Long Tianjiao nodded hurriedly and smiled apologetically. In fact, he was already cursing Ling Yun in his heart. Do you really think I, Long Tianjiao, am afraid of you? If I hadn't received a secret order from my family, just based on my relationship with the people from the Dragon and Heaven groups, I would have killed you no matter how strong you are. Long Tianjiao was cursing Ling Yun in his heart, but he was smiling like a blooming chrysanthemum. His eyes were filled with sincerity and remorse. Brother Ling, I wonder when you're free to visit Beijing for a few days? I'll prepare in advance and bring you around Beijing as a good host. Long Tianjiao tried to curry favor with Ling Yun before he left. I'm not sure yet. We'll talk about the future in the future. Ling Yun smiled slightly. With that, Ling Yun ignored Long Tianjiao and walked into the villa with Lin Menghan in his arms. He didn't even say goodbye to Long Tianjiao. Even though Long Tianjiao was still smiling brightly, his eyes were cold and sinister. A flash of ferocity flashed across his face. Ling Yun, I'll find a way to deal with you. I'll make you kneel down and beg for mercy. Let's see how you can act tough in front of me then. That was Long Tianjiao's true thoughts. How could Long Tianjiao not hate Ling Yun? He hated her so much that the roots of his teeth hurt. Even his asshole was pinched. However, because of the family's secret order, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and force a smile and magnanimity on his face. After being cuckolded, his fiancée was stolen, and he was beaten, he still had to happily cancel the engagement. Even so, Ling Yun didn't even spare him a glance when he gave him a luxury car and took the initiative to invite him. He didn't even say a single nice word to him. Ling Yun's actions infuriated him more than the slap just now. Long Tianjiao, feel free to seek revenge from me if you feel any regret or displeasure over what happened today. I won't blame you then. Ling Yun suddenly turned around and gave Long Tianjiao a meaningful look. But I'll definitely kill you. That was what Ling Yun didn't say. Brother Ling, you must be joking. How could I? Long Tianjiao replied with a sincere smile. The coldness and malevolence on his face had long disappeared. Brother Ling, you must be joking. The dimple on Ling Yun's left cheek quivered as he replied, that's good. What Long Tianjiao didn't know was that Ling Yun had locked onto Long Tianjiao's every move with his divine sense even though he had turned his head just now. Ling Yun had seen all the changes on Long Tianjiao's face. Poor Long Tianjiao. He didn't expect Ling Yun to have eyes on the back of his head. Ling Yun and Lin Menghan returned to the villa. Long Tianjiao had no choice but to drive away. the Bentley roared to life. Something's not right. Why do I feel that this Ling Yan's eyes and figure are so similar to the mysterious person I saw on the surveillance ship last night? And the way he slapped me was exactly the same as how he slapped Qin Jianrou. Long Tianjiao vented all his anger on the accelerator. He couldn't help but rub his swollen right cheek as he muttered to himself. Of course, Ling Yan couldn't hear any of that. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. He owed a total of 12 chapters from July to today. Old Boo would start updating today. Today's 2 chapters would be in arrears. No matter how many chapters he updated today, he would still be making up for it. This was the 100,000 floating red coins for the leader of Young Master Long 11,212. Congratulations to Young Master Long 11212 for becoming the 3rd leader of the hedonistic immortal doctor. Lin Menghan practically hung on Ling Yan's body as they returned to the villa. She was exceptionally happy, and her fairy-like face was filled with unprecedented excitement. Long Tianjiao had announced the annulment of the engagement in front of her and Ling Yun. Even if there wasn't a 4th witness, Lin Menghan was 100% sure that she and Long Tianjiao wouldn't have anything to do with each other anymore. Never in her wildest dreams did she imagine that she would be able to regain her freedom under such circumstances. She would be able to escape from the invisible shackles and become Ling Yun's woman completely and utterly. Lin Menghan's dream came true. She was overjoyed. She felt as if thousands of flowers were blooming and overflowing from her body. Happiness flowed along the way, but when she peeked shyly at Ling Yun, who was holding her, she realized that Ling Yun's face was as cold as ever. It was even a little ashen. Of course, Ling Yun was faking it. He was very proud of himself. Although he had defeated his love rival, Long Tianjiao wasn't even worth a fart in his eyes. There wasn't much meaning in defeating Long Tianjiao. Making use of this opportunity to teach his goddess a lesson was the most important thing for him to do now. Hubby. Lin Menghan wrapped her arms around Ling Yan's arm and shook it gently. Didn't you call me Ling Yun? Just call me Ling Yun. Ling Yan said lightly without changing his expression. Hubby. Lin Menghan's voice was a little coquettish. Her voice was getting more and more enchanting. She twisted her slender waist gently and acted coquettishly. Hubby, don't be angry at me. I didn't mean to hide it from you. The Long family is so powerful, and I was afraid that you wouldn't be able to defeat them. After tasting the forbidden fruit with Ling Yun, Lin Menghan became more and more feminine. Her delicate body exuded a cool fragrance, and her eyes were like silk, seducing Ling Yun. Ling Yun really couldn't take it anymore. That was because he realized that her twin peaks seemed to have grown a size larger than before. However, they were still perfectly round and perky. That kind of elasticity was unspeakable. Ling Yun felt that if he squeezed it hard, the fullness would give him the greatest desire to conquer and the most thorough sense of satisfaction. However, this was a critical moment. He couldn't afford to screw up. He didn't care about Long Tianjiao's sports car, but he really liked Lin Menghan's womanly behavior. This was because Lin Menghan was older than Ling Yun by a year or 2. Furthermore, she came from an illustrious family. She was the daughter of the military's 3rd generation. She had been pampered since she was young, but she had been in the special forces and had even worked as a police officer for a period of time. Therefore, when Lin Menghan was with Ling Yun, it was difficult for her to position herself. She couldn't let go of her own status, so Ling Yun didn't know where to start with her. Let's not talk about other things. Just talking about bed, the two of them had communicated countless times. However, Goddess Lin was always shy and never took the initiative. This problem had to be solved. Even though he had lived 2 lives, and before he had eaten Goddess Lin, he was still a virgin. However, he was an immortal doctor. Moreover, he was a peerless immortal doctor who had cultivated to the tribulation stage. His research and understanding of the human body, regardless of gender, had reached the stage of omniscience. After mastering the yin-yang eye, not only could he see through the human body, he could even see through the fabrications. Coupled with Ling Yun's powerful divine sense, understanding the human body was simply a matter of seconds. Ling Yun was diligent and eager to learn. This was not only reflected in his understanding of the heavenly Tao. He actually had a deep understanding of the relationship between a man and a woman. For example, the 36 styles of the Plain Maiden Sutra, the 72 postures of the blissful Zen, the intercourse of yin and yang, the fusion of two bodies, and the 108 secret techniques of cultivation. He was self-taught and definitely a genius among geniuses. Lin Menghan was already completely his woman. However, up until now, the two of them had only flipped around on the bed for 2 moves. This made Ling Yin feel like he was a failure and that he had let down his reputation as a genius. Ling Yin had to let Lin Menghan know that in front of him, as his woman, she had to forget that she was the daughter of the Lin family. She had to forget that she used to be a police officer. She even had to forget that she was older than Ling Yun. Completely conquering a goddess was an arduous task. It was a long process that couldn't be rushed. However, once the opportunity presented itself, it had to be firmly grasped. Let's eat first. Ling Yin came to the dining table and sat down on the chair with a straight face. Lin Menghan looked at the breakfast that Ling Yin bought for her. It was all the food that she said she liked. She felt even more sorry for this naughty boy. Her pretty face was very touched. She glanced at Ling Yin timidly, completely like a little wife who had made a mistake and was waiting to be punished. "Hubby, sit down and don't move. I'll get you some water. You can eat after washing your hands." Lin Yin watched as Lin Menghan took light steps and wiggled her sexy body like a snake. She took the initiative to run to the washroom and brought over a basin and soap. She served him meticulously. This is something that can't be bought with money, and even the gods can't get their hands on her." Lin Menghan was in no mood to eat breakfast. She only ate a few mouthfuls and said that she was full. In fact, when she saw Ling Yun return home, her heart was already full. She had been thinking about Ling Yun day and night for a month. "It's all that Long Tianjia's fault. You deserve to be beaten by my hubby for asking the Long family to marry me." Seeing Ling Yun eat his breakfast calmly, Lin Menghan thought about the scene where Ling Yun slapped the Flying Dragon Elite. She felt especially satisfied. "I'm full. I still have something to do, so I'll be leaving first." Ling Yun finished his breakfast slowly, put down his chopsticks, and got up to leave the living room. "Ah. Hubby." Seeing that Ling Yun was about to leave after eating, Lin Menghan panicked. She did not know where she got her ability from, but in a flash, she appeared in front of Ling Yun and hugged him tightly with both her arms. Lin Menghan enjoyed the heat from Ling Yun's chest. That familiar heat almost suffocated her. "Hubby, I've already apologized to you. What should I do to make you not angry? When we go upstairs later, you can punish me as much as you want. I'll do whatever you want, okay?" Lin Menghan's voice had a hint of sobbing in it. Ling Yun was waiting for this sentence. His heart was even happier, but he still kept a straight face. "Do whatever I want? That sounds nice, but when have you ever done anything to me? How dare you hide such an important matter from me? How dare you?" A husband's authority. "Hubby, go upstairs. I'll do whatever you want today. I guarantee that you'll be satisfied, okay? Remember what you said, don't regret it later." Ling Yin couldn't be so stiff anymore. If he did, he would be an idiot. Ling Yin finally softened his stance. This made Lin Menghan secretly happy. She didn't know that she had fallen into Ling Yan's trap. Perhaps she knew that Ling Yun was doing it on purpose, but she liked it. This was an exciting, erotic, and memorable love game. Absence makes the heart grow fonder. It was hard not to be excited when something like this happened again. "Hubby, I have a present for you. Can you carry me up?" Lin Menghan's mouth was slightly agape. Her pretty face was bright red, and her pink tongue licked her lips. Without another word, Ling Yin carried Lin Menghan upstairs and rushed into the bedroom. Ling Yin wasn't in a hurry. He put Lin Menghan down the moment he entered the bedroom. Ling Yin had been suppressing his desire. He had chanted the clear heart technique countless times. Even though his heart was surging, his body was completely normal. Even though it was tough, it was worth it. Big brother Yun had risked his life for a better future. "Hubby, you just came back from outside. Do you want to take a shower? I'll help you." Lin Minghan's voice was filled with boundless temptation, but her gaze was even more captivating. Her slender hands caressed her own chest, and she said shyly, "It's so hot today." Ling Yan was already immune to heat and cold, but he really felt hot now. His body was burning, even though Ling Yan had already attained the treasure body and was untainted by dust and filth. He had killed someone last night after all. Hence, he really needed to wash up. "I can shower myself, I don't need you to serve me." Ling Yan was still tense. He could feel Lin Minghan's initiative. He wanted to see how far she could go. Ling Yan was looking forward to it. To be continued. This was the second patch, adding 50,000 red updates for the Dragon Roaring Moon Alliance, congratulating Dragon Roaring Moon for becoming the second alliance leader of the hedonistic immortal doctor. He was deeply thankful to Big Brother Dragon Roaring Moon for taking so long to patch it up. "Then let me help you take off your clothes." Lin Minghan's voice was seductive and gentle. Her actions were even more gentle. Out of her longing for Ling Yan and her guilt today, she really went all out this time. Furthermore, it wasn't just that. Ling Yan wasn't the only one who wanted to change. Lin Minghan also wanted to change. After the two of them had tasted the forbidden fruit, Lin Minghan was extremely satisfied with every time they had sex. Ling Yan made her feel like she couldn't stop herself. Lin Minghan almost fainted from the pleasure every time. She couldn't withstand Ling Yan's conquest at all. In other words, she realized that she couldn't satisfy Ling Yan. Or rather, the current her couldn't satisfy Ling Yan. Lin Minghan didn't forget that she was the man who stole Zhuang Meifeng. If Zhuang Meifeng hadn't left, Ling Yan's first time wouldn't have been hers. This caused a huge knot to form in Lin Minghan's heart. Hence, she started to ask around. In the days that Ling Yan was away, Lin Minghan used her connections with the Xianxia City Public Security Bureau as well as Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu's phone numbers that Ling Yan had left for her. She found them and asked them many questions. The three of them knew each other. They even had a meal together on the day of the waterspout in Xianxia City. Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu were very cunning. When they saw Lin Minghan's expression when she asked about Ling Yan, they instantly guessed that this beautiful police goddess had already been taken by their big brother Yan. Tang Meng was naturally very attentive. As long as Lin Minghan asked about it, he would tell her everything. Other than the things that shouldn't be said, he would tell her everything that should be said. Which of the things that shouldn't be said? Ling Yan had the emperor brush, he went out to sea with the nine-tailed celestial fox, and so on. These were things that shouldn't be said. Even if they were to be said, only Ling Yan could tell Lin Minghan. As for the period of time after Lin Minghan resigned and left Xianxia City, Tang Meng told Lin Minghan everything that happened without missing a single word. She knew that Zhuang Meifeng had been kidnapped by the Tranquil sect and that Xiao Mimi's whereabouts were unknown. She also knew that Ling Yan had a clinic that was currently being renovated and that a gentle and obedient nurse named Jiao Rou was managing the clinic for him. These women were all outstanding beauties, and each of them was willing to die for Ling Yan. So I missed out on so many things. This was the only thing Lin Minghan could say after listening to Tang Meng's narration. Only Lin Minghan knew how much regret, and hatred he had for himself in those words. Not because of anything else, but because of a moment of willfulness, she missed the chance to go through thick and thin with Ling Yan. There was one more thing that Lin Minghan didn't say. So Ling Yan had so many confidants other than Zhuang Meifeng. Lin Minghan knew that she wasn't Ling Yan's only woman, but she didn't expect that Ling Yan had so many women. Even though they had different backgrounds, they were all goddesses. However, she was the one who obtained Ling Yan's first time. This made Lin Minghan feel that some things were already destined. What Lin Minghan didn't know was that she was the first person Ling Yan met after coming to this world. She had a special place in Ling Yan's heart compared to other women. Before Ling Yan returned from the sea, Lin Minghan had thought about it more than once. Even if she disregarded the safety of the Lin family, even if she had to bear the infamy of being unfilial, she wouldn't go through with her marriage with Long Tianjiao. This was a completely different thought from when she ran away. She could only understand such a feeling after she became Ling Yan's woman. She suddenly realized that she was extremely lucky. She didn't have to go through thick and thin with Ling Yan. Ling Yan was always the one who saved her and protected her. When Ling Yan needed support the most, she was engaged to Long Tianjiao from the Long family, But what about the other women around Ling Yun? Needless to say, every single one of them was a stunning beauty. However, they stepped forward bravely in Ling Yun's most dangerous moment. They did everything they could to protect the man they loved, even at the cost of their lives and the fate of their families, even if it was just a small clinic. After listening to Tang Meng's story, Lin Menghan left with one sentence. She was a little dazed. Ever since then, she would think about everything that happened between her and Ling Yun in her dreams. She would think about the bank card with 10 million yuan in it before she left. She would never be able to forgive herself. She would be ashamed. Compared to the other women around Ling Yun, her petty thoughts were laughable, not to mention Zhuang Meifeng, Xiao Mimi, and the rest who had gone through thick and thin with Ling Yun. Lin Menghan felt that she was far from being comparable to the poor nurse Xiaorou. Ling Yun had saved her twice. What had she ever done for Ling Yun? Nothing at all. Yes, nothing at all. Apart from making Ling Yun angry, the thought of being Ling Yun's only woman was buried in Lin Menghan's stomach before it even appeared. Don't even think about it, not to mention the above, she couldn't even satisfy Ling Yun. She couldn't even fulfill her duty as a woman. How could she talk about being his only woman? Ever since then, the miss of the Lin family's mentality underwent a drastic change. She started to change before Ling Yun returned. She called her close friends. She went to look for her female colleagues from the Public Security Bureau of Xianxia City. She was shy but dared to share her experiences in bed with them. She even went to the extent of reading some books and watching some erotic movies online. As she continued to learn, Goddess Lin was shocked to find out that love could be done in this way. The more she learned, the more daring she became. She learned a lot and prepared a lot. Now that Ling Yun was back, she could finally put what she had learned to use. This was the gift that Lin Menghan wanted to give to Ling Yun. Originally, Lin Menghan was still shy and didn't know how to take the first step in front of Ling Yun. However, now, she wanted to make it up to Ling Yun in the name of making a mistake. The two of them went to the bathroom to take a shower. They played to their heart's content. Just the bathroom alone took more than half an hour. After coming out of the bathroom, Lin Menghan asked Ling Yun to wait a little longer. She changed into a translucent muslin dress, which made Ling Yun burn with lust. Without hesitation, Ling Yun pressed Lin Menghan onto the bed. Lin Menghan bent her waist as if it was broken. Her legs, which were wrapped in transparent black stockings, were straightened. She turned around and panted at Ling Yun. "Hubby, I know I'm in the wrong. Please punish me." For hours later, Lin Menghan was as limp as mud. She laid on the bed with her eyes rolled back. She didn't move an inch. Ling Yun sat beside Lin Menghan and looked down at her snow-white chest, slender neck, beautiful face, and the liquid at the corner of her mouth. The satisfaction and sense of conquest in his heart were indescribable. At this moment, he finally confirmed that he had completely owned this goddess, this peerless beauty. Her body, her everything, all belonged to him. "Hubby, are you still angry at me?" Lin Menghan licked the corner of her mouth with her pink tongue. She looked seductive and pitiful. Ling Yun chuckled. "How can I bear to be angry at you when you're so obedient? I can't even get enough of you. I can't move anymore. I want you to hug me," Lin Menghan said coquettishly. "Okay." Ling Yun hugged Lin Menghan in his arms. At the same time, he praised her again. "Wifey, you did well today. Keep up the good work. Damn, I was bullied to death by you. How could it take so long? I'm still dizzy now. It's because you were too greedy today." "Who could take it?" Ling Yun asked casually. Ling Yun chuckled and asked casually, "Tell me honestly, where did you learn all these?" Lin Menghan smiled charmingly, "Don't ask. It's so embarrassing." The two of them cuddled for another half an hour. When it was almost noon, Ling Yun's phone finally rang. "Seeking monthly votes. Seeking recommendation votes. Seeking monthly votes. Seeking recommendation votes. To be continued. I'll go eat first. After eating, I'll come back and continue writing. I've said it before, I don't owe anything. I know that I owe a total of 12 chapters. I'll make up for all the chapters 10 before the 25th. Those haters with ill intentions can shut their mouths." The call was from Ning Lingyu. She said mysteriously that there was a guest at her house and asked when Ling Yun would be home. Ling Yun replied that he would be home soon. The two of them didn't say much. After hanging up, Ling Yun looked down at Lin Menghan and smiled gently. I can't accompany you in the afternoon. I haven't been home since I returned to Xianxia City. At this moment, Lin Menghan suddenly realized that she hadn't had the chance to ask Ling Yun about his experiences at sea. She had a lot of things to tell Ling Yun, but the time they spent together was too short. However, the first thing Ling Yun did after returning to Xianxia City was to visit Lin Menghan. He even remembered to bring her breakfast. That made her feel satisfied, sweet, and touched. It was worth it to sacrifice anything for a boy like him. Then, when will you come again? Lin Menghan was reluctant to part with Ling Yun as she asked softly, her graceful body snuggling in his embrace. I've been out at sea for more than a month and just returned today. I'm sure I'll be very busy these few days. Let's talk again in a few days. I'll teach you the Arctic palm after I've settled everything. Ling Yun could already tell that Lin Menghan's Arctic ice technique had made great progress. She had already stabilized at the early stages of Hotian Realm Level 9. She could definitely practice combat techniques now. The frost palm was the simplest martial art in the Arctic ice technique. When cultivating it, one only needed to gather the frost chi in both palms and attack the enemy. The rest was just a matter of technique. Hearing that Ling Yun would be very busy these few days, Lin Menghan naturally thought of his female friends. A trace of sadness flashed across her beautiful eyes, but it disappeared in an instant. All women were jealous. Lin Menghan was a woman. She had just experienced an unprecedented sexual pleasure with Ling Yun. Now that she knew that he was going to find those women, it was inevitable that she would be jealous even though she knew that she couldn't stop him. What Lin Menghan didn't know was that Ling Yun didn't have the time to think about these issues. His mind was filled with thoughts on how to deal with Qin Dongxue. After thinking about it, Ling Yun realized that he had no other choice but to bite the bullet and return home. If I really can't do it, I'll take out a few night luminescent pearls. Maybe little aunt will be happy and spare me. This was Ling Yun's last resort. I'm going to take a shower. Ling Yun got off the bed. Lin Menghan twisted her slender body and jumped down from the bed. She was now at Hotian Realm Level 9, and her physique was no longer the same as before. Even though she was exhausted, she could still move freely. Hubby, I'll wash it for you. Ling Yun quickly raised her hands and begged, please don't. If you wash me again, I probably won't be able to leave. Absence makes the heart grow fonder. Whether it was her beautiful face or her expression, they all exuded a mesmerizing charm. The Lin Menghan now was no longer the same as before. Ling Yun's resistance to Lin Menghan's seduction was now in the negatives. Don't worry, I'm just giving you a shower so that you can go home refreshed. Lin Menghan smiled charmingly and followed Ling Yun into the bathroom. After the shower, Lin Menghan casually used her arms to cover her dazzling snow-white chest. She took out a set of clothes and a pair of shoes for Ling Yun. Try it on and see if it fits. Lin Menghan unfolded a snow-white t-shirt and used it to cover her body as she smiled at Ling Yun. Ling Yun glanced at it and thought that Lin Menghan really bought everything. A t-shirt, long pants, underwear, shoes, and socks. She just took out a set. Under Lin Menghan's meticulous care, Ling Yun put on the clothes one by one. Lin Menghan couldn't help but secretly feel proud of her man's impeccable looks. Losing weight, you actually lost a natural clothes rack. Who knows how many girls will fall for you when you go out. Lin Menghan was happy and jealous at the same time. She hinted at it. Ling Yun had always been good at pretending to be ignorant. He simply changed the topic. Wifey, Tang Meng and the rest are preparing for the clinic's grand opening. If you feel bored, you can go over and help. This time, everything was peaceful. The clinic was ready. All that was left was for Ling Yun to pick a good day to open for business. Okay. Lin Menghan agreed without hesitation. Now that the engagement with Long Tianjia was over, Lin Menghan no longer had to worry about the Long family. She could wholeheartedly help Ling Yun with everything. Ling Yun knew that Yao Rou was in charge of everything in the ordinary people's clinic, but he still took the initiative to ask Lin Menghan for help. This meant that Ling Yun didn't want to hide anything from her. This was a form of trust and letting go. Ling Yun didn't want to hide anything, and he knew that he couldn't hide it anyway. Ling Yan put on his shoes and stood up with Lin Minghan's help. "I'm leaving, don't forget to cultivate, okay?" Lin Minghan didn't have time to wear underwear. She casually put on a nightgown and sent Ling Yan down to the courtyard of the villa. "Do you dare to send me out again?" Ling Yan asked Lin Minghan with a smirk. "As long as you're willing, I dare." Lin Minghan swayed her slender waist and walked towards Ling Yan with a smile. "Stop, stop, stop." Ling Yan didn't want his woman to be seen by others. He quickly stopped her, winked at Lin Minghan, and was about to leave. "Hubby, what's the matter?" Ling Yan asked curiously. "Hubby, let's think of a way to bring big sister Mei Feng back as soon as possible," Lin Minghan said with a smile. "I miss her." It had to be said that the women around Ling Yan were all smart and intelligent. None of them were easy to deal with. Bringing Zhuang Meifeng back was something that Ling Yan had to do. It was so urgent that even the heavens couldn't stop him, whether Lin Minghan mentioned it or not. Ling Yan's determination to bring Zhuang Meifeng back couldn't be stopped. This was the most valuable sentence. Just this sentence alone made Ling Yan look at her in a different light. "I will." Ling Yan gave Lin Minghan an intoxicating smile and floated away under the scorching sun. The Land Rover quickly got onto the highway and sped towards Qingshui Wharf Mansion. Ling Yan opened both windows of the Land Rover, allowing the strong wind from the Land Rover to rush into the car. He forced himself to calm down as soon as possible. He was thinking about Zhuang Meifeng, Xiao Mimi, Chao Shanshan, the Assassins Organization, the Devil Sect, the Chao family, the Long family, the Chen family, the Sun family, the Ling family, and the Qin family. Without a doubt, snatching Zhuang Meifeng back, saving Xiao Mimi, and finding Chao Shanshan were the most pressing matters for Ling Yan. He already had Xiao Mimi's whereabouts, but there was still no news of Chao Shanshan. Ling Yan felt that something was wrong. As for Zhuang Meifeng, he was the least worried. The Tranquil sect was somewhere in China. Even if the nun could run away, she wouldn't be able to escape. He just had to find the place and bring her back. As for the address of the Tranquil sect, Ling Yan knew that he could ask Dugumo, Qin Dongxue, Miracle Dr. Shui, Cui Lao, or even Dongfeng Ting from the Dongfeng family. He felt that among these people, someone would definitely know the address of the Tranquil sect. If that didn't work, Ling Yan could kill his way to the Sun family in Beijing. He believed that since the Tranquil sect was one of the Sun family's supporters, the Sun family would definitely know the location of the Tranquil sect. However, Cui Lao had yet to return. He came and left mysteriously, which made Ling Yan very puzzled. He felt that it shouldn't have happened because Cui Lao's old injuries hadn't been completely healed. Even without his old injuries, Cui Lao treated Ling Yan so well that it was almost like he treated his own grandson. That shouldn't have happened. The sudden departure of this mysterious old man made it difficult for Ling Yan to calm down. He had a vague feeling that this Cui Lao had some kind of connection with him. Even though Cui Lao didn't say it, Ling Yan could see his hesitant expression. Of course, that wasn't the most important thing. His mother, Qin Qiuyue, had gone to the Heavenly Sword sect for a full month and a half, and there was no news of her. That was what worried Ling Yan the most. Wasn't Ning Tianya's life in danger? Why was his mother gone for so long? That was what Ling Yan was most worried about. It was a pity that he couldn't contact his mother. Fortunately, Auntie was still around. Ling Yan could see that Auntie Qin Dongxue had an extremely good relationship with Qin Qiuyue. After all, they were biological sisters. As long as Qin Dongxue wasn't worried, Ling Yan wouldn't have to worry too much. "There's a guest at home?" Ling Yu called me so mysteriously. "It can't be an ordinary guest." Could it be? Could it be that the person who came had something to do with his mother? Ling Yan wasn't afraid of Qin Dongxue even if she wanted to settle the score with him. He slammed on the accelerator, and the Land Rover sped forward at a speed of 180 miles per hour. The Land Rover arrived at Qingshui Wharf very quickly, but he didn't slow down. He continued speeding towards Mansion Number 9. The doors of Mansion Number 9 were wide open. Ling Yan drove the Land Rover straight in and stopped right in front of the mansion. Hearing the sound of the car, 3 people walked out from the living room of the mansion. Qin Dongxue was smiling like a flower, Ning Lingyu was happy, and there was a tall, handsome, and suave young master who was about 29 years old. Ling Yan didn't wait to get out of the car. He locked his gaze and divine sense on that young master, and his pupils constricted. He was an absolute expert. Ling Yan couldn't even see through his realm. Big brother, seeing Ling Yan get out of the car, Ning Lingyu cried out in joy. Her dreamy eyes were full of life, and she rushed towards Ling Yan's embrace with her slender legs. Ling Yan had already regained his composure. He hugged Ning Lingyu and said gently, "It's all Big Brother's fault. I didn't expect to be delayed for so long. Lingyu must be anxious, right? Big brother, it's good that you're back. A few days ago, there was a lightning disaster on the East Sea. We were all very worried about you." Ning Lingyu hugged Ling Yan tightly and said with lingering fear. Ling Yan could feel Ning Lingyu's overflowing spiritual energy. He patted Ning Lingyu's back gently and said with a smile, "It's all right, it's all right. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation." To be continued. Lingyu seems to have grown taller again. Ling Yan gently comforted Ning Lingyu before gently pushing her away. He placed his hands on Ning Lingyu's shoulders and stared at her dreamy face with a smile on his face. Ning Lingyu was in her own house and was wearing very comfortable flats. At this moment, she stood in front of Ling Yan with a face full of joy. Her height had already exceeded Ling Yan's eyebrows by at least 1 centimeter. Of course, Ling Yan and Ning Lingyu were only 18 years old. Their bodies hadn't stopped growing. Some time ago, Ning Lingyu had absorbed so much dragon spiritual energy and immortal spiritual energy. Her nutrition was much better than before. Her state of mind had returned to simplicity and tranquility. It would be a wonder if she didn't grow taller. Ning Lingyu was secretly happy that Ling Yan could even detect such a small change in her. She couldn't help but purse her lips and nod shyly. "Yes, my previous dress is a little short." Ning Lingyu's voice was as pleasant as an oriole's. "It's okay, then don't take them all. Big brother will buy more for you." "Oh, right, we have our own clothing store now. We can just go and get it from there in the future." Ling Yan really didn't lack money at the moment. Moreover, he had just conquered Goddess Lin. He was absolutely in high spirits. After hearing Ling Yan's words, Ning Lingyu didn't say anything. Instead, she saw the tall, elegant, and suave man with a faint smile of disdain. Ling Yan was facing Ning Lingyu. This man thought that Ling Yan wouldn't be able to see his expression. Unfortunately, Ling Yan's divine sense was firmly locked on this man ever since he saw him. His every move was in Ling Yan's eyes. This man was indeed a dragon among men. He was about the same height as Ling Yan. His clothes and mannerisms were even more elegant. No one could find any fault with him. However, there was always a hint of frivolity in his slightly long and handsome eyes. It was as if he didn't care about anyone in the world. From Ling Yan's point of view, the arrogance of this young master was worse than that of Long Tianjiao. Ling Yan didn't know why, but Ling Yan couldn't help but get angry when he saw this young master standing so close to Qin Dongshui. His arm even accidentally brushed against Qin Dongshui's creamy white skin. Ling Yan didn't know why, but Ling Yan couldn't help but get angry. What was even more infuriating was that Qin Dongshui was still smiling like a flower. She looked at Ling Yan with her bright eyes and white teeth, as if she didn't notice anything. Or perhaps, Qin Dongshui was already used to the actions of that young master and didn't take it seriously. However, Ling Yan wasn't happy looking at it. He was very unhappy. With a calm expression, he turned his head slowly and looked past the face of the young master. He smiled at Qin Dongshui and said, "Auntie, I'm back." Ling Yan was naturally asking about the arrogant young master. However, his eyes were still fixed on Qin Dongshui's delicate face. He didn't even glance at the young master. Qin Dongshui was wearing a sleeveless white dress with a round collar and a tight waist. Other than her arms and half of her calves that were exposed, there was nothing else that shouldn't be exposed. She looked fresh and elegant, and her figure was slim and graceful. Qin Dongshui originally had a stomach full of anger. She was waiting for Ling Yan to return so that she could settle the score with him. However, she could only suppress it in her heart now that there were guests present. Qin Dongshui turned her head slightly and smiled at the young master beside her. "Oh, let me introduce you. This is Lu Suifeng from the Hidden Sect, Deity Sword Villa." Senior brother Lu, this is my sister's adopted son, Ling Yun. Senior brother Lu? Ling Yun was secretly puzzled. Why would auntie call Lu Suifeng senior brother? Wasn't auntie from the Qin family? Ling Yun couldn't be blamed for this. He didn't know that Qin Dongxue was the pride of the Qin family, but she learned most of her martial arts from the deity Sword Mountain Villa. Qin Dongxue was originally a disciple of the deity Sword Villa. She was sent to the deity Sword Villa by the Qin family before she was even 10 years old. The deity Sword Villa was a very large ancient sect in the ancient martial arts world. It was also the only hidden sect that supported the Qin family. 18 years ago, Qin Qiuyue and Ning Tianya made a promise to marry each other. They secretly gave birth to a child, which caused a huge disaster that almost caused the Qin family to be completely annihilated. In the end, it was the deity Sword Villa that mediated between them and the Qin family. Lu Suifeng was the second young master of the Lu family, an ancient martial arts family. Among the outstanding disciples of deity Sword Villa's Qin Dongxue, he was ranked 4th, and Qin Dongxue was ranked 9th. Hence, they were true brothers and sisters. Oh? So he's your adopted son? Ling Yun, this little guy looks like a tiger. He's quite fun to play with. After listening to Qin Dongshue's introduction, Lu Suifeng only glanced at Ling Yun for a moment before replying casually with disdain. Lu Suifeng was at the early stages of Xianxia realm level 5. He couldn't see through Ling Yun's cultivation, so he thought that Ling Yun was just an ordinary person who didn't know how to cultivate. With his two identities, he was already giving Qin Dongxue a lot of face by saying such a thing to Ling Yun. He completely ignored Ling Yun. Senior brother Lu, you. Qin Dongxue heard Lu Suifeng's words and knew that it was going to be bad. She wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Looks like a tiger? Quite fun to play with. Ling Yun would never have dreamed that someone would use these two words on him. However, Ling Yun did not show any anger. Instead, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He showed a harmless smile to the arrogant Lu Suifeng. He politely extended his right hand and passionately walked over to Lu Suifeng. Once again, Ning Lingyu saw Ling Yun's signature smile. She was stunned and thought that Lu Suifeng was in trouble. So it's Lu Suifeng from the deity Sword Mountain Villa. I've heard so much about you. Lu Suifeng was from the same generation as Qin Dongxue. Logically speaking, Ling Yun should have at least addressed Lu Suifeng as uncle master or senior. However, he deliberately called him by his name. Humph. Impudent. You don't know what's good for you. Lu Suifeng was furious that Ling Yun dared to call him by his name without any form of respect. His face turned cloudy, and a hint of displeasure appeared on his face. According to Lu Suifeng's proud and aloof personality, he wouldn't give any face to a mortal like Ling Yun even if Qin Dongxue was present. Of course, he wouldn't shake hands with Ling Yun. However, Ling Yun successfully angered him. Lu Suifeng wanted to secretly teach Ling Yun a lesson, so he sneered and extended his right hand. Pung! Two big hands collided with each other. Nice to meet you. After holding Ling Yun's hand, Lu Suifeng's eyes flashed with a smug and playful smile. He gently squeezed his hand, waiting for Ling Yun to cry out in pain. Lu Suifeng even thought of a way to deal with Qin Dongshue's temper. After being in the same sect for so many years, Lu Suifeng was quite familiar with Qin Dongshue's temper. However, when Lu Suifeng exerted force, he immediately realized that his right hand felt like it was carved from golden stone. It was incomparably hard. Lu Suifeng's expression changed slightly. He knew that he had misjudged Ling Yun. Ling Yun wasn't an ordinary person. It was impossible for an ordinary person to have such a strong pair of hands. However, Lu Suifeng didn't panic. Even though he couldn't see what technique Ling Yun used to hide his cultivation, he was 100% sure that he would win. That was because Lu Suifeng had already reached Xiantian realm level 5. He wouldn't believe that a 17-year-old youth could surpass him. Even if Ling Yun started practicing martial arts in his mother's womb, it wouldn't be possible. However, Lu Suifeng was wrong, gravely wrong. If it had been before Ling Yun broke through to physique tempering stage 7, Ling Yun would have been able to hold his own against Lu Suifeng. Even though Ling Yun's realm was low, he had the protection of the stellar condensation technique and terrifying strength. However, Ling Yun had broken through to physique tempering stage 7, and his stellar condensation technique had reached the pinnacle of the second major realm. His body had also been tempered by so many terrifying bolts of lightning. There was only one outcome for an expert at Xianxia realm level 5, be it in terms of physical strength, or purity of true qi. That was complete defeat. The Holy Virgin of the Devil sect had a much higher realm than Lu Suifeng. Even she couldn't take advantage of Ling Yun, let alone Lu Suifeng. Moreover, Lu Suifeng's forte lay in qigong and swordsmanship. Brute force and strength weren't his forte. Now that Ling Yun specialized in physique tempering, his physical strength were definitely his greatest asset. It would be strange if Lu Suifeng wasn't at a disadvantage. It's an honor to meet you at last. Ling Yun quickly turned the tables. His expression didn't change as he used 50% of his strength to shake Lu Suifeng's right hand. 50% of Ling Yun's strength was already very taxing on Lu Suifeng. He felt as though his right hand was being clamped by a pair of godly pliers. It was extremely painful. He wanted to struggle, but he realized that he couldn't get away from Ling Yun's hand at all. It's an honor to meet you at last. Ling Yun still had a smile on his face as he used 70% of his strength. He continued to shake Lu Suifeng's hand with a calm expression. Hiss. Lu Suifeng felt incomparable pain. His expression changed greatly and cold sweat poured down from his forehead and back. What the F***ck is going on? How is this possible? Lu Suifeng was horrified. He shouted loudly in his heart. He was too shocked. However, Lu Suifeng wasn't completely defenseless. He couldn't care less about maintaining his image in front of Qin Dongxue. He instantly raised his Xiantian true qi to the maximum. Lu Suifeng's Xiantian realm level 5 true qi was extremely strong. His clothes fluttered even though there was no wind. What are you trying to do? Seeing that Lu Suifeng didn't care about Ling Yun's life, Qin Dongxue flew into a rage and yelled out to protect Ling Yun. She didn't know that Lu Suifeng was just trying to protect himself. It was a pity that Lu Suifeng had to channel his true qi to resist Ling Yun. He didn't have the chance to speak at all. It's an honor to meet you at last. Ling Yun was still smiling. He was still holding onto Lu Suifeng's hand tightly, shaking it gently without letting go. Ling Yun used 90% of his strength. Lu Suifeng gritted his teeth as sweat poured down like rain. Recommended book, Rebirth as a Mountain, author, A Glance at the Horizon, book number 284-1013, currently the most popular transformational novel. Introduction, An accident, Shannon was reborn as a mountain. From then on, there was an additional divine peak between heaven and earth. That is, inconsiderate. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Ouch. Hiss. Lu Suifeng couldn't hold it in anymore. He let out a scream and took in a deep breath. Lu Suifeng felt that Ling Yun's hand had become a terrifying steel clamp that gripped his right hand tightly. He couldn't shake it off, and his palm was almost squashed. It's an honor to meet you at last. Ling Yun's expression didn't change. His eyes were filled with a playful smile as he admired Lu Suifeng's painful expression. However, his right hand didn't let go. When Ling Yun first reached physique tempering stage 4, he could carry the Shenong cauldron that weighed more than 1,000 kilograms with one hand. Now that he was in the middle stage of physique tempering stage 7, in terms of pure strength, Ling Yun was like a strong adult man, while Lu Suifeng was like a teenager in front of him. Lu Suifeng's arm was sore and swollen. He couldn't move it at all. Even half of his body began to tilt to the right. It was extremely comical. You, let go. Lu Suifeng's face turned pale as Ling Yun continued to exert force. His tone turned from arrogant to pleading. At the same time, Lu Suifeng turned his twisted face to Qin Dongxue and said, "Junior sister, look at this." Lu Suifeng was really convinced. He never dreamed that Ling Yun, who was only 17 or 18 years old, could have such terrifying strength. He was born with godly strength. Ling Yun still didn't let go. He knew that it was difficult for outsiders to tell that he was a cultivator at his current realm. Therefore, he didn't care much about Lu Suifeng's disdain towards him. However, what made Ling Yun unhappy was that Lu Suifeng was actually flirting with Qin Dongxue. He didn't know why, but he felt that something wasn't right. He had to teach this outstanding disciple of a hidden sect, the nouveau riche of the Lu family. It's an honor to meet you at last. Ling Yan finally stopped exerting more strength, but he didn't let go either. He held onto Lu Suifeng's right hand and shook it with a smile. Qin Dongxue and Ning Lingyu were speechless. The two of them had been shaking hands for a few minutes now. Ling Yan's expression didn't change, but Lu Suifeng really couldn't take it anymore. Every second felt like a year. If Ling Yan continued to hold him like this, Lu Suifeng's right hand would definitely be crippled. Ling Yan, what are you doing? It's just a handshake. It's just a polite handshake. Who would hold hands for so long? Qin Dongxue pursed her red lips and grumbled in her heart. Her sister's godson is really unpredictable. No one knows what he's thinking or what he's going to do in the next moment. It would have been fine if Qin Dongxue hadn't spoken. However, Ling Yan's displeasure intensified the moment she spoke. He no longer looked at Lu Suifeng, who was gritting his teeth. Instead, he smiled at Qin Dongxue and said, Auntie, I feel like old friends with this young master Lu Suifeng. It's not enough to be close for a while. Please let us shake hands for a while more. Pfft. Ning Lingyu couldn't hold it in any longer. She burst out laughing. Feel like old friends at first sight? Not enough? God, Lu Suifeng probably wouldn't be able to stand if they were to be close for a while more. Qin Dongxue furrowed her beautiful brows and wrinkled her delicate nose. She pointed at the scorching sun above her head and pouted at Ling Yan. Are you going to let your guest talk under the sun on such a hot day? Alright, listen to Auntie and let go. Be good. Even though Qin Dongxue knew that Lu Suifeng was at a disadvantage in Ling Yan's hands, they were indeed shaking hands. Lu Suifeng was her senior brother after all. She didn't want to make things too obvious and embarrass Lu Suifeng. Auntie, please let me be close to young Master Lu for a while more. Young Master Lu's skin is so pale. More sunlight is good for his health. I'm doing this for his sake. The more Qin Dongxue pleaded for Lu Suifeng, the more displeased Ling Yan became. Not only did he not let go, but he secretly increased his strength. Even though Lu Suifeng had used all his strength to fight against Ling Yan, he couldn't withstand Ling Yan's terrifying strength even with the protection of his Xianxia true qi. The bones in his right hand began to crack under Ling Yan's grip, and it was about to break at any moment. Another 5 or 6 minutes passed. I'm dying of pain. Junior sister, if you don't do anything, I'm going to attack. Lu Suifeng screamed in pain. He couldn't care less about anything else. He twisted his body and gritted his teeth. He was about to attack Ling Yan. Ling Yan sneered. He was waiting for this moment. If Lu Suifeng dared to attack him, he would shatter Lu Suifeng's right hand instantly. At this moment, Qin Dongxue shook her head helplessly. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of helplessness. She twisted her graceful body and instantly came to Ling Yan's right side. Then, she stretched out her delicate arms and wrapped them around Ling Yan's right arm. Listen to me. You've just returned and you're already causing trouble for your auntie. How do you expect auntie to return to the sect? Qin Dongxue shook Ling Yan's arm lightly and sent a telepathic message at the same time. Ling Yan couldn't help but feel proud of Qin Dongxue's actions. He also felt that he had taught Lu Suifeng a lesson. His eyes flashed with a smirk, and his right hand suddenly exerted force and released. Ling Yan used all his strength for the last time. Even though it was only for a moment, it was too much for Lu Suifeng to bear. He had no choice but to mobilize all his true qi to resist. But at this moment, Ling Yan released his hand. Lu Suifeng was stimulated by the strong Xiantian true qi in his body. He jumped up and flew 4 to 5 meters high. You jumped so high. If young Master Lu were to become a monkey, you would definitely make a fortune. Ling Yan had expected Lu Suifeng to jump up. He shifted his gaze and said with a face full of ridicule. What guest, what senior, what deity? Sword Villa, what Lu family? Ling Yan didn't care at all. No matter who it was, as long as they dared to disrespect Ling Yan's family and friends, Ling Yan would definitely slap them in the face. Lu Suifeng's ending was already considered the lightest. Bam! Lu Suifeng's feet landed heavily on the ground. His entire body was already soaked in cold sweat. He looked at his right arm hanging limply. His entire right hand was swollen and red. It was extremely painful. He actually felt like he had just survived a disaster. The strength of this young man, Ling Yun, was definitely unfathomable. Lu Suifeng had never suffered such a huge loss. If not for Qin Dongshua's presence, he would have drawn his sword and fought with Ling Yun to regain some of his face. Humph. Of course, Lu Suifeng was secretly jealous when he saw how close they were. He swore in his heart. But no matter what, it was Qin Dongxue who helped him save his last bit of face. He could only silently remember Ling Yun's humiliation in his heart and wait for the opportunity to take revenge in the future. He snorted coldly, and his face turned from white to red. He said angrily to Qin Dongxue, "I didn't expect junior sister to have such an expert by her side. It seems like master and senior brother's worries were unnecessary. There's no need for you here anymore. I'll bid you farewell today." Without waiting for Qin Dongxue to speak, Ling Yun chuckled and said, "Young Master Lu, please excuse me for not seeing you off." Lu Suifeng knew that Ling Yun was chasing him away, but he didn't dare to refute. He said to Qin Dongxue with a flushed face, "Junior sister, Master wants me to tell you that the devil sect has reappeared in the human world recently. They have stirred up a storm in the pugilistic world. In less than a month, more than 10 ancient martial arts families have been wiped out. Master wants both of us to represent the deity Sword Villa and head to the Wind and Thunder Valley of Mount Longhu to participate in the Demon Subduing Martial Arts Circle Convention that will be held in a month. I was worried about junior sister's safety and wanted to invite you along. But since you have such an expert by your side, you naturally don't need my protection. I'll take my leave first. See you at the Wind and Thunder Valley." Because it was an order from his master, Lu Suifeng's words were very clear. Obviously, he had just arrived and didn't have time to tell Qin Dongxue about the order from his master before Ling Yun rushed back. The two of them were at loggerheads as soon as they met. Lu Suifeng lost dejectedly and was too ashamed to stay there. He could only tell Ling Yun about the order from his master before he left. Ling Yun's heart skipped a beat when he heard that. So the mysterious lady he met last night was indeed from the devil sect. The devil sect had actually hidden themselves for 18 years and were now attacking everywhere. It seemed like they had been conserving their strength and were ready for a big fight. Wind and Thunder Valley of Mount Longhu, wasn't Mount Longhu where Xianxia used to live? After his college entrance examination, he was going to Mount Longhu with Xianxia to seek revenge on the drought demon. Demon Subduing Martial Arts Circle Convention. Ling Yun wanted to see the hidden sects and ancient martial arts families in Xianxia now that he had achieved some success in his cultivation. Of course, he had to go and take a look at such a lively event. Ling Yun smiled and made up his mind instantly. There was only half a month left before the college entrance examination. The timing was just right. He could definitely make it in time. However, a disdainful smile appeared on Ling Yun's handsome face when he heard that Lu Suifeng wanted to protect Qin Dongxue to the Wind Thunder Valley. With Lu Suifeng's strength, the mysterious woman from last night could kill him in 3 moves. Lu Suifeng turned his head and looked at Ning Lingyu, who was standing quietly at the side. Then, he glared at Ling Yun fiercely before flying up and disappearing out of mansion number 9. "Humph. Ling Yun, you brat, you're causing trouble for auntie. Come in." Qin Dongxue pouted coquettishly as she watched Lu Suifeng leave with hatred. She hugged Ling Yun's arm and flew directly into the living room. He asked for it. Who else can he blame? Ling Yun rolled his eyes in the direction where Lu Suifeng disappeared. He muttered a few words to himself and revealed a pleased expression. Ling Yun was slightly disappointed that there was still no news of Qin Qiuyue. However, he believed that the people from the Heavenly Sword sect would definitely be present since the righteous sects were going to gather at the Wind Thunder Valley to discuss how to deal with the devil sect. However, that was a matter for the future. There was a more important matter at hand, which was to get past Qin Dongxue. Ling Yun could only rely on his sister to protect him. He smiled and waved at Ning Lingyu. "Lingyu, come over and follow me back to the house. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation." To be continued. Ling Yun held on to Lingyu's slender left arm with both of her hands and hid behind Lingyu. She shrunk her head and followed Lingyu into the house. She looked like a primary school student who had made a huge mistake and was about to face her strict parents. Ling Yan's behavior was, of course, an act. In the morning, he showed off his masculinity in front of Lin Menghan. In front of Long Tianjiao, he almost crushed Lu Suifeng's right hand and humiliated him. Even Qin Dongxue couldn't stop him. Now that Qin Dongxue was the only one in the living room, Ling Yan immediately became an obedient child. He didn't even dare to breathe loudly and carefully observed Qin Dongxue's expression. Of course, Ling Yan wasn't really afraid of Qin Dongxue. Needless to say, he was acting pitiful to gain sympathy. Qin Dongxue, who was sitting on the sofa, couldn't hold back her laughter any longer. She giggled so hard that she trembled. She only stopped after a long time. She held on to her ample breasts and panted slightly. Qin Qiuyue wouldn't be affected by Ling Yan's behavior. However, Qin Dongxue wasn't. She wasn't the kind of person who could hold back. Qin Dongxue did smile, but her pretty face immediately tensed up after that. The look in her beautiful eyes gradually became stern. She was still secretly angry at Ling Yan for going out to do something so worrying. How dare he hide it from her? Ling Yan had to do something. Otherwise, wouldn't he rebel in the future? Qin Dongxue had completely forgotten that when Ling Yan was humiliating Lu Suifeng, she tried to stop him twice but failed to do so. It was her ingenuity that saved Lu Suifeng. What's the point of a man hiding behind Ling Yu? Sit down. Qin Dongxue said sternly as she pointed at the sofa opposite her. However, the stern look she put on wasn't something to be complimented. Auntie, isn't Big Brother back safe and sound? Ling Yu started to worry for Ling Yan as she watched Qin Dongxue reprimand Ling Yan. Her little heart was in her throat. It seemed like no one could reprimand Ling Yan. Even though the other party was Auntie, Ling Yan was also her brother, her favorite brother. Ling Yu knew that Qin Dongxue wouldn't make things difficult for Ling Yan, but she couldn't bear to do so. Ling Yu, don't plead for him. Go get him a glass of water. I'll teach him a lesson today. Qin Dongxue interrupted Ling Yu's words. She didn't forget to ask Ling Yu to pour water for Ling Yan. She really didn't know whether to teach her a lesson or to feel sorry for her. Big brother, Ling Yu was in a difficult position. She pouted her cherry lips and looked at Ling Yan timidly. She was afraid that Ling Yan wouldn't fall for Qin Dongxue's trick and would argue with her again. Ling Yu had seen how anxious Qin Dongxue had been for Yun for the past month. Both of them were the ones who treated Ling Yu the best, and they were also her closest family. She did not wish for the two of them to fall out. Ling Yu, go do what you need to do. It's Big Brother's fault. I'll let Auntie punish me. Ling Yan chuckled and sat down on the sofa at the same time. He wasn't afraid at all. Qin Dongxue had already asked him to sit down. What punishment could there be? Ling Yu was finally relieved and left. Qin Dongxue could only sigh in her heart when she saw Ling Yan sitting on the sofa obediently. This rascal. Hee, Auntie, you're so amazing. You've reached the fourth minor realm of the stellar condensation technique in just a few days. You're indeed a genius. Ling Yan started sucking up to Qin Dongxue the moment he sat down. Of course, he wasn't lying. Qin Dongxue had indeed broken through to the fourth minor realm of the stellar condensation technique. With the advancement of the stellar condensation technique, not only was Qin Dongxue's strength several times stronger than before, but her skin was also better. Her energy center and meridians were also much stronger. Her strength had increased tremendously. She was at the threshold of Xiantian realm level 4 and could break through to the middle stages of the Xiantian realm at any time. Stop sucking up to me, rascal. Let me tell you, it won't work today. Pretending to be a strict parent wasn't going to work, so Qin Dongxue had no choice but to change tactics. She landed on Ling Yan's sofa in a flash and twisted Ling Yan's ear. Qin Dongxue was 27 years old, but she had been practicing martial arts for more than 20 years. She wasn't experienced enough to act like a parent. She had always been a tough and unruly girl. This was her trump card when dealing with Ling Yan. Speak, what have you been doing at sea for the past few days? Little ant will twist your ear off if you dare to lie. Qin Dongxue said fiercely as she pinched Ling Yan's ear with her delicate hand. What have you been doing at sea for the past few days? Little ant will twist your ear off if you dare to lie. Ling Yan could no longer maintain his composure after seeing Qin Dongshui use this trick. He immediately begged for mercy in order to preserve his image as a perfect brother. Ah, it hurts. Auntie, please spare my life. I'll speak, alright? Qin Dongshui knew that Ling Yan wasn't hurting at all. Even so, Qin Dongshui's heart softened, and she loosened her grip. Qin Dongshui wasn't angry at Ling Yan. She was simply worried and fearful. It's like this, Ling Yan didn't hide it anymore. There was no need to hide it now that Xianxia had successfully transformed. He began to tell Qin Dongshui everything. Of course, the part about his tribulation was too terrifying and bizarre. He was also afraid that Qin Dongshui and Ming Lingyu would be worried about him after hearing it, so he didn't say it out loud. That's the whole story. Auntie, Lingyu, I know the real reason why I went out to sea. It wasn't right to hide it from you, but I was afraid that you would worry about me, right? Ling Yan didn't know how long he had been talking. He picked up the cup of tea that Ning Lingyu had brought for him and moistened his throat. Oh my god. So there really are vixens. So some spiritual beings can really go through the heavenly tribulation and transform into a human form. The records in this sect are all true. Ling Yan was very eloquent. His words were full of emotion and thrilling. Qin Dongshui had already let go of Ling Yan's ears unknowingly. Her delicate mouth formed an O shape as she muttered to herself. Even though Xianxia's tribulation transcendence was thrilling and bizarre, Qin Dongshui was mesmerized when Ling Yan talked about how he fought 8 Japanese patrol boats alone and fought hundreds of Japanese ninjas to protect Xianxia. It was as if she could see Ling Yan's dominance at that moment. Oh my god, so the lightning disaster in the East Sea wasn't a lightning disaster, but Little White's heavenly tribulation? Ming Lingyu had seen the 9-tailed celestial fox, Little White, but she never imagined that the white fox that Shui Mining couldn't bear to let go of could transform into a human. Haha, Lingyu, don't make a fuss. Didn't Big Brother bring you to see the waterspout? I've also told you about the giant python transforming into a flood dragon. Have you forgotten all about it? In order to comfort Lingyu, Ling Yan actually patted Lingyu's seductive round but for the first time ever. Big Brother. You're so bad. You actually hit me there. As expected, Ning Lingyu's attention was immediately captured. Her delicate body trembled violently as she immediately twisted to the side and pouted at Ling Yun with a blushing face. Even Qin Dongshui was blushing. She glared at Ling Yun and said, you said you were going out to the sea to train, but you actually brought a fox through heavenly tribulation. I don't know much about heavenly tribulation, but I do know that it's lightning punishment from the heavens. If anything were to happen to you, what would Auntie and Lingyu do? Ling Yan could tell that Qin Dongshui was actually worried about him. He was touched and lowered his head. Auntie, I know I was wrong. I won't do it again. There's a next time? Qin Dongshui was so shocked that she almost stumbled. She raised her hand again and pinched Ling Yan's ear. You're thinking of doing something so dangerous again? You're thinking of doing it again? Ah, there won't be a next time, there really won't be a next time. Ling Yan begged for mercy again. There would definitely be a next time, but Ling Yan had no choice but to deceive Qin Dongshui first. That's more like it. Stay at home before the college entrance examinations. If there's anything else, we'll talk about it after that. Qin Dongshui quietly let go of Ling Yan. Qin Dongshui didn't hesitate to give Ling Yan a blacklist. Oh, got it. Ling Yan didn't fight for his freedom this time. He nodded obediently without any rebuttal. Ling Yan wasn't afraid of anything. The main reason he listened to Qin Dongshui was because he knew that Qin Dongshui really doted on him. Since you brought that vixen back, why didn't you bring her home for Auntie and Lingyu to take a look? Qin Dongshui was very curious about what Xianxia looked like. Auntie, her name is Xianxia. I was afraid that you and Lingyu wouldn't be able to accept her, so I arranged for her to stay elsewhere. Qin Dongshui frowned and glared at Ling Yun. You can't accept her? What kind of people do you think Little Ant and Lingyu are? In these 2 days, bring Xianxia back when you're done with the matters at hand. Qin Dongshui gently brushed her long hair, revealing her beautiful eyes and white teeth as she smiled. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidin. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Everything dissipated, and the family of three joked around in the living room. It was a heartwarming scene. The sun was setting in the west. Rumble. Someone's stomach suddenly growled. Aya. Oh no. Qin Dongxue stood up hurriedly and stomped her feet on the ground. I was so engrossed in talking just now that I forgot to eat, she said angrily. Qin Dongxue lowered her head in shame and anger. It's all your fault. You made Auntie so angry that I forgot what I was supposed to do. With that, she turned and floated towards the kitchen, ignoring the two people in the living room. Big brother, Auntie has been worried about you for the past month. She even learned how to cook. She knew that you would come home in the afternoon and busied herself in the kitchen the whole morning. She didn't even allow me to help. Ning Lingyu couldn't help but whisper to Ling Yun when she saw Qin Dongxue flying into the kitchen. Qin Dongxue had heard it long ago. She blushed immediately, but she couldn't help but perk up her ears to hear what Ling Yun had to say. Ling Yan's heart was aroused, but he didn't show it on his face. He just smiled lightly and nodded without saying a word. I'll go get the food. Ning Lingyu followed him into the kitchen. The dishes were served quickly. There were chicken, duck, fish, and seafood. It was a sumptuous feast, and it smelled delicious. Ling Yun was about to pick up his chopsticks when he heard Qin Dongxue say fiercely, "Rascal, I'm warning you, you're not allowed to say that it's not delicious." How can Auntie's cooking not be delicious? It's definitely the best in the world. Ling Yan's handsome eyes stared straight into Qin Dongshue's eyes. Qin Dongshue's beautiful eyes were wandering, and she didn't dare to look him in the eye. She was obviously flustered. Qin Dongxue didn't know why. She was afraid of this feeling, but she enjoyed it and looked forward to it at the same time. It was indescribable. The three of them started eating. Ling Yan's chopsticks reached for a sweet and sour pork and put a large piece of meat into his mouth. There was obviously too much sugar. It was too sweet. Everyone had their strengths and weaknesses. Ling Yan sighed in his heart. Qin Dongxue was definitely a genius among geniuses when it came to ancient martial arts, but she wasn't even worth mentioning when it came to cooking. How is it? Qin Dongxue asked nervously as she watched Ling Yan chew slowly with the chopsticks in her hand and swallow them into his stomach in enjoyment. It's delicious. Auntie's cooking suits my taste very well. Ling Yan smacked her lips as if she hadn't had enough. Really? Qin Dongxue was delighted. She picked up another piece of chicken and placed it on the plate in front of him. Ling Yan took another bite. There was too much salt this time. It was too salty. However, Ling Yan still chewed with relish and swallowed it with an intoxicated expression. It's delicious, it's delicious. You two are not allowed to fight with me. I'm so hungry now, I want to eat more. Ling Yan shouted that it was delicious and began to wolf down the food. The food wasn't delicious, but Ling Yan knew that it was Qin Dongshue's heart. He ate even more than usual, acting like a reincarnated starving ghost. Eat slowly even if it's delicious. Be careful not to choke. Qin Dongxue was satisfied to see Ling Yan's mouth dripping with oil. She actually sat beside Ling Yan and wiped his mouth gently. Ning Lingyu didn't believe it. She was Qin Dongshue's cooking teacher and had tasted Qin Dongshue's food before. However, Ling Yan's performance really bewitched her. She wondered if Auntie's culinary skills had really improved. Ning Lingyu picked up a piece of meat with her chopsticks and put it in her mouth. She frowned and swallowed it with great difficulty. Then, she looked at Ling Yun with a hint of pity in her eyes. Big brother is really amazing. Ning Lingyu was secretly impressed. Ling Yun burped and patted his stomach. Auntie, I'm full, here, wipe your mouth. Qin Dongxue handed Ling Yun a napkin. Qin Dongxue then noticed that Ning Lingyu was looking at the two vegetables in front of her. She was trying to muster up her energy, as though she was making a huge decision. Qin Dongxue had seen Ning Lingyu's expression very often recently. Every time she made a meal, Ning Lingyu would always have this expression on her face when she asked Ning Lingyu to comment on it. Lingyu, why aren't you eating? Qin Dongxue saw that Ling Yan had finished all the dishes and only a few dishes were left on the other side of the table. She felt embarrassed that she had neglected Ning Lingyu while taking care of Ling Yun. "Yes, I'll eat right away," Ning Lingyu said, but she didn't move her chopsticks. Qin Dongxue muttered in her heart. She turned to look at Ling Yun and Ning Lingyu before picking up a mouthful of food. Why is it so salty?" Qin Dongxue almost spat out that mouthful of food. She hurriedly picked up a cup of water to rinse her mouth. Qin Dongshue's face instantly turned red. She stared at the 5 or 6 dishes in front of Ling Yun and didn't speak for a long time. Ling Yun had to speak. He gave Ning Lingyu a look and sent her a telepathic message. "Lingyu, take these dishes away. I'll go out with Auntie." Ning Lingyu nodded and started clearing the dishes. Ling Yan stood up, grabbed Qin Dongshue's soft hand, and dashed out of the villa in a flash. Ling Yan's domineering aura made Qin Dongshue's breath stop. She only had time to pull her hand back. She didn't manage to break free from Ling Yan's grasp before she was dragged out by Ling Yun. With their current strength, the naked eye wouldn't be able to see them even if they were to use Qinggong in broad daylight. Ling Yun pulled Qin Dongxue along and used his Qinggong. The two of them flew 200 meters in a flash and arrived at the side of the sea. Qin Dongxue flung Ling Yan's hand away when she regained her balance. Her chest heaved up and down as she said coquettishly, "You were so well behaved just now, but now you're so overbearing. How dare you treat Auntie like this? I'll tell Big Sister and let her deal with you when she comes back." Qin Dongxue didn't dare to look at Ling Yun. She pretended to admire the sea as if nothing had happened. It was as if she could hide her panic by bringing up Qin Qiuyue. "Hee, my mom is the one who dotes on me." Ling Yan let go of Qin Dongshue's hand and took 2 steps forward. He stood still but didn't turn back. "Auntie, the scenery here is so beautiful." Pfft. Qin Dongshue's face turned red all the way to her ears. How could she not remember that this was the place where she brought Ling Yun to take a bath and fell into the sea, other than sharing some knowledge about the pugilistic world with Ning Lingyu every night to broaden her horizons? Qin Dongxue would go out for a walk on her own. It had become a habit of hers to wander all the time. Every time she came here, she would remember how Ling Yun transferred qi to her mouth when she fell into the sea. She couldn't help but tremble and blush. Qin Dongxue knew that Ling Yun had no choice. She didn't even think about it at that time. However, the feeling of Ling Yan's hot lips on her delicate lips was deeply imprinted in her heart and couldn't be erased. Then, unknowingly, she started to ask Ning Lingyu about Ling Yan's past and his hobbies. Furthermore, Fairy Qin, who had never cooked and only focused on cultivation, actually gave up her time to learn how to cook from Ning Lingyu. She was only waiting for Ling Yun to return so that she could prepare a table full of scrumptious dishes for him and watch him devour them all. She had worked very hard to learn and tried to do her best, but it still tasted terrible. She didn't expect that Ling Yun, who never had any sand in his heart, would eat it all with relish. Qin Dongxue was at a loss. She hated herself even more, but she also felt a tinge of indescribable sweetness. Qin Dongshue's heart skipped a beat as she looked at Ling Yun standing in front of her. Even if Mount Tai were to crush her, she wouldn't bow down. She didn't know what to say. "Auntie, I've been out at sea for so long. I've made you worry," Ling Yun said faintly. Qin Dongxue lowered her head and bit her red lips. Her long hair danced in the sea breeze as she said stubbornly, "Humph, it's Lingyu who's worried about you. You're more powerful than Auntie now. I'm not worried about you." Ling Yun smiled faintly and turned his head to stare at Qin Dongshue's fairy-like face. "Auntie, today's meal was the happiest I've ever had." Qin Dongshue's heart was filled with sweetness, but her expression was even more vexed. So disgusting, Ling Yun turned his head back and didn't say another word. The atmosphere seemed to have fallen into a stalemate. Ling Yun was enjoying the atmosphere, but Qin Dongxue couldn't stand it at all. She felt like her chest was about to explode. She had to speak. Even if she had nothing to say. "Rascal, I forgot to ask you just now. Why did you treat Lu Suifeng like that? He's my senior brother after all." Qin Dongxue was puzzled. Even though Lu Suifeng had treated Ling Yun with disdain, Ling Yun didn't have to humiliate Lu Suifeng like that, did he? "Because he touched you." Ling Yan said coldly as he turned around and stared into Qin Dongshua's beautiful eyes. Qin Dongshua's eyes met Ling Yan's dark and bright eyes. After listening to his explanation, she was shocked. Her body went soft, and her face blushed. She wanted to hide in a panic. It was an indescribable feeling. Qin Dongxue felt awkward and inexplicable panic. She looked at the handsome man in front of her and suddenly felt that he was no longer her sister's adopted son. He no longer needed her protection. She had become a shy little girl in front of him. Her heart was pounding. Only a ghost would accompany you to sunbathe on such a hot day. I'm going back, Qin Dongxue suddenly wanted to escape. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Qin Dongshua's peerlessly beautiful face was blushing and her heart was thumping wildly. Her delicate body trembled and she turned to flee. Auntie, Ling Yan didn't turn around as he spoke slowly. Qin Dongxue suddenly stopped moving. Her heart skipped a beat as she snorted through her nostrils. Auntie, do you know where the Tranquil Sect is? Ling Yan finally asked. He knew that asking Qin Dongxue would ruin the atmosphere, but he had to do it. He had to save Zhuang Meifeng. Qin Dongxue knew why Ling Yan was asking about the Tranquil Sect. She felt a stab of pain in her heart, and her shy eyes turned into resentment. I know, it's in Sichuan's Qingqing Mountain. Qin Dongxue told Ling Yan. Ling Yan's dark pupils constricted when he heard that. His yin-yang eyes reappeared and shot out two rays of light, one black and one white. His eyes also narrowed slightly. Auntie, do you think the disciples of the Tranquil Sect will attend the Devil Subduing Conference next month? Ling Yan asked immediately. Ling Yan didn't turn back, but Qin Dongshue's reaction was clearly reflected in his divine sense. He had to ask because it concerned Zhuang Meifeng. Qin Dongxue bit her lips lightly and said, the Tranquil Sect prides themselves on being a righteous sect. They will definitely send people to attend such a grand event. Ling Yan's lips curled into a cold smile. He nodded slightly and didn't say anything else. Ling Yan, tell Auntie the truth. What realm are you in now? Qin Dongxue stopped in her tracks. She thought about it for a while and asked suddenly, Ling Yan, tell me the truth. Ling Yan thought for a while and shook his head. Auntie, I've always been cultivating on my own. I don't know much about the classification of realms, so I don't know what realm I've reached. But if I must say it, I am confident that I can kill Lu Suifeng in 3 moves today. Confident that you can kill Lu Suifeng in 3 moves? Qin Dongxue was shocked beyond words. Her beautiful and alluring mouth opened wide in shock. Lu Suifeng was one of the top 10 disciples of the deity Sword Mountain Villa. He reached the early stages of Xiantian realm level 5 before the age of 30. If Ling Yan said that he could kill him, didn't that mean that Ling Yan's true strength was at least at Xiantian realm level 6? Qin Dongxue herself was only at the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 3. Even though she was close to breaking through to Xiantian realm level 4, she had been worried about Ling Yan and couldn't focus on her cultivation. That was why she had been suppressing her breakthrough. Qin Dongxue was a genius of the younger generation of the Qin family. Although they were both from the deity Sword Mountain Villa, in terms of cultivation speed, she still couldn't compare to Lu Suifeng from the Lu family. This wasn't to say that Qin Dongxue wasn't outstanding enough or that she wasn't hardworking enough. It was related to a very important issue, cultivation resources. As the saying goes, the poor study while the rich practice martial arts. Ever since Qin Chuyue's incident, the Qin clan had gradually declined in the past 18 years. Based on the Qin clan's heritage and the cultivation resources they possessed, they were far too lacking compared to the real ancient martial arts clan, the Lu clan. Even so, Qin Dongxue relied on her innate talent and almost insane efforts to cultivate to the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 3. She was only 1 realm ahead of Lu Suifeng and the rest. There were 2 reasons why Qin Dongxue was obsessed with cultivation and martial arts. One was to protect the Qin family from being invaded by the other families in Huaxia. The other reason was because she had been holding back her anger. Her sister, Qin Chuyue, had suffered a huge grievance 18 years ago. Based on Qin Dongshue's temper, she would definitely want to take revenge for her sister and the Qin family. That was why she gave up everything to increase her cultivation level. Qin Dongxue herself was a cultivation genius. Her cultivation speed was already shocking enough. Moreover, she had heard of and even met some real cultivation geniuses in the deity Sword Mountain Villa. However, she didn't expect Ling Yan's strength to increase to such an astonishing level in just a month. Qin Dongxue had never seen such a cultivation speed in any ancient books. Qin Dongxue suddenly realized that all the cultivation geniuses she had seen were like cabbages by the roadside compared to Ling Yan. They were all ordinary and not rare at all. However, it wasn't enough. It was far from enough. Qin Dongxue had heard of the Tranquil sect before. She knew that there were a few elders in the Tranquil sect who had long surpassed Xiantian realm level 7. If Ling Yan were to barge into the Tranquil sect now, he would definitely not be able to return. Ling Yan, Auntie completely understands your feelings. I also know that you are considered strong now. However, if you recklessly try to save Zhuang Meifeng with your current strength, you will definitely lose. Qin Dongxue was shocked by Ling Yan's terrifying cultivation speed, but she was more worried about Ling Yan's safety. She couldn't help but advise him. Ling Yan smiled faintly. Thank you for your concern, Auntie. I know I'm not strong enough now, but I will definitely work hard. Ling Yan had never been someone who acted rashly. He had a thorough understanding of this planet and knew that it wasn't as simple as it seemed to be. He also had a rough understanding of the foundations of the Huaxia family. All of this made Ling Yan extremely cautious. Even the Long family, the Chen family, the Sun family, and the rest of the secular families in Beijing, Ling Yan did not have absolute confidence in defeating them, let alone the hidden sects and the real ancient martial arts families. Ling Yan's strength was far from enough. He needed to increase his realm as soon as possible. However, Ling Yan wasn't in a hurry. He had already reached physique tempering stage 7, which meant that he had entered the late stages of physique tempering stage. After breaking through the late stages of physique tempering stage to the pinnacle of physique tempering stage 9, there wouldn't be any more obstacles. To Ling Yan, as long as he had sufficient spiritual energy, he would be able to reach the pinnacle of physique tempering stage 9 and even enter the qi refinement stage according to his original plan. He had benefited tremendously from that terrifying lightning tribulation that shouldn't have happened. He was even able to condense his divine sense when he was only at physique tempering stage 7. This was something that could only happen when one was at physique tempering stage 9. Ling Yan was extremely confident in his ability to increase his realm because he had sufficient spiritual energy, the dragon saliva in the magical gourd, the spirit gathering formation in mansion number 1 in Qingxi Villa district, the Shikyu herb, the heavenly sun grass, the Yin grass, and the dragon saliva grass. There was even the golden jade spiritual energy in the antique city. Ling Yan had decided to sweep the antique city. In order to increase his strength, he couldn't care less. Moreover, Ling Yan could dual cultivate with Kong Xiuru and Yao Rou. Both of them were now on Ling Yan's plate. He could take whatever he wanted. Even though Kong Xiuru and Yao Rou weren't as talented as Lin Menghan, Ling Yan felt that he could reach the pinnacle of physique tempering stage 8 if he were to dual cultivate with them. It's time to meet Morong Feixue. Oh, and Song Jingyang. Ling Yan smiled confidently as he looked at the waves crashing against the beach. Qin Dongxue stood behind Ling Yan and stared at his tall and confident back view. She felt as though he had transformed into a sharp sword. She could feel Ling Yan's strong self-confidence, which made her secretly shocked and inexplicably moved. Ling Yan, Auntie will definitely support you if you want to save Zhuang Meifeng. However, you have to be strong enough before you go. We have to plan this carefully, understand? Qin Dongxue bit her lips and tried to persuade Ling Yan again. Auntie, don't worry. I won't be rash. Ling Yan finally turned around and looked into Qin Dongshue's beautiful eyes. I'll definitely kill my way to the Tranquil sect in a month. Qin Dongxue didn't dare to look into Ling Yan's eyes, but she was infected by his ferocious aura. She nodded subconsciously, but she thought of something and hesitated. Recently, Zhuang Meifeng's sister, Zhuang Meina, has been coming to mansion number 9 to look for you. What do you plan to do? Zhuang Meina? What else could he do? Forget it. Nothing much. Ling Yan said indifferently. He didn't have a good impression of Zhuang Meina. If she wasn't Shuang Meifeng's biological sister, Ling Yun wouldn't even bother with her. Rascal, I'm relieved that you know what to do. I'm worried about leaving Ling Yun alone at home, so I'll go back first. Qin Dongxue didn't dare to stay there any longer. She turned into a wisp of white smoke and disappeared from Ling Yun's line of sight in 2 leaps. Auntie, I'll accompany you to Mount Longhu after my college entrance exams. Ling Yun remained rooted to the ground. He used telepathy to transmit his words clearly into Qin Dongshue's ears. Qin Dongxue returned to the mansion. Ling Yun turned around and looked at the boundless sea, his emotions fluctuating. There's too much spiritual energy in my body now. It's extremely difficult to deplete it in a short period of time. This has increased the difficulty of physical training. Moreover, with the strengthening of my energy center and meridians, the yin and yang qi in my body are multiplying at a much faster rate than before. It's almost endless. If I want to do physical training in the future, I'll have to go to the bottom of the sea. Ling Yun recalled the time when he jumped into the sea and used his body to fight against the tides and undercurrents, waving the Shinong cauldron crazily. Let's do that. Ling Yun made up his mind, and a confident smile appeared on his face. He stood there again, as if he had transformed into a perfect, immovable statue. He concentrated on thinking about many, many important things. It was not until dusk that he set off to return to Villa number 9. After returning home, Ling Yun immediately called Ling Yu over to his side. Gently and intimately, he said to Ling Yu, from today onwards, Big Brother will teach you martial arts. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Big Brother, can I really practice martial arts now? Ning Lingyu's face flushed with excitement when she saw that Ling Yun was going to teach her martial arts as soon as he returned. She was extremely envious of Ling Yun and Qin Dongshue's sudden disappearance. Yes, Ling Yu. Both your body and state of mind are at their peak. It's the best time for your big brother to teach you martial arts. Qin Dongxue walked over as well. She was back to normal after an afternoon, and she no longer avoided Ling Yun's gaze. Ling Yun didn't waste any time. He asked Ning Lingyu to bring him a pen and paper. He wrote down the stellar condensation technique and the omnipotent water control technique on the paper and passed it to Ning Lingyu. In order to create Ning Lingyu, Ling Yun was willing to spend 5 hours of his energy and use his boundless immortal spiritual energy to transform her into a true immortal spiritual body. Of course, he wouldn't hide anything from her. Memorize all of them. Remember, you can only memorize them, not practice them. Big Brother will teach you how to circulate them after you've memorized them all. Ling Yun said solemnly. Ning Lingyu happily took the few pieces of paper from Ling Yun and held them in her arms as if they were treasures. She nodded her head happily as if she had just received a priceless treasure. This was indeed a treasure. The omnipotent water control technique wasn't inferior to the yin-yang harmony balance. Ning Lingyu had an immortal spiritual body, and her body contained multiple attributes. Water and wood were the strongest. That was why Ling Yun imparted the omnipotent water control technique to her. Go memorize them yourself. Remember, you must memorize them word for word. Big Brother will check them later, understand? Ling Yun instructed Ning Lingyu seriously again. Ning Lingyu left happily. Ling Yun turned to Qin Dongxue and asked, Auntie, are you hungry? If you are, I'll cook for you, okay? Qin Dongxue didn't have lunch at all. Her stomach was rumbling even though she had a godly technique to protect her body. She couldn't help but swallow her saliva at the thought of Ling Yun's delicious cooking. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and cook for Auntie. Oh yes, Ling Yu didn't eat much for lunch either. Understood, Ling Yun smiled faintly and flew into the kitchen. More than half an hour later, the entire villa was filled with an intoxicating aroma that permeated an area of nearly 10,000 square meters. Of course, this was a dish made with dragon saliva, ginseng and other condiments. As soon as the dish was ready, even Ning Lingyu, who was focused on reciting the incantation, was attracted to it. The 3 of them finally had a sumptuous and tempting dinner. After dinner, Qin Dongxue felt that she was about to break through after receiving the powerful supplementary effects of the dragon saliva and ginseng. She left some instructions for the 2 of them before returning to her bedroom to break through. Qin Dongxue would reach Xiantian realm level 4 and enter the middle stages of the Xiantian realm. This was a matter of great importance, so Ling Yan didn't dare to be careless. Ling Yan took out the magical gourd and poured a bowl full of dragon saliva before placing it in front of Qin Dongxue. At this moment, the dragon saliva was like a piece of spiritual jade milk that had been moistened by the magical gourd. The aroma was so alluring that even though Qin Dongxue was full, she couldn't help but want to drink it. "Auntie, this is the dragon saliva. Drink all of it and go back to breakthrough. I guarantee that you'll succeed in one go." Qin Dongshue's eyes were brimming with tears, and her delicate body couldn't help but tremble. Qin Dongxue had been practicing martial arts since she was born. However, she didn't have any elixirs that could assist her cultivation. She couldn't surpass her seniors who relied on elixirs no matter how hard she tried. This made her feel aggrieved and helpless. The competitive Qin Dongxue even cried secretly after many competitions in the sect. But now, because of Ling Yan, she could use the dragon saliva to assist her in breaking through to Xiantian realm level 4. How could Qin Dongxue not be excited? "Auntie, you're about to break through, why are you?" Ling Yan asked in bewilderment. "None of your business." Qin Dongshue's beautiful eyes were brimming with tears as she glared at Ling Yan. She picked up the dragon saliva on the table with both hands and flew away. Not a single drop of the dragon saliva was spilled. Ling Yan could only shake his head helplessly. It was just a big bowl of dragon saliva, and he had plenty of it with him. Why was she so agitated? Ling Yan was a well-fed man who didn't know the hunger of a hungry man. He drank the dragon saliva like it was mineral water all day, so he naturally didn't understand what such a big bowl of dragon saliva meant to someone like Qin Dongxue. 2 hours later, Qin Dongxue successfully broke through to Xiantian realm level 4. She reached the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 4 in one go. She advanced by an entire realm. Qin Dongxue was already at the doorstep of Xiantian realm level 5. She felt that she had the ability to break through to Xiantian realm level 5, but if she did so, it would be too fast. It would definitely cause instability in her realm, which would be disadvantageous to her future advancement. Thus, she didn't force it. After Qin Dongxue stabilized her realm at the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 4, she felt that her Xiantian true qi was circulating smoothly. She only walked out of the bedroom after completing 12 major circulations. Ling Yan's tall figure was in the courtyard of the Full Moon West Tower. He was using the stellar condensation technique to absorb the power of the moon and the power of the billions of stars. God. That's, Qin Dongxue floated out of the house and saw the bright yellow moonlight pouring down like a waterfall. She could even faintly feel that there were faint threads of light around Ling Yan's body. So scary, Qin Dongxue sighed in her heart. She finally understood why Lu Suifeng's hand was almost crushed by Ling Yan. Qin Dongxue had already broken through to the 4th minor realm of the stellar condensation technique. She had a deep understanding of the endless benefits of the stellar condensation technique. The most direct and obvious effect of the stellar condensation technique was to improve one's physique and increase one's defense. At the same time, it could increase the cultivator's strength, especially at the beginning. It was simply a terrifying increase. Sensing Qin Dongshue's appearance, Ling Yan slowly stopped his cultivation and clenched his fists. His knuckles emitted a slight explosive sound. He felt that his hands were extremely flexible. He turned back to Qin Dongxue and flattered her. "Congratulations, Auntie. You've become so much stronger all of a sudden, don't flatter me. Tell me, why didn't you teach Auntie the omnipotent water control technique that you taught Ling Yu?" Qin Dongxue was secretly displeased. She could tell that the omnipotent water control technique was a horrifying technique. Ling Yu knew that Qin Dongxue was a cultivation maniac. He knew that Qin Dongxue must have misunderstood. Auntie, even though the omnipotent water control technique is powerful, it's really not suitable for you to cultivate. Ling Yan could tell that Qin Dongxue had 2 major attributes in her body. One was metal, and the other was fire. If Qin Dongxue were to cultivate the omnipotent water control technique, it wouldn't be helping her but harming her. However, since Auntie had brought it up, Ling Yan had no problems with it. When he was in the cultivation world, he had visited the backyards of many powerful sects and learned quite a few powerful techniques. However, it wasn't the right time for Qin Dongxue to cultivate those techniques. Even though Qin Dongxue had reached Xiantian realm level 4, she was still a far cry from the qi cultivators in the cultivation world. Auntie, those techniques are powerful, but most of them are for meditation. Moreover, they need to be cultivated from a young age. That's why they conflict with the techniques you're cultivating now. Qin Dongxue could only frown. She was extremely depressed. Ling Yan casually took out a set of martial arts that seemed to be many times more powerful than the one she practiced. She could only stare at it but couldn't study it. How could she not be depressed? What should I do then? Qin Dongshua's good mood was almost ruined by her depression. She stomped her feet and glared at Ling Yun. Auntie, don't worry. I'll definitely have a way to solve this problem in the future. But for now, we can only endure it. Ling Yan smiled calmly. Even though Ling Yan's current strength was much stronger than Qin Dongshue's, he was still in the physique tempering stage. He didn't dare to mess around before he reached Qi cultivation stage 4. It was almost impossible to make a Xiantian master disperse his cultivation, and at the same time, make him cultivate a new cultivation method without lowering his cultivation level. Without the cultivation of Qi disciple level 4, it was almost impossible to do. Ling Yan smiled, and a soft sword suddenly appeared in his hand. It was the dragon vein sword. Auntie, take out your sword. I'll teach you a set of swordsmanship. 9th kill swordsmanship. Ling Yan was going to impart the 9th kill swordsmanship to Qin Dongxue. After reaching the Qi cultivation stage, Ling Yan's divine sense would expand at a terrifying speed. At the same time, it would become more condensed. By then, Ling Yan would be able to use his divine sense to control his flying sword and kill his enemies within the range of his divine sense. The 9th kill swordsmanship would be useless to Ling Yan in close combat. Even though there were only 10 moves in the 9th kill swordsmanship, it was ever-changing, mysterious, and extremely difficult to learn. However, Qin Dongxue was indeed a martial arts prodigy. She didn't waste her time in the deity sword mountain villa. She only needed to see Ling Yun demonstrate the Blitz Thunder kill to know how terrifying this swordsmanship was. What a terrifying swordsmanship. The speed of the Blitz Thunder kill is so fast, and it actually contains 18 variations. Ling Yun finished demonstrating the 9th kill swordsmanship to Qin Dongshue's amazement. He first gave Qin Dongxue a rough understanding of the 9th kill swordsmanship before imparting the chant to Qin Dongxue. Everyone in the deity sword mountain villa was an expert in the sword Dao, and Qin Dongxue was no exception. After seeing Ling Yan's 9th kill swordsmanship, she couldn't think of any swordsmanship from the deity sword mountain villa that could surpass Ling Yan's 9th kill swordsmanship. Therefore, for the entire night, Ling Yan taught Qin Dongxue attentively. By the time she started to demonstrate the 9th kill swordsmanship, the night had already passed and the sky was bright. Auntie, there are still many things waiting for me to settle in Qingshui City. What do you think? Ling Yan probed while Qin Dongxue was happy. Go, don't forget to come back to make dinner. Qin Dongxue was completely engrossed in the 9th kill swordsmanship. She couldn't be bothered with Ling Yun and sent him away. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. At dawn, Ling Yan drove back to Qingshui City. He didn't go anywhere but directly returned to Qingxi Villa District's mansion number 1 after a month. The spirit gathering formation had been absorbing spiritual energy for more than a month without any leakage. This caused the spiritual energy in mansion number 1 to be abnormally dense, almost liquefied. Only Du Gumo was in mansion number 1. When Ling Yan arrived, he was sitting cross-legged in the courtyard, facing the east, practicing his breathing. The dragon saliva that Du Gumo drank was effective. A few days after Ling Yan left the sea, he easily broke through and reached the Xiantian realm. Furthermore, he reached the mid-stage of Xiantian realm level 1. However, Du Gumo didn't look too good. His face was pale, and he had lost a lot of weight. There was even a faint black aura on his forehead. Ling Yan scanned him with his divine sense and frowned. Du Gumo had suffered serious internal injuries. Ling Yan, you're back? Seeing Ling Yan's car enter the courtyard, Du Gumo slowly stood up from where he was meditating. He smiled bitterly and greeted Ling Yan. Ling Yan's pair of sharp eyes stared at Du Gumo's blackened forehead and asked directly, "Who hurt you?" "Phew." Du Gumo walked in front of Ling Yan and let out a long sigh. Then, he shook his head violently as if trying to get rid of his depressed mood. Only then did he open his mouth and say, "Recently, your mansion number 1 seems to have become the focus of many people. Almost every night, there are people coming to visit, among them, most of them quietly left after receiving my warning. However, there were 2 groups of people who completely ignored my warning and wanted to barge in directly. Therefore, I could only fight." Ling Yan's handsome eyes shot out 2 rays of light and flashed with killing intent. He asked in a low voice, "Who are these 2 groups of people?" Du Gumo pondered for a while and said with a thoughtful expression, "If I'm not wrong, one of them should be Japanese ninjas. These people's realms aren't very high. The strongest one is only at the pinnacle of Hotian realm level 9. They were easily defeated by me. But the other group of people, although there are only 2 of them, they are both Xiantian experts, and the martial arts they cultivate are very strange. Their cultivation methods are extremely strange, and they are not the path of a righteous sect. I guess they should be people from the devil sect. The injuries on my body were caused by those 2. Du Gumo laughed bitterly. He had been training crazily for such a long time and had finally broken through to the Xiantian realm. Before he could do anything, he was injured by an expert from the devil sect who had appeared out of nowhere. He was extremely depressed. "Humph, they have indeed found their way here." Ling Yan snorted coldly and asked again, "Didn't they alert anyone else?" Du Gumo smiled and shook his head. "If you don't come back, who can I tell?" Ling Yan pursed his lips and nodded. "That's good too. Since they want to die, let them come. We'll kill as many as they come." Seeing how overbearing Ling Yun was upon his return, Du Gumo's heart shuddered. He wondered what realm Ling Yun had reached with his rapid cultivation speed. "I'll heal you first." Ling Yan brought Du Gumo back to the guest room that he was staying in. He made Du Gumo sit cross-legged on the bed and took off his shirt. However, he didn't use the 9 needles of the spiritual pivot. Instead, he placed his palms on Du Gumo's back. This wasn't an illness but an injury. Of course, Ling Yan could use the 9 needles of the spiritual pivot to treat Du Gumo's internal injuries. However, now that he had reached the late stages of physique tempering, the effects of the 9 needles of the spiritual pivot were no longer as effective as using his palms. Ling Yan activated the yin-yang harmony balance. The majestic yin-yang true qi instantly flowed through Ling Yan's hands and into Du Gumo's body. It began to flow along Du Gumo's meridians, forcing all the evil true qi that was wreaking havoc in his meridians to one place. Then, it was devoured, absorbed, and refined by Ling Yun. After the treatment, Du Gumo immediately felt that the true qi from the devil sect that was wreaking havoc in his body had completely disappeared. The circulation of his true qi also became smooth and smooth. Ling Yun withdrew his palms, and Du Gumo floated down from the bed. He stretched his arms and legs in a relaxed manner. His eyes were filled with excitement as he said, "Hee, you're indeed the only successor of the immortal physician sect. I was initially worried that I would die at any moment. I didn't expect that I would recover so quickly." Ling Yan smiled slightly. "Alright, stop sucking up to me. You suffered such a serious internal injury, but why don't you have any external injuries at all?" Du Gumo rolled his eyes. "Did you forget that you gave me quite a number of healing talismans before you left? I was stabbed a few times, and I was also stabbed twice. However, your healing talismans are really good. As long as my arms and legs are still intact, my wounds are instantly healed. There aren't even any scars left. So that's how it was." Ling Yan suddenly understood. He chuckled and patted Du Gumo's shoulder. "It's fine now. If they dare to come again tonight, I'll smash their balls to avenge you." After Ling Yan finished speaking, he didn't care about Du Gumo, who was busy putting on his clothes. He flew out of the guest room and once again arrived at the courtyard. His figure swayed slightly, and he had already arrived at the place where the shikyu herb was growing. Then, he focused his gaze on it. So much spiritual energy has been accumulated. It's all liquefied. Ling Yan couldn't help but be excited as he muttered to himself. The shikyu herb grew in a small spirit-gathering formation. The spiritual energy was even denser here, and Ling Yan only felt refreshed. However, he didn't lack spiritual energy in his body, so he only bathed in it without absorbing it. The growth of the Shikyu herb was definitely gratifying. When Ling Yan transplanted it, he fully considered the characteristics of the Shikyu herb's growth. He planted it in a sunny place to ensure that it would receive the longest amount of sunlight every day. In another half a month, the Shikyu herb would be completely ripe. Even though the amount of spiritual energy required to break through to the qi cultivation stage was hundreds of times more than when he was in the cultivation world, he had injected a strand of immortal spiritual energy into the Shikyu herb. It was no longer an ordinary Shikyu herb. It could be said that Ling Yan had plenty of immortal spiritual energy in his body. It was a pity that he couldn't use it on his own. That was his biggest frustration. However, this Shikyu herb had been watered with immortal spiritual energy. If Ling Yan could use it as the main ingredient to make the Shikyu pill after it matured, Ling Yan's breakthrough to the qi cultivation stage would definitely be twice the result with half the effort. Of course, Ling Yan didn't only rely on the Shikyu pill. He still had dragon saliva, thousand-year ginseng, thousand-year knotweed, heaven-yang grass, earthine grass, and dragon saliva grass. As for the liquefied spiritual energy that was released during the growth process of the Shikyu herb, Ling Yan wasn't in a hurry to collect it. This liquefied spiritual energy would be of great use to him. The engine roared, and 2 cars rushed into mansion number 1. Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu had arrived. Ling Yan flew to Tang Meng's side and threatened him. "Aren't you afraid of death? How dare you drive the Spiker C8? On the way back from Wenzhou to Qingshui, Ling Yan had collected all the cars of the Assassins Organization's ace assassins. They had all been transported back to Qingshui City. He didn't expect Tang Meng to drive the Holy Virgin Spiker C8 everywhere. I've only driven it once today. The sound of the engine is so F***king satisfying." Tang Meng's excitement hadn't subsided. He caressed the white body of the Spiker C8 as if he was caressing a lover. "Only I can drive this car from now on. Anyone else who drives it will die," Ling Yan warned Tang Meng. The Holy Virgin of the Devil sect was far stronger than Ling Yan. Even Ling Yan couldn't defeat her. If anyone else were to drive her car, it would be no different from courting death. "I understand, Big Brother Yun. I just drove it for you." Tang Meng wasn't dumb. He gave the Spiker C8 car keys to Ling Yan. "Big Brother Yun, will there be any trouble if we drive other cars?" Tai Xiaohu scratched his head. Tai Xiaohu was driving a spacious, black, luxurious Mercedes-Benz. It was also one of the 10 cars. "I've already killed the owners of the other cars. There shouldn't be any problems." Ling Yan analyzed in his heart. The Holy Virgin of the Devil sect was looking for him. She didn't care about the lives of the other members of the Assassins Organization, much less the cars they left behind. "Where are the medicinal herbs you bought for me? Bring me to them." Ling Yan asked the 2 of them to bring him around his villa to check on the medicinal herbs that were worth 20 million yuan that he had asked them to buy for him. Of course, these medicinal herbs were all traditional Chinese medicine. There were both main and supplementary medicinal herbs. Ling Yan was definitely bold and generous. He bought a huge amount of them in one go. There were hundreds of gunny sacks that filled every room and corner of mansion number 1. They soaked in the spiritual energy of mansion number 1 day and night. As the saying went, it was better to be prepared. These medicinal herbs could be used to make high-level talismans and elixirs. Such a large amount was more than enough for Ling Yan to use until he reached qi cultivation level 1. Very good. Very satisfying. Ling Yan was very satisfied. He nodded repeatedly, overjoyed. After looking at the medicinal herbs, Ling Yan led the 2 back to the living room. The 3 of them sat down. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Just as the 3 of them sat down, Ling Yan saw Du Gumo in a green robe walking out of the guest room with a solemn expression. Du Gumo walked past Ling Yan's sofa in a hurry. He raised his hand slightly to greet Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu before saying to Ling Yan, "I have something to do, I'll be heading out for a while." Ling Yan didn't pay much attention to it. He casually reminded Du Gumo to be careful and let him be. After Du Gumo left, Ling Yan looked at Tang Meng and then at Tai Xiaohu. Suddenly, he smiled and said, regarding the matter of purchasing the medicinal herbs, the two of you did well. With so many precious medicinal herbs, Ling Yan would be able to use them freely for a long time. He wouldn't need to worry about refining talismans anymore. Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu were a little embarrassed to be praised by Ling Yan. Tang Meng chuckled and picked up his black handbag from the coffee table. He unzipped it and took out his identification card. He handed it to Ling Yan with both hands. Big brother Yun, this is by Xian'er's identification card. I got it yesterday afternoon. What do you think? Oh, Ling Yan replied as he took the ID card from Tang Meng. Flipping it over in his hands, he chuckled and said, Tang Meng, you're really efficient. How did you get this done so quickly? Tang Meng winked at Ling Yan proudly and said, such a small matter, isn't it a piece of cake for me? By Xian'er, gender, female, ethnicity, Han. Date of birth. Address, Mansion No. 1, Qingxi Villa District, Qingshui City, Jiangnan Province. Not bad, not bad. Ling Yan read out casually. It was just an identification card. Ling Yan gave it to Bai Xian'er purely for convenience. It could save him a lot of unnecessary trouble. He only glanced at it twice before putting it in his spatial ring. Tai Xiaohu opened his mouth to talk about serious matters. Big brother Yun, we have some progress on the matter you asked us to investigate before you went out to sea. Ling Yan's expression became serious. He knew that Tai Xiaohu was talking about the stair driver, Wang Lei. Tell me about it, Tai Xiaohu nodded. Big brother Yun, we've confirmed the identity of the mysterious account that you asked us to investigate. The owner of the account that transferred 1,000,000 yuan to Wang Lei is called Zhang Feng. We only know that he has a Beijing account, but we don't know anything else for now. Chen Sun from the Chen family was indeed very experienced. Although he did not care about killing one or two ordinary people, he was still very cautious. He did not use his own account to pay Wang Lei's murder fee. Instead, he used the account of one of his men to transfer the money. Unfortunately, Chen Sun did not give Wang Lei $1,000,000 in cash because he was afraid of trouble. That was how Ling Yan managed to find some clues. Ling Yan thought for a while and nodded. He asked casually, did we alert the enemy? Tai Xiaohu shook his head and said, no, we didn't dare to investigate further after this. We didn't want to alert the enemy. Otherwise, I would have brought people to Beijing to capture this person. Ling Yan gave Tai Xiaohu a look of approval. Tai Xiaohu might look rough, but he was actually smart and not reckless at all. That's right. As long as we know who it is, the rest is not a problem. Zhang Feng, let him be for 2 days. Ling Yan said with a smile. Big brother Yun, we have also found Wang Lei's friend, Li Gang. After Wang Lei got into trouble, he was so scared that he hid in his hometown in Jiangxi. Tang Meng followed up. Have you found him? Ling Yan asked immediately. That mysterious account was related to the mastermind behind Ling Yan's murder. Ling Yan knew that the person who wanted to kill him had to have a powerful background. That was why he did not want Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu to alert the enemy. However, Wang Lei's friend, Li Gang, was different. He was just a hooligan who helped Wang Lei keep a lookout. Ling Yan only looked for him to confirm some things, so there was no need to be polite to him. Tang Meng smiled and said, Big brother Yun, don't worry. My dad has already called the local public security bureau. They have found Li Gang and arrested him. The people sent to capture him are already on the way. Ling Yan narrowed his eyes and nodded slowly. Alright, if you manage to capture Li Gang, bring him here. There are some things I want to ask him in person. Ling Yan's eyes narrowed slightly as his gaze turned cold. Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu nodded at the same time. Ling Yan thought for a while and said, also, keep a close eye on Wang Lei's wife. When the time comes, bring her along. I have something to ask her too. After that, Ling Yan stared at Tang Meng and asked with a smile, Xie Zhenyan, Go Junfa, and Lu Qingtian, have you found their whereabouts? Tang Meng was very depressed. His face was full of anger, but he shook his head helplessly. I really don't know where they are hiding. I can't find them at all. Ling Yan still had a smile on his face as he said faintly, forget it, since we can't find them, there's no point in looking. After these 2 days, let's make a trip to their house. The monk can run away, but the temple can't. Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu looked at each other in shock. After a long time, Tang Meng turned his head and said, "Big brother Yun, what do you mean?" Ling Yun snorted coldly. "If we can't find the young one, we'll find the old one. They beat up my brothers and want to run away. Do they think it's over just by hiding? Aren't they being a little too whimsical?" Ling Yun had many important things to do after the college entrance examinations. He no longer had the patience to play hide and seek with these small fries. Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu were extremely excited. They looked at the stern Ling Yun and knew in their hearts that Ling Yun was really going to sweep Xianxia city clean this time. The day the college entrance examinations ended would be the day he would leave Xianxia city. Before he left, he had to get rid of all the obstacles in Xianxia city. He had to get rid of all the obstacles in his way so that they wouldn't cause any more trouble in the future. Very quickly, the three of them started to talk about Qingyun Productions again. They were basically treating it as a joke. Although the head office of Qingyun Productions in the capital was very powerful, there was a saying that went, "A powerful dragon cannot suppress a snake in its own territory." No matter how furious the bigwigs in the capital were, distant waters could not quench the present thirst. They were too far away to do anything to Ling Yun and the rest. Ling Yun didn't even care about the mysterious Assassins Corporation and the devil sect that appeared out of nowhere, let alone a production company. The three of them chatted for a while before Tang Meng suddenly asked Ling Yun, "Big brother Yun, your ordinary people's clinic is ready. Is it time to open for business?" Ling Yun nodded and smiled. "Yes, it is time to open for business. However, we'll have to wait until I see Miracle Dr. Xue first." Thinking about his own ordinary people's clinic, Yao Rou's obedient, docile, but unusually stubborn attitude immediately jumped into Ling Yun's mind. After Ling Yun finished speaking, he stood up and said to the two of them, "Let's go to the clinic first. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation." To be continued. Tang Meng drove Ling Yun's Land Rover while Tai Xiaohu drove the black Benz. The three of them left mansion number 1 in 2 cars and headed for the ordinary people's clinic. As for that Spiker C8, this luxury sports car was indeed flashy, but it was definitely a scourge. Ling Yun decided to leave it at home. "Big brother Yun, when will you have time to listen to my business development plan?" In the Land Rover, Tang Meng leisurely lit up a cigarette and took a deep puff. Slowly puffing out a mouthful of smoke, he turned to look at Ling Yun beside him. Tang Meng was definitely young and successful. Ling Yun had handed over all his businesses to Tang Meng to manage, except for the ordinary people's clinic. Tang Meng wasn't stupid and could see a bright future for himself. "Your own business, you do it yourself. I only have one request, don't lose money. You can do whatever you want with the rest." Ling Yun had enough troubles. Ling Yun had enough troubles on his plate. He really didn't want to be troubled over money and affect his cultivation. "Alright, pretend I didn't say anything." Tang Meng was speechless for a while. Thus, he reported to Ling Yun that his development plan had been delayed once again. The 2 cars arrived at the intersection of Gufeng Road and Qingxi Road very quickly and stopped outside the ordinary people's clinic. The place was bustling as usual. Ling Yun turned to look at the ordinary people's clinic and realized that it was already open. The windows were bright and the tables were clean. A familiar slender figure was holding a mop in her hand. She was bending over and mopping the floor seriously. Tang Meng had yet to finish his cigarette, so he put it out and pointed at the busy figure with his chin. "Big brother Yun, even though we bought a villa for Sister Ro and the renovations were completed half a month ago, Sister Ro has been staying here ever since the clinic was renovated. She's been keeping it spotless every day, waiting for you to come back." Even though Tang Meng was a spoiled brat, he was deeply impressed by Yao Rou's performance. For Ling Yun, she could endure the pain, sacrifice her life in the face of danger, and endure the pain of waiting. This woman's heart was really too strong. Ling Yun's heart warmed as he nodded with a smile. He opened the door, got out of the car, and slowly walked into the clinic. "Consultation," Ling Yun said casually. "Sorry, our clinic doesn't have." "Ah." Out of habit, Yao Rou wanted to say that the clinic wasn't open yet. However, she instantly sensed something amiss. She raised her head abruptly and gasped in excitement. Yao Rou was the only one in the clinic. Using his movement technique, he appeared in front of Yao Rou in a flash and pulled her into his embrace. Clang. The mop hit the floor, making a clear and melodious sound. Hugging her tightly, he could feel her heart beating like a drum. After a while, he gently pushed her away. Staring at her delicate face, he raised his hand to wipe away the beads of sweat that had formed on her forehead. "Didn't I tell you not to work? You're just so disobedient," Ling Yan scolded. Yao Rou only smiled. Seeing Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu enter the room, Yao Rou panicked a little. She struggled a little and slid out of Ling Yan's embrace. This was a clinic, not a place to be intimate. Ling Yan turned around angrily and glared at the two of them. However, the two of them didn't seem to realize that they had done anything wrong. They each found a chair and sat down as if nothing had happened. "The weather is pretty good today." Tang Meng winked at Tai Xiaohu. "Yeah, the rainy season came later this year. It'll probably be at the end of the month." Tai Xiaohu was very cooperative. Ling Yan wanted to give the two brothers a nail each. "Why don't you two go and die?" he said fiercely. Yao Rou was shy and happy at the same time. She burst out laughing like a flower. Of course, Ling Yan knew that the two brothers were deliberately joking with him. He wasn't that impatient. Therefore, he held Yao Rou's hand and looked around the interior of his clinic. Ling Yan didn't need injections or medication to treat patients. Therefore, there was no medicine rack or modern medical equipment in his clinic. The first floor of the clinic was more than 200 square meters. It was divided into 3 large cubicles. One of the cubicles was for registration while the other was for Ling Yan to examine patients. There was also the largest cubicle, which was lined up in a row. There were a total of 12 single beds. The white bed sheets were spotless, and the 12 single beds were separated by a 2-meter-tall wooden board. This was to take care of the patient's privacy. In the corridor of the clinic, there were a few 3-meter-long benches. These were for patients or their family members waiting for treatment. Near the main entrance of the clinic, there was a clean and elegant office desk with 3 chairs beside it. If this was in other clinics, it would be a place for doctors to receive patients and ask about their conditions. But in the People's Clinic, this was purely a decoration. When people came in, there had to be a place for them to sit and talk, right? It was simple, elegant, and clean. Ling Yan was very satisfied with it. He couldn't help but hold Yao Rou's slender hand lightly as a reward. "Where's the washroom?" Ling Yan asked with a smile. Yao Rou blushed and pointed to a corner. "The washroom hasn't been changed. It's still there, let's take a look on the 2nd floor." Ling Yan didn't really care about the 1st floor. He only needed a few simple beds. He was more concerned about the 2nd floor. Ling Yan had emphasized that the 2nd floor of the clinic was not for treatment but for rest and living. Therefore, all the decorations had to be done according to the requirements of a home. The clinic had been renovated for a long time. In fact, the 1st floor did not take much effort. The main focus was on the 2nd floor. The 2nd floor of the clinic had 4 bedrooms and 1 living room. The living room was about 60 to 70 square meters. There was a master bedroom, a study, 2 spare bedrooms, and a spacious public washroom. "Rou Er, where are you staying?" Ling Yan asked with a mischievous smile as he wrapped his arm around Yao Rou's slender waist. Yao Rou's face was as red as blood. Her heart raced as she pointed to the largest bedroom. Ling Yan giggled and brought Yao Rou to the master bedroom. When he pushed the door open, his eyes lit up. The master bedroom was huge. It was at least 50 square meters. It took up a quarter of the entire 2nd floor. There was a bathroom and a separate washroom. There was a spacious double bed, a high-end leather sofa, a mahogany coffee table, and even an air conditioner and a television. This was done according to Ling Yan's requirements. Not only was Ling Yan satisfied, but he was also shocked. What shocked Ling Yan the most was that on the drying rack near the south window, there were 2 nurse gowns that would make one want to vomit blood. "Good, good, good, I like it." Ling Yan was full of praises. Unknowingly, one of his hands had already climbed up Yao Rou's perky breasts. Yao Rou's delicate body went limp. She moaned softly and said with a face as red as blood, "Not here." Her breathing quickened. Of course, Ling Yan wouldn't do it here. He teased Yao Rou a few times before letting go of her and walking straight to the window. Ling Yan raised his hand and touched Yao Rou's new nurse gown. It felt smooth and was made of real silk. It was many times more high-end than the one Yao Rou had worn before. Yao Rou noticed Ling Yan's actions, and her face turned even redder. She quickly lowered her head, and her long black hair cascaded down like a waterfall. "When is the clinic opening?" Yao Rou couldn't stand the ambiguous atmosphere and hurriedly changed the topic. Ling Yan chuckled and looked through the window at the southwest corner of the intersection. That was the clothing store that he bought over from the Xianxia people. It was already open for business. "If it's not the 20th, then the 21st. Ling Yan said casually. He had looked at the dates, and those 2 days were Saturday and Sunday. Yao Rou nodded her head, and a beautiful smile appeared on her face. The clinic that she had painstakingly renovated was finally open for business. She knew that Ling Yun wasn't short of money, so it didn't matter when the clinic opened. What was important was that Ling Yun would often appear in the clinic once the clinic opened. She would be able to see him every day, and she wouldn't have to wait so long. To Yao Rou, that was a form of torture. It was enough to burn her into ashes. Hire a few nurses for these 2 days. Ling Yun suddenly turned his head and smiled at Yao Rou. Once the clinic opened, there would be all kinds of patients. Ling Yun didn't want Yao Rou to serve patients like before. Of course, she still had to wear a nurse's uniform. The way Yao Rou wore a nurse's uniform was too tempting. Yao Rou nodded again, but in her heart, she was thinking about what kind of nurses Ling Yun would be satisfied with. Young and pretty ones. Ling Yun definitely wouldn't care about their professional skills, but that would be a threat to him. Older and more experienced ones wouldn't be a threat to him, but Yao Rou was worried that Ling Yun would be unhappy. "Rou did anyone come yesterday?" Ling Yun was actually asking about Lin Menghan. He was afraid that Lin Menghan would be bored alone, so he asked her to come over yesterday. Yao Rou thought about the beautiful and sexy woman who suddenly barged into the clinic yesterday afternoon. She felt a stab of pain in her heart, but she nodded her head calmly. Yes, a woman came. She said her name was Lin Menghan, but she only stayed for a few minutes before leaving. She didn't say anything? Yes, she only asked for my name and my relationship with you before leaving. Ling Yan was surprised to hear that. That shouldn't be the case. He didn't know that Lin Menghan's heart turned cold when she saw Yao Rou at the ordinary people's clinic after mustering up her courage. Lin Menghan's heart turned cold, not because she was jealous, but because she knew that this clinic wasn't a place for her. She wouldn't be able to step in. Yao Rou was in charge of everything from the location selection to the renovation of the clinic. She had already become one with the clinic after the near-death experience. She didn't need to announce that this was her territory. It was hard for others to step in, not even Lin Menghan. This was the intuition between women. Just like how it would be impossible for Ling Yun to bring Yao Rou back to Lin Menghan's villa to get intimate with her. Lin Menghan chatted politely with Yao Rou for a while before leaving. She didn't need her help at all. Ling Yun didn't know what was going on, but he didn't ask. He spoke to Yao Rou for a while more before getting up and going downstairs. "I still have some things to settle. I'll open for business once I'm done. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation." To be continued. Ling Yan wrapped his arm around Yao Rou's waist and went downstairs. He realized that Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu were nowhere to be found in the clinic. Ling Yan's face darkened. These 2 rascals are courting death. Aren't they afraid that my clinic will be smashed again? Who would dare to smash it? Yao Rou giggled. Indeed, no one would dare to enter the ordinary people's clinic with the Land Rover and Mercedes-Benz parked in front of it, unless they were blind. Ling Yan took out his phone and called Tang Meng. "Where the hell did you 2 go? Get back here." He hadn't settled the score with these 2 rascals for ruining his plans. "I'll be back soon." Tang Meng hung up the phone. The 2 of them came back very quickly. When they came back, each of them was carrying a big bag full of things. Ling Yan didn't need to look to know that there were bundles of cash in them. "What's this for?" Tang Meng chuckled. It's close to the bank, so I withdrew some. The two of them were really good at doing things. They took the opportunity while Ling Yun was upstairs to withdraw 5 million yuan for Ling Yun's pocket money. Keep it up, you two. Ling Yun glared at Tang Meng, but he quickly put the 2 bags of cash into his spatial ring with a smile on his face. Big brother Yun, I just transferred 2,000 yuan to your card. Did you get the message? Tang Meng winked at Ling Yun. The 2,000 yuan in Tang Meng's words was actually 20 million yuan. Ling Yun hurriedly took out his phone and looked at it. There were indeed 2 messages on it. He checked it and saw that one of them was 10 million yuan. He then nodded his head. There's nothing much going on in the clinic now. Do you want to visit Grandpa Shui with me? Ling Yun asked Yao Rou. I want to thank Grandpa Shui for saving my life. Yao Rou nodded after some thought. Ling Yun had the same intention. Miracle Dr. Shui saved Yao Rou's life when she was seriously injured by the Xianxia expert. That was how Ling Yun came back. Ling Yun arranged for Yao Rou to stay at Miracle Dr. Shui's house for a few days. Miracle Dr. Shui had to thank him personally for taking care of her body. Then let's go. They casually locked the door and didn't even bother to close the shutter door. The 4 of them got into the car and went back the way they came, heading towards the Qingxi Villa district. When Ling Yun arrived at Miracle Dr. Shui's house, Miracle Dr. Shui was strolling leisurely outside the villa. He seemed to have predicted that Ling Yun would come and was waiting for him at the door. Ling Yun hurriedly got out of the car. Miracle Dr. Shui welcomed him with a smile. Little rascal, you're back? Yes, you're back. Grandpa Shui, your complexion is getting better and better. Ling Yun said happily when he saw Miracle Dr. Shui's rosy complexion and relaxed breathing. Yao Rou got out of the car as well. She was very respectful to Miracle Dr. Shui as she bowed deeply. Grandpa Shui, Miracle Dr. Shui waved his hand. You don't have to be so polite. Come, let's talk inside. After entering the villa and returning to the living room, Miracle Dr. Shui casually sat on the sofa. He waved at the 4 of them and smiled amiably. The 4 of you can sit anywhere you want, no need to stand on ceremony. Of course, Ling Yun wouldn't be reserved. Miracle Dr. Shui was mainly talking to Tang Meng and the other 2. How could Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu dare to sit down? Both of them nodded their heads but didn't move. They stood in the living room obediently and didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Yao Rou naturally didn't dare to sit either. However, Ling Yun forcefully pulled her to sit beside him. Knowing that you're back, Ning Er didn't want to go to class since yesterday morning. She insisted on seeing you first. I reprimanded her and she's still throwing a tantrum. Of course, Miracle Dr. Shui wouldn't treat his future grandson-in-law as an outsider. When he saw Ling Yun, he was the first to complain. What else could Ling Yun say? He could only go along with Miracle Dr. Shui's words. It's not right to skip class. Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu tried their best to hold back their laughter. Their faces and necks were red. They puffed and puffed for a long time but didn't dare to laugh out loud. Ling Yun was now the king of truancy in Xingshui High. It was simply illogical for him to say that it was not right to skip class. Grandpa Shui, I was in too much of a rush to go out to sea a month ago. I didn't come to bid farewell to you before I left. You won't blame me, right? Miracle Dr. Shui stared at Ling Yun. Ning Er told me everything. How was it? Was it a success? Miracle Dr. Shui's one sentence was equivalent to telling Ling Yun that he already knew everything about Bai Xian'er's transformation. There was no need for Ling Yun to elaborate. Ling Yun was a smart man. He smiled easily and nodded. Fortunately, Miracle Dr. Shui was moved. He straightened his back and said thoughtfully, bring it over later. I'll broaden my horizons. Definitely. Ling Yun promised. Grandpa Shui, my clinic has been renovated. I want to open this weekend. I'm here today mainly to thank you for helping me with the medical license. Miracle Dr. Shui almost laughed when he heard that. You rascal, are you trying to embarrass me by saying this now? He said as his beard trembled. Miracle Dr. Shui almost laughed when he heard Ling Yun's words. Not to mention the fact that they were about to become a family. Ling Yun had given Shui Mining a few presents on her birthday. Those were all treasures that were hard to find. Ling Yin was still using his medical license to talk about this. Of course, Miracle Dr. Xue would feel embarrassed. Ling Yin saw that old man Xue wasn't faking his anger. He quickly changed the topic. Hee, I wouldn't dare. Grandpa Xue, I'm actually here to learn from you. You have to teach me how to run this clinic. Ling Yan's words were beautiful. Miracle Dr. Xue's anger turned into joy. Old man Xue stroked his beard and nodded. Brat, do you still need my guidance with your medical skills? Then, he changed the topic. However, since you asked, I'll take advantage of my seniority for once. It's up to you whether you want to listen or not. Ling Yin was as obedient as a kindergartner. Grandpa Xue, please speak. Miracle Dr. Xue coughed lightly and cleared his throat before saying seriously, as for those high-sounding principles, Grandpa Xue won't explain them to you. Those are all bluffs. Moreover, I know that even if I explained them to you, you wouldn't listen. Miracle Dr. Xue was old and experienced. He could tell that Ling Yin was the kind of person who did things his own way. Hence, he didn't bother to say anything useless. I only have one thing to tell you. Since we're practicing medicine and saving lives, we must remember this saying. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. A doctor should treat his patients with the heart of a parent. With that, Miracle Dr. Xue immediately switched to telepathy and said to Ling Yin, Rascal, I know you have a ruthless streak in your bones, but you're actually a very kind person. You have to differentiate between killing and saving people. Ling Yan's face turned serious as he stood up and bowed deeply to Miracle Dr. Xue. Thank you for your advice, Grandpa Xue. Miracle Dr. Xue smiled and nodded. Alright, you're an extremely intelligent person. There's no need for me to say anything else. Let's not talk about other things, otherwise, I'll just be nagging. Ling Yin sat down again. Grandpa Xue, I want to teach Ning Er my acupuncture techniques as soon as possible. What do you think? Miracle Dr. Xue stroked his beard and smiled. That's between the two of you. I can't interfere. This time, Miracle Dr. Xue was very straightforward. He directly became a big boss who didn't have to do anything. Yao Rou finally had the chance to express her gratitude. Miracle Dr. Xue blamed Ling Yin for being a busybody and glared at him. He could only accept it helplessly. Half an hour later, Ling Yin politely rejected Miracle Dr. Xue's invitation to stay for lunch with the excuse that he had other matters to attend to. He got up and left with the 3 of them. The 4 of them returned to Ling Yan's mansion number 1. Du Guimo stood in the courtyard of mansion number 1 with a sword in his backpack, waiting for Ling Yan's return. Hey, what's wrong with you? Why are you carrying a backpack? Ling Yan was extremely puzzled. Du Guimo was a little depressed and reluctant. He hesitated before saying to Ling Yan, I just received a notification that there's an urgent matter with my family. I have to rush back immediately. Ling Yan's heart skipped a beat as he asked telepathically, Are you going to Dragon Tiger Mountain to participate in the Demon Subduing Conference? Du Guimo was stunned. He replied telepathically, How did you know? However, that's not the only thing. My family has something important to attend to too. Hearing that Du Guimo's family had something important to attend to, Ling Yan didn't continue to urge him to stay. He patted Du Guimo's shoulder and said, Alright, you can go back first. We'll meet again in a month at Dragon Tiger Mountain. Du Guimo scratched his head. He was actually still thinking about Ling Yan's dragon vein sword. He didn't have enough fun with it the last time. However, he still sighed helplessly and turned to leave. Wait. Ling Yan stopped him and continued telepathically, Do you want to drink some dragon saliva before leaving? Or, you can bring some back. Du Guimo's expression froze. A surge of manly passion rose in his heart. However, he resolutely shook his head and said, There's no need. After I broke through to the Xiantian realm, there seems to be a huge aura in my body. I don't know what's going on at the moment. I have to figure it out first. Ling Yan laughed in his heart. Huge aura? That's the immortal spiritual energy that I gave you. It's starting to come into play. However, no matter what, Du Guimo was willing to tell him the truth. This made Ling Yan feel that he had not made this friend for nothing. He smiled happily. Let's go. See you at Dragon Tiger Mountain. After Du Guomo finished speaking, he waved at Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu as a way of saying goodbye. Then, he floated away. Big Brother Yun, should we send Big Brother Du Gu off? Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu asked Ling Yun. Ling Yun looked at Du Guomo's back and smiled as he shook his head. A man should gather when necessary and part when necessary. It's better to be more carefree. The four of them returned to the house and chatted for a while. When it was close to noon, Tang Meng suddenly received a call. It's actually an unknown number? Tang Meng muttered as he took out his phone. Ling Yan thought that it should be Long Tianjiao sending money. However, he smiled without saying a word. Sure enough, Tang Meng picked up the phone and listened to the other party say a few words before hanging up. Big Brother Yun, someone wants to see me. I have to make a trip over. Ling Yun chuckled. Let Tai Xiaohu accompany you. Both of you remember, no matter how powerful the other party is, don't embarrass me, understand? Understood. The two of them walked out of the living room at the same time and left mansion number 1 in their black Benz. After watching them leave, Ling Yan turned around and said to Yao Ro, I have to go out too. Can you stay here and look after the house? A book by a beautiful author, no sort of good and evil. Introduction, severing a strand of love, lamenting the laughable world. Looking at the extremes of Tao and evil, I am all-powerful. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Ling Yan left Yao Ro at mansion number 1 while he drove to the rental house to see Bai Xianer. Ling Yan got out of the car and scanned the house with his divine sense. He couldn't help but frown when he realized that Bai Xianer wasn't home. He wasn't worried about Bai Xianer's safety. With her current strength, Ling Yan believed that even the Holy Virgin of the Devil sect wouldn't be able to take advantage of her. Ling Yan was worried about Bai Xianer's alluring beauty. Wouldn't the traffic in Qingshui City be in chaos if she went out on her own? At this time, Ling Yan's phone rang. He took it out and saw that it was Long Wu. Ling Yan didn't even need to think to know that something must have happened. He picked up the call immediately. Ling Yan, where are you? Come over quickly, we're in trouble. Long Wu's anxious voice came from the phone. What kind of trouble? Ling Yan asked with a bitter smile. It's not a big deal. It's just that a few cars crashed together. Look at Sister Xian'er. As it turned out, Ling Yan had been very busy these 2 days and had asked Long Wu to take care of Bai Xianer. Long Wu loved to play and was bored at home all day. Thus, she used the excuse of buying something for Bai Xianer and dragged her out to go shopping. The two beauties hailed a cab and went to the bustling area of the city center. They hadn't even taken a few steps when a few car accidents happened. Needless to say, the driver forgot to look at the road after seeing Bai Xianer's stunning beauty. How could the car not have collided? Originally, this kind of thing had nothing to do with the two beauties. However, the driver of a car was particularly arrogant and insisted on blaming them for the accident. He blocked Long Wu's way and refused to let her go. Of course, Long Wu wasn't someone to be trifled with. Both parties got into an argument, and the matter became more and more serious. More and more people came to watch, and even the traffic police came. Bai Xianer didn't say a word. She wanted to use an illusion or the 9-star Luo flash to leave with Long Wu. However, Ling Yan had repeatedly reminded her not to reveal her martial arts unless it was a matter of life and death. Thus, she could only accompany Long Wu here. Ling Yan was speechless. Ling Yan was speechless. He suddenly realized that it was a mistake to let Long Wu take care of Bai Xianer. However, he still had to solve the problem at hand. He told Long Wu to wait there and that he would be there soon. Ling Yan arrived at the scene of the incident very quickly. He realized that it was a busy intersection near the city center. There were tall buildings all around and a sea of people at the intersection. Traffic was completely paralyzed. The sound of people cursing and car horns blared one after another. It was deafening, and the entire scene was in chaos. Holy **T, Ling Yan couldn't help but be shocked when he saw the scene. He parked the car 50 meters away, locked the door, and began to squeeze into the most densely populated area. Ling Yan's strength was too great. The wall of people in front of him was like a strand of a woman's hair to him. With a light push, he cleared a path and quickly arrived beside Long Wu and Xianxia. Phew. You're finally here. What should we do? Long Wu sighed and patted her chest when she saw Ling Yan. Ling Yan glared at Long Wu and said in a low voice, I'll settle the score with you when we get back. He had a lot of things to do today, and Long Wu didn't bother to attend to them. I didn't expect that. Long Wu didn't listen to Ling Yan at all. She wiped her sweat and muttered coquettishly. Ling Yan stopped bickering with her and turned to look at the two police officers. Then, he laughed. The two police officers were none other than the man and woman who were in charge of the traffic accident when Sun Xing hit Zhuang Meifeng. The man was called Li Yang, and the woman was called Wang Min. This place wasn't far from the intersection where the accident happened, and they were also in charge. It could be said that enemies were bound to meet on a narrow road. It was a pity that Ling Yan still recognized Wang Min, but Wang Min didn't recognize Ling Yan anymore. That was because Ling Yan had successfully lost more than 20 kilograms. His appearance and figure had changed drastically. Beside the two police officers were two middle-aged men who were sweating profusely. They were nodding and bowing as they accepted Wang Min's criticism and education. Their eyes kept glancing at Xianxia from time to time, as if they wanted to look at her as long as they could. Needless to say, these two were the two car owners who blamed Xianxia after the accident. It wasn't just the two of them. The surrounding crowd didn't even look at anyone else. They were all staring at Xianxia. Many men's eyes lit up as they squeezed forward with all their might. Ling Yan laughed coldly in his heart and turned to Long Wu. Let's go. With that, he was about to leave the scene with the two beauties. At this time, one of the two drivers who caused the accident suddenly shouted, You can't leave. We crashed because of this woman. If she leaves, who's going to compensate us for our losses? Losses? Ling Yan snorted disdainfully. He could not be bothered with him and continued walking forward. He didn't have time to waste here. Oh really? Long Wu didn't think that Ling Yan's way of handling things would be to just leave. She was slightly stunned. Xianxia giggled and came to Ling Yan's side. Her two snow-white arms hugged Ling Yan's arm. She didn't care about the people around her at all. You can't leave. Wang Min said sternly, her face ashen. Ling Yan stopped in his tracks. His expression didn't change. Why can't I leave? Wang Min was silly and naive. She said seriously, I just found out that the car accidents here were indeed caused by this lady. She has to return to our station to go through the procedures, get lost, I don't have the time. Ling Yan rejected her without any hesitation. Wang Min was stunned. She stared at Ling Yan and didn't speak for a long time. How could this person be so unreasonable? You want to obstruct official business? Ling Yan was extremely depressed. How could this girl be so stupid? He said patiently, You found out, right? Then tell me, why did you say that she was the cause of the car accidents? Ling Yan pointed at Xianxia. Wang Min said without hesitation, according to the drivers, they crashed because they were looking at her, so, according to what you said, if someone vomited blood and died from anger after looking at you? Ling Yan sneered. Wang Min was immediately embarrassed. It was not until a long time later that she finally said, We are not going to hold this female comrade accountable, but what has happened has happened. We have to take her through the procedure, don't we? I've said it before, I don't have the time. With that, he grabbed Long Wu and said, Let's go. Hey! You can't leave. The driver tried to stop him again. He didn't know he was in trouble. So troublesome. Ling Yan was a little speechless. Seeing that this person was asking for a beating, Ling Yan didn't hold back. He raised his hand and gave him a slap at lightning speed, sending him flying. Ah! A mournful scream rang out as half of the driver's teeth were gone. Wow! The crowd gasped. They didn't expect Ling Yan to hit someone in front of the police. You! How dare you hit someone? Wang Min's face darkened. She didn't know what to do. After Ling Yan slapped the stupid driver, he didn't retract his hand. Instead, he flicked Wang Min's waist. Wang Min felt half of her body go numb before she could finish her sentence. She fell to the ground with a thud. The surrounding people burst into another wave of exclamations. The male traffic policeman, Li Yang, was taking pictures of the cars involved in the accident. Before he could understand what was going on, Ling Yan had already parted the crowd and left. What? What's going on? Li Yang was in a daze. He felt Ling Yan's face was familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen it. Li Yang subconsciously wanted to chase after him, but after some thought, he finally stopped and turned around to help Wang Min, who had fallen. Sister Wang, what's wrong? Are you okay? Li Yang asked with concern. Ling Yan's action was as fast as lightning. Wang Min and the rest didn't see it. She said with a pale face, I'm fine. I just felt numb. Wang Min stood up, looked around, and murmured, where are those 3 people? Li Yang smiled bitterly. They're gone. Wang Min stomped her feet anxiously. Why didn't you chase after them? Li Yang shook his head. They're surrounded like an iron bucket. Can we catch up? Moreover, even if we catch up, we have no reason to stop them. Although Li Yang was younger than Wang Min, he was much more mature than Wang Min. The driver crashed because he was looking at someone, so he couldn't blame the person who was being looked at. To Ling Yan, this was just a small interlude. As soon as he left the crowd, he forgot about this matter. Get in. Ling Yan opened the car door and let the 2 of them get in. He started the Land Rover and went back the way they came. Long Wu, you're really something. I only let you take care of Xianxia for a day, and you caused so much trouble. Ling Yan didn't forget to lecture Long Wu as he drove. The weather was too hot, and Long Wu was sweating profusely. Big brother Yun, it's my fault today. I'll let you punish me, alright? Can we turn on the air conditioner first? It's so hot. He had no choice but to turn on the air conditioner. Long Wu felt refreshed. She continued fanning herself with her handkerchief and said gloomily, I didn't expect big sister Xianxia to be so charming. You can cause a car accident just by walking on the road. That's too scary. It was a compliment, but there was a tinge of jealousy in it. Ling Yan laughed in his heart. Not to mention in broad daylight, I even caused a huge commotion when I took Little White to Wanzhou at night. The Land Rover returned to the rental house quickly. The 3 of them got out and walked in. Ling Yan took out Bai Xian'er's identification card from his spatial ring and handed it to her. Xian'er, take a look. You'll have an identity from now on. Let me see, let me see. Before Bai Xian'er could get a good look at her identity card, Long Wu snatched it from her. Actually, even if Long Wu didn't snatch it, Bai Xian'er wouldn't have been able to understand it because she couldn't read. Long Wu took it and studied it for a long time. She glanced at Ling Yan thoughtfully before returning it to Bai Xian'er. Bai Xian'er had already become part of Ling Yan's family. Her home address was written clearly on the ID. Ling Yan, on the other hand, was thinking about another problem. He pondered and said, Lawyer Long, do you have any good ideas that can allow Xian'er to appear in public without a mask without causing any trouble? Long Wu rolled her eyes at Ling Yan and smiled. Idiot, the only way you can hide your appearance is by wearing a mask? You're so stupid. Let me tell you, everything will be fine as long as you buy a pair of sunglasses for this kind of thing. Sunglasses were a must-have item for superstars when they went out. They could cover most of their faces to prevent people from recognizing them and causing all kinds of trouble. Ling Yan didn't even know that sunglasses existed in this world. As for the T-Rex sunglasses that Lin Menghan gave him, he had long forgotten where he had thrown them. Ling Yan's eyes lit up and he slapped his forehead. That's right, how could I forget about that? In terms of appearance, Ling Yan and Bai Xian'er were the cream of the crop. Wearing sunglasses during the day could indeed reduce a lot of unnecessary trouble. Without hesitation, Ling Yan took out his phone and was about to call Tang Meng to ask him to buy a bunch of sunglasses. Isn't it just sunglasses? I'll buy them for you. Long Wu stopped him. Long Wu had always wanted to give Ling Yan something, but she hadn't thought about it yet. Now that she finally had the chance, how could she give it to anyone else? Ling Yan nodded. It didn't matter who bought it. He didn't mention money to Long Wu. Looking at the time, he stood up and said, You 2 stay at home first. Have lunch by yourselves. I need to go to school. Ling Yan had been skipping classes for a long time. The real king of truancy had long forgotten about class. He was going to school to fetch Xue Mining from school. Xianxia, keep your identity card safe. You might need it when you need it. Ling Yan gave the both of them a few instructions before leaving for Qingshui High in his car. He drove straight into the school and arrived at the classroom block for grade 2 and 3. When the school bell rang, he sent a text to Xue Mining and waited in the car. After receiving the text, Xue Mining was overjoyed. She was so excited that she couldn't care less about anything else. Like an arrow, she dashed out of class 3 and ran down the stairs with her beautiful legs. Xue Mining's classmates who knew her were puzzled. They had no idea why she was so agitated. Xue Mining saw Ling Yan's Land Rover as soon as she arrived at the school block. Without hesitation, she got into the car and sat in the front passenger seat. Big brother Yun, you're so naughty. You've been back for 2 days and you're only picking me up now. As soon as Xue Mining got into the car, she pouted her seductive lips and expressed her dissatisfaction with Ling Yan's cold shoulder. Ahem. I just came back yesterday. I have to go home first, right? Ling Yan obviously wouldn't tell her that he went to see Lin Menghan first. If he did, he would have to coax her for a long time. What do you want to eat for lunch? Ling Yan asked with a grin as he brushed off the little demon girl. Anything is fine. Xue Mining didn't care about what she ate. She was full from seeing Ling Yun. She didn't care about what she ate. Alright, let's go out for lunch. Ling Yan started the Land Rover and was about to leave the school. He had no choice but to leave now. There were already many curious students surrounding him. If Ling Yun was blocked, he wouldn't be able to leave anytime soon. Big brother Yun, wait. Xue Mining suddenly shouted. What's the matter? Ling Yan asked as he turned the steering wheel slowly. There's still my sister. Xue Mining's face was red as she pointed to the east, where the grade 12 building was located. Your sister? Ling Yan was stunned for a moment. He then realized that Xue Mining was referring to Miao Xiaomiao. Before Ling Yan went out to sea, he brought Ning Er to Dragon Mountain's Tiger Cliff. There, he told her about Miao Xiaomiao and helped miracle Dr. Xue solve a huge problem. Over the past month or so, Miao Xiaomiao and Xue Mining had become sisters. She no longer stayed in the hotel but moved into Miracle Dr. Xue's house to stay with Xue Mining. Both of them were at the age of a blossoming flower. They were equally beautiful, equally intelligent, and had a very good relationship. Miao Xiaomiao? She's still in school. Give her a call then. We'll wait for her at the school gate. Ling Yan smiled. For the time being, Ling Yan didn't want to appear in front of the students of grade 12 class 6. He drove out of school and waited at the gate. Xue Mining gave Miao Xiaomiao a call. After hanging up, she complained to Ling Yun, Big brother Yun, when is Du Gumo moving out of your villa? If he doesn't move, how can I move in? Ling Yan thought to himself. Xue Mining's temper was really impatient and tough. She actually wanted to move into his mansion even now. It would be weird if she wasn't anxious. She had extorted 20 million yuan from Miracle Dr. Xue for the renovation of mansion number 1. Ling Yan laughed. Du Gumo just left today. If you want to move, you can move anytime, really? Then I want to move in with big sister. Ling Yan was stunned. There's a buy one get one free? However, there were many guest rooms in mansion number 1. He didn't lack a bed. Thus, he nodded his head. Up to you. Wow. That's great. Xue Mining clapped her hands excitedly. She didn't realize that she was like a sheep entering Big Wolf's wolf castle. Ling Yan thought deeper. He wanted to impart the 9 needles of the spiritual pivot to Xue Mining. Xue Mining had to cultivate martial arts and have true qi in her body. The spiritual energy in mansion number 1 was abundant. Xue Mining's cultivation would definitely yield twice the results with half the effort. That was his real goal. Of course, Ling Yan could also dual cultivate with Xue Mining. Xue Mining's physique and cultivation aptitude were not inferior to Lin Menghan's. Furthermore, she was younger. The benefits she would receive would definitely be greater than Lin Menghan. However, Ling Yun didn't want that to happen. The reason was simple. Xue Mining was too young. She was only 17 years old. This was not in line with Ling Yun's style. Without a doubt, Ling Yun had a special affection for Shui Mining. Dang dang dang, a graceful long-haired beauty stood beside the Land Rover. Her long hair fluttered in the wind, and her cheeks were full of smiles. Her beautiful eyes were like the crescent moon in the sky. She raised her hand and knocked on the front passenger window of the Land Rover. Big sister, get in quickly. You can sit in the back. Shui Mining gently pushed the door open and gestured for Miao Xiao to get in. She really couldn't bear to sit in the back seat. Hotian Realm Level 8. Ling Yun used his divine sense to understand Miao Xiao's current cultivation realm. Even a genius like him couldn't help but be speechless. Miao Xiao's cultivation speed was simply too fast. In just a little more than a month, she had crossed another major realm. Miao Xiao glanced at Ling Yun in the driver's seat through the window. Smiling, she opened the back door of the Land Rover and got in. The chubby little gold spread its pair of transparent golden wings and swooped down from the sky, landing directly on Miao Xiao's shoulder. It chirped proudly for a while, and then spread its wings impatiently, flying out of the carriage and into the sky. Little Gold has become much stronger. Ling Yun grinned and turned back to look at Miao Xiao. Miao Xiao's beautiful eyes wandered as she said calmly, "You're even stronger." Ling Yun shook his head helplessly and turned to Shui Mining. "Ning Er, where do you want to eat?" "Let's go to Xianxia restaurant." Shui Mining thought for a long time and finally thought of a place to eat. She wasn't going there to eat, but to enjoy the scenery. It was a good time, so of course, there had to be a beautiful scenery. Ling Yun drove in the direction of Xianxia Lake. Shui Mining called the manager of Xianxia restaurant and asked for the best private room. "Big brother Yun, why didn't you bring Little White with you? Didn't she successfully transform? I miss her so much." Shui Mining asked Ling Yun like a machine gun after making the call and booking the room. Ling Yun sweated profusely. He wanted to bring Xianxia out to eat with him, but her appearance was too shocking. It wasn't suitable for her to appear in public. "Yes, it's a success. Her name is by Xianxia now. You can see her tonight. Call her big sister." Ling Yun smiled. Shui Mining nodded. "Big brother Yun, I want to move today. Can you help me move? Do you have a lot of things?" Ling Yun asked casually. "Mainly books." And a lot of clothes, and a lot of toys, and..." Shui Mining became more and more embarrassed as she spoke. "Alright, I got it. Don't worry, I have my ways." Ling Yun chuckled. Green Dragon was full of people. Moving was too easy. Ling Yun turned serious and asked Miao Xiao, "How's our class recently? Is there any news of Chao Shanshan?" Miao Xiao turned her head to look out of the car window. Her eyes were focused, and no one knew what she was thinking about. She didn't turn her head when she heard Ling Yun's question. Instead, she replied calmly, "Everything is fine in class. As for news of Chao Shanshan, you better ask Zhang Ling." Ling Yun's heart skipped a beat. Was there finally news of Chao Shanshan? They arrived at Xianxia restaurant while they were talking. To be continued. At the entrance of Xianxia restaurant, Ling Yun got Shui Mining and Miao Xiao out of the car while he found a place to park under the guidance of the doorman. With the arrival of summer, Xianxia city's weather was getting hotter and hotter. However, this did not affect the interest of the tourists at all. Tourists from all over the country still flocked to Xianxia Lake's scenic area. Of course, Xianxia restaurant's business was booming. The huge parking lot in front of the entrance was filled with cars with license plates from all over the country. Even finding a place to park was extremely difficult. After almost 2 months, Shui Mining and Ling Yun came to Xianxia restaurant for a meal again. Standing at the entrance of the restaurant, she recalled the first time she brought Ling Yun here. Everything was still vivid in her mind as if it had happened right in front of her. Shui Mining thought about how she almost lost her first kiss to Ling Yun. She couldn't help but blush as an inexplicable sense of shyness welled up in her heart. Miao Xiao teased her sister. "Crazy girl, what are you thinking about? You're so lost in thought that even your face is red." Shui Mining first glanced at Ling Yun, who was parked a distance away. After confirming that he could not hear her, she turned to Miao Xiao. "Big sister, do you know? I feel like I'm in a dream these few days that I've known Big Brother Yun. Meow Xiao Meow also couldn't help but glance at Ling Yun. Then, she looked at Shui Mining seriously with a trace of heartache and pity in her beautiful eyes. Ning you will suffer a lot if you like him. Shui Mining raised her long eyebrows slightly and shook her head lightly. She said firmly, I'm not afraid. Meow Xiao Meow sighed and did not say anything else. She knew that Shui Mining was deeply in love with Ling Yun and would not regret it even if she died. Ling Yun finally parked the car with great difficulty. In his heart, he was filled with regret. If he had known that it would be so difficult to park here, he would have parked the car somewhere else and walked over. Ling Yun walked quickly back to see the pair of beautiful sisters still waiting for him at the entrance of the restaurant. He couldn't help but laugh. Why aren't you two going in? Are you going to stand here and enjoy the scenery? Shui Mining and Meow Xiao Meow were both 1.76 meters tall, and they were both wearing sleeveless silk dresses. Their fair legs were exposed to the scorching sun. Standing in front of the crowded hotel entrance, it was truly a beautiful sight to behold. It was a feast for the eyes. Meow Xiao Meow rolled her eyes and pouted. I was waiting for you. You even had to park the car for so long. You should just die of stupidity. Ling Yun chuckled. Why don't you stop next time? I don't want to be your driver. Meow Xiao Meow smiled and turned her head. She grabbed Shui Mining's arm and walked into Xianxia's house. You're dying from the sun, let's go in. Xianxia restaurant had a total of 6 floors, with the top floor being the most luxurious. It also had a wide view of the scenery. Shui Mining was very familiar with the place. She didn't need anyone to guide her as she led the two of them into the elevator and up to the 6th floor. When the elevator door opened, a slender waitress in a red cheongsam greeted them with a standard smile. Hello, may I know which room you are in? Lakeview Hall, Shui Mining replied casually. This way please. The beautiful waitress smiled sweetly. As the name suggested, the Lakeview Hall was the best private room in Xianxia restaurant. It was also the most expensive private room. The room was large and could accommodate 10 people. It was luxurious and grand, yet quiet and elegant. The 2 walls facing Xianxia Lake were all wide and bright floor-to-ceiling windows. The transparent glass of the floor-to-ceiling windows was even cleaner and brighter than the goblets on the dining table. Looking at Xianxia Lake from here, one could have a panoramic view of the lake and the mountains. Even the tall trees beside the lake couldn't obstruct the view. Enjoying the view of Xianxia Lake from here, even though it wasn't as spectacular as it was on Tiger Cliff, it still had a certain leisurely charm to it. To be honest, this private room was a little extravagant for the 3 of them. Disregarding the cost of food, just the cost of the private room alone was more than 3,000 yuan per hour. Of course, Shui Mining did not care about money, nor did she want to waste it on purpose. The reason why she chose this place was because she had not seen Ling Yun for more than a month. Today was the first time they met, and the little demon girl had the intention of welcoming Ling Yun. The air conditioner in Lakeview Hall was already turned on. Therefore, even though the sun was scorching outside, the private room was extremely cool. Ling Yun went straight to the bright floor-to-ceiling windows and admired the sparkling waters of Xianxia Lake under the sun. He felt relaxed, and all his worries were gone. It's my treat today. Order whatever you want, there's no need to save money for me. Ling Yun had more than 5 million yuan in cash on him. He was rich and full of confidence. Shui Mining and Meow Xiao Meow giggled. Even the beautiful waitress smiled politely. Her eyes darted towards Ling Yun with a bold look in her eyes. Here, the atmosphere was the most important thing. What they ate was the least important thing. The 2 beauties didn't stand on ceremony. They ordered a steamed fish, 3 specialty dishes from Xianxia restaurant, 4 exquisite cold dishes, and a soup. Then, they let the waitress place the order. Once the waitress left, Shui Mining threw away her ladylike demeanor and stood up. She came to Ling Yun's side and looked through the bright windows at Xianxia Lake. Big Brother Yun, do you think the waterspout will appear at Xianxia Lake again? Shui Mining asked in a daze as she recalled the shocking scene that Ling Yun brought her to Tiger Cliff on the day of the waterspout. Where would the waterspout come from? Ling Yun smiled and shook his head. I don't think so. Just as Shui Mining was about to speak, she heard the beautiful waitress return. She seemed a little embarrassed and said hesitantly, "I'm sorry to disturb you. We have a few very important guests who want to eat in this private room. Can you change to another private room?" Shui Mining frowned slightly. She looked up at Ling Yun and asked for his opinion. Ling Yun was in a rare good mood today. He smiled and said, "We're just here for a meal. We'll leave after we're done eating." "Let's change rooms then." Shui Mining was unhappy. She turned around and explained patiently, "I've already booked this room with your manager." Shui Mining thought about how difficult it was to have a meal with Ling Yun. If she were to go through all this trouble, her good mood would be ruined. She would try her best not to change rooms. She was kind and didn't want to make things difficult for the waitress. Therefore, she explained patiently even though she was unhappy. However, before she could finish her explanation, she was brutally interrupted by someone. A discordant and arrogant voice came from outside the door. "So what if I booked it? This room is closed today. If you want to eat here, then change to another private room. If you don't want to eat here, then scram." Shui Mining and Miao Xiaomiao's expressions changed at the same time. Shui Mining's face turned from sunny to cloudy. Ling Yun frowned slightly. It was just a meal, and he had already agreed to change rooms. Why couldn't Ning Er rebuke him? However, his brows relaxed instantly. He gently pressed down on Shui Mining's shoulder and smiled. "Ning Er, sit down and wait for the food to be served." It was really just a meal. If the other party had been nice, Ling Yun would have given them the private room even if he didn't appear. However, that person was so arrogant that Ling Yun decided not to leave. Ling Yun faced the door and sat on the main seat. He waited quietly for the person to appear. He wanted to see what kind of powerful person had arrived. If it wasn't for Ling Yun's good mood, he would have slapped that person a few times for asking him to scram. A tall, fat man appeared at the door of the private room. He didn't even stop and directly strode into the private room. He shouted angrily, "Why aren't you leaving yet? Hurry up and get lost. Our boss and the guests are about to arrive." "Ugh, so beautiful." This person walked in with his head held high. When he saw the two beauties sitting in the room, he couldn't help but stare blankly. As for Ling Yun, even though he was handsome and outstanding, he was completely ignored by this fat man. Ling Yun was a little amused. "I was wondering who it was. So it's a dog. What the F***ck did you say? I dare you to say it again." Seeing that Ling Yun actually dared to scold him, the fat man couldn't help but fly into a rage. He glared at Ling Yun and was about to rush over. With Ling Yun's current strength, he really didn't want to be calculated with this kind of ordinary person who didn't know martial arts. However, this fat man's repeated insults had completely destroyed his good mood. "Alright, it's my fault. It's not a dog, it should be a pig." Ling Yun sat upright on the chair and looked at the fat man as if he was watching a monkey. He took the initiative to admit his mistake. "Miao Xiao Miao." And Shui Mining heard this and giggled at the same time. The beautiful waitress was very embarrassed. She didn't know how to respond at that moment, and her face was full of anxiety. The tall fatty was furious, but he resisted the urge to rush up and hit Ling Yun. His boss and his boss's distinguished guests were about to arrive. If they saw him fighting here and making a mess here, he would definitely not have a good time. "Brat, do you know who is eating in this private room? If you know what's good for you, I advise you to change to another private room. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences." The tall, fat man stared fiercely at Ling Yun and warned him. He was very confident that in the whole of Xianxia city, no one would dare to offend his boss. Ling Yun laughed. "I really don't know, and I'm not interested. However, I can tell you clearly that if I don't know what's good for me, I won't change to another private room." "You? Alright, brat, at least you have guts. I hope you can still be as gutsy later on." The tall, fat man was flustered and exasperated. He ignored Ling Yun and took out his phone to make a call. "There's a pretty boy who doesn't want to change to another private room. A few of you come up and throw this brat out." Seeing that things were about to get out of hand, the beautiful waitress couldn't help but try to calm Ling Yun down. "Captain Zhang, there's no need to make such a big fuss over changing a private room, right? Also, before you came, that gentleman just now had already agreed to change the private room. The Captain Zhang that the beautiful waitress was referring to was the tall, fat man who had made the phone call. His name was Zhang Dinka, and he was the squadron leader of the Qingxi District City Management Team in Qingshui City. He was originally a hooligan, but because he was related to Qingshui City's deputy mayor, Xianxia, he was extremely arrogant and domineering in Qingxi District. In Qingxi District, it was always Zhang Dinka who bullied others. Now that Ling Yan called him a pig or a dog, it was no wonder he was furious. Even though Zhang Dinka wasn't a high-ranking official, his power and background weren't small. Therefore, there were many people who treated him to meals to curry favor. He often came to Qingshui restaurant for meals, and the beautiful waitress happened to recognize him. That was why she spoke up for Ling Yun, afraid that things would get out of hand. Don't you King meddle in today's matter. Did you agree to change the private room? Why are you still dawdling if you agree to change the private room? Moreover, it's too late for him to change now. I'll show him who's boss. Zhang Dinka had already made a call to his men. It wasn't even noon yet, and his boss would only arrive in half an hour. Even if he flipped the table, he would still have enough time to wipe his ass clean and let his boss and his guests enjoy a sumptuous meal. Seeing that Zhang Dinka wasn't listening to her, the beautiful waitress couldn't help but look at Ling Yan apologetically, expressing her helplessness. Captain Zhang? Ling Yan only laughed when he heard that. He waved at the beautiful waitress and said, "Miss, I won't be changing this private room today. I'll serve the dishes the way they are supposed to be served. Please open this window for me." As he spoke, Ling Yan raised his hand and pointed at the floor-to-ceiling window. This floor-to-ceiling window was only 5 meters away from Qingshui Lake. The beautiful waitress didn't understand. She looked at the air conditioner in the private room and thought to herself, the air conditioner is on, why open the window? I'll drive it. Shui Mining could roughly guess what Ling Yan was up to. Rolling her eyes, she giggled as she stood up and opened the windows to the fullest. A wave of heat that carried the refreshing scent of the lake swept into the private room. Miao Xiao also looked at Ling Yan suspiciously. She didn't know what Ling Yan was up to, so she could only sigh and shake her head. Then, she looked at Captain Zhang pitifully. There was no doubt that Zhang Dinka was going to suffer. Wow, you can still sit still. Damn it, keep pretending. I want to see how you die. Zhang Dinka was completely unaware of his impending doom, and he was still strutting around here. Thud thud thud, soon, 7 or 8 people came up. They were all from Qingxi District's urban management team. They were used to being arrogant when they followed Zhang Dinka around. The moment they came up, they all asked, Captain Zhang, who the F***ck is so blind to piss you off again? Do you want to die? Zhang Dinka felt a lot more at ease when he saw that his own people had come up. To be honest, even though he was burly, Ling Yan was also more than 1.8 meters tall. He was worried that he would be at a disadvantage if he fought with Ling Yan, so he held back until now. Zhang Dinka grinned as he pointed his chin at Ling Yan, who was still smiling. Narrowing his pea-sized eyes, he sneered. Chief Lu has an important guest today. He called me and asked me to come here and book the best private room. Who knew that this brat was 1 step ahead of me and refused to change rooms? He even dared to scold me. What? Let's see who's so daring to scold our Captain Zhang. Hearing this, the 7 or 8 people were instantly enraged. They rolled up their sleeves and were about to rush into the private room. I say, big head, you guys better be civilized. It's fine if you only teach that gigolo a lesson, but don't hurt those 2 beauties. Zhang Dinka was extremely lecherous. Seeing the 2 peerless beauties sitting in this private room, the 2 pairs of dazzling snow-white thighs dazzled his eyes. He was still thinking about how to get close to these 2 beauties after he finished acting cool. Rest assured, Captain Zhang, we specialize in this. The urban enforcement officer nicknamed Big Head had a head as big as a pumpkin. Seeing that Captain Zhang was being protective of the fairer sex, he couldn't help but turn around and chuckle. He was the first to rush into the Lakeview Hall. Ling Yan was still sitting on the chair, smiling as he quietly watched Big Head rush in front of him. Suddenly, he raised his hand and said, "Wait." Big Head was taken aback. He stopped in his tracks and said in astonishment, "Wait? Wait for what?" "Brat, you've offended our Captain Zhang." It's too late to be afraid now. While he was speaking, another 3 people rushed in with Big Head. These urban enforcement officers were on their day off, so they were dressed in casual clothes. Ling Yun was very patient. He said seriously, I just want to ask you, do you have anything valuable that is afraid of water? Big Head was confused. It's not like it's raining. Why do you care if I have anything that's afraid of water? He glared at Ling Yun and said, don't even think about stalling for time. At this point, no one can save you. Even if you want to apologize to our Captain Zhang, you'll have to wait until we beat you up first. Xianxia restaurant was a public place. It was lunchtime, so the entire 6th floor was already filled with people. The fact that these urban enforcement officers dared to beat someone up in such a situation showed how ruthless they were to the peddlers and merchants. Stop talking nonsense with this brat. All of you, drag this brat out of the hotel and beat him up. Zhang Dinka knew that beating someone up was a small matter. The key was to complete the task assigned by Bureau Chief Liu. He had to settle everything as if nothing had happened before Bureau Chief Liu and the guests arrived. Under Zhang Dinka's command, the other 4 plainclothes urban enforcement officers rushed into the room and surrounded Ling Yun. When the beautiful waitress saw that something had really happened, she was so scared that her face turned pale. She even forgot to scream. However, Miao Xiao Miao and Shui Mining rested their cheeks on their hands and smiled calmly. They sat in their seats and watched the show unfold. These 2 beauties had seen Ling Yun kill people before. To ordinary people, these 8 burly men were definitely ferocious. However, to Ling Yun, they couldn't even be compared to ants. That was indeed the case. The 8 burly men approached Ling Yun's seat. However, before they could reach him, Ling Yun raised his hand and waved it lightly. Bam! Swoosh! After a loud bang, a tall figure flew out of the open window. This was the 6th floor. That burly man let out an inhuman scream. He was so frightened that his limbs flailed violently. He turned into a beautiful parabola in the air and fell straight into Qingshui Lake. The 6-story building was almost 20 meters tall. Ling Yun didn't want to kill anyone. He controlled his strength perfectly and threw the man into the lake more than 20 meters away. He definitely wouldn't fall to his death. This. Including Big Head, the remaining 7 city enforcement officers, Zhang Dinka, and the beautiful waitress were all dumbfounded. No one saw Ling Yun make his move. They only saw a blur before they heard the miserable scream of the unfortunate city enforcement officer. Then, they realized that one of the people surrounding Ling Yun was missing. F*CK, he dares to kill someone. Shaoli is going to fall to his death. Big Head saw that Shaoli had already been thrown out of the window before he could even touch Ling Yun. He was so scared that his face turned yellow as he screamed. He had forgotten that the room in Qingshui restaurant was less than 5 meters away from the lake. At such a height, even if he jumped, he would only fall into the lake. Zhang Dinka's face turned pale when he understood what had happened. He had bullied so many people and seen so many bloody scenes. However, Zhang Dinka swore that he had never seen anyone who dared to throw someone out from the 6th floor. F*CK, this brat dares to kill someone. Take out your weapons and deal with him. Zhang Dinka was also a ruthless character. He had beaten people until they were unconscious and severely injured. Therefore, he gave the order with a fierce look in his eyes. Humans were afraid of blood rushing to their heads. Once blood rushed to their heads, they would forget everything else. When the remaining city enforcement officers saw that Ling Yun dared to kill someone in broad daylight, their minds were all muddled. They did not consider that they were no match for Ling Yun at all. Once again, they swarmed towards Ling Yun, wanting to beat him up. Ling Yun laughed. His eyes were calm as he said to Shui Mining, Ning Er, why aren't you calling the fire department? Why are you laughing like an idiot? It had been a long time since Ling Yun tossed someone into the water. He wanted to make use of the geographical advantage to have some fun and scare these idiots. However, he also considered that there would definitely be people who didn't know how to swim. Thus, he instructed Shui Mining. Don't worry, there are boats on the lake. Shui Mining giggled. She was someone who wanted to stir up trouble. She even thought of boats on the lake. Ling Yun tilted his head and thought about it. Ling Yun tilted his head and thought about it. That was true. There were plenty of pleasure boats and speedboats on Xianxia Lake. There was no need to worry about the problem of fishing people out. Thus, he chuckled and threw all of them into Xianxia Lake one by one. The entire process took less than half a minute. The 8 city enforcement officers that Zhang Dinka called were all thrown into Xianxia Lake by Ling Yun and turned into dumplings. This, Zhang Dinka was completely dumbfounded. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that this smiling gigolo was actually such a fierce character. While they were chatting and laughing, he threw all the people he brought with him out of the window. Screams and cries for help could be heard from downstairs. Speedboats were flying on the lake. There were already people rescuing people. Ling Yun waved at him and said with a smile, "I say, Captain Fatty, the weather is so hot today. Are you interested in swimming in Xianxia Lake to cool off?" Ling Yun was still very polite. He spoke to Zhang Dinka in a negotiating tone, asking him if he wanted to go for a stroll. He was calm and collected here, but the world outside of Xianxia restaurant was in chaos. 8 people suddenly flew out of a private room on the 6th floor of Xianxia restaurant and landed in Xianxia Lake. Each one was thrown further than the last. How could it not be chaotic? The air was hot, and the water was rippling. Speedboats were rushing to and fro, trying to save the people who had fallen into the water. This scene alarmed a luxurious boat in the center of Xianxia Lake. What's going on outside? Why is it so chaotic? Xianxia City's newly promoted Public Security Bureau Chief, Tang Meng's father, Tang Tianhao, had a deep smile on his face as he listened to the flattery of his subordinates. Sensing the commotion outside, he couldn't help but turn his head to look. Xianxia City was the provincial capital of Jiangnam Province. After Luo Zhong stepped down, Tang Tianhao became the head of Xianxia City's Public Security Bureau. That meant that he was an official. Xianxia City's former Public Security Bureau chief, Luo Zhong, had completely fallen. Naturally, his subordinates were looking for a new umbrella of protection. In a city's public security system, what other umbrella of protection was better than the Public Security Bureau chief's relationship? Those in the government were the best at adapting to the wind. Seeing that Luo Zhong had fallen and Tang Tianhao had easily taken over, how could they not bow to Tang Tianhao and express their loyalty to him? Everyone was like that. Lu Jinlai was the Qingxi District Public Security Bureau chief of Xianxia City's Public Security Bureau. He was once Luo Zhong's loyal follower. Now that Luo Zhong had fallen, his only umbrella of protection was gone. He was afraid that he would be implicated, so he leaned on Tang Tianhao's side. However, Tang Tianhao had been very busy during this period of time, and he had been very quiet about his loyalty to Lu Jinlai. He had an unfathomable look on his face, and he didn't express anything. Lu Jinlai had been waiting for a long time, and the opportunity finally came. Tang Tianhao had come to the Qingxi District Public Security Bureau for an inspection. Lu Jinlai was naturally overjoyed. He decided to invite Tang Tianhao to Xianxia Lake for an inspection. He could let Tang Tianhao take a look at the public security of Xianxia Lake, enjoy the lake, and have a meal at Xianxia restaurant to express his sincerity. It was killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Bureau Chief Lu was very thoughtful. While he was accompanying Tang Tianhao on the lake, he had already sent a message to his capable subordinate, Zhang Dinka, to book the best private room in Xianxia Lake so that Tang Tianhao could have a good time and eat to his heart's content. He accompanied Tang Tianhao carefully and reported the progress of his various tasks seriously. He had just finished reporting about his work when it was almost noon. He was about to suggest to Tang Tianhao that they go for a light meal nearby, but he didn't expect something to happen on the lake. Lu Jinlai had long noticed the chaos on the surface of the lake, but he had been trying his luck and had pretended not to hear it. However, with 8 people falling into the water and the surrounding becoming more and more chaotic, he knew that he could no longer hide it. Although the cabin of the cruise ship was air-conditioned and cool, Lu Jinlai's body was drenched in cold sweat. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva and turned to look at one of his subordinates. "Captain Zhao, quickly go out and see what's going on outside." Lu Jinlai was sweating profusely as he ordered. Tang Tianhao had already discovered through the window that there were people who had fallen into the water. However, the 8 people had fallen into the water at the same time. He only knew that they were struggling in the water, but he didn't know where they had fallen from. Tang Tianhao's face darkened. There's no need to look. Someone has fallen into the water. Hurry up and drive the boat over to save them. Thus, the boat sped toward Xianxia restaurant at full speed. The speed of the boat couldn't be very fast. It was worlds apart from the speed of a speedboat. By the time the boat got close to the lake, the 8 people had already been rescued. 2 of them were good swimmers and had even swum ashore. Tang Tianhao had already walked out of the cabin at this moment. He stood at the bow of the ship and looked at the few people on the shore who were still trembling in fear. He frowned slightly and said, "Let's go ashore and ask them what exactly happened." Tang Tianhao knew that these people seemed to have fallen into the lake from Xianxia restaurant as he listened to the discussions of the people on the speedboats. He felt extremely lucky that no one had died. Otherwise, his position as the new director of the Public Security Bureau would be shaken if someone had died under his watch. A fat figure fell from the sky at high speed. Bam! Splash! Tang Tianhao had just finished speaking when he heard a loud sound. There was a huge splash on the surface of the lake not far from the boat. Someone had fallen into the lake again. Ah! Another one! The tourists by the lake were no longer swimming. They were all standing by the shore to watch the commotion. They couldn't help but exclaim when they saw another person fall into the water. Even Tang Tianhao was so scared that he closed his eyes. He thought to himself that it was fortunate that this person had fallen into the lake. If he had fallen onto the boat, wouldn't he have fallen to his death? Of course, he wouldn't have fallen to his death. Ling Yan's divine sense covered a radius of more than 20 meters. Naturally, he wouldn't have thrown someone onto the boat. The last one to land was, of course, Zhang Dinka. Zhang Dinka was scared out of his wits and knew that he had kicked an iron plate. He immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. He even brought Lu Jinlai out to beg for mercy. However, even if Ling Yun didn't make a move, he had already thrown the people in front of him into Xianxia Lake. How could he let go of the person who angered him? Ling Yun had slapped Qin Jianrou from the Qin family and stepped on Long Tianjiao from the Long family after returning from Turtle Island. How could he be frightened by a mere director of the Qingxi District Public Security Bureau? Therefore, after discussing with Zhang Dinka for a long time, Ling Yun realized that Zhang Dinka had no intention of swimming in the lake, so he didn't waste any more time talking to him. Instead, he flew forward and gave Zhang Dinka a few slaps before throwing him out the window. None of these people have any manners. They didn't even say thank you when I offered them a free swim on such a hot day. Ling Yun was a little dispirited. He clapped his hands lightly and turned to the beautiful waitress with a bright smile. "Pretty lady, can you serve our food now?" It was a mess outside of Xianxia restaurant, but Ling Yun acted as if nothing had happened. He was still thinking about getting the waitress to serve his food. That stunned the waitress. However, Ling Yan's amazing performance still impressed the beautiful waitress from the bottom of her heart. In fact, she was secretly pleased. Zhang Dinka had taken advantage of her many times during their meals here. Ling Yan could be considered to have avenged her by doing so. The waitress nodded subconsciously. Sir, please wait a moment. I'll rush them for you." Shui Mining stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window and cheered excitedly. "Aya, that Captain Zhang fell down and hasn't come up yet. Aya, he's coming up, he's coming up. He's screaming for help. He deserves it." Ling Yan laughed. "Alright, Ning Er, it's so noisy outside. Close the window and come eat. You guys still have classes in the afternoon." Miao Xiao wasn't the least bit interested in this kind of excitement. She didn't even get up from the beginning. She smiled faintly and rolled her eyes at Ling Yun. "Are you having fun? The police will definitely come up later. Let's see what you'll do then." Ling Yun chuckled and gave Miao Xiao a look that said don't worry. He picked up the cup of tea on the table and downed it in one gulp. Ling Yun didn't move at all after throwing 9 people down. Other than the last moment when he caught Zhang Dinka, he didn't move at all. "Ling Yun, I advise you to restrain yourself. There have been a lot of experts in Xianxia City recently. Don't get targeted by them." Miao Xiao couldn't help but send a telepathic message to Ling Yun when she saw that he was having fun and didn't seem to care. Ling Yun thought to himself that there were a lot of experts. 80% of them were probably here for him, right? He had been targeted long ago. It was useless even if he tried to keep a low profile. According to Ling Yan's estimation, his mansion number 1 would be bustling with activity tonight. Many people might even die. He was just practicing his skills now. Thanks for the reminder. You don't have to worry. Just wait for the food to be served. Ling Yan smiled. Outside Xianxia restaurant, by the lake. The chief of the Qingxi District Public Security Bureau, Lu Jinlai, was sweating profusely. His face was green, and his eyes were wide open. He didn't expect that the people who fell into the water were all his subordinates. Lu Jinlai even invited Tang Tianhao to inspect the security of the Qingshui Lake scenic area. How could he inspect if even his subordinates were thrown out of the restaurant? Even though the city enforcement officers weren't the police, they were still in charge of the city's security. Where was the law when they were beaten up in a restaurant? Where was Lu Jinlai's face? Lu Jinlai looked at Zhang Dinka, who had blood on the corner of his mouth and looked like a drowned rat, who had just been fished out of the lake. He looked at Zhang Dinka's swollen face, which had been slapped several times. Lu Jinlai was furious. Captain Zhang, what happened? Speak. Tang Tianhao recognized Zhang Dinka. He knew all the officers in the Qingshui City Public Security Bureau who were above the rank of deputy section chief. Tang Tianhao's face was dark and gloomy. However, he stood there and shouted at Lu Jinlai without saying anything. We went to Qingshui restaurant to book a room. In the end, a brat came out of nowhere. Not only did he beat us up, he even threw us out of the 6th floor. With a swollen face, Zhang Dinka gave a simple recount of the entire incident. He didn't mention anything about his mistakes and pushed all the blame onto Ling Yun. Lu Jinlai wasn't stupid. He could tell that something was amiss. However, his men were beaten up and thrown into the lake from the 6th floor. If they weren't careful, their lives would be in danger. Thinking of this, his face turned ashen. A murderous glint flashed across his eyes. What nonsense! Is there no law left? Captain Zhao. Yes. Captain Zhao of the Public Security Bureau had a good relationship with Zhang Dinka. Seeing that Zhang Dinka was beaten up, his heart was filled with rage. He almost pulled out his gun and rushed forward to arrest the culprit. The chief of the Public Security Bureau was watching. This was a chance for him to perform. Go and arrest him. Lu Jinlai ordered in a low voice. To be continued. Following Lu Jinlai's order from the Qingxi District Public Security Bureau, Captain Zhao of the Public Security Brigade waved his hand and rushed into Qingshui restaurant with 5 other police officers. Tang Tianhao was a department head. Lu Jinlai was naturally responsible for Tang Tianhao's safety since he was here to inspect the work. Hence, most of the police officers around him were armed. However, there were a lot of tourists around Qingshui Lake. In order not to cause panic among the crowd, the police officers did not pull out their guns. Instead, they rushed into the restaurant empty-handed. They planned to go up to the 6th floor and pull out their guns when they encountered resistance during the arrest of the culprit. Tang Tianhao didn't say anything. He stood there quietly and let Lu Jinlai handle everything. However, his brain was working furiously as he tried to analyze the entire situation. Qingshui City hasn't been peaceful recently. Many mysterious people have appeared all of a sudden. Zhang Dinka, this local tyrant, must have unknowingly offended some big shot. Tang Tianhao felt that something was amiss, but he didn't say it out loud. He wanted to wait and see. Director Liu, bring 2 people with you. Find out what's going on before making a decision. Remember, don't let your men open fire. Tang Tianhao turned his head slightly and said calmly to the enraged Lu Jinlai. Director Tang, is there a need to ask? Regardless of the reason, that person dared to throw people down from the 6th floor. He didn't care about their lives at all. This is already considered murder. Lu Jinlai exhaled through his nostrils and said angrily. His expression was one of anger. Tang Tianhao frowned slightly. Even though Lu Jinlai was telling the truth, he only said half of it. The problem was that the people who were thrown down from the 6th floor didn't die. As the saying goes, it takes 2 hands to clap. It's better to go up and find out what's going on, Tang Tianhao said calmly. He glanced sharply at Zhang Dinka, who looked like a pig, and didn't say anything else. Now that Luo Zhong had fallen, the executive vice mayor Xia Jinting's faction was naturally alone. However, Xianxing's elder brother, Xianxia, held an important position in Beijing. As the saying goes, a big tree has deep roots. Li Yifeng and Tang Tianhao's faction wouldn't be able to topple Xianxia in a short time. Xianxing's wife, Zhang Lan, is the director of Jiangnan Provincial Hospital. She also has a strong background. It was because of these two layers of relationships that Xie Zhenyan dared to be so arrogant when Li Yifeng and Tang Tianhao were in trouble. He beat Tang Meng until his head was bleeding and his bones were broken. With Tang Tianhao's fiery temper, he would definitely take revenge for his precious son even if he had to give up his position as the deputy director of the Public Security Bureau. However, after Li Yifeng analyzed the situation for him, Tang Tianhao finally suppressed his anger. Until now, he still pretended that nothing had happened. Even when he occasionally met Xianxia because of work, he would smile and not mention this matter. Li Yifeng was right. A gentleman's revenge was never too late. Furthermore, Tang Meng had received treatment from Ling Yun. At most, he would only be in pain for a few days. Now, he was still full of energy and his body was even stronger than before. Moreover, Tang Meng had personally told Tang Tianhao that he would take revenge himself. There was no need for Tang Tianhao to do anything at all. His own son was safe and sound, and his rival's son was on the run. Tang Tianhao had grasped the other party's weakness. He was just waiting for the right time to make a killing move. He, Tang Tianhao, could wait. Moreover, both sides knew that the reason why Xie Zhenyan and the rest were hiding wasn't because they were afraid of Tang Meng's revenge. They were afraid of Ling Yun. Ling Yun hadn't made a move yet, so Tang Tianhao naturally wasn't anxious. This Zhang Dinka was Zhang Lan's nephew. Even though they weren't related by blood, they were from the same clan. At a time like this, even though Tang Tianhao knew that this matter was almost 100% caused by Zhang Dinka, he pretended to be ignorant and didn't expose him on the spot. Lu Jinlai naturally knew what was going on. He secretly noticed Tang Tianhao's gaze. He felt that it was really necessary to enter the restaurant to take a look. If there were any changes, he could be prepared. Director Tang, if that's the case, then I'll go in and take a look? Lu Jinlai asked carefully. Tang Tianhao nodded calmly. Qingshui Restaurant, 6th floor, Lakeview Hall. Perhaps the head chef of Qingshui Restaurant was used to all kinds of big scenes and didn't care about such things. Or perhaps there were too many customers today and the kitchen was too busy to know what was going on outside. Regardless, the 8 dishes that Ling Yun ordered, 4 cold and 4 hot, were quickly delivered to the private room. They looked, smelled, and looked good. Yes, I'm a little hungry after stretching my muscles. Come, let's eat. Once the dishes were served, Ling Yun immediately threw away his expert demeanor and picked up his chopsticks to call the 2 beauties to his left and right to eat. They were here to eat today. Things should develop as they should. It wouldn't do to delay the meal. The beautiful waitress stared at Ling Yun with a pair of big, watery eyes. She couldn't help but feel moved. She felt that such a man was really a hero. But when she looked at the 2 stunning campus belles beside Ling Yun, she sighed in her heart. She couldn't help it. Although she was also a beauty, compared to these 2 girls, whether it was in terms of face, figure, or temperament, she couldn't be compared by just a little bit. The waitress watched the 3 of them eat. After confirming that they didn't need any more service, she quietly left the private room. However, as soon as she left, she saw 6 solemn and angry policemen coming out of the elevator. Needless to say, they were definitely here to arrest someone at Lakeview Hall. The waitress hesitated for a moment before finally returning to Lakeview Hall. She reminded Ling Yun in a low voice, "The police are here." Ling Yun already knew. He smiled brightly at the waitress and nodded. "Just do what you need to do. Don't worry about anything else." Ling Yun continued to eat, not forgetting to put food in Ning Er's bowl. While they were talking, Captain Zhao had already arrived at the entrance of Lakeview Hall. Before the waiter could close the door, Captain Zhao looked up at the name of the private room and strode in. The 5 police officers behind him naturally followed closely behind and entered in a single file. This time, they were real policemen. Moreover, Ling Yun really threw someone down. The waitress could only stand at the side and watch the situation unfold. After Captain Zhao entered the room, he didn't look at anyone but Ling Yun. Who was the one who threw someone down from this room just now? Ling Yan picked up a piece of beef brisket and put it into his mouth. He chewed it slowly and swallowed it bit by bit. Then, he took a sip of water. It was me. Ling Yan finally raised his head and said to Captain Zhao. Captain Zhao looked at Ling Yan's calm expression and wondered if he had entered the wrong room. However, after hearing Ling Yan admit that it was him, Captain Zhao's heart was filled with anger. He didn't want to waste any more time. He turned his head to the left and right and ordered the 5 policemen beside him, cuff him and take him away. Ling Yan was a little annoyed. He raised his eyebrows slightly and said calmly, "Wait, you are suspected of intentional homicide. If you have anything to say, we can talk back at the Public Security Bureau," Captain Zhao said without hesitation. Ling Yan's voice turned cold. "You said that I intentionally killed someone? Who died? Also, are you going to arrest someone without asking for the truth?" Ling Yan was really puzzled. Why were these policemen so unreasonable? This time, it was the same with Luo Zhong. Even when Lin Menghan was a policewoman, she would bring everything back to the station before discussing it. Could it be that they couldn't handle cases after leaving their own office building, or could it be that they didn't have the confidence to do whatever they wanted? Could it be that they had to return to a place where they could do whatever they wanted? The more Ling Yan thought about it, the angrier he got. Even though he was unreasonable at times, he paled in comparison to these weirdo city enforcement officers and weirdo police officers. This couldn't be. He had to change in the future. Ling Yan suddenly didn't want to reason with these policemen anymore. His behavior was even more arrogant. He couldn't be bothered to say another word. Instead, he picked up his chopsticks and continued to stuff food into his mouth. The fish from Xianxia restaurant is really good," Ling Yan praised as he ate. He didn't care about the 6 high-ranking policemen at all. At this time, not only Captain Zhao, but the other 5 policemen couldn't stand it either. They were all high-ranking policemen. How could someone who could follow the Public Security Bureau chief be a low-ranking policeman? Cuff him and take him away. It was unknown who said it again, but the 6 police officers swarmed forward. "Get out." Ling Yan's eyes turned cold. At the same time, he put down his chopsticks and slapped each of the 6 policemen with lightning speed. The beautiful waitress only heard a few mournful cries. In front of her, 6 figures turned into green shadows and flew out from Ling Yan's side. Then, a messy clanging sound came from outside the door. The 6 of them were thrown out of the door by Ling Yan one after another. They rolled on the floor, moaning and groaning in pain. That was nothing. What shocked the beautiful waitress the most was that Ling Yan had picked up his chopsticks again and started to eat slowly after beating up the 6 policemen. As for the 2 stunning beauties, they didn't even put down their chopsticks. They remained calm and continued to eat with relish, watching with relish. Oh my God. First they beat the city enforcement officers, then the police. Who are these people? The waitress was completely shocked. Her delicate mouth formed an O shape as she stood there in a daze. F***CK, this is going to be interesting. That guy beat up the police. Let's go take a look. The private rooms on the 6th floor were full, and the guests were not deaf or blind. When they sensed the commotion, they stopped eating and rushed out of their private rooms to watch the show. To be continued. All of a sudden, almost all the guests in the private rooms on the 6th floor rushed out. Soon, the entrance of the private room in the Lakeview Hall was completely surrounded. Even though Ling Yan had landed a palm strike on each of the policemen, he did not use the strength that was normally used to hit people. His strength and technique were exquisite. He was able to send them flying without injuring them. Ling Yan's divine sense was extremely condensed. Everything within a 20-meter radius was covered by his divine sense. He already knew that Tang Tianhao was outside Xianxia restaurant. As the saying goes, if you don't look at the monk, look at the Buddha. If Ling Yan really injured these policemen, it wouldn't look good when Tang Tianhao came up later. How dare you resist arrest and hit the police? Captain Zhao was pinned down by the 2 police officers. He closed his eyes and groaned for a long time. Other than the pain in his butt, he didn't have any other injuries. So he tried his best to push the 2 police officers away and got up. He pointed at Ling Yan and said angrily, "What are you doing?" Captain Zhao's first reaction was to pull out his gun. However, he gave up when he saw the crowd surrounding him. Fortunately, he didn't pull out his gun. Ling Yan wouldn't mind beating him half to death if he did. Ling Yan's seat was facing the entrance. He smiled at Captain Zhao, who was stomping his feet in anger. I'll take my time eating here. You can come in any time before I'm full. I'll welcome you with open arms. After saying that, he ignored the situation outside and continued to eat his meal. I'm impressed, I'm really impressed. This is the first time I've seen such an awesome person, Daddy, that brother is so awesome. I want to get his autograph. I want to be like him when I grow up, this brother is too awesome. He beat up the police like that and still has the mood to sit there and eat. I'm afraid he's a nouveau riche from Beijing, right? I've learned something new today. The crowd outside the private room came from all over the world. The locals were the least. They couldn't help but discuss and marvel at Ling Yan's amazing performance. In the Lakeview Hall, Miao Xiao and Shuang Mining ate quietly. At the same time, they couldn't help but want to laugh. Especially Shuang Mining. She couldn't hold it in any longer and almost spat out her food. Ling Yan furrowed his brows and used the other end of his chopsticks to lightly knock on the plate. Hey, Ning Er, don't talk when eating and don't talk when sleeping. Have you forgotten? Can't you be a little more civilized? Let's eat. Poochie, Shuang Mining couldn't hold it in any longer as she burst out laughing. Her body swayed back and forth as her body shook uncontrollably. F***ck, Ling Yan had already beaten someone up while eating, and the person was even a police officer, and he was still talking about not talking while eating. Ling Yan could only shake her head and sigh. Outrageous, really outrageous. Miao Xiao Miao, I say, what kind of elder sister are you? When I return, I must tell Grandpa Shui that Ning Er isn't right. No matter how calm Miao Xiao Miao was, she couldn't take it anymore. She was almost done with her meal, so she put down her chopsticks and rolled her eyes. You're the one who's outrageous. I'm full. You're already full after eating so little? Ling Yun was a little puzzled. He carefully and seriously stared at Miao Xiao Miao's full breasts. He estimated that they were at least 34D. How could she develop so well with so little food? What are you looking at? Miao Xiao Miao noticed Ling Yan's lecherous gaze and couldn't help but blush. She glared at him coquettishly. Cough cough, your dress is really nice, where did you buy it from? I'll buy one for Ling Yu when I get back. Ling Yun hurriedly covered up. At the entrance of the private room, the 6 police officers gritted their teeth in anger. The onlookers were shocked, but this chaotic scene didn't seem to affect the 3 people in the room at all. It was as if they were eating with the door closed, talking and laughing as if nothing had happened. One word, awesome, not to mention Ling Yun. Even if Miao Xiao Miao was alone today, they would still be fearless. It wasn't because of anything else, but because they had the strength. Miao Xiao Miao was now at the early stages of Hotian Realm Level 8. If she wanted to use a venomous insect, she would definitely be able to drive the 6 police officers crazy on the spot. Even if they went to any hospital, they wouldn't be able to find out the cause. Make way. Make way. What's going on? Lu Jinlai and the 2 deputy directors of the police station were late, but they still made it. He squeezed into the crowd with great difficulty. When he saw his 6 subordinates standing at the entrance of the private room, he knew that trouble had arisen again. After understanding the general situation, Lu Jinlai's face turned green. He said in a low voice, "What? He dares to resist arrest? Beating up the police? This is outrageous. He has no respect for the law and is extremely arrogant." Lu Jinlai had never dreamed that treating the director of the Public Security Bureau, Tang Tianhao, to a meal and get closer to him would cause so much trouble. While he was furious, he also hated Zhang Dinka in his heart. 9 city enforcement officers were thrown into Qingshui Lake, and 6 police officers were thrown out of the door easily. How could Lu Jinlai not know that he was in big trouble this time, not to mention the identity and background of this person? Just based on his beautiful skills, he was definitely not an ordinary person. However, at this stage, Lu Jinlai could only grit his teeth and bear with it. Even though Zhang Dinka was in the wrong, this person had already beaten up the police. This was a crime of assaulting the police, which was one of the most hated things in the Public Security Bureau. Even if he knew that he could not afford to offend this person, he still had to bring this person to the Public Security Bureau. If he allowed Ling Yun to finish his meal and leave calmly, his reputation as the director of the Xianxia District Public Security Bureau would be completely lost. He might as well go home and take care of his children. With that thought in mind, Lu Jinlai glanced at the Lakeview Hall. Then, his heart couldn't help but skip a beat, and his face turned slightly pale. This kid looks familiar. Why do I feel like I've seen him somewhere before? Lu Jinlai's mind raced as he tried his best to recall where he had seen this person before, but he couldn't remember. Lu Jinlai had indeed seen Ling Yun before, but that was a month ago. Ling Yun wasn't this skinny, and he had only seen Ling Yun's photo on the phones of other police officers. The more Lu Jinlai thought about it, the more he couldn't remember. However, his scalp was numb, and he broke out in cold sweat. He suddenly felt that if he didn't handle today's matter well, he wouldn't be able to stick to Tang Tianhao's side anymore. He might end up like his previous superior, Luo Zhong. Lu Jinlai looked at Ling Yun, who was leisurely eating his meal. He couldn't think about it for too long. As the director of the Public Security Bureau, it wouldn't be right for him to be afraid to enter the house. After thinking about it for a long time, he could only bite the bullet and enter the Lakeview Hall. Hello, I'm the director of the Xianxia District Public Security Bureau. My surname is Lu. Lu Jinlai tried his best to enter the house quietly. He didn't know why, but he didn't dare to straighten his back in front of Ling Yun. Everyone at the entrance of the Lakeview Hall, including the tourists, the 6 police officers, and the 2 deputy directors, were all dumbfounded. As the director of the Public Security Bureau, Lu Jinlai had never been so polite even to Tang Tianhao. What was wrong with him today? Could it be that he was afraid of being beaten up? Ning Er, hurry up and eat. You still have to go back to class after eating. Ling Yun didn't even look at Lu Jinlai as he continued to urge Shui Mining to eat patiently. So arrogant, Lu Jinlai was given the cold shoulder. Seeing that Ling Yun didn't even care about him, he was secretly angry, but he didn't dare to show it. At his position, he already understood that there were too many people in this society that a small director of the Public Security Bureau like him couldn't afford to offend. Lu Jinlai understood the principle of keeping one's tail between one's legs. Acting cool depended on who you were facing. Lu Jinlai was a little helpless when he didn't get any response from Ling Yun. He could only walk towards the beautiful waitress and ask her about what happened. Seeing that a real high-ranking official had arrived, the waitress didn't dare to hide anything. She started to tell Lu Jinlai everything that happened in detail. What the beautiful waitress said was very close to the truth. However, she hated Zhang Dinka and his people, so she sided with Ling Yun. She made it sound like Ling Yun's side was 100% reasonable and pushed all the blame onto Zhang Dinka. Ling Yun was relaxed as he listened. Not only was this little beauty beautiful, but she also knew how to speak. She won my heart, Lu Jinlai's heart was filled with hatred. Zhang Dinka, F***CKU. She already agreed to change rooms. Why the F***CK are you acting cool? Just because of that one sentence of yours, you've caused me so much trouble. You've really made me suffer this time. Lu Jinlai was in a difficult position. The cause of the incident wasn't Ling Yun's fault. He couldn't be blamed for beating them up. However, Ling Yun hit the police, which was considered assaulting the police. He had no choice but to deal with it. I see. Sir, it seems like the cause of the incident isn't your fault. It's all a misunderstanding, Lu Jinlai said embarrassedly. Seeing that Ling Yun still had no intention to speak, he wiped his sweat and said in a negotiating tone, but, the incident of you throwing the person away just now was really too thrilling. You even hit the police. Look, just follow us back to the police station. Lu Jinlai's tone was close to pleading. Ling Yun was in the right, but he couldn't beat him. He couldn't pull out his gun either. There was still his superior outside waiting for him to settle the matter. He really had no choice. Ling Yun was almost full now. He finally looked up at Lu Jinlai and said, I'm not free. Lu Jinlai was instantly embarrassed. Downstairs outside Qingshui restaurant. After Lu Jinlai went up, Tang Tianhao asked a few of the drowned city enforcement officers a few questions. At the same time, his eyes wandered around the parking lot of Qingshui restaurant, looking for something. Naturally, Tang Tianhao was asking about the appearance and body shape of the person who hit them. After repeated descriptions from the city enforcement officers, a familiar figure leaped into Tang Tianhao's mind. At the same time, Tang Tianhao saw a Fuji white Land Rover. His whole body tensed up. Tang Tianhao couldn't care less about his image as the director of the Public Security Bureau. He sprinted a few steps and adjusted his angle to see the plate number of the Land Rover. When he saw the plate number, Tang Tianhao's head buzzed. He cursed Lu Jinlai and Zhang Dinka in his heart. Tang Meng drove Ling Yan's Land Rover everywhere almost every day. How could Tang Tianhao not recognize it? After Tang Tianhao recognized that it was Ling Yan's Land Rover, he dashed towards Xianxia restaurant at the speed of a 100-meter sprint. At the same time, he took out his phone and called Lu Jinlai directly. Lu Jinlai, I don't care what you're doing now. You, and all the police officers around you, get out of that private room immediately. Tang Tianhao was going crazy. To be continued. Tang Tianhao cursed on the phone as he dashed into Xianxia restaurant without a care for his life. His blood was boiling and his brows were furrowed. Because he was in such a rush, he didn't stop even after bumping into 3 people. As the head of Xianxia City's public security system, he was cursing on the phone and even bumping into passers-by. However, Tang Tianhao didn't have the time to think about that now. In Xianxia City, you could mess with anyone, but you couldn't mess with Ling Yun. Others might not know, but how could Tang Tianhao not know that Ling Yun was the real living ancestor, the real god of slaughter? Tang Tianhao wasn't worried about Ling Yan's safety. With Ling Yan's strength, taking care of Lu Jinlai and his gang would be as easy as stepping on ants. What Tang Tianhao was worried about was if someone really angered Ling Yun and caused him to go on a killing spree. That would cost the lives of the 3 public security officials and the 6 police officers from Xianxia family. That night, in order to save Zhuang Meifeng, Ling Yan led Cui Lao and Du Guimo into Zhuang Tianda's Xianxia wharf villa. They battled Sun Tianbiao and the other 2 experts and even chopped Sun Tianbiao to death. Tang Tianhao witnessed everything from start to finish. On the same night, Tang Tianhao went to Zhuang Tianda's western suburbs villa under the request of Lei Xing, the leader of the Condor team, to dispose of the dozens of corpses. Tang Tianhao and the dozen or so police officers who went to the scene all vomited bile when they saw the hellish scene. Tang Tianhao hadn't told anyone about this. Even Tang Meng, who had asked about it out of curiosity, was stopped by Tang Tianhao in a deep voice. This was because it would be too shocking if he told anyone about it. Tang Tianhao rushed into the elevator crazily. He hated Zhang Dinka so much that he couldn't say it all out. Who couldn't he offend? How did he offend such a living ancestor? Ling Yan didn't just throw Zhang Dinka and his gang into the lake. Even if he turned them into ashes on the spot, no one in Xianxia City could do anything to Ling Yan. Outside Xianxia restaurant, the few public security officers who had been accompanying Tang Tianhao were all dumbfounded. What was wrong with Director Tang? Had he lost his mind? Zhang Dinka and the others who were thrown into Xianxia Lake by Ling Yan couldn't help but be stunned after seeing Tang Tianhao's performance. At the same time, they felt a trace of unease from each other's eyes, and chills ran down their spines. On the 6th floor of Xianxia restaurant, Lu Jinlai's expression was one of shock and embarrassment as he held the phone in his hand. His eyes were wide open, and his mouth formed an O shape. He was completely dumbstruck. You want me to get out? This? Lu Jinlai didn't know why Tang Tianhao suddenly became like this. He stole a glance at the smiling Ling Yun and suddenly felt that Ling Yun was unfathomable. It's over. I might have really kicked an iron plate this time. Lu Jinlai was dumbfounded for a while, and then he was overwhelmed with fear. His legs began to tremble violently, and he had no strength to take another step forward. Ling Yun naturally heard Tang Tianhao scolding over the phone. He still chose to ignore Lu Jinlai. Whether Lu Jinlai was arrogant, respectful, or fearful of him, Ling Yun didn't care. He couldn't be bothered to care about it. If an ant was arrogant, respectful, and fearful of you, would you feel anything? Little Ning, are you full? Ling Yan asked Shui Mining with a smile. It was time for him to send Shui Mining back to school. Although the meal was full of ups and downs, and they were harassed several times, as long as someone came in to cause trouble, Ling Yun would solve the problem within a minute. They were not affected at all. Shui Mining lived up to her name as the little demon girl. She watched the entire process as a form of entertainment. Her appetite was whetted, and she ate the most. Yes, I'm full, hee. Ling Yun was about to speak when he heard footsteps coming from the corridor outside the private room. It was incomparably hurried, and the entire floor felt a little shaken. Ling Yun knew that Tang Tianhao had arrived. He smiled helplessly and could only wait a little longer. He pushed his chair lightly and stood up. Lu Jinlai, get out here right now. Tang Tianhao cursed at Lu Jinlai the moment he stepped out of the elevator. His voice was so loud that even the guests on the 2 floors below could hear him. However, Lu Jinlai couldn't walk at this point. He was already shivering from head to toe. Lu Jinlai couldn't be considered a clean and uncorrupted bureau chief. To put it bluntly, in Xianxia, even Tang Tianhao couldn't be considered a clean and uncorrupted bureau chief. There were very few officials who could do that. It was almost equivalent to zero. Do you want to be uncorrupted, not greedy, have no backing, and become a department-level official? That was simply a fantasy. However, being greedy wasn't considered a bad thing. As the saying went, every man for himself. If he wasn't greedy, why would he still be an official? He might as well become a volunteer to serve the people. Lu Jinlai couldn't be considered a good person, but he wasn't a bad person either. He lived in the middle of the system, racking his brains to get what he wanted. All he wanted was to maintain his official position and get promoted step by step. When Luo Zhong was the director of the Public Security Bureau, he followed Luo Zhong. Now that Tang Tianhao was the director, he was trying his best to get close to Tang Tianhao. However, today, he was truly implicated by that arrogant and despotic Xianxia. Through Tang Tianhao's abnormal behavior, Lu Jinlai already knew that he couldn't afford to offend this ridiculously handsome young man in the Lakeview Hall. Lu Jinlai couldn't move at all. His sweat dripped down his body and soon, the floor beneath his feet was wet. It really looked like it was raining. F***CKU, Xianxia. Even if I can't afford to offend you, I'll think of a way to transfer you away, right? Lu Jinlai gritted his teeth and swore in his heart that as long as he could get through this, he would find a way to get rid of Xianxia, this blind idiot. Otherwise, this hooligan captain of the city management would kill him sooner or later. Tang Tianhao quickly arrived at the entrance of the Lakeview Hall. He tried his best to push through the crowd and rushed into the hall without a word. Uncle Tang is here? Ling Yan had already stood up and was waiting for Tang Tianhao. When he saw Tang Tianhao enter, his face immediately turned into a spring breeze-like smile. Tang Mei was Ling Yan's brother. Both of them were friends, but Tang Mei listened to Ling Yan. Ling Yan couldn't possibly not respect Tang Tianhao. Furthermore, Tang Tianhao had already helped Ling Yan a lot. Hello, Uncle Tang. Shui Mining stood up and greeted Tang Tianhao in a sweet and innocent manner. Miao Xiaomiao had seen Tang Tianhao before and knew that he was Tang Ming's father. She stood up as well, but Tang Tianhao didn't know her. Thus, Miao Xiaomiao only smiled at him without saying a word. Huff, 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 Tang Tianhao panted a few times as he ran in a hurry. He held onto his waist and said with relief and fear, "It really is you." The rest of the sentence, "You scared me to death." Tang Tianhao didn't say that it was already a blessing that no one died. He believed that Ling Yun would give him face now that Tang Tianhao had arrived. What's the matter? Uncle Tang, you must be tired from running so quickly, right? Take a seat and have a cup of tea. Ling Yun said knowingly. Ling Yun asked even though he already knew the answer. He gave Ning Er a meaningful glance. Shui Mining smiled sweetly and poured tea for Tang Tianhao personally. Tang Tianhao didn't stand on ceremony. He took a few steps forward and sat on a chair. He picked up the cup of tea and drank it to calm himself down. They were familiar with each other, but Lu Jinlai, the 2 deputy bureau chiefs, and the 6 policemen were all shocked. Oh my god, the bureau chief actually knew the person they were about to handcuff? Furthermore, their relationship was extremely good. They were all dumbfounded. They were all shocked. Tang Tianhao calmed himself down after drinking a cup of tea. He turned his head slightly and looked at Lu Jinlai. Then, he glanced at the door and felt more at ease when he realized that no one was injured. Cough. Chief Lu, I asked you to come up to understand the situation. How is it going? What's going on? It wasn't easy for my nephew to come here for a meal. Why did he cause so much trouble? Tang. Tianhao finally brought out his authority as the chief of the Public Security Bureau. The most important thing was that he called Lu Jinlai nephew. This was clearly telling Lu Jinlai that Ling Yun was part of his family. If he didn't want to die, he could do as he pleased. Tang. Tang. Chief Tang, I understand. I understand. Lu Jinlai was so scared that his teeth began to chatter. He couldn't even speak properly. Who is responsible? Tang Tianhao couldn't be bothered to ask more. He had to give Ling Yun a satisfactory explanation. It wasn't just Ling Yun. There was also Shui Mining, the biological granddaughter of miracle Dr. Shui. Furthermore, if there were no surprises, the beautiful girl beside her should be the other precious granddaughter of miracle Dr. Shui. The three of them together could crush 1,000 Lu Jinlai to death. Tang Tianhao couldn't protect him either. He could only listen to Ling Yun. It's all Zhang Dinka's fault. I asked him to book a room, but he chased him out forcefully. Tang Tianhao interrupted Lu Jinlai halfway through his sentence. How do you think this matter should be handled in your jurisdiction? Lu Jinlai trembled. I'll call him up now and ask him to apologize to this little brother, Tang Tianhao snorted angrily. As a civil servant of the country, he caused such a huge commotion and destroyed the security of the scenic area. Is it that simple? Lu Jinlai shuddered. Then, Tang Tianhao couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with him. Apologize in person and remove him from all his duties. As for the rest, we'll discuss it seriously when we get back to the station. Call Zhang Dinka up. Tang Tianhao ordered in a low voice. Great, Tang Tianhao removed Zhang Dinka from all his duties with just one sentence. Because Zhang Dinka was blind, Tang Tianhao gave Ling Yun face and took the initiative to declare war on the Xie family at the same time. To be continued. Following Tang Tianhao's resolute words, all the public security personnel present knew that Zhang Dinka was finished. Lu Jinlai's heart trembled violently. He waited for a few more seconds, and only heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Tang Tianhao had picked up his teacup and sipped his tea. Tang Tianhao didn't punish Lu Jinlai on the spot. This meant that Lu Jinlai's job was safe for the time being. Lu Jinlai raised his hand to wipe the sweat on his forehead. He immediately turned around and shouted at Captain Zhao and the others, "What the hell are you guys still standing there for? Hurry up and go down to catch Zhang Dinka for me." Tang Tianhao used the word shout, but Lu Jinlai changed it to bring. Although it was only a difference of one word, the difference in meaning was too great. Yes. Captain Zhao stood at attention with a paw. Ever since Tang Tianhao appeared, Captain Zhao had been trembling in fear as he looked at the calm and composed Tang Tianhao. He was like a primary school student who had made a mistake, standing at the door obediently, not even daring to breathe heavily. He was able to make Director Tang so anxious and sit on the same level as him. He actually wanted to handcuff him just now. He must have eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's gall, especially after they heard Tang Tianhao humiliating Zhang Dinka in front of everyone. The 6 police officers, led by Captain Zhao, were filled with fear and anger. They were fortunate that Tang Tianhao didn't vent his anger on them. Otherwise, their uniforms would have been stripped off on the spot. They were angry that Zhang Dinka was so blind to provoke such an unknown youth with an unfathomable background. He almost implicated them. Go and arrest him. Under the impact of these two emotions, Captain Zhao's face was ashen and frighteningly gloomy. He turned around and left with the 5 officers. Captain Zhao and the others left very quickly and came back very quickly. The tall and fat Zhang Dinka, after knowing his fate, was already so scared that his legs were shaking. He couldn't even walk. He was dragged up by a few police officers. Go in. At the door, Captain Zhao shoved Zhang Dinka into the Lakeview Hall with all his might. He almost kicked Zhang Dinka. Although Captain Zhao usually had a good relationship with Zhang Dinka, now that Zhang Dinka had been removed from his position and almost killed him, of course, he would not be polite to him anymore. Everyone would give the wall a push when it was down. This was the reality of officialdom. The 2 policemen who were dragging Zhang Dinka let go of him at the same time. Zhang Dinka couldn't stand at all and fell to the ground with a plop. His fat body was trembling violently like a pendulum, trembling incessantly. However, Zhang Dinka immediately crawled up from the ground and knelt there. He kowtowed to Tang Tianhao and Ling Yun, begging for mercy. Director Tang, this young master, these two ladies, please forgive me. I was a snob and failed to recognize Mount Tai. It's all my fault. This was the second time Zhang Dinka knelt to Ling Yun. Just now, before Ling Yun threw him into Qingshui Lake, Zhang Dinka had already knelt down to beg for mercy because he was afraid of falling to his death. Tang Tianhao's face was filled with disgust. He stomped his feet and turned his head. He snorted coldly and ignored Zhang Dinka, who was kneeling on the ground like a dog. He allowed Ling Yun to do whatever he wanted. Go. Shui Mining and Miao Xiaomiao frowned at the same time when they heard Zhang Dinka address them as ladies. They couldn't be bothered to look at him. Only Ling Yun still had a smile on his face as he looked at Zhang Dinka on the ground. He then turned to Ning Er and smiled faintly. Ning Er, look at him now. Does he look like a dog or a pig? Shui Mining and Miao Xiaomiao giggled at the same time, but they didn't answer him out of respect for the girls. I'm a pig. I'm a pig. I'm really AF * king pig. Zhang Dinka answered himself. He really wanted to give himself a few slaps. See, I've said it before. I'm not sensible, and I won't change the private room. Now, I'm done eating. Ling Yun chuckled. Zhang Dinka's red and swollen face was filled with bitterness. He finally knew what it meant to kick a metal plate and what it meant to not provoke someone. Just because he wanted to feel good and acted tough once out of habit, not only did he lose his position and face, but he also almost lost his life. Ling Yan turned his head and looked at the beautiful waitress who had been staying in the room. He smiled at her and said, "Pretty lady, the bill, all right." The beautiful waitress was almost mesmerized by the deep dimple on Ling Yan's left cheek. She was shaken and actually nodded her head in a panic. No need. No need. Lu Jinlai and Zhang Dinka shouted at the same time as they tried to stop Ling Yun. Zhang Dinka, who was kneeling on the ground, turned his head and sneaked a glance at Lu Jinlai. He then said, "Since I didn't have eyes and disturbed this young master's meal, I should be the one to pay for the meal." At this point, the two of them would be too stupid if they still let Ling Yun pay for the meal. Ling Yun was waiting for this sentence. However, he raised his hand and scratched his head. He was a little embarrassed and said, "I'm afraid that's not a good idea. Look at you, you've already lost your job." Tang Tianhao had heard Tang Meng talk about Ling Yan's extortion methods before. This was the first time he had seen it, and he actually found it very interesting. Ling Yan's extortion was a slap to Zhang Dinka's face. Without batting an eyelid, he was like rubbing salt on Zhang Dinka's wounds. Of course, there's nothing wrong with it. Zhang Dinka saw that there was a way to settle the bill and thought that Ling Yan would let him off. He hurriedly smiled awkwardly. I originally wanted to give this beautiful waitress a tip of 50,000 yuan. Ling Yan glanced at the beautiful waitress with a grin and made up a story. The beautiful waitress was not bad, and Ling Yan wanted to give her a big gift. I'll pay. 50,000 yuan? Zhang Dinka was flustered and followed Ling Yan's words. Halfway through, he only heard that it was a tip of 50,000 yuan. He was instantly dumbfounded. The beautiful waitress was also stunned. She covered her bright red mouth and stared blankly at the smiling Ling Yan. Ling Yan's meal cost 3,000 yuan per hour. The actual cost of the meal was only about 500 yuan. Adding it all up, it was only 300 and 500 yuan. Yet, he was giving her a tip of 50,000 yuan? Yes, 50,000 yuan. I've never seen a tip of 50,000 yuan no matter where I eat. I'm afraid you can't afford it. Ling Yan laughed. He was extorting money in front of the director of the Public Security Bureau, Tang Tianhao, and a few other public security officers. Tang Tianhao's heart trembled violently. He thought that Tang Meng was exaggerating, but after seeing it for himself today, he finally knew that Ling Yan's reputation was well-deserved. This speed of making money was definitely faster than any other business. Yup, it was a huge profit without any capital. It was just a little shameless. Even though Zhang Dinka knew that Ling Yan was scamming him, he could only bite the bullet and bear it bitterly. "Young master, don't worry, I can afford it. Ling Yan thought to himself that this fatty was quite willing to bleed. He must have gotten quite a lot of fish from the village on a daily basis. His face was smiling, but his eyes turned cold. Sigh, I was originally here for a casual lunch before going to discuss a business deal. In the end, I lost $1 million worth of business because of this delay. I even broke my promise. Ling Yan shook his head and sighed. He was distressed. It was fake, but it sounded real. It was as if he had really lost $1 million. After saying that, he glared at Zhang Dinka. His eyes glowed as he secretly used the mystical dragon howl and shouted at Zhang Dinka, "What do you think we should do? Shouldn't we compensate?" Zhang Dinka was originally kneeling. When he heard Ling Yan say that $1 million worth of business was gone, he fell to the ground with a thud. His face was pale, and he couldn't say a word anymore. Dumbfounded, Zhang Dinka had been the squadron leader of the Xianxia district's urban management team for 2 years. In these 2 years, he had been extorting money like crazy. He had only gotten about $1 million from the merchants in the area. With this sentence from Ling Yan, he had to give up all of his assets. Zhang Dinka wanted to grit his teeth and say that he shouldn't compensate, but he was in front of Tang Tianhao and Lu Jinlai. Especially after seeing Ling Yan's gleaming eyes, his heart was filled with shock and fear. He couldn't help but mumble, I should compensate, that's good. Hurry up and pay for it. I have to go now. Otherwise, another business deal will go down the drain. Ling Yan never ate overnight meals. Hearing Zhang Dinka say that he should compensate, he sneered and collected the dead in front of him. He even gave a new warning. If Zhang Dinka couldn't afford it, Ling Yan didn't mind giving him a few $1 million and letting Tai Xiaohu and Green Dragon collect the debt. Everyone, including Shui Mining, Miao Xiao Miao, Tang Tianhao, Lu Jinlai, and the rest, were dumbfounded when they saw Ling Yan asking for $1 million in the blink of an eye after extorting money for the meal. Ling Yan was too ruthless. F***ck. This brat. Tang Tianhao's heart trembled. Even though he was on Ling Yan's side, he couldn't help but pity Zhang Dinka. Tang Tianhao knew that Zhang Dinka had only gotten about $1 million in the 2 years he had been in office. This time, Ling Yan made him spit it all out. So ruthless, F***ck, we escaped a calamity. Lu Jinlai and Captain Zhao were shocked to see Zhang Dinka casually extorting another $1 million from him. Their faces were as pale as a sheet, and they were sweating profusely. They looked at Tang Tianhao gratefully. If it wasn't for Tang Tianhao rushing over, they wouldn't have ended up any better than Zhang Dinka. Only Miao Xiao Miao, Shui Mining, and Tang Tianhao knew that Ling Yan was being merciful by accepting the money. That was because no matter who it was, Ling Yan would usually settle the matter after extorting money from them. Big Brother Yun was a very fair and kind person. Of course, he wouldn't do such despicable things. Zhang Dinka started making phone calls and transferring money. 10 minutes later, he received the money from the restaurant. Ling Yan also received a message on his phone, showing that $1 million had been transferred to his account. The beautiful waitress held 5 bundles of red 100 yuan bills. She felt as though a pie had fallen from the sky. Fat pig, I'm in a good mood today. I'll spare your life. Zhang Dinka didn't suffer a loss for $1 million to buy his life. Ling Yan was naturally in a good mood after receiving the money. He stood up and left with the 2 beauties after speaking to Zhang Dinka coldly. To be continued. Ling Yan, if you have time, come to my house for a visit. If you don't come, your Auntie Shang will blame me. Ling Yan said. Seeing that Ling Yan was about to leave, Tang Tianhao stood up immediately and said to Ling Yan with a smile. The Auntie Shang that Tang Tianhao mentioned was his wife, Tang Meng's mother, Shang Wenhui. Ling Yan had met her once at the People's Hospital in Xianxia district. Don't worry, Uncle Tang. I'll definitely visit you after I'm done with my work. Ling Yan smiled apologetically and nodded at Tang Tianhao. He had too many things to do. Tang Meng had invited him many times, but he couldn't make it. Shui Mining rolled her eyes and pretended to be jealous. Uncle Tang is biased. He only invited Big Brother Yun and left me hanging. She said coyly. Ning don't tease your Uncle Tang. I don't want to delay your studies. I won't be able to take responsibility if your grandfather blames me. Tang Tianhao chuckled. In fact, before Ling Yan and Tang Meng became friends, Shui Mining couldn't be bothered with Tang Meng. Tang Tianhao was a policeman, and Miracle Dr. Shui was a doctor. Even though the 2 families were influential, they didn't have much interaction. Now that Ling Yan and Tang Meng were sworn brothers, Shui Mining couldn't possibly ignore Tang Meng anymore. Because of Ling Yan, their relationship was getting closer and closer. Tang Tianhao turned to look at Miao Xiaomiao. Ning Er, you haven't introduced me yet. This is, Uncle Tang, this is my sister, Miao Xiaomiao. Shui Mining giggled. At the same time, Miao Xiaomiao greeted Tang Tianhao politely with a bright smile. She was indeed Miracle Dr. Shui's other granddaughter. Tang Tianhao smiled and said, Xiaomiao, come play with Ning Er at home. It'll be livelier with more people, thank you, Uncle Tang. I'll definitely visit. Miao Xiaomiao smiled brightly. Uncle Tang, Ning Er still has lessons in the afternoon. I have to send her back. Ling Yan came to Tang Tianhao's side. Tang Tianhao nodded. Hurry up and go. Don't delay your class. He paused slightly and said, Uncle still has work today. I won't be sending you off. Ling Yan knew that he still needed Tang Tianhao's presence to clean up the mess here. Therefore, he smiled and walked out of the door with the two beauties. They parted the shocked crowd and left elegantly. Oh my god. It's Ling. Ling Yan. Tang Tianhao's voice wasn't loud when he spoke to Ling Yan, but Lu Jinlai and the rest could still hear him clearly. When Lu Jinlai heard that this young man was actually Ling Yan, he immediately understood why he felt that Ling Yan looked so familiar when he first saw him, and why he felt fear from the bottom of his heart. Ling Yan was the one who destroyed Luo Zhong's reputation. This caused a huge earthquake in Xianxia city, and the aftershock still hadn't subsided. Thinking about Luo Zhong's painful experience in Linjiang Garden, Lu Jinlai suddenly rejoiced that he had managed to escape today. At the same time, he hated Zhang Dinka, who was lying on the ground, and he was extremely grateful to Tang Tianhao, who had rushed over to scold him. Lu Jinlai raised his hand again and used the back of his hand to wipe the sweat off his forehead. He carefully walked in front of Tang Tianhao and whispered, Director Tang, I unintentionally offended Ling Yan today. I want to find an opportunity to treat him to a meal. Do you think? Tang Tianhao looked deeply into Lu Jinlai's eyes and suddenly laughed. You won't be able to invite him. Let's not eat first. Let's settle everything here and appease the tourists. We'll talk after we return to the station. Tang Tianhao didn't go out to send Ling Yan off. He stayed behind to clean up the mess. He didn't want today's incident to spread. Another free meal. However, today's meal was really satisfying. The three of them had already arrived outside Xianxia restaurant. Shui Mining giggled as soon as they stepped out of the door. Ling Yan smiled as he rubbed Shui Mining's delicate nose. I'll go get the car. Ling Yan got out of the Land Rover and gestured for Shui Mining and Miao Xiaomiao to get in the car. Wait. Hurried footsteps could be heard coming from the entrance of Xianxia restaurant, accompanied by a high-pitched scream. The beautiful waitress with a graceful figure and beautiful face rushed out of the hotel with a black plastic bag in her hand. The beautiful waitress quickly came to Ling Yan's car and stood outside the driver's seat. She panted and said urgently, Mr. Ling, thank you for the tip, but this is too much. I can't accept it. As she spoke, she raised the black plastic bag in her hand and was about to place it in Ling Yan's car. Ling Yan smiled and waved his hand. This is what you deserve. Keep it for yourself. The beautiful waitress tried to push it away, but Ling Yan refused to accept it. She thought for a while and asked, My name is Xianxia. May I know your phone number? Xianxia asked timidly. Her face was burning red. Ling Yan had won the favor of a beautiful woman. She took the initiative to ask for his phone number. The meaning behind it was obvious. Ling Yan pondered for a while. Just as he was hesitating whether to tell Xianxia his phone number, Shui Mining said coldly, I don't have a phone number. Big brother Yun, I'm going to be late for class. Are you leaving? Shui Mining was already annoyed at the two of them for the sake of 50,000 yuan. Now that Xianxia had taken the initiative to ask for Ling Yan's phone number, how could she tolerate it? It was already a miracle that she could hold it in until now. Ling Yan could only smile bitterly at Shui Mining's jealousy. He waved goodbye to Xianxia and stepped on the accelerator. The Land Rover sped away. Sigh. Xianxia boldly asked for Ling Yan's phone number but was mercilessly rejected by Shui Mining. She could only let out a long sigh as she watched Ling Yan leave. What was 50,000 yuan compared to such a strong and outstanding man? Humph, you think 50,000 yuan is too little? How dare you ask for Big Brother Yan's phone number? I'm so angry. In the car, Shui Mining was still jealous even though the Land Rover had already left Xianxia Lake. Miao Xiaomiao giggled. Of course, Ling Yan would not say anything. He just drove and pretended not to hear anything. Move, I want to move. Shui Mining thought for a long time and decided to move as soon as possible. She would only feel at ease if she stayed with Ling Yan. Her big brother Yun was getting more and more popular with the ladies. Shui Mining was inexplicably flustered. Big brother Yun, I don't want to go to class this afternoon. I want to go home and pack my things. Shui Mining, who was sitting in the front passenger seat, suddenly raised her hand and shook Ling Yan's right arm as she spoke coquettishly. Ahem. Little Ning, moving is a small matter. You can't skip class. You still have to go to class. Ling Yan coughed and lectured Shui Mining in a very responsible manner. Then why don't you go to class? Shui Mining waited for Ling Yan to answer. Miao Xiaomiao giggled again. Ling Yan blushed and said after a long time, who said I'm not going to class? I'm going to class next week. There were less than 2 weeks before the college entrance examinations. Ling Yan really had to go back to school. That was because China's college entrance examinations were exam-oriented education. Even if one could memorize the entire textbook, he might not be able to score the highest. There was no need to link the two. Ling Yan promised Qin Qiuyue and took out 100 million yuan bet. He had to get into Yanjing University and study in Beijing. Remember what you said. I'll move to mansion number 1 tonight. I'll supervise you with big sister next week. Shui Mining had been looking forward to it for a long time. Finally, she had the chance to go to school with Ling Yan and leave school with him. Even though it was only for 2 weeks, she was overjoyed. Miao Xiaomiao smiled and rejected, I won't supervise him. It would be a miracle if he stayed in class for an entire day. Ling Yan did not mind. He said to Shui Mining seriously, let's move our stuff over tonight. I won't be staying at mansion number 1 tonight. Ling Yan would be bait at mansion number 1 tonight, waiting for the Japanese ninjas and people from the devil sect to come knocking. Mansion number 1 might turn into a river of blood. He didn't want Ning Er to be frightened. Where are you going to stay then? Shui Mining asked nervously. Ling Yan smiled faintly. I just came back from the sea. Auntie wants me to stay at home tonight. At home, Qin Dongxue had just learned the 9 kills sword, and Ning Lingyu was memorizing the omnipotent water control technique. Both of them needed Ling Yan's guidance. Now that the enemy had their eyes on mansion number 1, Ling Yan couldn't guarantee that mansion number 9 would be safe. Hence, he had to go home to protect it. Hearing that Ling Yan wanted to stay at home, Shui Mining was relieved and nodded helplessly. Big brother Yun, when is your ordinary people's clinic opening? Shui Mining finally changed the topic and asked about Ling Yan's clinic. Ling Yan smiled. This weekend. If it's not 520, then 521. Which day does Ning Er think is good? Shui Mining's face turned red as she rejoiced in her heart. The unhappiness caused by Xianxia's seduction of Ling Yan suddenly dissipated and the sky became bright and sunny again. She thought about her and Ling Yan's phone number. Ling Yan's phone number was 206-99 and hers was 216-99. There was a special meaning behind it. Opening on Saturday sounds good. Without any hesitation, Shui Mining replied. Saturday was 520, and the homonym was I love Ning. Of course, she would choose this number. Back then, when she asked Ling Yan to use the phone number 206. 99-inch, Shui Mining had such intentions. Ling Yan gave Shui Mining a meaningful look. Only when Shui Mining's face turned red and her heart thumped wildly did she turn her head back. I'll listen to Ning Er. Let's open on Saturday then. The Land Rover turned another corner and arrived at Shuifu Road. Qingshui High was already in sight. That's great. I want Grandpa to cut the ribbon for the clinic opening. Shui Mining was so happy that she almost jumped out of the car. Ling Yan frowned slightly. There's no Need to make it so big. Let's keep a low profile. Xianxia named Ling Yan's clinic ordinary. Ling Yan could understand her painstaking efforts. He wanted to open his clinic with a low profile. To be continued. Ling Yan sent the two prettiest girls to the school building and watched them return to their respective classrooms. Then, he turned around and left the campus. Tang Meng called at the same time. His tone was full of shock and pride. Apart from Ling Yan, anyone would be proud to be treated to a meal by Long Tianjiao from the Long family in Beijing. Ling Yan told Tang Meng to go to mansion number 1, then hung up and drove straight to mansion number 1. Yao Rou helped Ling Yan with the chores and had lunch before returning to the ordinary people's clinic. She sent Ling Yan a message along the way. Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu's car arrived at the entrance when Ling Yan returned to mansion number 1. The three of them entered the house together. Why didn't you go, boss? You had a meal at the Shangri-La Hotel with the leaders of Jiangnan's PetroChina and China Mobile. There were even 2 division commanders from the Jiangnan military region. That was King amazing. Tang Meng reported excitedly to Ling Yan as soon as he entered the house. That feeling was indescribable. It had to be said that the Long family was indeed awesome. They were too awesome. A random Long Tianjiao was accompanied by the leaders of Jiangnan's PetroChina and China Mobile. That was indeed a big deal. Ling Yan chuckled and asked, just a meal? Long Tianjiao smashed Lin Minghan's doorframe and 2 flower pots. Ling Yan wanted him to pay 10 times the amount. Tang Meng scratched his head. How could he have forgotten about that? Hee, big brother Yun, what did Long Tianjiao owe you? He gave him 20 million yuan. That money came too easily. 20 million yuan, Ling Yan thought to himself. The Long family was really willing to spend money. A door frame and 2 flower pots were worth a few hundred yuan at most. Was there a need to give him 20 million yuan? Did they ask anything else? Ling Yan was even more guarded. He laughed coldly in his heart and said faintly. Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu shook their heads at the same time. No, Long Tianjiao said some pompous words and introduced the leaders beside him. After that, we just ate and drank. After the meal, Long Tianjiao gave me a check for 20 million and we came back. Tang Meng said as he carefully took out a check from his pocket. He looked at it carefully before passing it to Ling Yan. Hee, big brother Yun, you don't need this money for now. Why don't you leave it for me to earn some money? Just like Ling Yan's cultivation, Tang Meng was a person who risked his life to earn money. Right now, he could not wait to spend every single cent he had on his business. Greedy. Tai Xiaohu's face was full of disdain. Tang Meng rolled his eyes at Tai Xiaohu. What does a gang leader like you know? All you know is fighting and killing. You haven't been able to help big brother Yun even after cultivating for so long. Look at my business, it's starting to turn a profit. I have 300 million. Tai Xiaohu retorted sarcastically. Big brother Yun, look at Tai Xiaohu. He's always holding on to money. I'll get him to take out 200 million yuan and put it with me. Wouldn't that save us the trouble of racking our brains for a loan? Tang Meng turned to Ling Yan. Tang Meng was really anxious. He had just started his business here, and he wanted to expand his heaven and earth group as quickly as possible. He needed money, but no matter how much he talked, Tai Xiaohu wouldn't let him use his money. The two of them had fought countless times over this. Tai Xiaohu was unmoved. He said calmly, Uncle Long said that I can only help brother Yun look after the 300 million. I can't even touch the operations of Green Dragon. Only brother Yun can use this money. Of course, I won't give it to you. Alright, stop fighting. Seeing that the two of them were arguing over money, Ling Yan quickly called for them to stop. He did not take the check from Tang Meng's hand. Instead, he casually waved his hand and said, You can keep the money for yourself. I don't need it now. Don't touch the money from Tai Xiaohu. Ling Yan didn't need money now, but he would need it soon. Ling Yan would soon reach the qi cultivation stage. Then, he would be able to practice alchemy. Ling Yan needed one of the 4 major items of cultivation: alchemy, weapon forging, talismans, and spell formations, materials, a huge amount of all kinds of materials. Talismans required herbs, alchemy required elixirs, and artifact refining required a variety of ordinary or rare metal materials. Array formations required the consumption of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, not to mention. Earth's technology was extremely advanced. Other than some inaccessible places, most of the resources were controlled by the government. Everything needed to be bought. Of course, he would need to spend a lot of money to buy the materials. He would need to spend a lot of money in the future. The few $100 million he had now wasn't even enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. Of course, he wouldn't care about it. Alchemy was easier because Ling Yan could go to the small valley in Xianxia. The spiritual herbs growing there were enough for him to use for a long time. However, weapon forging was different. Ling Yan had to buy large amounts of metal materials. He even had to search for rare metal materials himself. All of that required money, time, and effort. Tang Meng, I'll stand by my words. You can do whatever you want, but don't make a loss. I might need a huge sum of money this summer. Just don't be unable to pay me. Tang Meng cried when he heard that Ling Yan needed a huge sum of money. I haven't paid the loan yet. Ling Yan smiled and patted Tang Meng's shoulder. Don't worry, I'll help you make money. I guarantee it won't be less than your business. Once Ling Yan's clinic opened, it would be a money tree. It would definitely not be less than Tang Meng's business. Following that, the three of them chatted casually for a while. Ling Yan told them about his encounter with Tang Tianhao in the afternoon and how he cheated Zhang Dinka of more than 1 million yuan as a joke. Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu were so amused that they couldn't stop laughing. Big brother Yun, Zhang Dinka, and Xia Zhenyan are considered half-cousins. That bastard bullies merchants and preys on the commoners. 1 million isn't a lot. Tang Meng said with a murderous look in his eyes. Ling Yan didn't expect Zhang Dinka and Xia Zhenyan to have such a relationship. What was even more unexpected was that Tang Meng knew about it. Obviously, this kid had done his research on Xianxia city's politics. That was the truth. Forcing Tang Meng to cultivate was like forcing a duck onto a perch. However, if one were to ask about the politics of Xianxia city, Tang Meng would answer immediately. Big brother Yun, do you want to teach Zhang Dinka a lesson? Tai Xiaohu didn't care about that. Zhang Dinka offended Ling Yun. To Tai Xiaohu, who was in charge of Jiangnan Green Dragon, this was something he couldn't allow. Ling Yan smiled nonchalantly. There's no need for that. That bastard is pitiful enough. I threw him into Qingshui Lake, lost his position, and extorted more than 1 million yuan from him. It's more or less enough. Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu looked at each other. Big brother Yun was indeed merciful. Was this what it meant to be forgiving and forgiving? Ling Yan looked at Tai Xiaohu. Ning Er is moving her things over tonight. Arrange a few people to help her move. Remember, make sure those people behave themselves. Don't anger Miracle Dr. Shui. Otherwise, you'll be in trouble. Tai Xiaohu wouldn't dare to send unreliable people over even if he had 10 guts. Big brother Yun, don't worry. I know what to do. Tai Xiaohu nodded. Ling Yan nodded and asked, can that Li gang be escorted back to Qingshui city today? Tang Meng knew that Ling Yan would ask about this. I called Old Kong. He said he'll be there at 4 in the afternoon. Old Kong was naturally the captain of Qingshui City's Public Security Bureau's criminal investigation team, Kong Ruiyong. Ling Yan smirked and said, that's good. Bring him here directly. He then said to Tai Xiaohu, also, bring Wang Lei's wife over. Tai Xiaohu nodded, indicating that he could bring her over any time. Tang Meng, take some time over the next 2 days. Let's go to the antique street and meet Tianqi Pavilion's beauty Morong. Oh, and Song Jingyang. Tang Meng perked up. He stood up excitedly and asked, gambling on stones? Big brother Yun? Ling Yun nodded lightly. Yes. With the ability to accurately sense spiritual energy, the yin-yang eye, and a strong and condensed divine sense, Ling Yun had no reason not to gamble. He wanted to sweep the antique street clean. F***CK. Big brother Yun, I've waited so long for you to say this. Tang Mei was so excited that he jumped 3 feet high. The two of them were no longer the two of them who went to the antique street to watch the fun. They had money, manpower, and power. Sweeping the antique street was a piece of cake for them. Tai Xiaohu suddenly frowned at the mention of gambling. He hesitated and said to Ling Yun, "Big brother Yun, a few foreigners came to Daoyong's underground casino these 2 days. They are very good at gambling and have been winning money non-stop. Even though Daoyong knows that they are cheating, he can't find any evidence against them. He can't hold on any longer." Ling Yun said in a low voice, "There's such a thing? How much money did they lose?" Ling Yun asked. "At least 3 million. Tai Xiaohu replied. 3 million is still not enough. Can't Daoyong ask them to leave?" Ling Yun asked. He did, but they ignored him. "It's obvious that they want to gamble until he goes bankrupt." Tai Xiaohu replied. "Stupid. Don't they know how to get a few underlings to pretend to cause trouble and kick them out?" Tang Meng was annoyed. Tai Xiaohu shook his head and said, "This method has already been used." However, the 7 or 8 people that Zhang Bao arranged were defeated by one person before they could even make a move. That person even mocked Daoyong, saying that if he couldn't afford to gamble, he should just close down and not resort to such underhanded methods. Ling Yan asked with a sullen face, "Then why didn't you make a move? Doesn't Green Dragon have more than 10 underground casinos? Find a few powerful people to gamble with them." Ling Yan asked. "I don't even need to do that. They have already said that they will come to my casino as soon as Daoyong admits defeat." Tai Xiaohu smiled bitterly. Ling Yan thought about it for a while and smiled. Good gambling skills and a good fighter. Interesting. He told Tai Xiaohu, "Tell Daoyong to rest for a few days and observe the situation for a few days. That's against the rules. Holding on despite knowing that he's going to lose money is against the rules? That's idiocy. Tell them what I said. Rest for a few days first." "Got it, big brother Yun." Suddenly, Ling Yan's phone rang. To be continued. Ling Yan took out his phone and saw that it was a call from Luli. He smiled and answered it immediately. "Big brother, you. What are you busy with?" Luli did not expect Ling Yan's call to finally go through. She was stunned for a moment before she became ecstatic. Her voice was filled with obvious excitement and a hint of nervousness. "I'm just a high school student. How can I be busy? Sister Lu, how have you been recently? Why are you looking for me?" Ling Yun, on the other hand, didn't think much of it. He was very straightforward and went straight to the point. He guessed that Luli had something to discuss with him. Luli panicked. Just as she was about to say that she was fine, she suddenly blurted out, "My stomach has been hurting for the past 2 days. I wanted you to come over and take a look at me. Stomach ache?" That shouldn't be the case. Previously, he had used the 9 needles of the spiritual pivot to stabilize Luli's pregnancy. It was enough to ensure that she would be able to give birth safely. "Don't worry, Sister Lu. I'll go there now." After pondering for a while, Ling Yun decided to head over to take a look. It wouldn't take up too much of his time anyway. Hanging up the phone, Ling Yun happened to see Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu winking at each other. Their expressions were extremely ambiguous, as if they were watching Ling Yun's show. Ling Yun glared at him. "What are you looking at?" "Tang Meng, don't let your imagination run wild. If you don't want your butt to get blown up, hurry up and lead the way." "Hee, big brother Yun, we didn't say anything, right? I'll lead the way, I'll lead the way." After locking the gate, the 3 of them drove the 2 cars and left Villa number 1. The villa that Ling Yan asked Tang Meng to buy for Lu Li's family was located on the east side of Xianxia City. Compared to Xianxia City, this villa district was considered a mid-range villa district. It was meant for ordinary rich people to live in. Of course, it couldn't be compared to Qingxi Villa district, but it was more than enough. Tang Meng leisurely drove the Land Rover as he leisurely lit up a cigarette and exhaled a mouthful of smoke leisurely. Then, he turned his head to look at Ling Yun, who was in the passenger seat. "Big brother Yun, aren't you being too nice to Lu Li's family? This isn't like you at all." Tang Meng could not help but ask. Tang Meng had seen Ling Yun beat people up, trampled on people, and bullied people. Tang Meng had also seen Ling Yun kill people. When Ling Yan faced his enemies, that kind of dominance, that kind of toughness, that kind of coldness and indifference that seeped out from his bones, even Tang Meng felt a chill down his spine. Ling Yan rarely did things without benefits or rewards. This was extremely rare. It could be said that it was infinitely close to zero. However, Ling Yan treated Lu Li's family extremely well. In the eyes of Lu Li's family, Ling Yan had already surpassed all living beings. Even if they were to be crushed into pieces, they wouldn't be able to repay a fraction of Ling Yan's kindness. When he first met Lu Li, not only did he save her from a group of hooligans, he even gave her $1,000, then $40,000, then $200,000, and finally $1 million. She had given Lu Lian an abortion, helped her recover from overwork, saved her husband, and even gifted him a villa, furniture, and a car. With a rough calculation, the total value of the gifts and money that Ling Yan had given to Lu Li's family definitely exceeded 8 million yuan. If it was someone else, they would probably treat their own wife the same way, right? Tang Meng's eyes were sharp. He could tell that Ling Yan did not have any feelings for Lu Li. At the same time, he had been interacting with Lu Li a lot during this period of time. He could also tell that Lu Li's concern for Ling Yan had already exceeded a normal friendship. As for the latter, it was easy for Tang Meng to understand. Not to mention Ling Yan's heaven-defying performance, just based on his looks and figure, he would be able to win over any woman in a second. Even the flower of Xianxia City, Shuang Mei Feng, could be won over in a second, let alone Lu Li. However, Ling Yan did not covet Lu Li at all. At most, he treated her as a big sister. Tang Meng couldn't understand why Ling Yan would treat her so well. Ling Yan only smiled slightly. "I've been kind since I was young. This is called doing good deeds, do you understand? You should learn from me in the future." What the f***ck? Tang Meng almost drove the car into a tree. Kind? Doing good deeds? What did these two words have to do with the domineering big brother Yun? Drive properly. Seeing that Tang Meng dared to look down on him, Ling Yan raised his hand and gave him a knock on the head. The emperor brush was enough for Ling Yan to give Lu Li's family any benefits. Furthermore, Lu Li's mother-in-law, Mrs. Li, gave Ling Yan a rare book. That book included the Book of Burial, a collection of tombs, as well as some important ancient tombs with detailed addresses and excavation procedures. If this book was given to an ordinary person in the modern city, it would be worthless and useless. However, in Ling Yan's hands, this was a treasure that even a mountain of gold wouldn't be able to exchange for. Ling Yan was a vengeful person. Even though he couldn't say it out loud, he had to ensure that Lu Li's family could live comfortably in this mortal world. Ling Yan was a person who would definitely seek revenge for any enmity. He was also someone who would repay kindness. The two cars arrived at the east side of Xianxia City very quickly and stopped outside the main gate of a villa district. Tang Meng raised his hand and pointed. "Big brother Yun, do you see that? After entering the main gate, follow this road all the way to the right, the fourth row. The innermost villa is number 16. Ling Yan looked at Tang Meng. "You're not going in?" Tang Meng gave a weird smile. "You're going to treat a patient, it would be inconvenient for me to go in." Tang Meng found an excuse. Ling Yan couldn't be bothered with him. "Then wait for me here. Call me if anything happens." With that, Ling Yan got out of the car and strode through the main gate of the villa district. This villa district had 4 villas in each row. There were 2 villas on the left and right sides of the road. The house numbers were very orderly and easy to identify. Ling Yan arrived at the 4th row very quickly. He looked left and right before turning right and disappearing from Tang Meng's line of sight. "Do you want one?" Tai Xiaohu got into the Land Rover after Ling Yan got out of the car. Tang Meng only took out his Su Yan and asked Tai Xiaohu if he wanted one. "How many times have I told you? Big brother Yun doesn't let me smoke. I quit." Tai Xiaohu said angrily when he saw Tang Meng tempting him with a cigarette. "Smoke if you want." Tang Meng lit his cigarette and chuckled. "Why do you think Big Sister Lu asked Big Brother Yun to come over?" Tai Xiaohu frowned and turned his head to glare at Tang Meng. "Are you itching for a beating? Do you want me to loosen your bones?" Tang Meng sighed helplessly. "F***ck, can't I talk about it?" Ling Yan arrived at the entrance of Lu Li's villa. He looked up and saw that it was indeed number 16. He scanned the villa with his divine sense out of habit and realized that Luli was the only one in the villa. Big Sister Lu, I'm here. Ling Yun didn't want to disturb the surrounding residents. He used telepathy so that only Luli could hear him. Luli was walking around the spacious living room with her 7-month pregnant belly. When she heard Ling Yun's voice, a look of joy appeared on her face. The door isn't closed. Just come in. What are you shouting for? Luli said coquettishly as she walked as fast as she could towards the door. Ling Yun smiled as he entered and asked Luli, Big Sister Lu, why are you home alone? Where are Big Brother Li and Auntie? Luli's heart skipped a beat. She replied casually, yesterday was my father-in-law's death anniversary. Your Big Brother Li and my mother-in-law went back to their hometown in Henan to visit the grave. They'll be back by tomorrow at the latest. Luli was now more than 7 months pregnant. She would be giving birth in another 2 months. Her belly was bulging, causing her thin white maternity dress to become round. She could no longer bend over. Ling Yin replied with an "oh." He was already in front of Luli. He glanced at Luli and asked with concern, Big Sister Lu, are you able to take care of yourself at home alone? Luli glanced at Ling Yun and pointed at her belly. She said coquettishly, how am I alone? Aren't there 2 of us? Thanks to your good brother, I have a house, a car, and money at home. Your Big Brother Li hired a nanny for me and went out to buy groceries. Ling Yin relaxed and smiled. So that's how it is. That's good. Quick, come in and cool off. It's such a hot day, you must be feeling hot, right? Luli didn't hold back when it came to Ling Yun. She reached out and grabbed Ling Yun's arm, pulling him into the house. Ling Yun suddenly felt a little uncomfortable being pulled by Luli. Even though the 2 of them were brother and sister, it was inevitable that a man and a woman would get intimate when they were alone. He looked at Luli's pretty face again. It was already blushing. Have some tea, Big Sister made some Longjing tea for you. Luli pushed Ling Yun onto the sofa and was about to pour some tea for him. I can do it myself. Ling Yun quickly stopped her and poured himself a cup of tea. He put it to his mouth and took a sip. No one knew if it was intentional or not, but the maternity dress that Luli was wearing today was round neckline, low cut, and extremely loose. Of course, it was comfortable, but when she bent over, the 2 lumps of white flesh in front of her chest would be revealed. It was very eye-catching. If it was Lin Menghan, Zhuang Meifeng, Chao Shanshan, Kong Shouru, Long Wu, or Yao Rou, Ling Yun definitely wouldn't mind groping them. However, Luli couldn't. Therefore, Ling Yun could only look down and even shut off his divine sense. He didn't want to look at Luli at all. Little brother, aren't you going to take your college entrance exam soon? Where have you been for the past month? Big Sister is so worried. Luli actually sat at the side with Ling Yun. She was very close to Ling Yun, almost touching him. She asked with a face full of concern. Ling Yun suddenly felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. He answered Luli's questions evasively and then deliberately changed the topic. Big Sister Lu, you look very well. Is there anything wrong with your body and the baby? Ling Yun just took one look at Luli and knew that she and the child in her stomach were safe and sound. There was nothing wrong with them. Luli's face turned even redder. She lowered her head slightly and said, it just hurts occasionally. I don't know what's going on either. Can you take a look at me? She was pregnant for 7 months, and it was still a boy. It was already in her stomach. It would be strange if it didn't hurt when he kicked Luli occasionally. Ling Yin clearly knew that there was nothing wrong with Luli. He could only say awkwardly, Big Sister Lu, there really is nothing wrong with you. Luli suddenly pouted and said, just take a look at Big Sister like last time. What, are you afraid that I'll eat you? To be continued. Luli's attack was very fierce. Her words were very direct and explicit. Ling Yun wasn't a fool. He could hear the underlying meaning behind Luli's words. She was obviously trying to seduce him. Ling Yun treated Luli's family so well that Tang Meng wasn't the only one who thought otherwise. Luli was thinking the same thing. Luli had thought about it for a long time. From the moment Ling Yun met her, she had been thinking about it all the way until now. No matter how much she thought about it, she could only come up with one reason. She thought that Ling Yun wanted her. How could he save someone like that? How could a good person be so nice? If Ling Yun didn't tell her the real reason, Luli would definitely think otherwise. Did Luli have feelings for Ling Yun? Yes, she did. Furthermore, this feeling was very intense. Ling Yun was too outstanding. He was like a divine dragon that soared through the 9 heavens. He had transformed into a handsome man just to save her. Once this feeling was born, it was like a raging fire that couldn't be suppressed. It was enough for her to cast aside all moral restraints. If you want it, I'll give it to you. If you don't mention it, I'll mention it. If she let her man down, she would let him down. There was no other way. Ling Yan had been out at sea for more than a month. Tang Meng had been the one taking care of her family. It could be said that he was meticulous in taking care of her family. Even Luli's family felt terrified. Even if a meat pie fell from the sky, this meat pie was simply too big. Luli and her family could not accept it with peace of mind. Furthermore, this wasn't just Luli's idea. A week ago, old Madame Li had secretly called Luli into the house while her son was out. She had a serious talk with her about this topic. Old Madame Li wasn't stupid either. When old Madame Li said that, Luli almost died of embarrassment. However, she soon realized that her mother-in-law had thought more deeply than she did. Old Madame Li didn't blame Luli, Ling Yun, or her son. She only thought that it was fate. Your mother-in-law has seen many people. She can tell that Ling Yun is a good person. Let me say something shameful. If your mother-in-law was your age, she would also like him. If he really likes you, that's why he's so nice to our family, then I'll ask Xianxia to fulfill your wish. As for whether or not Ling Yun likes you, no one else can ask. You can only rely on yourself. If he does, I'll ask Xianxia to divorce you after the child is born in 2 months. Apart from that lousy pen and that lousy book, our Li clan has nothing else to give him. When Luli heard this, she was actually a little embarrassed. She blamed her mother-in-law for being too direct, and too calm. At that time, she almost fell out with her mother-in-law, but after old Lady Li said that, she went out to buy groceries as if nothing had happened. After that, she never mentioned it again. Luli knew that it was wrong of her to think about Ling Yun, but she couldn't resist the fire of passion. Hence, this scene happened after her mother-in-law either intentionally or unintentionally brought her husband back to their hometown. However, everyone misunderstood. Ling Yun had no such intentions towards Luli. He now treated Luli as his sister. After all, they had interacted so many times that they already had some feelings for each other. However, it was definitely not a relationship between a man and a woman. Ling Yun had no lack of women, and all of them were of the highest quality. They were true goddesses. Of course, he wouldn't snatch Li Yunxiang's wife. In the face of Lu Li's fiery gaze and fiery words, Ling Yun only smiled faintly and dealt with the situation with little effort. Big sister Lu, look at what you're saying. We're a family, why should I be afraid of you? Lu Li's breathing started to quicken, and her face turned even redder. She grabbed Ling Yun's arm and said, then, why aren't you helping me up? Ling Yun feigned ignorance. Up? What for? Lu Li pouted. What else can I do? To check on big sister's body. Big sister Lu, there's really nothing wrong with you. Why do you have to do this? Lu Li replied, you can even cure big brother Yunxiang's coma and the scar on his head. You're a miracle doctor, so what's wrong with checking on big sister's body? So that big sister can rest assured. Let's go. As Lu Li said that, she used her other hand to prop herself up from the sofa and pulled Ling Yun up. Ling Yun said helplessly, you can check here too. Lu Li said anxiously, big sister isn't comfortable sitting here. Help me to the bed. Under such circumstances, it seemed like they had no choice but to check. Ling Yun gritted his teeth and stood up. All right. Lu Li's face was full of shyness. She took the initiative to pull Ling Yun's hand and walked towards the bedroom. The villa had 2 floors. Because of her inconvenience, Lu Li stayed in the bedroom on the first floor the moment she moved in. The two of them finally walked into Lu Li's bedroom. Inside was a very conspicuous Simmons bed. The bedsheets were bright red, giving off a very suggestive vibe. This body is so stupid. Help me lie down, hence, Ling Yan could only help Luli lie down. Luli closed her eyes and said in a sweet voice, "Help me check on my body. Be more careful." After saying this, Luli's face flushed red. At this point, Luli's intention was very clear. If it were someone else, they would have pounced on her. However, Ling Yun was not someone else. He only looked at Luli with a slightly appreciative gaze before looking elsewhere. "I've checked, big sister Lu. There really is nothing wrong with you." Ling Yun secretly used the mystical dragon hell to help Luli calm down. At the same time, he reached out with his left hand. Two of his fingers seemed to have grown eyes as they clamped onto Luli's skirt. With lightning speed, he pulled it down and covered Luli's delicate body. Luli opened her eyes in shock. Her delicate body trembled violently as crystal-clear tears flowed from her eyes. "Little brother, you don't like big sister's looks." "That's not it, then, big sister is already like this. Don't you understand my feelings?" Luli's voice was already tearing up from embarrassment. Ling Yun finally turned his head and looked into Luli's beautiful eyes. He smiled faintly and said, "I understand." Luli instantly blushed when she heard that Ling Yun understood. She asked, "Then why are you still playing dumb? Why aren't you coming up? Big sister today is yours. No one else knows. You just have to be gentler." Ling Yan's eyes were clear as he smiled and shook his head. His gaze was firm. "Don't you know how? Big sister. Big sister can teach you." Ling Yan sweated profusely. How could he not know how to do this? "Big sister Lu, we can't let big brother Yunxiang down. I can't let the Li family down, and I can't let you down," Ling Yan said with a straight face. Ling Yan was not considered a gentleman, but he definitely knew what he should and shouldn't do. He suddenly bent down and helped Luli tidy up her skirt again. He then took the opportunity to help her up. "Big sister Lu, why did this happen?" Luli sat up with Ling Yan's help. She was slightly stunned. She subconsciously said, "Little brother, you gave big sister Lu so many benefits. A villa, a car, and money. Didn't you do it because you like big sister?" Ling Yan suddenly understood that Luli had misunderstood. Since he found the reason, he naturally had a countermeasure. Ling Yan laughed. "Big sister is beautiful and virtuous. You are diligent and thrifty. You are filial to your mother-in-law and husband. Of course I like you. However, I have always treated you as a big sister. It's not the kind of love you think. Please don't misunderstand, big sister." When Ling Yan said that Luli respected her husband, an unnatural apology flashed across Luli's pretty face. She was slightly embarrassed. "Big sister Lu, get up. Let's talk in the outer room." Ling Yan helped Luli up. He could clearly feel Luli's delicate body trembling slightly. She seemed to be resisting and unwilling. Even though Luli didn't achieve her goal, she couldn't bear to leave the opportunity to be alone with Ling Yan. It was rare. Ling Yan laughed. With a thought, he took out a night-luminescent pearl from his spatial ring. Like a magic trick, he raised his hand in front of Luli and opened it gently. "Big sister Lu, this is for you." Under the lustrous light of the night-luminescent pearl, Ling Yan's handsome face and Luli's excited expression were instantly attracted by the night-luminescent pearl. She didn't even blink. This is a night-luminescent pearl?" Luli said in shock. "Hee, if big sister Lu says so, then so be it. Anyway, I don't give it to ordinary people." Ling Yan laughed mischievously. "This is too expensive. I can't accept it." Not only did she not give her body away, she also received a huge benefit. Even if Luli was ignorant, she knew that this night-luminescent pearl was priceless. She really didn't dare to accept it, but she really didn't have the confidence to reject it. There were indeed very few women who could reject such a rare piece of jewelry. "Keep it. Let's go out and chat for a while." Ling Yan smiled as he gently placed the night-luminescent pearl in Luli's hands. To be continued. Luli sat on the edge of the bed and carefully held the sparkling, round, and dazzling pearl in her hands. Her shoulders started to shake as tears rolled down her cheeks like pearls from a broken necklace. Luli, who was born into poverty, couldn't even bear to buy a single piece of jewelry. Even the ring she wore at her wedding didn't cost more than $200. Now, she was holding the priceless night luminescent pearl in her hands. The excitement and shock in her heart were indescribable. Ling Yan's eyes were clear and bright without a hint of naughtiness. Luli was wearing so little, and she was an ordinary person. If he really wanted to see, he could use his X-ray vision to ensure that he would be able to see through everything. It would be clearer than a peeled egg. However, he wouldn't do that. Even though Luli didn't raise her head, she could feel his gaze on her. She knew that he was looking at her. Her heart was filled with embarrassment and happiness, and her face gradually turned red. Ever since Luli entered puberty, her breasts had developed better than other girls her age. They were round, smooth, and bouncy. That was her greatest pride. Even though Luli had already put on her clothes, the ambiguous atmosphere in the room suddenly became 10 times more intense. Big sister doesn't want to move anymore. I just want you to stay here with me for a while. Sit down. Luli lowered her head again as she spoke shyly yet boldly. All right. Ling Yan didn't force her or reject her. He smiled faintly and sat down beside Luli. Even though Ling Yan didn't touch Luli, he had already seen her body. There was no need for Ling Yan to go through all the formalities. He only needed to have a clear conscience. Luli turned her head slightly and glanced at Ling Yan. Why are you so far away from Big Sister? Come sit beside me. Ling Yan looked at the space between them. It was only the width of a palm. I'm afraid of the heat if I'm too close, Luli giggled at Ling Yan's teasing. She inched closer to Ling Yan with the night luminescent pearl in her hands. Are you really going to give this night luminescent pearl to Big Sister? Ling Yan nodded seriously. Yes, it's really for Big Sister. Luli's heart skipped a beat. Then, are you really going to accept it? After saying that, Luli placed the night luminescent pearl on the bed with her left hand. Then, she ignored the night luminescent pearl and turned around to look at Ling Yan. She shifted her body closer to Ling Yan and leaned her head on his shoulder. Let me lean on you. Luli said softly. She was a little satisfied, a little sad, and a little tired. Those who had experienced it would understand that thinking about someone for too long would make one's heart very tired. Ling Yan didn't move, allowing Luli to lean her shoulder on his. He didn't say anything. The bedroom became so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. After a minute or two, Luli's voice sounded. Little brother is so powerful and handsome. He must have a girlfriend, right? Yes. Ling Yan answered honestly. She must be very, very beautiful, right? Luli's heart was filled with an indescribable jealousy as she asked. It's all right, but Big Sister is also very pretty. Ling Yan chuckled. You're lying to make Big Sister happy. I was like that just now, but you didn't even touch Big Sister's body, Luli pouted, but her heart was filled with honey. Because you're Big Sister. Ling Yan chuckled. If Big Sister wasn't married, would you have? Luli closed her eyes shyly. Yes. Ling Yan chuckled. Luli's heart skipped a beat. She used her right hand to support herself on the bed and lifted her head from Ling Yan's shoulder. She whispered into Ling Yan's ear, then you can pretend that Big Sister isn't married, or that I'm already divorced. Ling Yan's body exuded a domineering masculine aura, bringing with it a fresh and alluring scent that attracted women. Luli leaned on Ling Yan for a while, once again falling into a trance. Even though Luli's face was sallow and her body was thin, after Ling Yan's treatment and this period of rest, the depression and anxiety in her heart had disappeared. Now, she was brimming with energy. Her face was beautiful to begin with. Now, her forehead was sparkling, her eyebrows were elegant, her eyes were bright, her lips were red, and her skin was smooth and supple. She was the epitome of a beautiful young woman. Right now, she had long thrown everything to the back of her mind. All she wanted was to be with Ling Yan once. Even if it was just once, it would be enough for her to reminisce for the rest of her life. Was Ling Yan a gentleman who could remain calm? Of course not. If it was another woman who dared to treat Ling Yan like this, Ling Yan wouldn't care if she was someone else's wife or pregnant. He would have taken her down long ago. But not Luli. Ling Yan smiled and gently turned around. He placed his hands on Luli's shoulders and stared into her eyes. He said seriously, Big Sister Lu, I understand your feelings. However, you have a husband, and it's not good for us to do this. Furthermore, even if you don't think about your family, you have to think about the baby in your stomach. This time, Luli was much bolder than the time she took the initiative to lie on the bed. She boldly stared into Ling Yan's eyes and pretended to be angry as she asked, "Do you think that big sister is a cheap and casual woman for seducing you like this?" Ling Yan shook his head and swore, "Absolutely not." Big brother Yun had absolute confidence in his charm. "Alright then, big sister won't ask for anything else. Can you hug big sister?" Luli made a new request. Ling Yan nodded happily and symbolically gave Luli a hug. "Hug me a little tighter." Luli wasn't satisfied. "That's enough." Ling Yan let go. He was a little distracted. "Coward." Luli lowered her head and pouted coquettishly with a red face. "If you say I'm a coward, then so be it. You haven't even seen me when I'm bold. Don't leave today. It wasn't easy for you to come here. Stay and have dinner with big sister." Luli really acted like a big sister. How could he not leave? Ling Yan felt that if he stayed any longer, he would definitely be eaten up by Luli. He hurriedly shook his head and refused. "Big sister Lu, I still have a lot of things to do. Tang Meng is still waiting for me at the door." Ling Yan used Tang Meng as an excuse. Luli's face was full of resentment. "You're just an 18-year-old brat, why are you always so busy?" The corner of Ling Yan's mouth curled up. "I don't know either, go. Big sister knows I can't make you stay. Remember to turn on your phone in the future. Don't let big sister find you all the time. I'm worried to death." Luli actually started to chase Ling Yan out of the room. This was something that couldn't be helped. The fire in her heart was burning brighter and brighter. If Ling Yan was here, she didn't know what kind of embarrassing things she would do. Ling Yan jumped up from the side of the bed as if his butt was on fire. "Big sister Lu, I always forget to charge my phone. That's why it's always switched off. If you can't get through to me, you can call Tang Meng. He will definitely be able to find me." Actually, Ling Yan's phone was often left in his spatial ring. Of course, it wouldn't receive any signal. It was as if it had disappeared into thin air. It was even more effective than switching off his phone. The child's name has already been decided. His grandmother named him Li Jian. It means that he will always remember little brother's kindness. It was originally called Li Jiyun. However, your big brother Li's name also has the word Yun in it. I was afraid that it would offend him, so I called him Li Jian. Luli stood up and pointed at her stomach as she spoke to Ling Yan with a face full of happiness. "There's no need for this at all." Ling Yan shook his head helplessly. "Why not?" Luli walked forward and naturally hooked Ling Yan's arm. "Look at this villa, the car in the garage, everything we eat and wear. Which one of them isn't yours? Big sister's reputation and your big brother's life were all saved by you. If not for you, this family would have been finished long ago. How can I not remember your kindness?" Luli had been intimately hooking Ling Yan's arm. Her actions were incomparably natural as she sent him to the door. "Don't tell anyone about what happened today." "I'm not stupid." Ling Yan chuckled. "You're the biggest idiot in the world." Luli pouted. "If big sister insists, then so be it." Ling Yan smiled again. "Big sister Lu, just focus on taking care of your pregnancy at home and spend as much money as you want. I prepared enough for you," Ling Yan said seriously. Luli raised her hand and brushed away a lock of hair in front of her face. "I haven't even finished spending the 200,000 yuan. Moreover, there was still 1 million yuan. Looking at Luli's fiery gaze on him, Ling Yan couldn't take it anymore. "Then I'll be leaving first. Let's go." Ling Yan waved at Luli and turned to leave. Very quickly, he reached the main road of the villa district and disappeared after turning a corner. It was as if he was running away. Luli stared at Ling Yan's back with an infatuated gaze. Her cheeks were blushing, and her thoughts had drifted to who knows where. Even though Luli didn't achieve her goal this time, both of them knew that a very special seed had been planted in their hearts. It would take root and sprout. As for what it would grow into in the future, no one knew. To be continued. Phew, Ling Yan finally heaved a sigh of relief after making a turn. It had only been less than 20 minutes, but it had already been unbearable. F***ck. Even if I really eat you, what can you do? Ling Yan swore in his heart. If it were anyone else, how would they let go of such a juicy piece of meat that was right in front of their mouths? However, he couldn't say this to anyone else. Ling Yan could only curse in his heart. Outside the mansion district, Ling Yan could hear the conversation between Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu from afar. Hey, I say, Xiaohu, do you believe that the two of them are already doing it inside? Tang Meng was always up to no good. His thoughts were all dirty and messy. Annoyed by Tang Meng's questions, Tai Xiaohu raised his huge fist and shook it at Tang Meng. Do you believe that I can beat you up with one punch? I believe you, I believe you. Isn't that enough for me to believe you? How boring. What kind of person is he? Tang Meng raised his hands in a panic to block. At the same time, he saw Ling Yan walking out of the mansion district. Big brother Yan is out. Tai Xiaohu turned his head and got out of the car immediately. Tang Meng stopped messing around and got out of the car quickly. Ling Yan arrived in front of the two of them in no time. With a smile on his face, he touched one of Tang Meng's acupuncture points with lightning speed. Then, Tang Meng's face turned red. Ouch. Big brother Yun, spare me. Tang Meng wasn't in pain. It was an itch. It was as if thousands of ants were gnawing at his heart. Tai Xiaohu looked at Tang Meng's crooked eyebrows and gritted teeth. He couldn't help but chuckle. Ling Yan tickled Tang Meng for a while before asking, what did you say about me just now? Tang Meng felt uncomfortable all over, but he didn't know where to scratch. With a bitter face, he said to Ling Yan, Big brother Yun, I was wrong. Please stop. Of course, Ling Yan would not let Tang Meng suffer for real. He casually brushed the other acupoint on Tang Meng's body and unsealed it. Then, he said calmly, both of you drive that car back to mansion number 1, I have something to do. With that, Ling Yan got into the Land Rover, stepped on the accelerator, and sped away. Once Tang Meng's acupoint was unsealed, he immediately felt his body no longer itchy. He stared dumbfoundedly at Ling Yan's tiger on the road as he muttered to himself, I finally know why Go Lianshan would betray Luo Zhong and his own brother. Tai Xiaohu laughed as he walked towards his Mercedes-Benz. He said gloatingly, it's good that you know. You were the one who asked for it. Who else can you blame? Tang Meng scratched his head and followed Tai Xiaohu into the car. It's 50 to 60 meters away, and we're even talking in the car. How could Big Brother Yun hear us? Tai Xiaohu started the engine and turned to look at Tang Meng as he closed the door. Big Brother Yun would still be able to hear us even if we were 3 times further away, let alone 50 to 60 meters. Let's go. Tang Meng was dumbfounded. Ling Yan drove the Land Rover and sped all the way to the northern suburbs of Xianxia City. He was so fast that if he was caught by the traffic police, his points would definitely go into the negatives. Where was Ling Yan going? Of course, to the luxurious Hot Springs Manor. As Ling Yan drove, he used his phone to call Lin Menghan. Are you home? Lin Menghan was shopping at the mall for Ling Yan. She snickered. What? Aren't you very busy? Why did you think of me now? Ling Yan was very anxious. Don't change the topic. I'm just asking if you're home. Lin Menghan was very puzzled because Ling Yan was rarely this anxious. She casually put down the clothes in her hands and replied, I'm shopping at the mall. I'm not home. What's the matter? Ling Yan was too lazy to answer her. I'll be home in 10 minutes. I'll be there soon. Lin Menghan asked, what's the rush? I bought a lot of things. I can't make it in 10 minutes. Where are you? I'll pick you up. Ling Yan asked for Lin Menghan's address. Then, he turned the car around and sped towards the city to pick Lin Menghan up. Even though Lu Li did not achieve her goal, she undoubtedly succeeded in arousing Ling Yan's desire. Now, Ling Yan's mind was filled with her white breasts and stomach, as well as the flirtatious scene of her lifting her skirt while lying on the bed. After Ling Yan left Lu Li's house, he could no longer suppress his desire. He needed to vent. Ling Yan almost ran a red light. He found Lin Menghan at an unprecedented speed. He parked the car beside Lin Menghan and waved at her. Get in. Lin Menghan wore a spaghetti strap dress. Now, she no longer intentionally restrained her perky breasts. That figure was truly hot. Everyone turned their heads to look at her. Lin Menghan opened the car door and threw all the things she bought into the back seat. Then, she sat in the front passenger seat. Ling Yan stepped hard on the accelerator. Lin Menghan, who hadn't even stabilized her seat, was thrown backwards by the inertia. Her two breasts swayed violently as she collided with them. Look at how anxious you are. What happened? Lin Menghan asked coquettishly. Ling Yan stared at Lin Menghan's perky breasts and chuckled. You'll know when we get home. The car continued to speed up, attracting the attention of passers-by. F***ck me, this car is really fast, **t, it's clearly low enough, that girl in the car is so pretty. One look and you can tell she's a Miss Perfect. A sharp-eyed loser exclaimed. Wow, that guy is even more handsome. The loser's girlfriend was even weirder. Her eyes were equally sharp. F***ck me, what the F***ck are you looking at? The loser said unhappily. F***ck off. You're the only one who can look at pretty girls, but I can't look at handsome guys? His girlfriend retorted. Look at him. He looks younger than you, but he's already driving a Land Rover around the city. What about you? You brought me out on a public bus on such a hot day. The loser was speechless. He could only retreat in defeat. That super handsome guy was really a winner in life. In less than 15 minutes, Ling Yan arrived at the luxurious manor. The Land Rover drove straight in and went straight to the last row. The house was on fire. However, when the Land Rover made a turn, Ling Yan and Lin Menghan were both dumbfounded. In front of Lin Menghan's villa, there were two dark green military vehicles parked side by side. There were 4 handsome soldiers with loaded guns. They maintained their military posture like statues, not moving an inch. Even though Ling Yan had driven into the villa area, he had been using his divine sense to lock on to every intersection. That was why he drove at a high speed. By the time he turned the corner and saw the 2 military vehicles, the Land Rover had already sped past the 50 meters and arrived at the entrance of Lin Menghan's villa. Looking at the license plates of the 2 military vehicles, Lin Menghan's beautiful face turned pale. She exclaimed, "Oh no, my dad is here." Ling Yan was displeased. Why did he have to come when the house was on fire? I'm not going to welcome him. He slammed on the brakes and put the car into reverse. The Land Rover began to reverse. At the same time, Ling Yan saw the door of one of the military vehicles open. A middle-aged man in his 40s stepped out. He was 1.8 meters tall and looked valiant. Although he was middle-aged, he was still very handsome. Between his brows, there was a heroic aura of a soldier. His eyes were calm and sharp like an eagle's as he stared at Lin Menghan in the car. If Ling Yan was familiar with military ranks, he would have known that this middle-aged man had 1 star on each side. He was a major general. The man was Lin Menghan's father, the commander of one of the Huaxia armies, Lin Jinggang. Lin Jinggang looked at his precious daughter through the front window of the Land Rover. His eyes were filled with love and helplessness. However, there was also an inexplicable anger. Menghan, get out. Lin Jinggang bellowed. Ling Yan, stop the car. My family must know that Long Tianjiao has broken off the engagement. There's no point in hiding. Lin Menghan and Ling Yan heard Lin Jinggang's words clearly even though they were in the car and the Land Rover was revving. Lin Menghan thought that Ling Yan was naturally afraid of her father-in-law. However, Ling Yan didn't. He watched as Lin Jinggang walked out from the back of the car step by step, but he continued to reverse the car and return to the intersection. Then, Ling Yan turned the steering wheel and sped away. What? What's the meaning of this? Lin Jinggang was a little annoyed and a little dumbfounded when he saw the weirdo Ling Yan treated his words as farts. Bureau Chief, should we chase after him? An adjutant walked out of the other military vehicle. He was equally dumbfounded. This was the first time he had seen someone not get out of the car when he saw Lin Jinggang. Instead, he immediately reversed the car and left. Moreover, the bureau chief's precious daughter was in the car. There's no need to chase, continue waiting. Lin Jinggang didn't believe it. The monk could run, but the temple couldn't. He didn't believe that his daughter could fly to the sky. Yes, hubby, what are you doing? That's my father. The Land Rover had already left the luxurious manor, but Ling Yun was still driving. He had a deep understanding of what it meant to be a bumpy ride. I know that's your father. Let him wait a little longer. Our business is more important. Ling Yan winked at Lin Menghan with a smile. Lin Menghan blushed. Now, she knew why Ling Yun was pulling her home so urgently. However, she didn't know why Ling Yun was in such a rush. Humph. If my father knows that you bullied me, he'll shoot you with a machine gun. Lin Menghan said shyly. Ling Yun smirked. Are you willing? He can shoot me with a machine gun, but before that, I'll shoot you first. Ling Yun drove the Land Rover straight to the mountainous area northwest of Xianxia City. He found a secluded area and parked the car by the roadside. Why did we stop here? Lin Menghan seemed to have thought of something as her face flushed red. Ling Yun got out of the car and looked around. Seeing that no one was coming, he came to Lin Menghan's side, opened the door, and carried her down from the passenger seat. We can't let the old man wait for too long. Let's make do here. This year's summer was exceptionally hot. It was humid, and stuffy. Even though they were in the mountainous region, there wasn't a single gust of wind. The heat waves in the air made it hard to feel cool. Ling Yun had reached the pinnacle of the second major realm of the stellar condensation technique. Even though he wasn't afraid of heat or cold, he hated this kind of suffocating weather. Baby, circulate your Arctic ice technique to lower your temperature. Ling Yun looked around with Lin Menghan in his arms. He didn't hesitate to use his divine sense to find the best place to do it. Lin Menghan continued to do it, but how could she use it now? I can't, I can only do it when I'm meditating. Lin Menghan said shyly after trying for a long time. Lin Menghan had already tasted that wonderful feeling and she would definitely not reject Ling Yun's request. However, Ling Yun brought her to such an embarrassing place in the wilderness to do such an embarrassing thing. Lin Menghan felt that she was about to lose her bottom line. Lin Menghan's heart was beating like a drum. She wrapped her arms around Ling Yun's neck and curled up in his embrace like an obedient kitten. Seeing Ling Yun hugging her and looking around, she could not help but ask shyly, "What are you looking for?" "What else can I be looking for?" "I'm looking for a place." "What kind of F***king place is this? Why are there trees everywhere?" Ling Yun couldn't find a suitable place after searching for a long time. He couldn't help but vent his anger on the nearby trees and Lin Menghan's father. If it wasn't for him, he would have been struck by lightning. Lin Menghan giggled, her face blushing. She pointed at the Land Rover with her index finger. "Idiot, isn't this the place?" Ling Yun was stunned. In the car? Wasn't a car meant to be driven around? Could it be used as a bed? Ling Yun's soul had only absorbed 30 to 40% of the memories. He didn't watch much television or surf the internet. In some aspects, he was a complete newbie. He didn't even have the concept of a car in his mind. "Put me down," Lin Menghan said seductively, giving Ling Yun a peck on his cheek. Ling Yun placed Lin Menghan on the ground and watched as Goddess Lin got into the car. After fiddling with it for a while, the driver's and passengers' seats were magically flattened. F***ck, you can do that? Ling Yun couldn't help but look at Goddess Lin in a new light. He gave her a thumbs up and praised her. Lin Menghan, on the other hand, had a different feeling in her heart. She had thought that Ling Yun had brought her to this wilderness to play with cars and drive. Who would have thought that he did not know anything about it? "How did you learn to drive like this? Do you only know how to drive?" Lin Menghan rolled her eyes. Ling Yun scratched his head speechlessly. Wasn't he only good at driving? However, this wasn't the time to discuss this issue. Ling Yun flew into the car, closed the door, and kissed Goddess Lin passionately. Then, the noise was so loud that all the birds in the forest within 100 meters were scared away. The interior of the Land Rover was very spacious, but compared to the spacious bedroom, it was still very small. The excitement of the two people's bodies intertwining was indescribable. After more than an hour, Ling Yun finally vented all of it. He felt completely refreshed, and all the pores in his body felt comfortable. After being tormented by Ling Yan for such a long time, Lin Menghan could no longer endure Ling Yan's conquest. Ever since Ling Yan entered her body, she felt as though she was floating in the clouds. It was indescribably wonderful. At this moment, Lin Menghan was half lying in the backseat of the car. Ling Yan had tossed her dazzling red dress somewhere. She was still reminiscing about the wonderful feeling just now. After a long time, Lin Menghan's pretty face turned pale. "It's over, it's all because of you. How can we go back now?" She suddenly remembered that her red dress was torn by Ling Yan. She couldn't wear it anymore. "What's wrong?" Ling Yan stared at Lin Menghan with a smile, not understanding what she meant. Lin Menghan's face turned red. She covered her chest with one hand and used the other to cover her lower body. She rolled her eyes at Ling Yan. "My dress was torn by you again. How can I go back without anything to wear? What's so difficult about that? Wear mine." Ling Yan chuckled. He took out a shirt and a pair of pants from his spatial ring and passed them to Lin Menghan. "Your pants are so long." Lin Menghan complained as she quickly put on her clothes. They were lucky that there weren't any pedestrians or cars on the road for more than an hour. Otherwise, Goddess Lin would be embarrassed to death even if she couldn't see the scenery inside the car. However, if someone really dared to come close to take a look, Ling Yan wouldn't mind giving them 2 flying needles to blind their eyes. "You're not short either. Just roll up your pants," Ling Yan teased casually. By the time Goddess Lin was done putting on her clothes, Ling Yan had already packed up and was sitting in the driver's seat. He returned along the original road, but he didn't return to the luxurious manor. Instead, he drove to the city and found a high-end clothing store. He bought 2 dresses for Lin Menghan and found a secluded place for her to change into. "What do I do now? My dad is definitely waiting for me at my doorstep. If he knows that I did something like this, he definitely won't let me off." Lin Menghan returned to the front passenger seat and looked at Ling Yan pitifully with her beautiful eyes. She was starting to worry. The Lin family was very strict. Even though this kind of thing was very common, it was definitely a big deal in the Lin family. Lin Menghan was in trouble. Ling Yan didn't think much of it. He chuckled. "Are you stupid? Do you really have to say what happened to us? Your family can't even forbid you from dating, right?" Lin Menghan furrowed her brows and said distractedly, "What do you know? I've never lied to my parents before. If they ask me how far we've progressed, what should I say? What's so difficult about that? Since you don't know how to lie, just tell the truth." Ling Yan smiled. "Ling Yan, are you really stupid? My dad is a commander. If he really gets angry, he might really shoot you with a machine gun," Lin Menghan said in fear. "Don't worry, even a missile can't kill me." Ling Yan chuckled. "Go to hell, you're full of nonsense." Lin Menghan slapped Ling Yan's arm in frustration. Ling Yan didn't tell Lin Menghan about being bombed by a Japanese patrol ship. Hence, she didn't believe him at all. Ling Yan chuckled and took out 2 bundles of $100 bills. He placed them in Lin Menghan's hands. "Don't be afraid, I'll take care of everything. Go back first and talk to your father about this. Say what you need to say. As for the rest, leave it to me." Lin Menghan was shocked. You're not going back with me?" Ling Yan shook his head. "I have urgent matters to attend to. Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu are still waiting for me at mansion number 1. I really don't have time to meet your dad." Ling Yan wasn't afraid of meeting Lin Zhengang. However, he really had important matters to attend to. If he went back with Lin Menghan, he wouldn't be able to get anything done today. Lin Menghan pouted. "Then you still have time to do that with me?" Ling Yan chuckled. "I've been holding it in too long. I've missed you." Lin Menghan knew that absence makes the heart grow fonder. Hearing Ling Yan's words, she blushed and didn't say another word. Actually, there was another reason. Lin Menghan had met Yao Ro before. She completely understood Yao Ro's feelings for Ling Yan. However, when Ling Yan was burning with lust, he still came to find her. This gave her a sense of victory. "Then what are you going to do?" Lin Menghan stared at Ling Yan curiously and asked reluctantly. Ling Yan raised his eyebrows and murderous intent surged in his eyes. He said in a low voice, "Didn't I tell you before? Someone is trying to kill me. Now that I've found some clues, I have to go and get to the bottom of it." Lin Minghan instantly understood that this was a matter of life and death. It couldn't be delayed. Then you have to be careful. You have to get to the bottom of it. Don't miss out on any details. Lin Minghan's heart tightened. She reminded Ling Yan like a wife reminding her husband. Ling Yan raised his hand and caressed Lin Minghan's silky hair. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'll definitely complete the mission." Lin Minghan felt Ling Yan's confidence. She nodded and said, Then I'll go back first?" Ling Yan hugged Lin Minghan and kissed her forehead deeply. Then, he said, "Go, call me if there's anything." Lin Minghan turned her head and looked at the things she had bought and the red dress that was torn by Ling Yan in the back seat. She blushed and asked, "What about these things?" Ling Yan smiled leisurely. "You don't have to worry about that. I'll definitely tidy it up. You just have to focus on dealing with your father." Lin Minghan exhorted again and again. She got out of the car reluctantly and left in a taxi. Ling Yan drove straight to mansion number 1. The sun was already in the west. It was about time. The police car that was escorting Li Gang should have returned to Xianxia City. The main door of mansion number 1 was wide open. Ling Yan drove the car directly to the front door and entered the house. Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu were both there. The two of them stood up to welcome Ling Yan. When they saw Ling Yan's appearance, they actually laughed at the same time. Ling Yan couldn't help but look down at himself. He realized that his clothes were neat and everything was normal. He couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong? What are you laughing at?" Ling Yan asked. When he was buying the dress for Lin Minghan, the shop assistant was already laughing. Now that the two brothers were laughing at him, he couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. Tang Meng almost bent over in laughter. He held his stomach and pointed at Ling Yan's neck. "Big brother Yun, there are so many bite marks on your neck." When the car was shaking, Lin Minghan also went crazy. She also left marks of love on Ling Yan's body. "I'm going to faint." Ling Yan raised his hand and touched it. Indeed, he felt something. He frowned and flew into the bathroom. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile users, please go to PM. Read. To be continued. Ling Yan rushed into the bathroom and looked into the mirror. He couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly when he saw the dense bite marks on his neck. He took out a healing talisman and used it on his neck. The bite marks disappeared instantly, and everything was as good as new. Ling Yan was really extravagant. His ordinary people's clinic was about to open. As long as it was a wound no bigger than the size of a palm, this healing talisman could instantly heal it without leaving any scars. It was purely a waste to use it to remove the bite marks. Ling Yan didn't care. As long as he had spiritual energy, he could make as many of these as he wanted. He could use them to his heart's content. Since he had entered the bathroom, Ling Yan simply took off all his clothes and took a comfortable cold shower. Then, he changed into a new set of clothes and walked out, feeling refreshed. "Where's Tang Meng?" Ling Yan asked casually when he saw that Tai Xiaohu was the only one left in the huge living room. "Big brother Yun, the police have already escorted Li Gang to Xianxia City. Captain Kong personally led the team. Tang Meng has gone to pick him up." Tai Xiaohu's eagle-like eyes flashed. Ling Yan sat on the sofa and nodded lightly. "Where's the other one?" Tai Xiaohu knew that Ling Yan was asking about Wang Lei's wife. "I've already made a call. A few brothers from Green Dragon are rushing here with Luoerfeng. They'll be here soon." Having these two brothers really saved Ling Yan a lot of trouble. He smiled in satisfaction and said to Tai Xiaohu, "Xiaohu, your cultivation speed has been very fast in the past month. You're already in the middle of Hotian realm level 4, and your stellar condensation technique has also reached the 4th minor realm. It's higher than I expected." Tai Xiaohu scratched his head in embarrassment after receiving Ling Yan's praise. "I can't compare to Big Brother Yun at all. I can't help Big Brother Yun at all." How depressing. Tai Xiaohu looked forward to fighting alongside Ling Yun. Every time he thought about this, he couldn't help but feel his blood boil. When it comes to cultivation, you can't rush it. The most important thing is your mentality. You're able to reach Hotian realm level 4 without cultivating any techniques. This proves that I wasn't wrong about you. Ling Yun chuckled. I see that your current state is still a little unstable. You should first consolidate your cultivation and build a good foundation. After I'm done with my work for a few days, there will be plenty of cultivation methods for you to practice. Tai Xiaohu was overjoyed. He jumped up from the sofa excitedly, shaking the floor of the villa. He rubbed his hands and said excitedly, Really? Big brother Yun? Tai Xiaohu had been waiting for this day for far too long. Actually, when Tai Xiaohu was still in the Green Dragon Gang, he had occasionally received guidance from Long Kuan's two mysterious bodyguards and Long Kuan himself. His strength had barely reached Hotian realm level 2. The kung fu that Tai Xiaohu trained with Long Kuan and the rest could not be considered wrong. However, in Ling Yan's eyes, those kung fu were just child's play. That was why he used the golden needles to destroy all of Tai Xiaohu's kung fu and gave him a new lease on life. Later, on the night of the Qingming festival, Ling Yan received the help of the immortal spiritual energy from the Emperor Brush. His strength instantly soared to Qi Cultivation Stage 9. Following the principle of not taking advantage of others, he cleansed everyone's muscles and marrow, allowing them to truly be reborn. He also injected different amounts of immortal spiritual energy into their bodies according to their different physiques. Tai Xiaohu was one of the beneficiaries. After being reborn twice, he used more than a month to reach the fourth minor realm of the stellar condensation technique. When he deliberately used the technique, ordinary knives and spears could no longer harm his body. The stellar condensation technique was a pure physical training technique. It absorbed the great sun essence, the power of the moon, and the power of the stars. As one's base level increased, the strength of one's body would increase day by day. Their strength, speed, and defense would also increase exponentially. However, Tai Xiaohu did not have any true energy circulating in his body because he did not practice any techniques. Therefore, Tai Xiaohu couldn't be considered as a true Hotian realm level 4. After experiencing the thrill of breaking through, Tai Xiaohu yearned to become stronger day and night. Now that Ling Yun finally said that he would impart the technique to him, it would be strange if he wasn't excited. Of course, I'll start teaching you after the clinic opens this weekend. Ling Yun confirmed with a smile. After the college entrance examinations, Ling Yun would definitely leave Qingshui City. He already had many businesses and relatives here, and he needed someone to protect them. Tai Xiaohu was undoubtedly the best candidate. Thank you, big brother Yun. Hee hee. At that moment, Tai Xiaohu was inexplicably excited. He jumped and jumped, almost hugging and kissing Ling Yun a few times. Half an hour later, the people from Green Dragon brought Wang Lei's wife, Luo Erfeng, to mansion number 1. Ling Yun finally saw this woman again. The first time Ling Yun saw Luo Erfeng was at the home of his form teacher, Kong Shouru. He saw her on the news. Luo Erfeng was in her 30s. Her figure was average, and she was ugly. She had a sallow complexion, and the deepest impression she gave was her big mouth. Her thick lips were painted, and she wore lipstick. She dressed very fashionably, and she looked fierce. Why did you bring me here? Do you believe that I won't sue you? As soon as Luo Erfeng entered the villa, she looked around in panic. When she saw Tai Xiaohu, who was like a black iron tower, she could not help but jump in fright. However, when she saw Ling Yun, she immediately regained a shred of confidence and shouted at Ling Yun fiercely. It couldn't be helped. With Ling Yun's appearance, no one would think that he was a bad person. Please take a seat. Ling Yun crossed his legs and casually leaned on the sofa. He gave Luo Erfeng a faint smile and said to Tai Xiaohu, Xiaohu, bring the brothers to the main door and guard it. Don't let anyone in. Tai Xiaohu immediately waved at the 4 brothers from Green Dragon and led them to the main door. You. What are you trying to do? Luo Erfeng didn't sit down. She saw that there was no one in the house except for her and Ling Yun. She thought that Ling Yun was going to rape her, so she immediately crossed her arms in a defensive position. However, her thoughts were wishful thinking. The young man in front of her was too handsome. He was 1,000 times better than her dead man and her current lover. Moreover, he lived in such a huge mansion. If she could be raped by him, then she would have struck gold. She made up her mind. If Ling Yan dared to pounce on her, she would ignore everything else and eat Ling Yan up first. Seeing how Luo Erfeng was playing hard to get, Ling Yan couldn't help but find it funny. Ling Yan couldn't even be bothered to look at her when she opened her bloody mouth. "Haven't you been free for more than a month?" Ling Yan asked with a grin. Luo Erfeng was just an ordinary woman. If such a woman was targeted by the Azure Dragon, wouldn't she be watched closely? It could be said that she didn't have any freedom other than eating and sleeping for more than a month. "You. What exactly do you want?" Luo Erfeng asked in a flustered and exasperated manner. Ling Yan's expression turned cold. He said in a low voice, "Don't be afraid and don't think too much. I won't hurt you. I just want you to tell me one thing. How did your man die?" Luo Erfeng's heart skipped a beat. Her body trembled uncontrollably. Her face turned pale, and her thick lips trembled. She was obviously scared out of her wits. Ling Yan didn't ask how he died, but why he died. No matter how stupid she was, she could tell why Ling Yan brought her here. How? How would I know? I only know that he fell into the river and drowned. Although Luo Erfeng was afraid, she was very stubborn and refused to say anything. Drowned in the river? TSK, it seems like your memory isn't that good. Do you want me to remind you? Ling Yan laughed coldly. Wang Lei, 36 years old, transport driver, specialized in transporting sand and stones. He was a gambling addict and owed a lot of gambling debts before he died. However, on the afternoon of March 25 this year, 1,000,000 yuan suddenly appeared in his account. Ling Yan looked straight into Luo Erfeng's eyes and smiled coldly. Do I need to continue? Even though she was the wife of his enemy, she was just a weak woman. Moreover, this matter had nothing to do with her. Ling Yan didn't want to use force against her. As long as she could tell the truth, Ling Yan would let her go. Ling Yan was very clear about this. Seeing Ling Yan talk about Wang Lei as if he had seen it with his own eyes, Luo Erfeng was scared stiff. Her body swayed as she held onto the sofa. Who are you? How do you know everything about my man? Ling Yan smiled faintly. Xianxia City's police and Tai Xiaohu's Green Dragon Gang had already investigated everything he said. Based on this, he had a rough guess. He only asked Luo Erfeng over to confirm it personally and obtain more clues at the same time. You don't need to know who I am. First, I won't hurt you. Second, you have to tell me everything that happened. Tell me everything you know, and I'll let you go. Do you understand? Of course, you can choose not to tell me. See this cup? Ling Yan picked up a teacup on the coffee table and used a little force. The entire teacup instantly turned into a ball of powder. It flowed down Ling Yan's palm and landed on the coffee table. Seeing this, Luo Erfeng was dumbfounded. If you don't tell me, or if there's any lie, I'll kill you. Ling Yan's face darkened. His handsome eyes flashed with murderous intent as he looked straight into Luo Erfeng's terrified eyes. His gaze was as sharp as a knife. To be continued, you. If you dare to kill me, the police will not let you off. Luo Erfeng was still hopeful. She did not care about her dead husband, Wang Lei. She was worried that she would not be able to keep the money that Wang Lei had left for her if she revealed that it was Wang Lei's murder fee. People die for money, and birds die for food. This was not a lie. Ling Yan shook his head and sighed. He looked at Luo Erfeng with pity. Think about it. You have lost your freedom for more than a month. Did any police come looking for you? Oh, yes, I forgot to tell you. Your husband has a very good friend called Li Gang, right? The police are bringing him here now. You will see him soon. When Luo Erfeng heard this, she was completely stunned. Her face was pale and her heart was like dead ashes. Ling Yan spread his hands and smiled at her. Even if you don't say it, I believe Li Gang will. Whether you live or die, it is your choice. If you tell me the truth, I promise that no one will make things difficult for you in the future. Ling Yan was so straightforward that Luo Erfeng had no other choice. She thought for a while and asked carefully, You. Will you rob me? Ling Yan's eyes flashed with disdain. He raised his hand and pointed at the ceiling. How much do you think my villa is worth? Do you think I will be interested in that little bit of money of yours? Actually, according to Ling Yan's character, if the other party was a man, Ling Yan would not hesitate to force her to hand over the money. As the saying went, no matter how small a mosquito's leg was, it was still meat. However, Luo Erfeng had actually suffered an undeserved disaster. It was her husband who could not resist the temptation of money and went down the wrong path. Her husband was already dead. Of course, Ling Yan would not take money from a widow. Luo Erfeng subconsciously followed Ling Yan's finger and looked up. She said blankly, "All right, I will tell you. Take your time. There is no rush. Tell me all the details you know. You can leave after that." Ling Yan pointed at the sofa opposite him, indicating that she could sit down. However, Luo Erfeng did not sit down. She stood there and began to talk. It turned out that Wang Lei was indeed a transport driver. Unfortunately, a few years ago, he became addicted to gambling and became a gambling addict. Due to his addiction to gambling, he had been working in the city for more than 10 years. Not only did he not save a single cent, but he also lost all his money. He owed more than 100,000, and he almost bet his wife. The creditors came to his door every day, but Wang Lei couldn't afford it. He could only drag it on day by day. He didn't know how many times he had been beaten. Until the end of March this year, someone suddenly came to him and said that there was a 5 million yuan business deal for him. As long as he agreed, he would be paid 1 million yuan in advance. This was like a pie falling from the sky. Although Wang Lei knew that what he was asked to do was definitely not a good thing, he was really short of money and needed it to save his life. He almost didn't think about it and agreed on the spot. As expected, after Wang Lei agreed, the person told him that he was going to hit a person to death. The person was a senior high school student, Ling Yun. Wang Lei struggled intensely when he heard that he was going to kill someone. However, he couldn't resist the temptation of 3 million yuan. Moreover, the person told him that even if he was caught, it was just a car accident. Even if he compensated Ling Yan's family with 1 million yuan, he would still have 4 million yuan left. Wang Lei agreed without hesitation. The next day, there was an additional 1 million yuan in his bank account. This made Wang Lei inexplicably happy. He felt that this money came too easily. He immediately took out 200,000 yuan and paid off all his debts. Then, he gave the remaining 50,000 yuan to his best friend, Li Gang, and asked Li Gang to help him kill someone. After everything was planned, the next step was naturally to act. The original time to kill Ling Yun was on the night of March 26th. Unfortunately, Ling Yun stayed at the Speedy Internet Cafe through the night and didn't leave. Li Gang, who was in charge of Ling Yun's whereabouts, naturally stayed at the Speedy Internet Cafe for the whole night. As long as Ling Yun didn't leave the Internet Cafe, Wang Lei naturally couldn't hit him. Therefore, their first assassination attempt failed and they could only wait for another opportunity. They didn't have to wait too long. Ling Yun finally left the Speedy Internet Cafe late at night the next day and returned to school. Li Gang, of course, immediately paid the bill and followed Ling Yun from afar. At that time, Wang Lei was already driving a heavy stair filled with rocks, waiting for Ling Yun on the road that he had to pass. When Ling Yun was about to reach the intersection, Li Gang promptly called Wang Lei and said, "He's there, do it." Thinking about the 4 million yuan that was about to be in his hands, Wang Lei's blood was already boiling. He threw the phone aside and started the stair. He stepped on the accelerator and sped straight towards Ling Yun, who was riding over him. He sent Ling Yun flying for more than 10 meters before driving away from the scene. This was the opening scene. At least Wang Lei still had some humanity left. Jensen took pleasure in killing people. In order to pursue the thrill of blood, he explicitly requested Wang Lei to run over Ling Yun. However, Wang Lei didn't do so and left Ling Yun's corpse intact. Otherwise, Ling Yun would definitely be crushed into a pile of meat paste after being run over by the heavy stair. Not to mention Ling Yun, even Deluo Xianxia wouldn't be able to survive. Next, Wang Lei drove the car to the suburbs and parked it by a small river. He cleaned the blood stains on the front of the car and returned it as if nothing had happened. Then, Wang Lei hailed a taxi and went to the agreed location to meet the person who hired him to kill to collect the remaining 4 million yuan. However, he didn't expect that not only would he fail to collect the 4 million yuan, but he would also be strangled to death and thrown into the moat. It wasn't until 3 weeks later that he was accidentally fished out. That was how Wang Lei killed Ling Yun on the night of March 27. Then, he was killed by someone. Ling Hao spent 20 million yuan to hire Chen Sen to kill Ling Yun, and Chen Sen only spent 1 million yuan to kill Ling Yun. The entire plan was flawless. If one didn't investigate carefully, they wouldn't be able to trace it back to him. Unfortunately, justice has long arms. Ling Yun already felt that there was something fishy about the matter. Coincidentally, he saw the news. It would be strange if he didn't investigate Ling Yun. You know everything that happened before your man went missing? Ling Yun asked calmly with a murderous look in his eyes after listening to Luo Erfeng's story. Yes, after he killed the student, he gave me a call on the way to collect the money. Luo Erfeng didn't hide anything and confessed everything. You knew he wanted to kill someone, why didn't you stop him? Ling Yun asked with a slight frown. Who said I didn't stop him? Murder and arson are the worst. I tried, but I couldn't stop him. Moreover, I accepted the 1 million yuan. I'm scared of being poor. Luo Erfeng smiled bitterly. Do you know what the person who hired your man to kill someone looks like? Ling Yun asked. If Luo Erfeng knew, it would definitely be another clue. Ling Yun would have an easier time finding it. Unfortunately, Luo Erfeng shook her head. Then why did Li Gang escape from Xianxia city? Wang Lei didn't come back for the whole night. Li Gang knew something had happened. The next day, he went to the school to find out that the student wasn't dead. He was so shocked that he ran away. Why didn't you leave? Since the student wasn't dead, my man didn't kill anyone. Why should I leave when my man went missing? Ling Yun smiled. This Luo Erfeng was a little scheming. Ling Yun began to ponder. From Luo Erfeng, other than confirming that his predecessor had been murdered, he did not obtain any valuable information. He could only pin his hopes on Li Gang. At this moment, Ling Yun's phone rang. It was Tang Meng. He said that he had brought Li Gang to the villa. Ling Yun asked Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu to bring Li Gang in. He hung up the phone and pointed to the fitness room. Wait in that room. Don't make a sound. Don't come out unless I tell you to. He said to Luo Erfeng. Hearing that Li Gang had been captured, Luo Erfeng was shocked by Ling Yun's power. She could only nod silently and quickly walk to the gym. Luo Erfeng hid in the fitness room when Tai Xiaohu brought Li Gang to the living room. Tang Meng was sweating profusely. Big brother Yun, this is Li Gang. Tang Meng pointed at the skinny Li Gang in Tai Xiaohu's hands. Throw him on the ground. You two can leave. Ling Yun said to the two of them and waved his hand. Bang! Tai Xiaohu threw Li Gang on the ground and walked out with Tang Meng. Li Gang was 34 years old. He was skinny and had a sharp mouth. He had a pair of small eyes with deep eye sockets. It was obvious that he hadn't had a good time recently. Tai Xiaohu had thrown him quite hard. Li Gang fell flat on his face. He cried out in pain and couldn't get up for a long time. His whole body was shaking like a sieve. Ling Yun wasn't as polite to him as he was to Luo Erfeng. He couldn't be bothered to talk to Li Gang. He raised his hand and pierced 2 large needles into Li Gang's thighs. Ah! Li Gang screamed. His voice was worse than a pig being slaughtered. Ling Yun picked up another 4 large needles and waved them at Li Gang. Bear with it. If you scream again, I'll give you 4 more needles. Tell me everything you and Wang Lei did from start to finish. You have to tell me everything. If you're slow, I'll cripple you. I'll tell you everything. Li Gang crawled on the ground. He was in so much pain that he was sweating profusely. However, he didn't dare to scream anymore. First, he was caught by the police and brought back to Xianxia city. Then, he was sent here for no reason. Li Gang would be a fool if he didn't know the reason. Li Gang started to tell his story. What he said was exactly the same as what Luo Erfeng said. Ling Yun compared it again and again to confirm that neither of them was lying. Alright, no need to say anything. I'll ask you next. Ling Yan knew that he had to start from Li Gang if he wanted to find any useful clues. To be continued. At this moment, Li Gang's face had turned green from the pain. His teeth were chattering, and his two skinny legs were trembling involuntarily. It was obvious that he was in extreme pain. Even a prickle pricking one's hand would cause unbearable pain, not to mention two 2-inch-long needles piercing into one's thigh. Ling Yan stared at Li Gang calmly without any pity for him. His voice was cold but penetrating. Think about it carefully. Was there anyone suspicious that night? Was there anything suspicious? He asked in a low voice. Li Gang was different from Luo Erfeng. Luo Erfeng was at most an insider, but Li Gang was a true participant. It could be said that before Wang Lei drove the stair into Ling Yan, Li Gang was the one who sent Ling Yan under Wang Lei's wheels step by step. Ling Yan knew that before Wang Lei raised the butcher's knife, everything about him was in Li Gang's hands. Li Gang knew the most about him. Li Gang did not disappoint Ling Yan. He did not even need to think about it. He nodded immediately. Yes. Yes. Ling Yan was secretly delighted. He said to Li Gang without batting an eyelid, "Tell me about it." Li Gang raised his head slightly. With a reminiscing expression, he mumbled to himself, "There were two suspicious people and one suspicious thing." That night, the afternoon before Ling Yan was hit, Li Gang had already accepted Wang Lei's money and agreed to help him keep an eye on Ling Yan's every move. Based on the detailed clues provided by the buyer, he went to Speedy Internet Cafe to watch over Ling Yan. During that period of time, the Speedy Internet Cafe's business was booming. Ling Yan worked part-time at the Speedy Internet Cafe as both a manager and a cashier. He was so busy that the number of times he went back to school during the first half of March could be counted on one hand. Ling Yan was always in the bottom 3 of Xianxia High. At that time, no one cared about him. However, the class monitor of grade 12 class 6, Xianxia, was an exception. In Xianxia High, Xianxia's status was unquestionably the highest. Even Shui Mining paled in comparison to her. In terms of status, the other students in grade 12 class 6 were like ants compared to Xianxia. Once they graduated from high school, it would be difficult for them to cross paths in their lives. As a result, Xianxia was able to treat everyone in the class equally. Of course, Ling Yan was included in the list of students. Ling Yan's studies were not good, but Ling Yan was skipping classes every day, not coming to class, and getting more and more unscrupulous. This undoubtedly made the super campus belle, beautiful class monitor even more furious. Through Zhang Dong and Chai Hanlin, Xianxia managed to get Ling Yan's QQ number. Through it, she contacted Ling Yan and ordered him to return to class. Otherwise, Ling Yan would be in trouble. At that time, Ling Yan really had a crush on Xianxia. Seeing that his goddess was angry, he had no choice but to apply for leave from the Speedy Internet Cafe's owner, Su Bingyan, and return to school for a few days. When Ling Yan returned to school, he went to Speedy Internet Cafe as usual. He worked as a cashier and played games. He did not know that there were 3 people watching him. Just like that, on the night of March 27th, Ling Yan went to the Speedy Internet Cafe as usual, working as a cashier and playing games. He didn't know that 3 people in the internet cafe had their eyes on him. One of them was naturally Li Gang, but he was also the least important one. There were 2 other people. One of them had been watching Ling Yan for a long time. He was sent by Ling Hao, the young master of the Ling family. He was the one who had secretly taken the photos of Ling Yan and sent them back. The other one was sent by Chen Sen, the hedonistic young master of the Chen family. Chen Sen had stepped into this trap, so he had to personally witness Ling Yan's death. Therefore, he would definitely arrange for someone to keep an eye on him. Ling Yan, Li Gang, Ling Hao's men, and Chen Sen's men gathered at Speedy Internet Cafe. They did not know each other. Everyone had their own goals and did their own thing. Fate was just that mysterious. However, at that moment, Ling Yan was the prey, but he did not realize it. Actually, on the night of March 26th, this miraculous scene had already taken shape. It was only because Ling Yan stayed in the Speedy Internet Cafe through the night and only left the Internet Cafe on the morning of the 27th that he returned to school. Of course, the hunting party wouldn't make a move in broad daylight, so he lived an extra night. Originally, Ling Yun did not plan to go back. He was going to spend the night in Speedy Internet Cafe. However, he suddenly remembered something. That thing was that Ling Yun was going home with his sister Ning Lingyu this weekend. Xianxia and Ning Lingyu were Ling Yun's most important family. Ling Yun had never been careless with them. He did not want to go home with dark circles under his eyes. He did not want to go home in a daze. Therefore, he decided not to stay overnight. He wanted to go back to his dormitory to sleep. At midnight, Ling Yun left Speedy Internet Cafe. At the same time, the men sent by Li Gang and Chen saw the opportunity. Of course, they immediately paid their bills and left with Ling Yun. It was normal for people to pay their bills and leave. At that time, Li Gang was focused on Ling Yun and did not think about these problems. However, after Wang Lei's death, Li Gang felt that something was wrong. There was someone who did the same thing as me. Even their seats were not far from each other. If one wanted to keep an eye on Ling Yun, there were only a few seats with no blind spots. Li Gang's eyes lit up as he spoke. Yes, that person might have stayed in the internet cafe longer than me. When Ling Yun was there, he was there. When Ling Yun left, he left too. 2 months ago, Ling Yun was still a fatty who weighed more than 210 kilograms. Now, he was less than 60 kilograms. His temperament and appearance had changed so much that Li Gang could not recognize him at all. Of course, Ling Yun was too lazy to tell him. He frowned and tried hard to recall the memories of those few days. Unfortunately, his mind was a blur and he had no impression of anything. Was there a need to ask? He had even forgotten about the Speedy Internet Cafe and the lady boss, Su Bingyan, let alone the others. However, the clue provided by Li Gang was definitely good news for Ling Yun. What about the other person? Ling Yun nodded and asked faintly. Li Gang wiped the cold sweat off his forehead with the back of his hand and said in a trembling voice, "The other person isn't that suspicious." The reason I said he was suspicious was because he seemed to be in that internet cafe the whole time. He didn't play any games, just sat there with a web page open and looked at Ling Yun from time to time. The other person Li Gang mentioned was naturally the person Ling Hao had sent to spy on Ling Yun. Without waiting for Li Gang to finish, Ling Yun's expression changed. Without a doubt, this person was the most suspicious. Usually, such people were the ones in charge of the big picture. What do those two people look like? Did they have any special characteristics? Ling Yun asked in a low voice. Li Gang answered honestly, the former was very strong and muscular. His hair was a buzz cut. The weather was a little cold at that time, but he was dressed very stiffly in a green suit. As for the latter, he looks very ordinary. He's of medium height, and his clothes are very ordinary. His appearance is the kind that you wouldn't recognize if you were thrown into a crowd. Oh, but that person is a heavy smoker, almost one cigarette after another. The fingers holding the cigarette in his left hand are yellow. Long-term spying was a boring task. The person sent by Ling Hao had been watching Ling Yun for more than a week. He sat alone in the internet cafe all day. It would be strange if he did not smoke. Very good. Ling Yun curled his lips and asked Li Gang again, then what is the suspicious thing that you mentioned? Li Gang's clue was very important and would be of great help to Ling Yun. He was looking forward to what Li Gang was going to say next. Li Gang did not disappoint Ling Yun. In order to save his life, he wanted to tell Ling Yun everything he knew. Therefore, he said directly, before Wang Lei hit the person, he contacted me a few times. During the phone call, he mentioned repeatedly that there was a black Audi Q7, any driver would be more sensitive to cars, especially luxury cars. An Audi Q7 was worth more than 1,000,000 yuan. It was parked 200 meters away from Wang Lei. It was impossible not to attract Wang Lei's attention. Oh? Ling Yun's interest was piqued. Did he mention the car's license plate number? Ling Yun asked immediately. Two suspicious people, one with a bank account and the other with a car plate number. With these clues, it was impossible for Ling Yun not to find the mastermind. It was only a matter of time. Li Gang shook his head and said, he didn't mention it. Ling Yun was a little disappointed. However, Li Gang continued, but I've seen that car. Li Gang was also near the intersection at that time. Naturally, he saw the Audi Q7. He saw with his own eyes the scene where Wang Lei drove the stair and crashed into Ling Yun. This was a murder. Bystanders would remember what they saw very clearly. F***ck. Ling Yun raised his hand and rewarded Li Gang with a big needle. The pain caused Li Gang to scream like a pig being slaughtered. Ling Yun said in a low voice, "Are you F***king sick? Why are you panting when talking to me? Do you remember the car plate number? Speak." Ling Yun stood up from the sofa. "I remember. I think it's Beijing A," Ling Yun said coldly, "don't say it's like it." Li Gang endured the pain and said hurriedly, "Wang Lei drove away immediately after the collision. The Audi Q7 stopped there for less than 2 minutes. Then, I saw it driving towards me and quickly disappeared after turning a corner. Because Wang Lei mentioned this car repeatedly, I took a closer look at its car plate. It's indeed Beijing A. Very good. Have you told anyone else about this?" Ling Yun asked faintly. "A human life is at stake. How could I speak carelessly?" Li Gang explained hurriedly. With all the clues in hand, Ling Yun had gained a lot. He smirked and sent a telepathic message to Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu. "Tang Meng, Xiaohu, come in." With that, Ling Yun walked in front of Li Gang, bent down, and swept his hand across Li Gang's lower jaw at lightning speed, directly dislocating Li Gang's chin. "Are you tired? Rest for a while." Without further ado, Ling Yun went to the speedy internet cafe immediately after settling Li Gang and Luo Erfeng. To be continued. Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu quickly entered the living room. "Are there any surveillance cameras in internet cafes?" Ling Yun asked Tang Meng directly. "As long as it's not an illegal internet cafe, there should be," Tang Meng replied without hesitation. "Very good." Ling Yun was overjoyed. He bent over and lifted Li Gang up from the ground with one hand. "I'm going out for a while." Ling Yun instructed them to keep an eye on Luo Erfeng in the gym and wait for him to return. Then, he carried Li Gang out. Ling Yun threw Li Gang into the passenger seat of the Land Rover. At the same time, he fixed Li Gang's jaw. Then, he got into the Land Rover and left mansion number 1. It was almost evening. It was rush hour. Ling Yun encountered a serious traffic jam as soon as he left Qingxi Villa district. His speed was as slow as a tortoise's. However, he was not in a hurry. It took Ling Yun about an hour to travel more than 10 kilometers. When he arrived at the crossroads where he was hit, the sky was already dark. This crossroads was indeed secluded. It was less than a kilometer away from Qingshui High. Even at this hour, there were not many cars coming and going. "Where did you hit him?" Ling Yun stopped the car slightly and asked Li Gang without turning his head. Li Gang endured the pain as he raised his hand and pointed 7 or 8 meters in front of him. "It's over there," Li Gang was right, it matched up. Ling Yun nodded and asked Li Gang again, "Where was the black Audi Q7 parked at that time?" Li Gang turned his head and pointed to a spot 200 meters away. It was parked there. However, after Wang Lei hit him, the car drove away quickly. "Where is the internet cafe you mentioned?" Ling Yun asked Li Gang. Li Gang pointed to the front. "After this crossroads, walk 400 meters straight. You'll reach it. It's on the left." The green light turned green. Ling Yun stepped on the accelerator without hesitation and arrived at the entrance of the internet cafe. "Get out of the car." Ling Yun stopped the car and ordered. Li Gang lowered his head miserably and looked at his trembling legs. I can't walk." "You have to walk even if you can't. If you do well today, I'll let you live. If you don't, I guarantee that you'll die a horrible death." Li Gang's face was deathly pale. He could only grit his teeth and bear the pain as he got out of the car. Before he could stabilize himself, he staggered as 2 large needles pierced his thighs. Every time his muscles contracted and contracted, it was accompanied by a heart-wrenching pain, but he could only endure it. Ling Yun got out of the car and brought Li Gang into the internet cafe. The speedy internet cafe was considered a mid-range internet cafe. It had 2 floors, and each floor had more than 100 machines. The cashier was located 3 meters away from the entrance on the left, and further in was the computer room. At this time, it wasn't the peak period for surfing the net, so there weren't many people in the internet cafe. Only about 30 people were surfing the net in the internet cafe. Most of them were playing online games, and the rest were watching movies, browsing the web, chatting, and so on. "Do you want to surf the net?" a young lady standing at the cashier asked casually when she saw the two of them enter. The young lady was about 17 or 18 years old. She had a medium height and neat short hair. Even though her looks were average, her eyes were full of spirit. She looked at Ling Yun, who had just entered the door, and found him very familiar. "We'll talk about it later," Ling Yun replied as he grabbed Li Gang's arm and walked to the first row of computers. He scanned the entire computer room and sent a telepathic message to Li Gang. "Where were you sitting at that time?" Li Gang pointed to the second row on the right side of the corridor. "I sat here for 2 consecutive nights." Ling Yan came to the row of machines and turned to look at the cashier. He felt that it was indeed an excellent position to observe the cashier from there. "What about the other two?" Ling Yan asked again. Li Gang pointed to the left side of the corridor and said embarrassedly, "The one who was very muscular and wore a suit was also sitting in the second row. He sat next to me, and we were separated by this corridor." "What about the other one?" Li Gang thought for a moment. "I don't really remember the other one because he was too ordinary and didn't attract much attention. However, no matter how he changed his seat, he never left the first row." "Where was Ling Yun sitting?" Li Gang answered. "He was either at the cashier or playing games on the computer in the first row," Li Gang said as he pointed to the computer. No one was using that computer at the moment, and it was still turned off. Ling Yun couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Damn, these people were really watching him closely. They surrounded him from all sides. "Alright, you can go out now." Ling Yun brought Li Gang out of the internet cafe to the Land Rover. He casually tapped on Li Gang's mute and numbing acupoints before throwing him into the car. Ling Yun had more or less understood the entire situation before the incident. What he needed to do now was to obtain the surveillance footage from the speedy internet cafe in March. Ling Yun quickly returned to the internet cafe and went directly to the cashier. "Pretty lady, can I discuss something with you?" With that, Ling Yun smiled at the cashier, revealing a lethal and charming smile. It was indeed effective. The short-haired lady was mesmerized by Ling Yun's trembling dimple on his left cheek. She couldn't help but giggle. "What is it, handsome?" Ling Yun smiled. "I want to see the surveillance footage from the internet cafe in March. Is that okay?" The short-haired lady immediately became alert. "Why do you want to see that?" "There's nothing." Ling Yun chuckled and pointed his index finger at the surveillance computer on the cashier counter. Then, he pointed at the several cameras on top of the counter. "I think so." Ling Yun said, "I think so." The short-haired lady blushed. "Even if there is, I can't let you see it. This is the internet cafe's trade secret." "You're not the police," Ling Yun frowned slightly. Just as he was thinking about how to get his hands on the surveillance footage, he noticed a beautiful figure walking into the internet cafe. This woman was about 30 years old. She was 1.68 meters tall and had long, straight hair that draped over her shoulders. Her features were picturesque. She had a jade-like nose and sandalwood mouth, fair skin, and a curvaceous figure. No matter which direction one looked at her, it was a perfect S-shaped curve. This was a mature super beauty, but her eyes were very sharp, and her gaze was very cold, naturally revealing a temperament that kept people at a distance of 1,000 miles. She was beautiful and gorgeous, but she exuded a cold aura. This was the lady boss of the internet cafe, Su Bingyan. She was also the charming widow that Zhang Dong had mentioned. She had a nickname, Internet Cafe Beauty. "Yanzi, I bought you dinner. It's dumplings. Eat it while it's hot." As soon as Su Bingyan entered the internet cafe, she walked straight to the cashier and said to the young lady behind the cashier. At the same time, she raised her hand and handed the bento to the cashier, Yanzi. "Thank you, big sister Su." Yanzi saw that the lady boss had returned. She ignored Ling Yun and took the bento bag from Su Bingyan's hands. She was about to start eating. "Oh, right, big sister Su," this person said he. "Wants to see our internet cafe surveillance footage." Yanzi didn't forget to raise her head and say to Su Bingyan before eating. Su Bingyan was stunned. She turned her head to look at Ling Yun, who was standing beside her. Ling Yun smiled and turned his head to look at Su Bingyan. Their eyes met. Su Bingyan couldn't help but be surprised when she saw Ling Yun's face. However, she quickly recovered and asked, "May I know who you are? Why do you want to see our internet cafe surveillance footage?" Su Bingyan's voice was indifferent and impolite. In less than 2 months, Ling Yun's appearance and temperament had undergone a complete transformation. Li Gang couldn't recognize him, and neither could Yanzi and Su Bingyan. However, they all felt that Ling Yun looked very familiar. If an ordinary person were to lose 10 or 20 kilograms, others would still be able to recognize it. However, Ling Yun had lost nearly 60 kilograms in a short period of time. Furthermore, he was no longer the sickly and weak person he used to be. His posture was handsome and confident. He was no longer the person he used to be. Ling Yun didn't hide anything. He smiled at Su Bingyan and answered directly, "I'm Ling Yun. I have no choice but to come and see the internet cafe surveillance footage in March, Ling." "Ling Yun? Which Ling Yun?" Su Bingyan was flabbergasted. "What? You're LLL Ling. Ling Yun?" Yanzi's reaction at the cashier was even more exaggerated. She had just eaten a dumpling and was about to vomit it out. She stood up from her seat and exclaimed. Ling Yun couldn't help but scratch his head and laugh bitterly. Since both of them knew him, he definitely knew them as well. It was just that they had disappeared from his memory. Big Sister Su, I'm Ling Yun from Xianxia High. I helped you here in March," Ling Yun could only explain patiently as he looked at the dumbfounded Su Bingyan. Su Bingyan's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. She looked Ling Yun up and down repeatedly and mumbled, "You're Ling Yun? This is impossible." Of course, it was impossible. Ling Yun had lost so much weight too quickly. Yanzi rushed out of the cashier counter in an exaggerated manner. She unceremoniously scratched and touched Ling Yun's body as she shouted in shock, "Damn fatty, it's actually you. How did you lose so much weight in just a few days? God, I was wondering why you looked so familiar. How did you lose weight?" "This is a long story." Ling Yun could only laugh bitterly. Su Bingyan looked at Ling Yun's face carefully and imagined how Ling Yun would look like after losing 30 kilograms. She started to believe it. "You're really Ling Yun." Su Bingyan muttered to herself as a special light flashed in her eyes. Ling Yun smiled and said, "It's really me. I can't believe it." However, Su Bingyan's expression changed instantly. Her expression was even colder than when she first entered the door. She said coldly, "Wait a moment." As she spoke, Su Bingyan walked to the cashier and took out a thick envelope from the drawer. "This is your salary for the month of March. It's a total of 2,400 yuan. Check it yourself." Su Bingyan handed it to Ling Yun. "Big Sister Su, I'm not here for money." Ling Yun didn't even take the money that Su Bingyan handed to him. "Take your salary and leave. Our internet cafe doesn't welcome you." Su Bingyan said coldly. To be continued. Ling Yun looked at Su Bingyan's cold face as he held the envelope with the money in his hand. He felt a little strange. He asked patiently, "Why?" No matter what, Ling Yun had worked at the Speedy Internet Cafe before. Judging from Su Bingyan and Yanzi's expressions when they recognized him, as well as Yanzi's intimately hugging Ling Yun's arm, Ling Yun felt that there shouldn't be much of a conflict between them. In fact, Ling Yun guessed correctly. There really wasn't any conflict between him and Su Bingyan. On the contrary, their relationship had always been very good. Yes, it was the kind of good that was a little ambiguous. The conflict between the two of them started after March 27. Su Bingyan was angry that Ling Yun didn't even give her a heads up and never came to the Speedy Internet Cafe again. "Didn't I just ask you to come to my house and help me reinstall the system? Did you have to hide from me for 2 months, even if you couldn't come to work because of the college entrance examinations? Shouldn't you at least give me a heads up? Moreover, you were so scared that you didn't even ask for your March salary. You even asked me to personally go to school to deliver it to you." Su Bingyan finally made up her mind to go to school, but she still couldn't find Ling Yun. She secretly asked around and found out that Ling Yun hadn't been in class for a long time. From Su Bingyan's point of view, Ling Yun was purposely avoiding her. He was hiding 1,000 miles away from her, so much so that she couldn't even find him. This was a huge blow to Su Bingyan's self-esteem. This was the main reason why Yanzi was so passionate towards Ling Yun and Su Bingyan was so cold towards Ling Yun after knowing that the person in front of them was Ling Yun. There's no reason why. Our internet cafe is small and can't afford to accommodate a big Buddha like you. Now that we've settled our debts, you should leave, Su Bingyan said angrily. After the car accident, he only knew Ning Lingyu and Qin Qiuyue. All the connections he had now were built by himself. He had forgotten all the friends he knew in his previous life. As for what happened in between, he had no idea. Therefore, when Ling Yun met people he knew in the past, it was the most awkward moment for him. However, Ling Yun didn't want to stay here for too long. Since she didn't want to see him, he wouldn't purposely suck up to Su Bingyan. Alright, I'll accept the money. However, you can let me go, but you have to let me see the surveillance footage from March. He said faintly. When Su Bingyan saw that Ling Yun had kept the money without a second word, she couldn't help but feel annoyed. Why are you looking at the surveillance footage from March? It's been 2 months. They've been deleted long ago. Ling Yun suddenly realized that this cold woman in her 30s was acting like a naughty child at this time. He couldn't help but chuckle and said, regardless of whether you deleted it or not, let me see it first. How about that? Su Bingyan bit her lip and asked, why are you looking at it? Ling Yun smiled and said, it's very important to me. It's a matter of life and death. The moment Su Bingyan heard that Ling Yun's life was at stake, her fair face flushed with anxiety. Yanzi, look around and see if there are any surveillance footage from March. Su Bingyan said anxiously. Yanzi giggled and pulled Ling Yun to the cashier. After Ling Yun sat down, Yanzi leaned on Ling Yun's shoulder and whispered, Ling Yun, don't blame Big Sister Su for being angry. Big Sister Su is very worried about you because you didn't even come over for the past 2 months. You didn't even send a letter. Ling Yun was a little stunned. He couldn't help but raise his head to look at the anxious Su Bingyan. Then, he thought about how he was in the past. He thought to himself, the contrast between the two of us is so strong. How can he be worried if it was now? Big Brother Yun definitely had this confidence. However, if it was 2 months ago. Ling Yun felt that Yanzi was definitely making things up. She wasn't reliable at all. Su Bingyan was looking at the computer nervously. Suddenly, she noticed Ling Yun looking up at her. She snorted and said, what are you looking at? Why don't you hurry up and get back to work? Su Bingyan shouted at Ling Yun, but her eyes didn't dare to look directly into Ling Yun's eyes. That was because the current Ling Yun was a little too charming. The changes were too drastic. Ling Yun retracted his gaze and looked at the computer in charge of the surveillance footage. He knew that he was a rookie, so he could only ask Yanzi for help. Yanzi, help me check the surveillance footage from March. See if there are any more. Yanzi was naturally more than willing to help a handsome guy. She didn't ask Ling Yun why he didn't check it himself. Instead, she chased Ling Yun to the side and started checking. Ling Yun's luck wasn't bad. There were surveillance footage from the past 2 months stored in that computer. Which day do you want to look at? Yanzi asked Ling Yun as she opened the surveillance footage from March and stared at the screen with flagging interest. Let's look at the 27th of March first. Ling Yun said calmly as he stared at the screen without blinking. Su Bingyan's heart skipped a beat when she heard Ling Yun say that he wanted to look at the 27th of March first. She glanced at Ling Yun in surprise before starting to stare at the screen as well. Very quickly, Ling Yun saw himself from the past appear on the screen. Was this fatty really his past self? Su Bingyan and Yanzi couldn't help but turn their heads to look at the current Ling Yun. This was too amazing. None of them expected Ling Yun to become so handsome after losing all that fat. Isn't that the person just now? Yanzi exclaimed suddenly because she saw Li Gang. After Li Gang appeared on the screen, Ling Yun immediately scanned his surroundings. Very quickly, he saw the 2 people that Li Gang was talking about. There was no mistaking it. Of these 2 people, one was tall and burly, wearing a suit and leather shoes. His hair was short, and his expression was cold and indifferent. He looked very much like a bodyguard. As for the other person that Li Gang was talking about, Ling Yan only needed to take a look at his face to recognize him. Ling Yan had seen him before. That was when Ling Yan went to Shui Mining's house to meet Miracle Dr. Shui. In the afternoon, the two of them went shopping on the pedestrian street. In the end, they met Sun Xing, who caused a car accident. Shui Mining insisted on dragging Ling Yan over to save him. At that moment, Ling Yan suddenly felt a faint sense of danger. At that time, he turned his head and saw a middle-aged man not far away. He turned his head back as if nothing had happened. So it's him. Ling Yan's heart immediately connected, and he was somewhat enlightened. He firmly remembered these two people in his heart. He was sure that he would be able to recognize them no matter where he saw them. Then, he smiled at Yanzi and said, "Yanzi, can you help me take these surveillance videos from March and let me take them away?" Yanzi pouted. Of course, this wouldn't be a problem in the past. However, now that the lady boss was venting her anger on Ling Yan, she still had to listen to Su Bingyan. Su Bingyan didn't have any hesitation. Take all the surveillance videos away. Just treat it as cleaning the hard drive. Even though she was angry at Ling Yan, Su Bingyan was still very clear when it came to major issues. She wasn't sloppy at all. Thank you, Big Sister Su. Actually, I only need the last few days of March. Ling Yan wanted to take the surveillance videos away. On one hand, he wanted to use it as evidence in the future. On the other hand, he wanted to confirm when exactly his predecessor was being targeted. After everything was done, Ling Yan stood up and smiled at Yanzi. Yanzi, thank you for your help today. I'll treat you to a meal next time. Idiot, it wasn't me who helped you, it was Big Sister Su who helped you. Why are you treating me to a meal? Yanzi giggled as she looked at Su Bingyan. Ling Yan understood and said, I know. I'll treat you all. After my clinic opens, you can eat anywhere you want after the busy days. Su Bingyan asked in shock, your clinic is opening for business? What clinic? Su Bingyan asked in shock. Clinic? What clinic? Yanzi was equally puzzled. Ling Yan thought to himself, it seems like my reputation isn't big enough. He chuckled. A clinic that treats patients and saves lives. It's called the Ordinary People's Clinic. It's at the intersection of Qingxi Road and Gufeng Road. If you're not feeling well, you can find me there. You really opened your own clinic? Su Bingyan and Yanzi asked at the same time. Both of them had interacted with Ling Yan's predecessor many times in the past. It could be said that they were close friends with Ling Yan. Therefore, they knew Ling Yan's dream. He wanted to open his own clinic just like his mother did. He wanted to treat patients and find a way to cure his own body. Ling Yan walked out of the cashier and smiled. It opens on the 20th. If there are any patients, you can introduce them to me. Hey, how long has it been since you last used your QQ account? How do I contact you? Yanzi couldn't help but ask for his contact details. Ling Yan did not know that he had a QQ account. Fortunately, he had a phone number, so he told Yanzi his phone number. The number ended with 69 still made Yanzi dizzy. She was determined not to believe it until she vibrated Ling Yan's phone and saw the caller ID on his phone. Only then did she finally believe it. I'm leaving. Call me if there's anything. Goodbye. Ling Yan walked out of the speedy internet cafe with that. He didn't specifically say goodbye to Su Bingyan or say anything else to her. He got into his Land Rover and drove away. Big Sister Su. Big Sister Su. Big Sister Su. Su Bingyan had been staring at the door ever since Ling Yan left. She only heard Yanzi calling her 3 times and turned her head. It's not like I can't hear you. Why are you so loud? Su Bingyan blushed and blamed Yanzi. Yanzi giggled. Can you really hear me? I called you twice, but you didn't respond. Su Bingyan snorted lightly but didn't retort. Big Sister Su, I didn't expect Ling Yan to become so handsome. It's really tempting. Yanzi peeked at Su Bingyan and tried to sound her out. Humph, what does that have to do with us? He's even driving a Land Rover now. He's already looking down on our speedy internet cafe. Su Bingyan snorted and sighed. To be continued. Yanzi sighed along with Su Bingyan on purpose. That's true. Ling Yan's appearance didn't change much, but his personality and temperament are completely different from before. But he's so manly, so cool. Yanzi's eyes had already turned into stars. She added as she prepared to sit down and eat the dumplings. When Su Bingyan saw that Yanzi was pretending to be dumb, she was both angry and anxious. She leaned over the cashier, allowing her ample breasts to press against the cold counter, and snatched the chopsticks from Yanzi's hand. What? Yanzi giggled as she lifted her head. Su Bingyan's mature and beautiful face was as red as the sunset. Stop acting dumb, you stupid girl. Tell me his phone number. She bit her red lips and pouted. Didn't you hear it just now? Yanzi snickered. I didn't hear it clearly. Su Bingyan gritted her teeth. Hee hee, big sister Su, I think you're afraid of remembering it wrongly? It's on my phone. You can write it down so I don't get it wrong again. Stupid girl, I'll deduct your salary for this month if you dare to be so talkative with me. Su Bingyan snatched the phone from Yanzi's hand. Ling Yan didn't return to mansion number 1 in Qingxi district after leaving the internet cafe. Instead, he went to a rented house near Qingshui High. Bai Xian'er flew out of the courtyard as soon as Ling Yan parked his car. She wore a snow-white dress, and her long hair fluttered in the wind. She wore a huge pair of sunglasses that covered most of her peerless face. Big brother Yun. Bai Xian'er plunged into Ling Yan's embrace. Bai Xian'er's face was covered, but her bright forehead, elegant nose, and sexy red lips couldn't be covered. Coupled with the black sunglasses, it formed a strong contrast and made her look even more mysterious. People couldn't help but wonder how beautiful she would be if she took off her sunglasses. However, with these sunglasses, Bai Xian'er wouldn't cause such a big commotion when she went out in the future. These sunglasses are really useful. Ling Yan praised as he hugged Bai Xian'er's soft waist. Where's Long Wu? Bai Xian'er said. She bought a pair of sunglasses, a hat, and some other things. She saw that I was cultivating and felt bored, so she went out. Ling Yan nodded his head and smiled. With Long Wu's personality, there was no way she would stay at home all day. Let's enter the house first. Ling Yan let go of Bai Xian'er, opened the door, and took Li Gang out of the car. Then, they returned to the house. Why you? You are Ling Yun? Li Gang was thrown to the ground by Ling Yun. At this time, he couldn't care less about the pain as he trembled in fear. Clearly, Li Gang had heard Bai Xian'er calling Ling Yun's name. He finally knew that this tall, handsome, and charming man was the fatty that Wang Lei had knocked into. Ling Yun smiled faintly. That's right, I am Ling Yun. However, all of this will have nothing to do with you very soon. Ah. Please don't kill me. I'm only in charge of monitoring you. I have no intention of killing you. Li Gang had completely forgotten the pain from the 3 large needles. He knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Ling Yun. His forehead was bleeding profusely. Don't worry, since you didn't lie today, I definitely won't kill you. However, there are some things that I don't want others to know. So, you have to let me do a few more needles. Ling Yan said as he carried Li Gang, who was shivering all over, towards the bedroom that no one had ever stayed in before. He was going to use his acupuncture skills to erase Li Gang's recent memories. Ling Yan could let others know many things about him, but he didn't want others to know that he had been knocked into. That was one of Ling Yan's biggest secrets. Big brother Yun, what happened to him? Bai Xian'er naturally followed. Oh, some time ago, this person helped someone kill me. I caught him today. Ling Yan smiled faintly. Bai Xian'er frowned. Her beautiful eyes behind her sunglasses were filled with murderous intent. Then why are you still being polite to him? Just kill him and burn him to ashes. Ling Yan sweated profusely. Bai Xian'er was really domineering. He could only persuade her patiently. Ahem. Xian'er, you don't know, he's just an ordinary person. He was greedy for some money. Moreover, he didn't kill me. Now, he has learned his lesson. Bai Xian'er's hands trembled, and 2 balls of red flames appeared in her hands. It was the fire fox flame art. She snorted coldly, obviously dissatisfied with Ling Yan's kindness. To Bai Xian'er, everything else was negotiable. However, she wouldn't care who the other party was. She would definitely kill him if she could. If she couldn't, she would completely cripple him. There was no other way. Li Gang was even more shocked when he saw the two balls of flames in Bai Xianer's hands. He sat on the ground, trembling. He even forgot how to beg for mercy. Xianxia, you don't have to kill him. Ling Yan didn't waste any more words. He took out more than 10 silver needles and pierced them into Li Gang's head with lightning speed. Li Gang felt as if his brain was struck by lightning as the first needle pierced into the acupuncture point on his head. Then, his vision turned black, and he lost consciousness. Ling Yan didn't take Li Gang's life. He only used acupuncture to erase Li Gang's recent memories. The effect of this acupuncture technique was similar to the tranquil pill of the tranquil sect. To put it bluntly, this acupuncture technique was equivalent to a powerful blow to the brain. It could cause permanent amnesia. However, Ling Yan's acupuncture technique was precise and experienced. Of course, it was much more effective than using a sharp object to smash Li Gang's head. He only erased 1 year of Li Gang's memory. To Ling Yan, erasing a year's worth of memories in exchange for taking his life was really too merciful for Ling Yan. After only a few minutes, Ling Yan removed the silver needles from Li Gang's head. At the same time, he used his palm to pat the 3 spots where the needles were. 3 large needles shot out of Li Gang's body. Ling Yan ignored the unconscious Li Gang and went to the living room with Bai Xianer. Xianxia, where are the sunglasses that Long Wu bought for me? That pile over there is yours, and this one is mine. Bai Xianer smiled. Ling Yan picked one up and put it on. Immediately, he felt the scenery in front of him darken. After a while, Ling Yan turned to Bai Xianer. How is it? Is it cool? Very cool. Bai Xianer giggled and nodded repeatedly. Ling Yan smiled confidently and used the yin-yang eye. He realized that the sunglasses were really useful. The yin-yang eye was a combination of yin and yang. In his pupils, one was black and one was white. If Ling Yan used it, even ordinary people would be able to see the demonic changes in his eyes. Now that he had the sunglasses, ordinary people couldn't see the changes in Ling Yan's eyes. Xian'er's breasts are so beautiful. Ling Yan swallowed his saliva and put the remaining 7 or 8 sunglasses into his spatial ring. Xian'er, put on a hat and follow me to mansion number 1. With that, he flew into the bedroom and carried the unconscious Li Gang out. Once he was out of the door, he stuffed Li Gang into the trunk of the car. After closing the door, Ling Yan and Bai Xianer got in the car and drove to mansion number 1 in Qingxi district. On the way back, Ling Yan gave Long Wu a call and told her that she didn't have to go to the rental house today. After hanging up, Ling Yan sent a message to Zhang Ling, I'll pick you up after the evening self-study session. Ling Yan asked Miao Xiaomiao about Chao Shanshan, and Miao Xiaomiao told him to ask Zhang Ling. There was less than half a month before the college entrance examinations. Ling Yan didn't want to affect Zhang Ling's studies, so he planned to ask Zhang Ling after the evening self-study session. He could also send Zhang Ling home. Ling Yan hadn't seen her since he led the students of grade 12 class 6 to wreak havoc in the principal's office before going out to sea. Ling Yan and Bai Xianer returned to mansion number 1 and entered the living room. There was only Tang Meng and a few brothers from Green Dragon in the living room. Do you know that I'm also the boss of Green Dragon? From now on, my words are no different from Tai Xiaohu's, understand? Tang Meng was bragging to the lackeys from Green Dragon. Seeing Ling Yan and Bai Xianer walk in, Tang Meng jumped up from the sofa. Big brother Yun, sister Xian'er. I'm going to faint. After greeting them, Tang Meng suddenly noticed that Ling Yan and Bai Xianer were wearing sunglasses. Their powerful auras forced Tang Meng to take a few steps back. Holy sh*T, is this the legendary Matrix? Or the legendary Godfather? Where's Tai Xiaohu? Ling Yan asked Tang Meng as he held Bai Xianer's slender waist and sat on the sofa. Tang Meng scratched his head and chuckled. Him? He was captured by Ning Er to be a strong man. Needless to say, Tai Xiaohu must have brought people to help Shui Mining move. Ling Yan chuckled. Get them to get Li Gang out and send him directly to the Public Security Bureau. Tang Meng turned to look at the Land Rover outside the door. Where's that grandson? Ling Yan smiled. In the trunk. He should be awake by now, Tang Meng thought that Big Brother Yun really knew how to act. He actually stuffed Li Gang into the trunk. Tang Meng covered his mouth and chuckled. He quickly gave orders to the lackeys from Green Dragon. Bring them over and come back immediately after sending Li Gang to the Public Security Bureau, Ling Yun instructed Tang Meng. Tang Meng knew that Ling Yun was afraid that these people would not be efficient. He nodded and brought them out of the trunk. They dragged Li Gang, who had just woken up, out and left. Luo Erfeng, come out. Ling Yun knew that Luo Erfeng was still squatting in the gym. That was why he called her out. Go, leave Xianxia City, go as far as you can. I'll only give you 1 day. If I see you after this time tomorrow, I'll kill you. Ling Yan stared at the ashen-faced Luo Erfeng. His gaze was as sharp as a knife, and his tone was cold. To be continued. Luo Erfeng left unscathed. Ling Yan didn't even erase her memory. She left Ling Yan's villa and took a taxi home. She packed her belongings and headed straight for the long-distance bus station. She left Xianxia City on the same day. Since then, there had been no news of her. Ling Yan let Luo Erfeng go. She was just a pitiful woman whose husband went down the wrong path. She wouldn't pose any threat to Ling Yun. These sunglasses are good, but they're awkward and uncomfortable. Ling Yan took off his sunglasses and threw them on the coffee table in front of him. He frowned and said, that's right. Bai Xian'er followed suit. She took off her sunglasses and threw them on the coffee table. Her long and charming eyes were full of complaints and dissatisfaction. It's just awkward. I might as well use the camouflage technique. Bai Xian'er said coquettishly. Ling Yan was so scared that he waved his hands. That won't do. What if you suddenly forget and reveal yourself? Wouldn't people be scared to death if they saw you? Bai Xian'er's illusion technique could indeed hide herself from others. For a 9-tailed celestial fox who had successfully transformed, this was an extremely simple technique. It wasn't difficult to use. The difficult part was that Bai Xian'er had to hide herself wherever she went. She had to communicate with Ling Yun and the people around him. For example, if Ling Yun and Bai Xian'er walked out side by side and Bai Xian'er was invisible, others would think that he was crazy if he held her waist, put his hand on her shoulder, or talked to her. That was because they could only see him acting weird and talking to the air. Rather than being treated as a lunatic by others, Ling Yun might as well let those lecherous people crash into him. He could still watch the show. There's a gradual process of getting used to new things. It'll be fine once you get used to it. Ling Yun measured the length of Bai Xian'er's slender waist with his arm and comforted her with a smile. Bai Xian'er pouted unhappily. Soon, her body twisted like a snake, and she started panting. She curled up in Ling Yun's arms, blushing. She enjoyed Ling Yun's big hands roaming all over her body. Big Brother Master is bullying Xian'er again. Bai Xian'er's chest trembled as she pouted coyly. Xian'er, Mansion No. 1 is a spirit-gathering formation. You need spiritual energy for your cultivation, so you can stay here from now on. Ling Yun chuckled as he carried Bai Xian'er to the second floor of the mansion. Bai Xian'er nodded shyly. Then, which room does Big Brother Master want Xian'er to stay in? She asked Ling Yun. Look at the number of rooms on the second floor. Xian'er can stay in whichever room she wants. Ling Yun laughed. Xian'er wants to stay in the same room with Master. Bai Xian'er said coquettishly. Sharing a room with Xian'er? Ling Yun was more than happy to see that happen. However, if that was the case, Shuem Mining would probably set fire to the villa. Hehe, Ning Er will be moving in tonight. You can discuss this with her in detail. Let me show you around. On the second floor of Mansion No. 1, there was the largest master bedroom. Of course, this master bedroom was for Ling Yun. However, ever since everything was set up, Ling Yun had never stayed there before. The door to the master bedroom was left open for ventilation. He walked in with Bai Xian'er in his arms. Bright floor-to-ceiling windows, gorgeous curtains, soft carpet, high-end red leather sofa, air conditioner, computer, and so on. The most eye-catching thing in the master bedroom was, of course, the bed that could accommodate 5 or 6 people sleeping side by side. This should be my room. Ling Yun said to Bai Xian'er with a smile as he put her down. This room is so big. Bai Xian'er exclaimed as she looked around. However, no matter how good this place was, it couldn't compare to Ling Yun's cave abode on Turtle Island. These were Bai Xianer's heartfelt words. At this moment, Ling Yun's gaze was fixated on the super big bed. His mind was filled with filthy images of a certain man battling 9 women. He was thinking about the day when he would be able to share a bed with all the beauties around him. There's a long way to go. Ling Yun's throat trembled as he muttered to himself. Big brother master, what's the long way to go? Bai Xianer heard Ling Yun's muttering and asked curiously. Ling Yun immediately returned to reality from his dream. He hurriedly shifted his gaze from the bed to the window and said awkwardly, nothing. I mean, Tang Meng told me that many things in this villa can be remotely controlled, including the windows and curtains. You have to learn slowly if you want to stay here. There was a washroom in the master bedroom, which was divided into 2 parts. The outer part had a shower, bathtub, and toilet like any other ordinary bedroom. Other than being more luxurious, there was no difference. However, it was different inside. It was a completely different world. There was a running swimming pool of about 20 square meters, a spacious and comfortable waterbed, and a retro wooden tub for 2 people to sit in at the same time. Ling Yun brought Bai Xianer in and studied the waterbed for a long time. He couldn't figure out why there was a bed in the bathroom. I bought such a big villa, but there are so many things that I don't know how to use. I have to go back and study with Tang Meng. When it came to cultivation, healing, fighting, and killing, Ling Yun was definitely a grandmaster among grandmasters. He was at the top of the pyramid. However, when it came to all kinds of knowledge, advanced technology, and strange things in the city, Ling Yun was a rookie among rookies. He was completely finished. Other than cultivating, he didn't have the time to truly adapt to and study urban life and urban enjoyments. After taking Bai Xianer around his bedroom, the 2 of them went to the room next door. Ling Yun only needed one look to know that the bedroom on the west side of his bedroom was the one that Shui Mining had chosen. The decoration style was light purple and pink. The whole room was warm and soft, giving people a hazy and comfortable feeling. On the wall near the writing desk, there were 3 maps of the meridians and acupuncture points of the human body, which did not match the style of the whole room. Many of the meridians are missing, and some of the marked positions are wrong. Ling Yun frowned slightly. He felt the need to draw a complete map of the human body's meridians. Ling Yun used his divine sense to know that Tang Meng was back. He brought Bai Xianer downstairs to the living room on the 1st floor. Tang Meng entered the room. Big brother Yun, I've sent Li Gang to the police station. But, why is he like an idiot after waking up? The police don't know anything no matter what they ask. Ling Yun thought to himself, I've destroyed his memory for almost a year. It would be strange if he knew what happened. He smiled lightly. Isn't this good? It saves us a lot of trouble. Tang Meng knew that Ling Yun must have done something to Li Gang, so he didn't ask further. I understand. Big brother Yun, the Ordinary People's Clinic is opening. The day after tomorrow. How do you plan to do it? Do you want to make it more lively? Ling Yun handed over all his businesses to Tang Meng to manage except for the clinic. Tang Meng knew that Ling Yun valued the Ordinary People's Clinic very much. No need, it's just a small clinic opening. The day after tomorrow is Saturday. I'll be there for a day. Ling Yun waved his hand without hesitation. Big brother Yun. I'm afraid that won't be easy. Tang Meng scratched his head. What's so difficult about that? Ling Yun was puzzled. Since the clinic is opening, we have to set off firecrackers and cut the ribbon. Tang Meng chuckled. I don't need those things. Medical skills are the key to treating illnesses. What's the use of those useless things? Ling Yun interrupted him directly. But my parents and Uncle Li Feng will be there. Tang Meng said bitterly. Ling Yun understood. He wanted to keep a low profile, but he couldn't because Miracle Dr. Shui was also preparing to cut the ribbon. It's fine if you tell them not to come. Tang Meng said. I don't dare to say it. You have to do it yourself. Ling Yun was a little speechless. He thought for a while and said, then come. You can make the arrangements. However, I'm going to be there for the day. I'll leave the socializing to you. Tang Meng patted his chest and made an okay gesture to Ling Yun, indicating that it was definitely not a problem. There's one more thing, what else? Ling Yan smiled. As the saying goes, good wine fears no dark alley. Do you want to advertise for the opening of our clinic? That way, we'll be rolling in money. Ling Yan chuckled. There's no need. No advertisement can compare to a person's reputation. I guarantee it'll be more effective than any advertisement. Advertise? Ling Yan was afraid that in less than 2 days, the number of patients coming to his clinic would break through his doorstep. Tang Meng looked at Ling Yan's confident tone and asked, Big Brother Yun, you're so confident? Can you really cure any illness? You'll know when the time comes. Ling Yan laughed. Can you make those that are missing arms and legs grow back? Tang Meng asked on purpose. Ling Yan almost kicked Tang Meng into Xianxia Lake. He laughed and scolded, go to hell. That's not an illness, that's a handicap. Even Deluo Jin Xian can't make something out of nothing. The two of them joked around for a while. Ling Yan told Tang Meng that he would be staying at Mansion No. 1 that night and asked him to buy some necessities after dinner. Just then, the sound of a few cars' engines came from outside the door. A red Ferrari sports car rushed into Villa No. 1. Ling Yan turned his head and saw that the driver was Xianxia. On the other side was the radiant and sexy beauty, Xianxia. It's going to be lively tonight. Xian'er, hide yourself for a while. You can come out after the outsiders have left. Ling Yan knew that there were many people outside. He smiled up by Xian'er telepathically. Bai Xian'er also didn't want to be seen by those people in case it caused unnecessary trouble. She smiled at Ling Yan coquettishly and disappeared in a flash. Tang Meng, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and help me move the stuff. Ling Yan said to Tang Meng as he stood up and led Tang Meng to the door. Big Brother Yun, aren't you at home? Why don't you go and help me move? Really? Xianxia got out of the car and ran to Ling Yan's side like a gust of wind. However, she was not going to let Ling Yan off the hook. She wrapped her arms around Ling Yan's arm and complained coquettishly. I was really busy just now. Ling Yan smiled bitterly. Xiao didn't walk very fast. She looked at her surroundings, and her beautiful face revealed an unconcealable look of shock. Xiao and Xianxia had come to Mansion No. 1 a few times while Ling Yan was out at sea. She could feel that the spiritual energy here was much denser every time. Gu was witchcraft. Because she cultivated the strongest Gu, Xiao was extremely sensitive to the changes in the heaven and earth spiritual energy. She was now at Hotian Realm Level 8. Even though she couldn't directly absorb the heaven and earth spiritual energy, she could use the Gu to make use of the heaven and earth spiritual energy. Regardless of whether she was cultivating or fighting, the heaven and earth spiritual energy was very helpful to her. How formidable! The spirit energy of heaven and earth here is even denser than the valleys that are filled with spirit energy in our Grand Myriad mountain range. It's almost liquefied. Xiao was shocked. The southern border of Huaxia, the Yunnan-Guizhou Plateau, and the Guangxi region were known as the 100,000 Mountains. There were many mysterious places with abundant spiritual energy. Xiao had been learning from Miao Fenghuang ever since she was born. She had also been to many valleys with abundant spiritual energy. The chubby golden silkworm, Little Gold, flapped its pair of transparent golden wings and swooped down from the sky, landing on Xiao's shoulder like a bolt of lightning. But at this moment, it felt a strong sense of unease. It looked around and suddenly flapped its wings, disappearing in an instant. There's a spirit creature that's even stronger than Xiao Jin here. Xiao could feel Xiao Jin's fear and unease. She guessed that it should be the white fox she had seen before. Ling Yan saw all of this and found it funny. He knew that Little Gold was afraid of Bai Xian'er. This was an instinctive fear of creatures that were stronger and of a higher level. Whether it was the flood dragon Xiao He or the supreme-grade golden silkworm Gu Xiao Jin, although they were all rare and powerful creatures in the world, they were still inferior to the nine-tailed celestial fox Xiao Bai. Before Bai Xian'er's third tail appeared, Little Black wasn't afraid of Little White at all. However, when it saw Little White's third tail, it was so scared that it hid far away from Little White. Of course, if it was by chance, Little Black still had a chance to evolve into a real flood dragon. In fact, if there was a great opportunity, it could even grow into a real black dragon, which was also a very powerful spirit creature in the world. Xiaojin could also grow step by step. If it completed the 9th transformation of the 9 transformations of the magical silkworm, it would also be one of the strongest spiritual creatures in the world. Ling Yan looked at Miao Xiaomiao with a hint of surprise as she walked up the steps of the villa. He smiled and said, "Welcome, beautiful lady. It's my honor. I wouldn't have stayed here if it wasn't to prevent you from bullying Ning Er." Miao Xiaomiao rolled her eyes at Ling Yan, as if she didn't appreciate his kindness. "Haha, let's see what you're thinking. How could I bear to bully Ning Er?" Ling Yan laughed dryly. Ling Yan wasn't anxious or annoyed. It was good that she was here. There was a chance now. F***ck, what's in this wooden box? Why is it so heavy? Tang Meng had already reached the side of the Ferrari. He took out a rectangular wooden box from the trunk, but he didn't expect it to be so heavy. Shui Mining's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of ridicule as she said to Tang Meng, "Just do your work honestly, why do you have so much nonsense to say?" Then, Shui Mining whispered into Ling Yan's ear, "Big brother Yun, these are the medical books I got from Grandpa." Ling Yan only needed to use his divine sense to know that the wooden box was filled with all kinds of medical books. Other than her own clothes, shoes, and some of her favorite cosmetics and toys, the rest of her belongings were naturally books. One of them was for studying in high school, and the other was a large number of medical books. The books in her car were the only copies of the traditional Chinese medicine books in Miracle Dr. Shui's study room. They were incomparably precious. With Ling Yan's current medical skills, he naturally didn't need to study these Chinese medicine books, but he needed confirmation. Medicine itself was the exploration and research of human diseases and the mysteries of human life. The medical skills in this world might not be at Ling Yan's level, but there were many medical sages who explored the mysteries of the human body in these medical books. They were of great help to Ling Yan's cultivation, so he couldn't ignore them. Bang! Tang Meng used all his strength to carry the huge wooden box to the top of the stairs. He then placed the wooden box heavily on the ground. "Big brother Yun, give me a hand," Tang Meng said gloomily. He couldn't even carry a wooden box in front of 2 stunning beauties. It was embarrassing. "Let me do it." Miao Xiaomiao knew that the box was heavy. She smiled sweetly at Tang Meng and picked it up with one hand. She turned around and walked into the villa. Tang Meng's jaw dropped as he watched the scene unfold in front of him. "Stupid." Shui Mining glared at Tang Meng and let go of Ling Yan's arm. She turned around and followed Miao Xiaomiao into the house. "Big sister, wait for me." At this time a few more cars drove into the villa. Tai Xiaohu was the first to get out of the black Benz. After greeting Ling Yun, he began to instruct the Green Dragon gang to move the things. The things that Shui Mining and Miao Xiaomiao moved were not a lot, but they were not small either. Tai Xiaohu, Tang Meng, and 7 or 8 young men from Green Dragon gang worked for a total of 20 minutes before they finally moved everything into Shui Mining's room. "Let's let the brothers have a good dinner and have some fun." After moving the things, Ling Yun took out 10,000 yuan and gave it to Tai Xiaohu to give to the brothers who came to help. "Big brother Yun, you don't have to do this," Tai Xiaohu said hurriedly. Those 7 to 8 Green Dragon lackeys were among the 100 lackeys that followed Long Kuan to Linjiang Garden. They had seen Ling Yun's prowess before, so when they saw that Ling Yun was actually willing to pay, they immediately felt extremely awkward and shook their heads at the same time. "You can't do this for free. I'm giving you money, just take it." Ling Yun smiled faintly and passed the money to Tai Xiaohu for him to distribute to his men. "You have to let the brothers follow you. Only when there are benefits and meat to eat, will they be willing to work for you," Ling Yun said to Tai Xiaohu through telepathy as he watched the Green Dragon gang members leave. "Big brother Yun, there are so many things. It seems like the 2 of them will need some time to pack. I'll go buy some things for you first," Tang Meng said to Ling Yun as he wiped his sweat. He knew that Ling Yun was going to stay at mansion number 1 tonight. "Sure," Ling Yun nodded. After Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu left, he flew to the 2nd floor of the villa and entered Shui Mining's bedroom. "Aren't the 2 of you staying in the same room?" Ling Yun asked Ning Er as he saw Miao Xiaomiao tidying up her bed in the bedroom on the west side of Shui Mining's room. "Big sister has to cultivate, and I have to study and do my homework every day. She doesn't want to disturb me. Xianxia stared at the pile of things on the floor and said worriedly. Sigh, there are so many things to pack. It would be great if there were a few nannies. Xianxia pouted. She had never done such chores before. Lingyan was a little speechless. Ning this place isn't suitable for nannies. This was indeed not a suitable place, because this was Lingyan's territory. Not only was there an uncertain element of danger, but he also had to cultivate here, concoct pills, craft talismans, and so on. There were many secrets that could not be known by others, lest it spread out and shock the world. Then, it's fine to find a few hourly workers. We still have to clean up after all, Xianxia mumbled as she started to pack up her clothes. She hung them one by one in the closet. Only then did Lingyan realize that Ning had so many clothes. Moreover, these were only her summer clothes. Furthermore, she only brought half of them over. The other half was still at Miracle Dr. Shue's house. After all, she still had to stay there. Since Lingyan had nothing to do, he decided to help out. Alright, I'll talk to Tang Meng about it today and get him to look for some. Such a huge villa definitely needed someone to clean it daily. This was unavoidable. Xianxia was elated that Lingyan was willing to help her pack up. She didn't feel like it was troublesome anymore. Ever since the two of them established their relationship, they didn't spend much time alone together. On the contrary, they spent very little time together. Lingyan was too busy and didn't have time to accompany Xianxia. This inevitably made her feel disappointed. However, that was in the past. It would be better in the future. Now that she was living next door to Lingyan, the two of them finally had the chance to spend time together. However, Xianxia didn't know that even if Lingyan stayed in mansion number 1 every day, their time together would only last until Lingyan's college entrance examination. Ning let me help you. Miao Xiaomiao came over from next door. Miao Xiaomiao quickly finished packing up her house. Compared to Xianxia's pile of things, Miao Xiaomiao had very few things. Moreover, she had lived alone in a big city for a long period of time. She was very independent. Big brother Yun, big sister, and I can clean up here. You can bring these medical books to your bedroom. I don't need them now. Xianxia said to Lingyan as she started arranging her study books. She pointed at the big wooden box that contained the medical books. All right. Lingyan smiled as he looked at the pair of exquisite sisters. They were like butterflies flying through flowers. To be continued. Lingyan carried the big wooden box back to his bedroom. He walked straight to his writing desk and placed the big wooden box on the floor. The bookcase made of mahogany was right next to the desk. Lingyan wasn't in a hurry to put the medical books into the bookcase. Instead, he left the box on the floor. Lingyan straightened his back and turned to look at the leather sofa at the side. He smiled and said, Xianxia, haven't you seen enough? You still want to play hide-and-seek with me? Xianxia used the camouflage technique to hide herself. She was sitting on the sofa in the bedroom. Others naturally couldn't see her, but Lingyan had the divine sense and the yin-yang eye. Xianxia's camouflage technique couldn't fool him at all. This isn't fun. You found me again. Xianxia retracted her camouflage technique, instantly revealing her devilish perfect figure. She sat lazily on the sofa and pouted at Lingyan. Lingyan chuckled, but in his heart, he was thinking to go to the rented house and bring the medical books over if he had the time. When Lingyan and Tang Meng rented the house, he also moved all the Chinese medicine books to the rented house. However, he never had the time to read them. Now was the time. Xianxia, in addition to cultivation, you have to start reading too. Do you understand? Lingyan instructed Xianxia seriously. Lingyan couldn't always be by Xianxia's side. Xianxia might be strong, but she definitely needed to learn some necessary knowledge if she wanted to live an independent life in this society. In this era of information explosion, learning to read was the first step that couldn't be avoided. Oh, got it. Xianxia agreed reluctantly. Lingyan had instructed her on this matter so many times that her ears were getting calluses. However, big brother Yun, you have to teach me personally. Xianxia's beautiful eyes flashed as she immediately stated her condition. No problem, of course I'll teach you. I wouldn't feel at ease if someone else taught you. Ling Yan smiled. Bai Xian'er was the incarnation of the nine-tailed celestial fox. She might be strong, but her heart was flawless. Ling Yan didn't want her to be led astray by the hidden teachings in the books. If Bai Xian'er learned those hypocritical morals and became a patriotic beauty, who could Ling Yan cry to? Big brother Yun, I want to play in little sister Ning Er's room. When Bai Xian'er was still a white fox, Shui Mining fell in love with her the first time she saw her. Bai Xian'er also liked her very much. They hit it off very well. Go ahead. Don't forget to knock on the door before entering. Ling Yun chuckled. Bai Xian'er winked at Ling Yun and floated out of the bedroom. Ling Yun heard her knocking on the door. 2 high-pitched screams followed. Shui Mining and Miao Xiao Miao were shocked by Bai Xian'er's sudden appearance. Ah. Your sister Xian'er. Shui Mining reacted immediately and rushed to Bai Xian'er's side, hugging her tightly. Ling Yan had explained everything to Shui Mining before he went out to sea, so she was mentally prepared. She wasn't afraid that Bai Xian'er was a white fox, but she was shocked by Bai Xian'er's peerless beauty. Miao Xiao Miao was an authentic master of voodoo in Miaojiang. Some powerful voodoo spells were no different from witchcraft in the eyes of ordinary people, so she didn't have too much fear. After a flash of shock, her expression quickly returned to normal. Ling Yan sat calmly in front of his computer, using his divine sense to sense everything next door. He only smiled faintly and let the 3 stunning beauties complete the process of their first meeting. Ling Yan turned on his computer, connected to the internet, and began frantically searching and absorbing all the knowledge he needed. About an hour later, Shui Mining finally packed her things and walked into Ling Yan's room hand in hand with Bai Xian'er. She told Ling Yan that she was hungry. At this time, Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu also came back from shopping. Ling Yan brought the 3 beauties downstairs. After Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu put down the things they bought, the 6 of them drove to the Ordinary People's Clinic to pick up Yao Rou and then went straight to the Shangri-La Hotel. The 7 of them had a sumptuous dinner that took 2 hours. When they came out of the hotel, it was almost time for the evening self-study session to end. Ning Er, the 3 of you go back to mansion number 1 first. If there's nothing else, rest early. Don't skip class tomorrow. Tang Meng, Tai Xiaohu, send Sister Rou back to rest. Don't go back to the clinic tonight, go back to Nangqi Gardens. After that, Ling Yan sent a telepathic message to Bai Xian'er alone. Xian'er, before I return to mansion number 1 tonight, you must stay in the mansion and protect Ning Er and the rest. Don't leave. If anyone dares to barge into the mansion, kill them and burn them to ashes, understand? Japanese ninjas and experts from the Devil Sect could barge into mansion number 1 at any time, so Ling Yan had to be careful. Bai Xian'er's current strength was far greater than Ling Yan's. As long as she was around, it would be difficult for the enemy to harm Shui Mining and Miao Xiao Miao. Moreover, Miao Xiao Miao could be considered an expert. With Xiao Jin's help, it wouldn't be a problem for them to protect themselves. Big brother Yun, what are you going to do when you ask us to go back? Shui Mining couldn't help but ask when she saw that Ling Yun didn't want to return to mansion number 1 with them. I'm going to school to settle some matters. I'll be home soon. Ling Yun smiled. Ling Yun drove the Land Rover to the entrance of Qingshui High in the night. He sent Zhang Ling a text message and sat in the car to rest while waiting for her to finish school. The bell for the end of the last evening self-study period finally rang. The silent campus quickly became noisy. The students who did not live on campus began to pour out of the campus one after another. Qingshui High, Grade 12 Class 6. At this moment, Zhang Ling was like a ripe red apple. At the same time, she was a red apple with a red face. After school in the afternoon, Zhang Ling received a text from Ling Yun telling her that he was coming to pick her up. Without hesitation, she immediately went out to take a taxi home. She almost flipped through her wardrobe and picked out a set of clothes from the inside to the outside. She even put on some light makeup. After she was satisfied, she rushed back to school. She was almost late. No matter what Ling Yun said, Zhang Ling always felt an inexplicable lack of confidence when facing him. She still felt that she wasn't good enough for Ling Yun. However, her heart was filled with anticipation. She wanted to see Ling Yun and be with him. Even if it was just one more look, it would be so sweet. Hey, look at me now. Is there a problem? Zhang Ling asked softly after checking herself again. She nervously patted a female classmate on the table in front of her. "Io, little grandaunt, please spare me. How many times have I told you that there's no problem? There's really no problem. You're 10 times prettier and sexier than usual tonight, okay?" The female classmate turned around and begged Zhang Ling with jealousy and hatred. Frankly speaking, there were many beauties in the liberal arts class. Zhang Ling was considered one of them. It was just that Xianxia, the prettiest girl in school, had overshadowed her. Now that Xianxia was no longer in grade 12 class 6, Miao Xiaomiao and Long Wu did not come to class tonight. Zhang Ling naturally became the prettiest girl in grade 12 class 6. However, she asked all sorts of questions without confidence. The female classmate she asked had reason to believe that Zhang Ling was purposely showing off in front of him. "Hey, Zhang Ling, why are you dressed so much today? Your dress is almost showing your butt when the wind blows. Who are you meeting?" The female classmate was interrupted by Zhang Ling after school. After answering Zhang Ling's questions, she could not help but whisper into Zhang Ling's ear. "Don't talk nonsense. I'm not meeting anyone. I'm going home soon," Zhang Ling said guiltily. She grabbed her bag and ran out of the classroom with her other hand covering her skirt. She did not want Ling Yan to wait for her at the school gate for too long. Even more so, she did not want to delay their meeting. If they were to meet later, they would have less time to spend together. This was the biggest loss for her. Zhang Ling rushed down the teaching block and ran towards the school gate. She wanted to see the boy that she had been thinking about day and night. Her short hair flew in the wind and her skirt danced in the wind. Her willowy waist swayed and her voluptuous body exuded a youthful aura. As soon as Zhang Ling rushed out of the school gate, she saw a white Fuji Land Rover parked quietly on the west side of the school gate. Her pretty face blushed instantly. She covered her chest to calm her breathing before rushing over. The car window was open. Ling Yan gave Zhang Ling a charming smile and said gently, "Why are you in such a rush? Get in the car." Thus, Zhang Ling got in the car in a panic. Ling Yan told her to sit tight and then stepped on the accelerator. The Land Rover roared to life and rushed out immediately. "Ling Yan, I told Mom that I'll revise in school tonight. I'll be home later." Zhang Ling panted for a while. After she calmed down, she realized that Ling Yan was heading towards Qingxi Road. She could not help but blush and remind the idiot. "Hee, who said I'm sending you home?" Ling Yan gave Zhang Ling a naughty smile and said, "I'll bring you to Qingshui Lake." Zhang Ling felt as if a huge weight had been lifted off her shoulders. However, when she saw the naughty look on Ling Yan's face, her heart started pounding furiously. "Didn't I tell you not to wear low-cut clothes? And why is your skirt so short?" Ling Yan drove straight to Qingshui Lake. He did not forget to flirt with Zhang Ling in the passenger seat. "Scoundrel, it's none of your business." Zhang Ling carefully raised one hand and covered the 2-inch deep cleavage in front of her chest. Her other hand was tightly gripping the hem of her rose-red skirt. She bit her red lips and rolled her eyes at Ling Yan as she said coquettishly. "To be continued." "Hey, boss, where are your eyes looking at? Let's rent a boat." Ling Yan waved his right hand in front of the owner of the boat rental business, frowning slightly as he spoke unhappily. Zhang Ling had a head full of clean short hair. She wore a tight t-shirt with a pink jacket on the outside and a short skirt with ruffles on the bottom. Paired with a pair of transparent high-heeled sandals, she was sexy, beautiful, and youthful. The owner of the boat rental business could not help but stare at her. I'm sorry, it's really late now. We're going to close for the night." The owner finally retracted his gaze and looked at Ling Yan awkwardly. At the same time, he was secretly wondering where this playboy came from. How dare he bring his girlfriend to rent a boat in the middle of the night? Could it be that he was going to play with the boat? "Are you renting or not? If not, I'll find another one." Ling Yan casually took out a bundle of red $100 bills. There was a total of $10,000. He rubbed his right thumb and smiled at the owner. All for me?" The owner's eyes lit up instantly. They were even brighter than when he was staring at Zhang Ling just now. Take it. Ling Yan casually threw the $10,000 into the owner's hand with a smile on his face. The boat is yours now. Pick one and have fun. Once you're done, just drive the boat back. The owner immediately beamed with joy. Zhang Ling, on the other hand, stomped her feet anxiously. Ling Yan was really generous. These boat rental businesses did not even earn $10,000 a day. Ling Yan did not care. How could he not spend money if he wanted to be romantic? With the help of the owner, Ling Yan picked the most luxurious boat and brought Zhang Ling directly to the center of the lake. The rainy season in Jiangnan province did come later this year. Although it was already half a month into summer, there was not a single drop of rain in this half a month. Every day, the scorching sun scorched the earth, and the heat waves rolled. Only at night was there a rare coolness. The bright moon hung high in the sky, and the river of stars shone brightly. The Milky Way hung in the sky, and a cool breeze blew, and the surface of the lake sparkled. Although the scene was not as magnificent as that of the sea, it was a wonderful feeling. This yacht is not bad. It feels good too. After a round trip on the East Sea, Ling Yan had already become an excellent boat pilot. The yacht slowly moved towards the center of the lake, but he became a shopkeeper who didn't have to do anything. He couldn't even be bothered to steer. Are you crazy? 10,000 yuan? He doesn't even earn that much in 2 days. You're really willing to spend it. Zhang Ling was still feeling heartache over the stack of $100 bills. Hee, since the last time I went to your house and got caught by your aunt, we haven't had a good time alone together. The night is so beautiful tonight, what's a little more money? Ling Yan took out 2 bottles of drinks from his spatial ring and activated the yin-yang harmony balance. The cold true qi in his body surged and spread to his palms. The 2 bottles of drinks instantly cooled down. It was as if they had been in the fridge for 10 hours. Here, oh my god, how did you do it? Zhang Ling said in shock as she took the bottle of cold water droplets. With Ling Yan's current strength, he could already control the yin-yang harmony balance at will. Only his palms were cold, and the surrounding air didn't drop. Naturally, Zhang Ling couldn't sense it. Believe in Big Brother Yun and gain eternal life. Do you understand? Ling Yan said with a cheeky smile as he took a sip of his drink. F***CKU. Zhang Ling rolled her eyes at Ling Yan, but she couldn't help but look around to see how far they were from the lake. The further they were from the lake, the faster Zhang Ling's heart beat. Ling Yan's actions were always unexpected and unconstrained. She had no idea what he was going to do next. However, she really liked this kind of feeling of nervousness and anticipation. She even wished that time could stop at this moment. Did you miss me? Ling Yan stared at Zhang Ling. His previous cheeky expression was gone, and his tone was gentle. Zhang Ling's eyes turned red instantly. She bit her lower lip and said, I sent you so many messages. Can't you see them? Zhang Ling really couldn't understand why Ling Yan was so busy. Why did he have so many beauties around him? If there was a medicine for regret, she would rather go back to 2 months ago when no one cared about Ling Yan. I saw them. Didn't I reply to your messages? Ling Yan felt a little embarrassed by Zhang Ling's complaints. Zhang Ling pouted and said, I sent you 20 messages, but you didn't reply to even one. How can that be called replying to my messages? Ling Yan could only shut up obediently. The cabin quieted down, and the atmosphere became ambiguous. At this moment, silence prevailed. After a while, Ling Yan's voice broke the silence. You didn't affect your studies, did you? Zhang Ling laughed and said, Of course not. In the second mock exam last month, I ranked 3rd in class and 5th overall in arts. Zhang Ling was the kind of person who could turn her thoughts into motivation for her studies. Whenever she missed Ling Yan and couldn't sleep, she would try her best to immerse herself in her studies. She knew that this was the only way she could keep up with Ling Yan's pace and not be left too far behind. Her academic results had improved tremendously. She was now firmly in the top 5 in Xianxia City. With such results, as long as she did well in the college entrance examinations, she could choose any of the famous universities in the country. However, if Xianxia was still in our school, I definitely wouldn't be in the top 5 in arts. The excitement in Zhang Ling's eyes dimmed as she quickly added. Xianxia. How is she now? Is she in contact with you? Ling Yan asked hurriedly. I knew you asked me out just to ask for news about Xianxia. Zhang Ling glanced at Ling Yan resentfully and said faintly. Ling Yan didn't dare to meet Zhang Ling's eyes. In a low but serious voice, he said, Zhang Ling, you know that Xianxia returned to Beijing because of me. There's no news of her now. I'm really worried. This is not normal. Zhang Ling could see the deep worry between Ling Yan's brows. Even though she knew that Ling Yan was worried about another girl, Zhang Ling couldn't help but feel her heart palpitate. Ling Yan rarely showed such a worried expression. He had been hiding it well and quietly improving his strength. According to Ling Yan's guess, the disappearance of Xianxia the moment she returned home must have something to do with his cousin from the Chen family who had been harassing her over the phone. The Chen family was now in cahoots with the East Asian families and stirred up trouble in the country. Who knew how many more tricks they had up their sleeves? It was impossible to say that Xianxia had forgotten about Ling Yan or had a change of heart. Something big must have happened to the Chao family. However, Ling Yan didn't have the strength to participate in such a high-level game. The secular families in Beijing weren't as weak as he imagined. Each of them had a strong foundation. Zhang Ling sighed and leaned her soft body on Ling Yan's. She hugged Ling Yan's arm and said, Ling Yan, don't worry. Xianxia should be safe now, but... Ling Yan was slightly relieved when he heard that Xianxia was safe. However, when he heard the word but, he immediately became worried again. But what? Sigh, see for yourself, Zhang Ling said as she took out her phone and started to look through the message history. Finally, she found a message and passed it to Ling Yan. Ling Yan took Zhang Ling's phone and saw that it was indeed a text from Chao Xianxia. The content was, Zhang Ling, I'm fine now. Don't worry. Ling Yan and I can't be together anymore. Help me take care of him. Let him forget about me. I wish him, you, and the whole class happiness. 0125. After reading the message, Ling Yan's eyebrows shot up. He thought for a while before saying in a low voice, T. This isn't something Xianxia would say. Xianxia wasn't like that at all. Even though the path of love wasn't that difficult, Xianxia had given her all, including her thoughts and actions. She had even given her body to Ling Yan. If it wasn't for the fact that Ling Yan hadn't reached physique tempering stage 4 and couldn't lose his virginity, the two of them would have gotten together. Moreover, Xianxia's return to Beijing was originally for the sake of the two of them. The first time she went back, she could return safely. How could the second time end up like this? Something must have happened to the Chao family, and it was a huge matter. Ling Yan looked at the time of the message and realized that it was sent at 4 in the morning on the 2nd of May. He immediately asked, 4 in the morning? Is that the only message? Zhang Ling said gloomily, yes, that's the only reason. I'm to blame for this. I slept past 1 in the morning that night. At 4 in the morning, I slept too soundly. When I woke up in the morning and saw the text, I called back. I couldn't get through to Xianxia's phone. Seeing that Zhang Ling was vexed and blaming herself, Ling Yan gently hugged her shoulders and said, it's not your fault, it's nothing. 4 in the morning was the time when people slept most soundly. Furthermore, Zhang Ling had only gone to bed at 1 in the morning. It would be strange if she could hear the message. As Ling Yan spoke, he took out his phone and found Xianxia's number. He immediately dialed it, but the call still didn't go through. It was still out of service. Ling Yan had called Chao Xianxia's number almost every day. Unfortunately, he had never been able to get through. Are you sure that the person who sent the message is Xianxia herself? What does 0125 mean? Ling Yan put away his phone and asked Zhang Ling again. Zhang Ling nodded and confirmed the message was definitely sent by Xianxia herself. That's because 0125 is my birthday. Even if someone wanted to send me a message on her behalf, they wouldn't know that number. It's also because of this that I can be sure that Xianxia is safe now. Ling Yan naturally thought of this as well. He frowned and thought for a while before saying lightly, I understand. Perhaps Xianxia's personal safety was not an issue, but she definitely lost her freedom. Otherwise, she wouldn't have sent such a disheartened message at 4 in the morning. The underlying message was that something must have happened to the Chao family. To be continued. Because of Chao Xianxia's matter, the cabin fell into an indescribable silence. The lake was even quieter, and only the rumbling of the engine could be heard. The luxurious yacht finally arrived at the center of Xianxia Lake. Ling Yan turned off the engine and walked out of the cabin to the deck of the yacht. The yacht was indeed very luxurious. It was nearly 4 meters wide, more than 10 meters long, and more than 2 meters high. It was divided into 3 floors. The first floor was the bow and the stern for people to move around freely. On the second floor, there were tables and chairs for leisure and a detachable parasol. It would not be a problem for 4 people to sit around and play mahjong. On the side, there were comfortable benches and tea tables for people to drink tea and chat. As for the third level, even though it was the smallest, the scenery was the best. There was a large bathtub at the front and back of the yacht for tourists to relax in. Almost every part of the yacht was pure white and looked pleasing to the eye. It was specially designed to provide entertainment for the rich and powerful who came out to play. Imagine a rich and powerful person from another country bringing his beautiful mistress or seductive mistress out to play. At the same time, he would complete some transactions for money and power. He would rent such a luxurious yacht to enjoy Xianxia Lake. After enjoying the lake, he would go to the second level to play mahjong and complete the transfer of money and benefits. Then, he would have a few wonderful baths with his mistress without anyone knowing. How wonderful would that be? Damn it, people in this world don't even cultivate. They only think about how to enjoy themselves. Ling Yan couldn't help but complain. Ling Yan, don't worry. The college entrance examinations are in half a month. After that, we can go to Beijing and look for Xianxia at the Chow family. As long as she's at home, we won't have to worry about not being able to find her. Zhang Ling knew that Ling Yan was upset. She walked to Ling Yan's side and stood beside him to comfort him. Ling Yan turned his head and smiled at Zhang Ling. In his heart, he was thinking that if something really happened to the Chow family, he might not be able to enter the Chow family with his current strength. Splash, 10 meters away, there was a big splash. Ling Yan used his divine sense to know that a big fish had come out of the water to take a breath of fresh air. Ling Yan was filled with childishness. He instantly flew up and used the dragon fish phantom ability to appear above the surface of the water where the big fish was. With his head down and his feet in the air, he hit the water. As his body fell, his left hand reached into the water and grabbed the big fish that couldn't escape in time. At the same time, Ling Yan slapped the surface of the water with his right hand, and his body flew up again. This time, he flew more than 10 meters in the air. His movements were smooth and graceful, and he landed leisurely on the deck beside Zhang Ling. It was as if he had never moved at all. However, in Ling Yan's left hand, there was already a plump carp that was nearly 2 feet long. This unfortunate carp was full of vitality, and it struggled violently in Ling Yan's hand. If it wasn't for Ling Yan, an ordinary person wouldn't have been able to catch it. Damn it, Xianxia restaurant is lying to the tourists. Their steamed koi are not from Xianxia Lake. Ling Yan pinched the belly of the plump koi with one hand, not forgetting to make his own judgment. Zhang Ling was dumbfounded. She was completely speechless at this moment. Ling Yan's actions just now were too cool. Ling Yan, you're so cool. How did you do it? Zhang Ling couldn't help but say what was on her mind. Piece of cake. How about it? This is for you. Take it home and steam it tomorrow. It'll definitely nourish your brain. Ling Yan giggled as he passed the carp to Zhang Ling. It's such a big fish. How can I carry it? Besides, who would give it to someone? Really? Zhang Ling's eyes shone with admiration and joy, but her mouth was still pouting. Don't worry, I'm just sending you home. Ling Yan chuckled and casually threw the carp into a clear reservoir on the yacht. Water splashed everywhere. It's so fishy, go wash your hands. Ling Yan's stroke of genius diluted the unspeakable gloom from before. Zhang Ling smiled as she pushed Ling Yan to find a place to wash his hands. The two of them quickly arrived at the stern of the yacht. The bow of the yacht was high while the stern was low. At the bottom of the stern was a small deck that was no more than 30 centimeters above the water. Do you want to come over and play for a while? The water is really cool. Ling Yan smiled at Zhang Ling as he finished washing his hands. I'm not going, it's too dangerous. Zhang Ling rejected him with a smile that was as beautiful as a flower. Ling Yan had no choice but to stand up. He walked to Zhang Ling's side and grabbed her waist with his right hand. She screamed as he flew up. Zhang Ling was so shocked that she closed her eyes. When she opened her eyes again, Ling Yan had already landed on the second floor of the yacht with her in his arms. "Sit here for a while," Ling Yan said gently as he held Zhang Ling's waist. This was a new experience for Zhang Ling. It turned out that Ling Yan always flew when there was no one around. It was an experience that she had never experienced before. It was a romance that she had never experienced before. "Hold me, don't let go." Zhang Ling's arms were already wrapped around Ling Yan's neck. It would probably be difficult for her to let go. Ling Yan did as he was told. Hugging the youthful and hot body in his arms, he sat on a long bench that looked like a genuine leather sofa. It was an indescribable gentleness. Ling Yan knew that Zhang Ling had high hopes for Ling Yan. In fact, she liked Ling Yan even before Xianxia did. Feeling the coolness of Ling Yan's freshly washed hands and the heat from his firm chest, Zhang Ling was completely lost in his masculine scent. Zhang Ling was 1 year older than Ling Yan and it was her birthday. To be precise, she was already 19.5 years old. Coupled with her bold personality, she had already matured. Because she ate papaya and milk every day, Zhang Ling's breasts were exceptionally developed. Her cup was 36E and her skin was exceptionally fair. It was as delicate as white cheese, soft but not lacking in elasticity. This was Zhang Ling's pride and the part of her body that she was most confident in. The two snow-white peaks rubbed against Ling Yan's chest and tugged at his heartstrings, causing his heart to waver. "Do you know Shui mining?" "She moved into my villa today." Ling Yan lowered his head and looked at Zhang Ling, who had her eyes closed. "There's only the two of us here. Don't mention other women." "I don't care about that and I don't care." Zhang Ling's passion was like fire. She closed her eyes slightly and boldly raised her head to look for Ling Yan's lips. Ling Yan was now considered an expert in the field of flowers. He would not hold back. He lowered his head and kissed Zhang Ling's delicate lips, beginning to taste her fragrance. With an intoxicated moan, Zhang Ling's first kiss was given to Ling Yan. Ling Yan's breath was long and deep as he kissed Zhang Ling greedily. Zhang Ling was panting and her chest was trembling violently. Her body was numb as if she had been electrocuted. At the same time, Ling Yan's hands were not idle either. They quickly roamed around Zhang Ling's body, searching for her sensitive parts and massaging them to his heart's content. After a long time, Ling Yan only ended this intoxicating kiss when Zhang Ling was almost out of breath. Huff, huff, Zhang Ling panted for a long time. After a long time, she finally opened her eyes and looked into Ling Yan's gentle eyes. What a wonderful feeling, ah! Zhang Ling's body suddenly trembled violently. Her almond-shaped eyes were wide open, and her body was tense. She said to Ling Yan in fear, "Don't touch there, you just caught a fish." "Don't worry, I washed it a long time ago," Ling Yan said with a naughty smile. He had reached the pinnacle of the second major realm of the stellar condensation technique. There was no longer any dust on him, let alone the smell of fish. "Why are you dripping so much?" "Look, my hand is wet again." Ling Yan raised his right hand mischievously and waved it at Zhang Ling. In his heart, he thought that it was only through his underwear. Zhang Ling wasn't a slender girl. Although she wasn't fat, she gave off a fleshy vibe. Her figure was voluptuous and alluring. Her waist wasn't particularly thin, but her stomach was flat without any excess fat. Her breasts were big, and her skin was fair. Ling Yan didn't expect her body to have such a strong reaction even though they had only kissed for a short while. "This is so embarrassing, bad guy." Zhang Ling finally got what she wanted. She had always been bold and proactive. Now that she had gotten love, she was infinitely satisfied. After the first time, everything else followed naturally. Since there was no one around and they were in the middle of Xianxia Lake, the two of them could enjoy the sweetness of love to their heart's content. The yacht swayed in the middle of the lake. Ripples bloomed on the surface of the lake as if announcing Zhang Ling's blossoming love. After a full half an hour, Zhang Ling finally struggled to sit up in Ling Yan's arms. Pressing down on Ling Yan's mischievous hands, she begged, "All right, don't bully me anymore." If it had gone any further, Ling Yan would have devoured Zhang Ling on the spot. However, that wasn't their original intention. Ling Yan decisively stopped and watched Zhang Ling adjust her underwear with a blushing face. He smiled without saying a word. What are you smiling at? Help me button up my bra. Zhang Ling pouted coquettishly. Ling Yan admired Zhang Ling's snow-white mounds and chuckled. I think this is pretty good. You're so naughty. Zhang Ling cursed shyly. She put on her bra and pulled down the tight t-shirt that Ling Yan had pushed up. Then, she stood up and adjusted her underwear and short skirt. If my mother and aunt knew about this, they would definitely kill me. Zhang Ling muttered softly as she adjusted her clothes. Her heart was infinitely satisfied. It can't be. Ling Yan was stunned. In his heart, he thought of Liang Fengyi's beautiful face and that alluring mole. Why not? It's time for the college entrance examinations. If my mother knew that I was bullied by you, she would definitely not forgive you. Zhang Ling rolled her eyes at Ling Yan and threatened him. Of course, Ling Yan was not from Xiamen University. He only smiled proudly and did not reply. Zhang Ling finally tidied up her messy clothes. She smiled sweetly at Ling Yan and sat beside him again. She hugged Ling Yan's arm and snuggled up to him intimately. Ling Yan, your clinic is about to open, right? Zhang Ling's house was on the 17th floor of Xianxia Yuan. She could see the ordinary people's clinic from her window. Of course, she would pay attention to it every day. Ling Yun nodded. The day after tomorrow. We'll open on Saturday. Saturday? School has classes on Saturdays. How am I going to help you? Zhang Ling was disappointed. You just have to focus on your studies and prepare for the college entrance exams. There are plenty of people. Ling Yun chuckled. There were indeed a lot of people. Needless to say how many people Tang Ming could find, Tai Xiaohu alone was enough. Moreover, it was just a small clinic opening. There was no need for so many people. However, Zhang Ling didn't agree. She said that she would go to Ling Yan's clinic to help even if she had to. Take half a day off. Ling Yan had no choice but to agree. Ling Yan, I know you're good at it, but you can't just rely on your memory to get into a university. Even if you're a liberal arts major, it's still not enough. Don't forget that they're still listening for English and composition for Chinese. There are also some large-scale comprehension questions and analysis questions. All of these require targeted revision. Zhang Ling's face suddenly turned serious as she said, Ling Yan, I know you're good at it. Kong Xiuru had also emphasized this point to Ling Yan. Of course, what Zhang Ling said was absolutely correct. Ling Yan was very grateful. Don't worry, I'll go back to school and focus on revision from next Monday. Ling Yan had a condensed divine sense and the yin-yang eye. His learning ability was many times stronger than before. 2 weeks was more than enough for him. With a deeper understanding of this world and the mystical Huaxia, Ling Yan knew that the college entrance examination was nothing more than a lousy bridge. To the rich and powerful, it was even worse than ****. It didn't matter if he participated in the college entrance exams or not. Ling Yan didn't care now. However, he had promised his mother, Qin Qiuyue, and his sister, Ning Lingyu, that he would get into Yanjing University. Since he had said it, he had to do it. Moreover, there was 100 million yuan gambling debt. Even though Xie Zhenyan and Go Junfa's grandsons were in hiding, Song Jingyang was still around. As long as Ling Yan got into Yanjing University, he would be able to earn 100 million yuan. Why not? How's our form teacher doing? Ling Yan asked faintly as he thought of Kong Xiuru. Ling Yan had thought that everything would be smooth sailing now that Kong Xiuru had become the head of the grade. He did not expect her to give him the opposite answer. Our form teacher is very tired now. I think she can't hold on much longer. Zhang Ling's face became gloomy as she spoke of Kong Xiuru. She seemed to feel sorry for her. Oh? What happened? Ling Yan asked hurriedly. After Ling Yan returned from the sea, he kept in touch with Kong Xiuru through text messages and phone calls, but Kong Xiuru didn't mention anything about this. Zhang Ling counted with her fingers and said, including the repeater classes, our school has a total of more than 10 classes in grade 12. This is enough to make the form teacher very busy. There's a lot of messy work every day, and she has to focus on teaching our class. However, There are still people who are trying to push her aside and make things difficult for our form teacher. Her work is like a boat sailing against the current, it's extremely difficult. Who's there? Ling Yan asked in a low voice. How dare they? Who else could it be? Of course, it's our school's Vice Principal Wang Weiqing and Vice Principal Qiu Fenghua. Before Ling Yan went out to sea, he made a scene in the principal's office and trampled on the two vice principals, causing them to lose face. As a result, Ling Yan was not in school for more than a month. The two vice principals used their power and work to make things difficult for Kong Xiuru, making it difficult for her to carry out her work. Kong Xiuru didn't look for Principal Zhang or tell Ling Yan about this. She endured it silently. However, the school was already in an uproar, and Kong Xiuru was once again at the heart of the struggle. After hearing this, Ling Yan didn't get angry. Instead, he laughed and said coldly, "All right, this is your own fault. Don't blame me for being merciless." Principal Zhang doesn't care at all? Zhang Ling shook her head. Principal Zhang is a commoner. Wang Weiqing and Qiu Fenghua both have powerful connections. They make things difficult for the form teacher, and Principal Zhang can only turn a blind eye. It's not convenient for him to care about some things. Everyone had their own difficulties, and Principal Zhang wasn't omnipotent. I got it. Ling Yan suppressed his anger with great difficulty. Following that, Zhang Ling asked Ling Yan about his trip to the sea. Ling Yan gave her a brief explanation, which left Zhang Ling dumbfounded. After he was done, Ling Yan smiled and said, "Zhang Ling, in this world, the college entrance examination isn't the only way. There are other ways to go. Do you want to try?" Zhang Ling was extremely excited. She immediately asked, "Ling Yan, you mean, I can become as powerful as you?" Ling Yan laughed and said, "As long as you want to learn and aren't afraid of hardship, you can become as powerful as me sooner or later." As Ling Yan said this, he pointed to the reservoir with the big carp. Catching fish, it's that simple. That was just child's play. Zhang Ling nodded without hesitation. Of course I'm willing to learn. Yes. I'm not afraid of hardship either. Her expression was excited, and her tone was firm. Zhang Ling's blood was boiling. She was once again tricked by Ling Yan. Ling Yan smiled and hugged Zhang Ling's shoulder. He moved his mouth close to Zhang Ling's ear and whispered a few words. Zhang Ling was so embarrassed that her ears turned red. She punched Ling Yan's chest and said in a low voice, "Double, cultivation? You're so naughty." Ling Yan chuckled. "I'm not bragging. As long as you cooperate well, I can guarantee that you'll reach Hotian Realm Level 7 immediately. This is a realm that many practitioners dream of breaking through." Zhang Ling's physique was weaker than Lin Minghan's, similar to Yao Rou's. If she were to dual cultivate with Ling Yan, she would be able to reach Hotian Realm Level 7, but it would be difficult for her to reach Hotian Realm Level 9. How about it? Yes. I'll listen to you, but you have to wait until my college entrance examination is over. Zhang Ling's face was red, and her body was heaving up and down violently. She barely finished her sentence and pounced into Ling Yan's arms, not daring to lift her head for a long time. Thinking about the wonderful feeling of dual cultivation, Ling Yan was also aroused. He cupped Zhang Ling's round face again and kissed her luscious lips. Zhang Ling fell into a trance once again, but this time, she took the initiative to kiss back. Their lips and teeth intertwined passionately. Time passed. Zhang Ling's body trembled when her phone rang. She pulled herself out of Ling Yan's arms and said timidly, "It must be my mother." She took out her phone and saw that it was indeed a call from Zhang Ling's mother. It was already past midnight. Zhang Ling took a few deep breaths to calm her breathing before she dared to answer her mother's call. "What time is it? Why aren't you home yet?" Zhang Ling's mother's stern voice came from the phone. Zhang Ling glared at Ling Yan before saying to her mother, "Mom, I'm packing my school bag. I'll be home soon. My classmates will send me back. Come back quickly, and be careful on the way back." Zhang Ling's mother reminded her before hanging up. "It's all your fault. Mom definitely knows that I'm lying." Ling Yan laughed. "So be it. You can't study so hard every day. This is called striking a balance between work and rest." Zhang Ling rolled her eyes at Ling Yan. striking a balance between work and rest? You've taken advantage of everything. I'm definitely going to lose sleep tonight. Ling Yan laughed heartily. If you can't sleep, study a little more. Make up for the 2 hours you wasted just now. Zhang Ling smiled and said seriously, how is it a waste? I will never forget these 2 hours for the rest of my life. Oh, right. My mother knows that I like you. She told me to come to my house after the college entrance examinations. Ling Yan smiled and nodded, indicating that there was no problem. Zhang Ling was originally very nervous. Seeing that Ling Yan had agreed, she was finally satisfied. There was no need to mention the sweetness and happiness in her heart. If not for the college entrance examinations, Zhang Ling would have taken the initiative to give herself to him. There's one more thing, what is it? Zhang Ling said. Ever since my aunt found out that you're going to open a clinic, she has been keeping an eye on it. It's best if you give her a call before it opens. Maybe she can help you. Ling Yan was stunned. Liang Fingyi was a surgeon. What could she help him with? Zhang Ling seemed to have read Ling Yan's mind. She laughed. Silly, my aunt is an attending surgeon in the provincial hospital. She can help you get patients. Ling Yan suddenly understood. So that was the case. Connections were resources. Not bad. Alright, I'll definitely give her a call. Ling Yan was very straightforward. He could choose not to use other resources, but Liang Fingyi was definitely a resource that Ling Yan had to use. What was the saying again? Cutting the grass to hit the rabbit, it's getting late. I'll send you back. Ling Yan and Zhang Ling returned to the cabin. They drove the yacht to full speed and arrived at the shore in no time. They asked for an oversized bag from the owner of the yacht and packed the big carp that weighed at least 5 kilograms. Then, they bade farewell to the owner and drove off. That's awesome. This big carp is so plump. It must be a female. Did it jump onto the yacht by itself after seeing a handsome guy? The boss muttered to himself in shock as he watched Ling Yan's car leave. Qingshui Lake was only 4 kilometers away from Qingshitsuyuan International Garden. In just a few minutes, the Land Rover stopped below Zhang Ling's house. Can you lift it? Ling Yan asked Zhang Ling with a smile. Yes, there's an elevator inside. Zhang Ling said shyly. She had not thought of how to explain it when they got home. Another kiss? Ling Yan said with a smile. Absolutely not. If my mom sees it, I'm dead meat. In the night, Zhang Ling's face was as red as blood and her heart was beating like a drum. To be continued. Zhang Ling blushed as she watched her Ling Yan drive off. Only when the Land Rover was out of sight did she reluctantly return to her building. Taking the elevator to the 17th floor, Zhang Ling kicked the door anxiously. Both her hands occupied the door. The door opened very quickly. It was her mother, Liang Fengqin. Liang Fengqin might be in her 40s, but her figure was mature and voluptuous. Her face was beautiful. Other than giving her a mature and alluring body, time did not leave any marks on her body. Her skin was fair, smooth, and supple. She was wearing a rose-red nightgown. Although she was a middle-aged woman, she was still charming and full of mature womanliness. Her looks weren't inferior to her younger sister, Liang Fingyi, and her figure was even more alluring. However, her beautiful eyes were rather stern. Humph, come in. Why are you back so late? What are you carrying in your hands? Liang Fengqin's tone was unfriendly. It's a fish. Zhang Ling threw off her sandals as soon as she entered the house. Barefooted, she carried the bag of fish and ran into the kitchen. Liang Fengqin was stunned. Her daughter had returned so late with a fish. It seemed like the fish was not small. Sister, is Zhang Ling back? The sexy and charming Liang Fingyi walked out of Zhang Ling's bedroom in a loose white lace nightgown, stroking her damp hair. Zhang Ling's father was in the field of geological prospecting. He would be away for half a month at a time. During this time, Liang Fengqin would ask her sister, Liang Fingyi, to accompany her. The two sisters were very close. Splash, pa pa pa, a series of noises could be heard coming from the kitchen. Zhang Ling had just placed the carp in a large basin of water, but the carp thought the basin was too small. It jumped out of the basin and jumped around on the floor. "Mom, come and help. This fish is too big, I can't catch it." Zhang Ling pressed on the carp twice but failed to catch it. She had no choice but to ask her mother for help. "Humph, what do you mean by revising in the classroom? It's obviously a lie. How can there be such a big fish in the classroom?" Liang Fengqin mumbled, but she still went to the kitchen. She saw Zhang Ling squatting on the floor to catch fish. Because her skirt was too short, even her lace underwear was exposed. Liang Fengqin's face turned even uglier. If Zhang Ling's summer outfits were to be ranked in terms of sexiness, the outfit she wore today was undoubtedly the sexiest. Liang Fengqin deftly caught the koi and put it into the basin of water. She then poured a bucket of water into it, and the koi became obedient. After washing their hands, the mother and daughter returned to the living room. Zhang Ling immediately wanted to run to the bathroom, but she was stopped by Liang Fengqin. "Zhang Ling, tell me the truth. Why did you come back so late today? Who sent you back? And where did that carp come from?" Liang Fengqin crossed her arms in front of her chest and stared at her precious daughter. She glared at her like a tiger watching its prey, determined to get to the bottom of this. Zhang Ling stood in front of the television barefooted. She looked at Liang Fengqin and then at her aunt, Liang Fengyi. Seeing the two pairs of beautiful eyes shooting out sharp rays of light, she instantly knew that she couldn't get past this hurdle. "Stupid Ling Yun, why did you catch a carp for him? How can the classroom and the carp be linked together?" There was no way to cover up this lie. "Yes. I went out with a classmate. He was the one who gave me the carp to nourish my brain. He was also the one who sent me back." "Which classmate? Is it that Ling Yun?" Liang Fengqin frowned slightly as she asked in a low voice. Liang Fengqin's expression didn't look good, but Liang Fengyi secretly pricked up her ears. In fact, she had already guessed that Zhang Ling had gone on a date with Ling Yun. It was just that she didn't point it out to Liang Fengqin. Yes. Zhang Ling knew that there was no point in lying, so she might as well tell the truth. "Look at the time yourself. It's been 2.5 hours. Where did you go to play? Did he do anything to you?" As Liang Fengqin spoke, she suddenly stood up and quickly walked in front of Zhang Ling. She was about to lift up her skirt to give Zhang Ling a check. Zhang Ling hurriedly turned her body away. "Mom, what are you thinking? Ling Yan just came back from overseas. We just met to have a chat." "It's not what you think." Liang Fengqin snorted coldly. "Humph, you think I don't know you? You're more daring than the heavens. When you play, you're crazier than anyone else." Liang Fengqin understood Zhang Ling too well, as it was true that a mother knew her daughter best. Liang Fengyi sat lazily on the sofa and watched the show. She bit her red lips lightly, and her beautiful eyes were ambiguous and playful. The beauty mole at the corner of her mouth trembled slightly. No one knew what she was thinking. "What's that smell?" Liang Fengqin suddenly felt that the smell coming from Zhang Ling's body was a little special. Zhang Ling's face turned red. She said in a panic, "What smell could it be? I carried that fish all the way here. It's the smell of fish, so annoying. I'm not talking to you anymore. I'm going to shower and rest." Looking at her suspicious mother, Zhang Ling didn't dare to stay in the living room any longer. She ran to the bathroom without saying a word. Sigh. Kids these days are really too much. Zhang Ling even said that Ling Yan could get into Yanjing University. It would be a wonder if he could get in. It was already 1 in the morning, and Liang Fengqin didn't want to delay Zhang Ling's studies. She couldn't make things difficult for her daughter. She could only sigh helplessly and put all the blame on Ling Yun. Liang Fengqin's impression of Ling Yun was almost perfect from Liang Fengyi and Zhang Ling's words. Now, it was completely zero. He should be able to get in. Liang Fengyi said casually with a smile. Her mind was thinking about the scene of Ling Yun driving away in the Land Rover. Liang Fengyi saw everything from Zhang Ling's bedroom when Ling Yun sent Zhang Ling back. It was just that the lights were dim and the floor was too high, so she couldn't see clearly. As an aunt, you're always speaking up for an outsider. I really don't understand you. Liang Fengqin glared at her sister and went to Zhang Ling's bedroom to get her pajamas. Liang Fengyi's delicate body trembled, and her enchanting face blushed all the way to her ears. She stood up and went to the kitchen. She slowly squatted down and used her hand, which was used to holding a scalpel, to touch the plump koi. Her movements were incomparably gentle, as if she was not touching the koi, but the person who caught it. After sending Zhang Ling off, Ling Yan drove away from Qingxi International Garden and went directly to the entrance of the Ordinary People's Clinic. He stopped the car for a while and used his divine sense to confirm that the second floor was empty. Yao Rou had indeed returned to the Nanquiyuan villa. He then restarted the Land Rover and returned to Qingxi Villa district. Ling Yan parked the Land Rover far away from mansion number 1 and locked the door. He used his movement technique in the dark and arrived at mansion number 1 silently. He used his divine sense to check and found that everything was normal. His worries disappeared. Nothing happened at 1 o'clock in the morning, so there shouldn't be any enemies coming to die tonight. Shui Mining, who had a good daily routine, had already fallen asleep. Miao Xiao Miao, on the other hand, was meditating in her own bedroom. Bai Xianer, on the other hand, was in Ling Yan's bedroom. She was sitting cross-legged on the bed, cultivating her celestial fox flying technique. Ling Yan didn't want to disturb them. Instead, he left quietly and pushed his movement technique to the limit. He headed straight for the 3rd district of the Qingxi Villa district, the villa that Chao Shanshan used to live in. His speed was as fast as a wisp of smoke. Even the roadside cameras wouldn't be able to capture his figure with such speed. Ling Yan was familiar with the route. Very quickly, he arrived at the entrance of Chao Shanshan's villa. He stopped under a tree with lush branches and leaves. Using his divine sense, he discovered that the place had long been deserted. Ling Yan flew into the courtyard and leaped dozens of meters to the 2nd floor, directly outside Chao Shanshan's bedroom window. The windows were closed and the curtains were blocked. Ling Yan couldn't be bothered to use his divine sense. Instead, he used his finger to draw a circle on the window glass. In the next moment, Ling Yan was standing in Chao Shanshan's bedroom with a round glass that was more than half a meter in diameter. Ling Yan couldn't help but think of Chao Shanshan's good side. The date at the school field, the heartfelt dance at the SOS disco, the night of the Qingming festival when she drove the Lamborghini to the Zhuang family's villa to save him, and the erotic scene in Chao Shanshan's room. Ling Yan's expression changed as he secretly decided that once the college entrance examinations were over, he would fly directly to Beijing and kill his way into the Chao family. No matter what, he had to find Chao Shanshan first. Ling Yan didn't like the feeling of being on tenterhooks. It even affected his cultivation of the Tao of the heart. Zhuang Meifeng, Chao Shanshan, and Xiao Mimi were the 3 beauties that Ling Yan cared about. Even though he had never told anyone about them, he had always been worried about them. Therefore, Ling Yan was trying his best to increase his strength. Every time he increased his strength, his chances of winning against the powerful Tranquil sect, the Chao family, and the Assassins organization would increase. Ling Yan shook his head violently and tried his best to expel the depression in his heart. Then, he focused and extended his divine sense to the maximum. Every single item in Chao Shanshan's room was reflected in Ling Yan's sea of consciousness. Very quickly, he discovered something. It was a thick diary that Chao Shanshan had locked in the drawer of her writing desk. Without hesitation, Ling Yan flew forward and pulled the lock off with a twist of his hand. He pulled open the drawer and found the diary. He flipped through the diary casually and realized that the last entry was the night before Chao Shanshan's second return to Beijing. Chao Shanshan's handwriting was elegant and elegant. Her writing style was extraordinary as well. There were almost 1,000 words in the diary. It recorded Chao Shanshan's longing and worry for Ling Yan, her confidence in Ling Yan's safe return, and their future together. She even expressed her determination to marry no one but Ling Yan when she returned to Beijing. Ling Yan quickly finished reading the diary. With a thought, he stored the diary in his spatial ring. Ling Yan didn't find anything else of value. Therefore, he left Chao Shanshan's villa without looking back. He didn't return to mansion number 1. Instead, he went straight to Dragon Mountain. He wanted to cultivate. To be continued. The south of the mountain and the north of the river were Yang, while the south of the mountain and the north of the river were Yin. Strictly speaking, the Heaven-Yang grass wasn't a grass. In fact, it couldn't even be classified as a plant. Its shape was extremely similar to a bamboo shoot that had just grown out of the ground. Most of it was buried underground, with only a curved tip above the surface. Its height was no more than 3 centimeters. The Xianxia grass only grew in places where pure yang qi gathered. It was nurtured by countless amounts of pure yang qi over a long period of time. Even if there was pure yang qi to nurture it, it had to grow in the south of the mountain and the north of the river. It had to be absolutely sunny. Innately, there must be enough pure yang energy to gather, and after that, there must be enough sunlight to grow such a Xianxia grass. The earthine grass was the complete opposite. It was a rhizomatous plant that was shaped like a sweet potato or potato. It grew completely under the ground and grew in a bunch. There were definitely 9 rhizomatous plants, no more, no less. Compared to the Xianxia grass, the earthine grass had 2 notable characteristics. First, although it had 9 rhizomatous plants, it only had 1 branch and 2 leaves. It grew on the surface and withered every year. Second, the 9 rhizomatous plants of the earthine grass seemed to have been carved by someone. White juice flowed out from the cuts. Although it grew in the soil, it would never be contaminated by the soil. To make a very vulgar but vivid analogy, every rhizomatous plant of the earthine grass looked like a woman's private parts. There were a total of 9 rhizomatous plants, and 9 was the extreme number. Therefore, the Xianxia grass was also known as the 1 yang grass, and the earthine grass was also known as the 9 yin grass. However, in terms of direction, the Xianxia grass grew directly north of the earthine grass. It was separated by the valley between Dragon Mountain and Nangqi Peak, facing the north and south of the earthine grass. This was because Nangqi Peak and Dragon Mountain faced each other in the north and south. The valley in the middle was a wide underground river that flowed from west to east. The Xianxia grass grew in the south of the mountain and north of the river. Naturally, it grew on the north side of Dragon Mountain. However, it was on the south side of Dragon Mountain and north of the underground river. Of course, the earthine grass grew on the north side of Nangqi Peak. The entire Yin-Yang Dragon Lock spell was built based on this. Hence, when Lingyan broke into the crater to break through to physique tempering stage 4 and cultivated the yin-yang harmony balance, it was in the belly of Nangqi Peak. Right now, Lingyan was on the yang side of Dragon Mountain. He was at a very steep ridge where the Xianxia grass grew. He sat down cross-legged and absorbed the pure yang qi released by the Xianxia grass. Lingyan had already broken through to the mid-stage of physique tempering stage 7. His energy center and meridians were shockingly strong and sturdy, more than 100 times stronger than an ordinary cultivator. Therefore, he needed more true qi and spiritual energy than ordinary cultivators. If he wanted to break through, he would, heaven and earth spiritual energy. Of course, the benefits that Lingyan had received were innumerable. He hadn't even reached physique tempering stage 8 yet. Logically speaking, he should only be able to match up to an expert at Ho Tian realm level 8. However, he could now easily defeat an expert at Xiantian realm level 4. Lingyan could easily defeat a Xiantian realm level 4 master with ease if he combined the defense of the stellar condensation technique with the Devil's Blade and Dragon Vein sword. Coupled with the powerful defense of the stellar condensation technique, the Devil's Blade, and the Dragon Vein sword, Lingyan would definitely be able to go head-to-head with an expert at Xiantian realm level 6 without suffering any losses. That was why Lu Suifeng, who was in the early stages of Xiantian realm level 5, lost to Lingyan. An hour later, Lingyan absorbed enough pure yang qi. He went to where the earthine grass grew and started absorbing pure yin qi. Because Lingyan was a man, his body naturally produced yang qi. Therefore, he always tried to absorb as much pure yin qi as possible to maintain the balance of yin and yang during cultivation. Of course, he didn't need to absorb the yin-yang qi to increase his realm. That was because his body could produce pure yang and yin qi when he used the yin-yang harmony balance. However, Lingyan was pursuing speed of cultivation. The faster, the better. His energy center and meridians couldn't contain any more pure yin qi. Lingyan stood up in satisfaction and went to where the dragon grass grew. Absorbing the spiritual energy from the dragon grass was slower than drinking the dragon's saliva. However, Lingyan wanted to save as much as he could. After all, the dragon grass would release dragon spiritual energy every day as long as it grew. However, the dragon saliva was depleted with every sip. Even though Ling Yun had more than 1,000 kilograms of dragon saliva, he couldn't handle it with so many people. Ling Yun himself was the biggest consumer of the dragon saliva. In the future, Ning Lingyu, Qin Dongxue, Bai Xianer, Lin Menghan, Shui Mining, Long Wu, and even Zhang Ling would have to drink it. Although it was said to be 1,000 kilograms of dragon saliva, it wasn't enough at all. Otherwise, Ling Yun wouldn't have gone to the antique street. This was called planning for a rainy day. Fortunately, the spiritual energy in Ling Yun's body was extremely dense. When he faced the 9-colored tribulation cloud on Turtle Island, the Earth Emperor's book and the Emperor Brush generously released endless immortal spiritual energy to protect his life. Ling Yun bathed in it and reaped a lot of it. It was just that he couldn't use it now. Ling Yun didn't know what to do with the power of thunder and lightning that he absorbed during his tribulation. However, he knew that the power of thunder and lightning would definitely bring him an unexpected surprise during his tribulation in the future. Ling Yun started to circulate the stellar condensation technique once his body was full of spiritual energy. Moonlight poured down like a waterfall and enveloped Ling Yun's body. At the same time, the power of billions of stars poured towards Ling Yun to help him break through to the third major realm of the stellar condensation technique. As long as the stellar condensation technique broke through to the third major realm, Ling Yun's strength would at least double. By then, even if he couldn't reach the Qi cultivation stage, he would still have enough confidence to fight his way to Beijing. However, the stellar condensation technique became more and more difficult as it progressed. No matter how much Ling Yun cultivated, he couldn't reach the third major realm at all. It was like a 100-meter race. Usain Bolt might be able to run in 9.8 seconds 10 times, but try running in 9.7 seconds, it might be possible for him to run in the face of a force 12 gale. In order to break through, Ling Yun still needed new opportunities. Ling Yun closed his eyes and focused on cultivation, forgetting about everything else. He had long forgotten about time. The crisp cry of a bird woke Ling Yun up from his cultivation. He slowly opened his eyes and realized that the darkness before dawn had passed. The sky was bright and the sky was bright. The last time I broke through to the third major realm of the stellar condensation technique, it took me half a year. This time, Ling Yun couldn't help but shake his head with a bitter smile. He had used all his strength to break through to the third major realm of the stellar condensation technique. He tried a total of 12 times, but to no avail. It wasn't because he was impatient, nor was it because Ling Yun wasn't talented enough. It was because the stellar condensation technique was too heaven-defying. Its effects were heaven-defying, but the difficulty of cultivation was also heaven-defying. Without the stellar condensation technique, Ling Yun's current strength would only be on par with a Xianxia realm level 2 master. He wouldn't have been able to kill 100 people on Turtle Island, let alone survive the lightning tribulation. If the stellar condensation technique was easy to cultivate, Ling Yun would be able to reach the 6th major realm in no time. He would be impervious to all poisons, water, and fire. His defense would be astonishing, and his strength would be boundless. He would basically be a human-shaped destruction machine. He wouldn't even need to use any Dao techniques. However, to reach the 6th major realm of the stellar condensation technique, even with Ling Yun's unparalleled talent, it would take him at least 10 years, let alone the 7th major realm. Seems like it's more reliable to break through to the Qi cultivation stage as soon as possible. Ling Yun muttered to himself. Ling Yun turned to look at the dragon saliva grass beside him, then at the heaven yang grass and earthing grass in the distance. He planned to move these 3 spiritual herbs to mansion number 1 after the college entrance exams. The yin yang dragon lock spell had been destroyed, and the dragon saliva had been extracted from the core of the spell. These 3 spiritual herbs would wither and die in a month if they weren't moved. Time to go. Looking at the time, it was already 5 o'clock in the morning. In order not to be discovered by the people doing their morning exercises, Ling Yun stood up and dashed towards mansion number 1. Ling Yun returned to where he parked his Land Rover and drove it back to mansion number 1. Wait. I said I'd be back soon, but I didn't come back until the next morning. Miao Xiao Miao was already cultivating in the courtyard of the mansion. The spiritual energy here was abundant, and she couldn't bear to stop. Xiao Jin, the supreme-grade golden silkworm, landed on Miao Xiao Miao's shoulder and chirped. Clearly, Xiaojin wasn't that afraid of Xian'er anymore after they got to know each other. Some didn't like Ling Yun, while others were ecstatic to see him. "Big brother Yun, you're back." Xian'er flew out. Ling Yun patted Xian'er's shoulder gently and waved at Xiaojin, who was on Miao Xiaomiao's shoulder, to come over. "Come to big brother, there's something good for you." Xiaojin turned its head proudly, ignoring Ling Yun's bluff. "Come if you want, save me the dragon saliva and 1,000-year ginseng," Ling Yun thought to himself. "Your cultivation method isn't right. Witchcraft isn't practiced like this," Ling Yun said to Miao Xiaomiao. Miao Xiaomiao hadn't reached the Xiantian realm yet, so there was still time to correct it. "Bullsh*T, I'm practicing gu, not witchcraft." Miao Xiaomiao rolled her eyes at Ling Yun and retorted. "Hehe, relying on the pure soul to cultivate a strong mental strength, using one's own blood as a medium to mobilize the power of nature. If this isn't witchcraft, then what is it?" Ling Yun spoke frankly with assurance and composure. He spoke in a calm and unhurried manner. How were gu worms controlled? Mental strength. What were gu worms fed with? Anything was fine, but the most important thing was the blood essence of the person who raised the gu. With a simple sentence, Ling Yun revealed the essence of voodoo. Miao Xiaomiao was instantly shocked and speechless. You know gu?" Miao Xiaomiao murmured after a long while. "A little, but at least 800 times better than you," Ling Yun said with a smile. "Humph. You don't even have a proper word to say, I can't be bothered with you." Miao Xiaomiao was shocked, but she wasn't polite with Ling Yun. To be continued. Seeing that the beauty didn't appreciate his gesture, Ling Yun couldn't be bothered to argue. He gave Miao Xiaomiao a nonchalant smile and wrapped his arm around Xian'er's waist as they walked into the villa. "Humph. You playboy. Will you die if you don't brag?" Miao Xiaomiao's voice rang out behind Ling Yun. "Hehe, you'll know whether I'm bragging or not." Ling Yun grinned without turning back. Ling Yun wasn't in a hurry. Miao Xiaomiao would need at least a year to break through to the Xiantian realm. Ling Yun would be in the middle stages of qi cultivation by then. Miao Xiaomiao's beautiful eyes stared at Ling Yun as he walked up the stairs. She was so angry that she stomped her feet. When she tried to focus on her cultivation, she discovered that her thoughts were in a mess, and she could no longer maintain a calm heart. When he reached the second floor, he passed by Shui Mining's bedroom and listened attentively. He realized that Shui Mining's breathing was long and deep in sleep. He smiled and entered his own bedroom in a flash. Ling Yun loved Ning Er dearly, so he wouldn't use his divine sense or the yin-yang eye to spy on her. Ling Yun turned on the light and found a pen and paper. He sat in front of the writing desk and started writing. "Big brother Yun, what are you writing?" Xian'er stood beside Ling Yun and looked at him curiously for a while. She couldn't read at all because she couldn't read. The 9 needles of the spiritual pivot has a set of techniques called the spirit potency art. Ling Yun smiled. "Why are you writing this?" "I want to teach the 9 needles of the spiritual pivot to Ning Er." Ling Yun was multitasking, answering and writing at the same time. His writing speed was extremely fast, and his handwriting was clear and neat, elegant. "Is the spirit potency art very powerful?" "It's a technique that absorbs and stores spiritual energy. It's not very powerful at first, but if you use the spirit potency art at the same time, you'll be able to use the 9 needles of the spiritual pivot successfully." "Oh, I see. Big brother Yin treats little sister Ning Er so well." Xian'er was a little jealous. Ling Yun suddenly put down her pen and smiled gently at Xian'er. "Don't you treat me well? Then why don't you teach Xian Er cultivation techniques?" Xian'er blushed under Ling Yun's stare. "Xian Er, don't be greedy on the path of cultivation. As the saying goes, don't bite off more than you can chew. Your Heavenly 9 Stars demonic book and celestial fox flying technique are actually extremely powerful demonic cultivation techniques. It's already not easy for you to master these techniques. Learning too much will only lead to too many distracting thoughts. In the end, you will achieve nothing or even go berserk. This is the biggest taboo for us cultivators, understand?" Ling Yun chuckled. Xian'er bit her lips and nodded, but she still acted coquettishly. "Then you have to teach me at least one." Ling Yun could only sigh. "Alright, I'll teach you if you want me to." However, I won't be teaching you the cultivation method. I can only teach you the moves. Thank you, Big Brother Yun. Bai Xian'er was satisfied. Ling Yan smiled gently and buried his head in his writing again. After more than an hour, Shui Mining got out of bed grumbling. She didn't even wash her face. Instead, she ran towards Ling Yan's bedroom barefooted in her pajamas. Ling Yan's door wasn't closed. Big Brother Yun, what time did you come back last night? I waited for you until past midnight. Shui Mining walked over to Ling Yan's side and hugged his arm in a very natural manner. Ming Er, you're awake? Hee, I came back at 5 in the morning. I went to Dragon Mountain to cultivate last night. Ling Yan put down the pen in his hand and smiled at Shui Mining. Cultivate, you only know how to cultivate all day. You don't even have time to accompany me. Shui Mining shook Ling Yan's arm in protest. Eh? What are you writing? Shui Mining blinked and rubbed her eyes with her hands. Her diamond-shaped mouth suddenly formed an O shape. 9 needles of the spiritual pivot? Ling Yun chuckled. That's right, it's the 9 needles of the spiritual pivot. However, I'm not even a third of it. Wow, you've already written so many pages. Why are you writing this? Shui Mining seemed to have figured out Ling Yan's motive. Of course, it's to choose a smart, beautiful, kind, and cute little girl and teach her the 9 needles of the spiritual pivot. Ling Yun chuckled. Smart and beautiful? Kind and cute? Isn't that me? Shui Mining wasn't modest at all. Ling Yun laughed and hugged Shui Mining's slender waist with his left hand. Bingo, it's you. Here, take this away first. This is the spirit potency technique. You have to memorize it in the shortest time possible. Only by mastering the spirit potency technique can you perform the 9 needles of the spiritual pivot and bring out the effects of this technique. Wow, that's great. Big Brother Yun has taught me the 9 needles of the spiritual pivot. Thank you, Big Brother Yun. Shui Mining cheered and hugged Ling Yan's neck. She kissed his left cheek twice. Ling Yan raised his hand to touch the dimple on his left cheek. It was a little itchy from Shui Mining's kisses, but it felt wonderful. He smiled and asked, how was it? Did you sleep well last night? Shui Mining nodded her head with a red face. Yes, I slept very well. If only you were at home. Then I'll sleep at home tonight, okay? That's more like it. Ling Yan looked at the time. Alright, you're not allowed to skip class today. Hurry up and wash your face and brush your teeth. I'll send you to school. Big Brother Yun, I'm hungry. Shui Mining held her deflated stomach and pretended to be pitiful. Ling Yan sighed. I'll cook for you. How about some noodles? It seemed like Ling Yan's fate as a chef was inescapable no matter where he went. Shui Mining blinked her eyes and kissed Ling Yan again. She grabbed the spirit potency art that Ling Yan wrote for her and ran out. Don't let anyone see this spirit potency art. Ling Yan did not forget to remind her through telepathy. I'm not stupid. Shui Mining's crisp voice came from outside the door. Ling Yan thought to himself, what I mean is, don't let your sister, Miao Xiao Miao, see it either. Of course, he only said this in his heart. It didn't matter. Humph. Ling Yun, stop it. I can't be bothered to learn it. Miao Xiao Miao's angry voice resounded in his ears. Telepathy, Ling Yan smiled and pretended not to hear anything. He got up and went to the kitchen to cook for the 3 beauties. Ling Yun was now a qualified modern chef after the high standards of training from Qin Dongxue and Ming Lingyu. In less than 10 minutes, the fragrant noodles with shredded meat and eggs were ready. Ling Yun was not stingy at all. He paired the 1000-year ginseng and 1000-year fleece flower with a few drops of dragon saliva. The noodles were fragrant. Not to mention Shui Mining, even Miao Xiao Miao swallowed her saliva secretly. She didn't oppose Ling Yun for the first time. Instead, she looked at him in a different light. I didn't expect this flirtatious radish to be able to cook such delicious food. Miao Xiao Miao's heart skipped a beat when she saw Ling Yun wreaking havoc in the principal's office. This is the beautifying breakfast that I've specially prepared for everyone. Please have a taste. Ling Yun said proudly as he looked at the 3 stunning beauties sitting around the dining table. They seem to be itching to have a go. Beautifying, bragging again. Meow Xiao muttered softly. Bai Xian'er smiled coquettishly and got up first. She scooped a big bowl for Ling Yun and brought it to him. Shui Mining had already started eating. It's so delicious. This is the first time I've eaten so much. I declare today's weight loss a failure. After the meal, Shui Mining sighed in distress as she reminisced about the aftertaste. Ning Er, eat as much as you want. Don't worry, no matter how much you eat in the future, I promise you won't get fat. Ling Yun laughed. If he really wanted to lose weight, Ling Yun could use the 9 needles of the spiritual pivot. That was definitely more effective than any weight loss drug. Of course, Shui Mining didn't need to do that. She was about to start training her physique. That was what Ling Yun meant. Really? Then I'll be in luck. Shui Mining cheered again. Living with Ling Yun gave her countless surprises. Are you going to school? Ling Yun looked at Meow Xiao. To be honest, Meow Xiao had already found Ling Yun and he had promised to mediate the relationship between Miracle Dr. Shui and Miao Fenghuang. She had completed her mission in Qingshui City and didn't need to go to school anymore. However, Meow Xiao wanted to accompany Shui Mining to school for the summer holidays because she was really close to her arrogant sister. Of course I have to go. Do you think everyone is like you? You don't go to school all day and you still want to get into Yanjing University? Dream on. Meow Xiao rolled her eyes at Ling Yun. Brother Yun was furious. You will cook for yourself in the future. Brother Yun said furiously. Meow Xiao didn't back down. I'll cook for myself. Do you think I'll starve to death without you? Ling Yun got even angrier. Go to school yourself today. I'll go by myself then. Meow Xiao smiled and stood up leisurely. Bai Xian'er frowned, but Ling Yun's telepathic message arrived before she could flare up. Bai Xian'er rolled her eyes at Ling Yun and didn't say anything else. No matter who it was, Bai Xian'er wouldn't allow anyone who dared to be at odds with Ling Yun. She would do anything for Ling Yun. Big sister, on one side was her lover, and on the other was her big sister. Shui Mining looked at Meow Xiao and finally felt that it was Meow Xiao's fault. Shui Mining was also puzzled. Her big sister had a good temper and was easy to talk to. Why was she different every time she faced Ling Yun? Meow Xiao glared at Ling Yun and snorted at him before driving away in Shui Mining's Ferrari. Ling Yun's attempt to threaten Shui Mining by not sending her to school failed completely. Ling Yun was a little dizzy. He didn't expect Meow Xiao to know how to drive. She knows how to drive? Shui Mining rolled her eyes at Ling Yun and giggled. Of course, her driving skills are great. What the heck? I didn't expect this. Let's go, I'll send you to school. End of chapter 553. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.